Chapter 1. The Game Cartridge. As the sun ascended in the sky, its golden rays illuminated the azure expanse above. Yet, even the blazing sunshine of a clear day could not rescue the frigid urban landscape of October. On the 8th of October, 2023, the recently concluded holiday had done little to alleviate the fatigue of the weary office workers. In Unit 1304 of Building S in Jingdong Community, at precisely 10:40 a.m., Pei Nan emerged from his cocoon of blankets, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest as he yawned and ambled towards the living room. The coffee table was littered with scattered snack wrappers, while an expensive laptop appeared starkly out of place amidst the chaos. The trash bin overflowed with cans of Red Bull and cola, evoking an immediate sense of discomfort at the sight. He pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to ease the remnants of last night's all-nighter, only to be greeted by the sight of a delicate white foot protruding from the sofa, revealing that beneath the green blanket lay a living being. Pei Nan approached without hesitation, flipping the blanket aside. The foot immediately curled inwards, and the occupant of the blanket experienced a whirlwind of emotion, shock, confusion, and indignation. A short-haired woman, equally disheveled, transformed from a startled kitten into an irate lioness. "What's wrong with you? Lifting my blanket so early in the morning." Let us refer to this individual as a woman, for despite her t-shirt and shorts, which gave her a rather unkempt appearance, her femininity was still discernible, revealing certain attributes that were rather noteworthy, if one were to overlook her messy attire. For instance, her skin was remarkably fair. This was the most direct manifestation of a life spent sheltered indoors, free from the harsh elements of sun and wind, a true reflection of many modern youths. Her name was Luo Wei. Her primary occupation was that of a programmer, although she had been unemployed for half a year. Pei Nan remained oblivious to the extent of her savings, even as her monthly expenditures ranged between 8,000 to 10,000, yet he never witnessed her in financial distress. Pei Nan remarked with an air of indifference, "If your mother knew you've been lounging around here for half a year, she might just come here with a knife to deal with you." The two shared a childhood bond, their mothers being close friends who adopted each other as godmothers, concerned for the girl's safety when alone in the world, thus entrusting her care to Pei Nan. They had been cohabiting for a year. Luo Wei scoffed dismissively. "I just got back from home. Can I indulge for one night?" Pei Nan rolled his eyes and gestured towards the bedroom. "Return to your room and sleep. I need to tidy up the living room." The charging cables of the laptop and phone lay tangled on the sofa, while several programming materials were crushed beneath a pillow. It was a remarkable talent to transform such a small space into utter disarray. Luo Wei yawned again, signaling her partial return to consciousness. "Next time, don't lift my blanket. What if I'm not wearing anything?" Pei Nan paused for 2 seconds, quizzically asking, "Should I give you a thumbs up then?" In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his calf as Luo Wei kicked him, cursing as she departed. "Don't bother about lunch. I intend to sleep until evening." Pei Nan shook his head, muttering to himself, "Is this thing even going to get married someday? Godmother must be dreaming, asking me to persuade her. Who could ever handle this?" After tidying up, Pei Nan unearthed a massive eye mask from the blankets. Wow, black lace trim. He casually tossed it into the laundry basket and spent several minutes organizing until he sighed. A clean room truly is a pleasant sight. Next, he ventured to the fridge, pondering what edible items might be available. When alone, meals tended to be rather perfunctory. Whatever was left could simply be tossed into a pot for a haphazard stew. Dingling. Pei Nan halted his actions, picked up his phone, and pressed the answer button. "Hello, this is Pei Nan." "Hello, this is Reverse Express. We have a package for you. Could you come and sign for it?" "Oh, sure. A package? What package?" In his social circle, which revolved around his solitary life as a writer, who would take the time to send him a package? It wasn't even his birthday. The messages flooding his phone were merely from the mobile service provider. Beyond customer service, he could hardly fathom who might be sending him a delivery. Surely, it couldn't be a prize from a website lottery. After descending the stairs, he returned with the package, only to find his mother's name inscribed upon it. He promptly dialed her number. "Hello, Mom. What did you send?" His mother quickly replied, "Your father brought something back from abroad for you. He mentioned that many young people overseas are playing with it. Didn't you just buy a virtual helmet? Consider it an early birthday gift." Pei Nan fell silent for a considerable moment, listening to the distant sounds of mahjong on the other end, before responding with a hint of exasperation, "I just celebrated my birthday 2 months ago." There was a pause on the other end before she cautiously suggested, "Well, how about for next year's birthday? Just keep playing your mahjong. Goodbye." With a sense of lingering annoyance, Pei Nan tore open the package to reveal, unsurprisingly, a game cartridge. However, it bore no labels or inscriptions, resembling a blank disk that had illicitly downloaded files, akin to a pirated game. Yet, Even if it were a pirated version, it featured an exquisite outer casing otherwise, it would have no place in the competitive market. Surely my father hasn't been swindled? Is there truly a market for this abroad? After much contemplation, he resolved to search online, yet found nothing particularly novel. The latest games available were still those from 2 months prior, and there had been no updates from overseas. Since the advent of virtual helmets, the focus had primarily been on adaptations rather than innovations. After all, how many companies would be inclined to innovate within a domain that had only existed for less than 5 years? The vast immersive worlds remained a lucrative venture, with FS as the primary beneficiary, closely followed by M0BA genres. In summary, virtual gaming, apart from its immersive experience, bore nearly no differences from traditional console gaming, with prices soaring to levels that deterred many potential players. Thus, faced with an unknown game cartridge, Pei Nan decided to insert it and see what transpired. If any issues arose, he could hold his father accountable. The continued use of cartridges was primarily due to the initial sales issues of virtual helmets, which had been plagued by rampant piracy. Consequently, game manufacturers had opted to revert to cartridges for legitimate sales, supplemented by after-sales repair and compensation services. This approach somewhat alleviated the rampant piracy problem, as security remained a paramount concern in this unique niche. After all, anything connected to the brain warranted utmost caution. Not feeling particularly hungry, he decided to retreat to his room to indulge in some gaming instead. He powered up his computer, connected the helmet, and inserted the cartridge, lying back on his bed with his eyes closed. Program installation progress, 100. Peripheral safety environment check completed. Network connection, normal. Neural interface, normal. Heart rate, stable. Loading game, please wait. Game loading complete. Brainwave frequency authentication successful. Iris information recorded. Immersion mode activated. An overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, and as Pei Nan closed his eyes, his consciousness and spirit drifted into the vast expanse of the network. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Bang! A colossal bell tolled in his mind, reminiscent of ancient wilderness, jolting him awake once more to find himself before a vast luminous screen. Explorer, welcome to the new world. Chapter 2, City of Floating Light. Pei Nan turned his head to survey the login space, an empty void devoid of any features. The login interface was so simplistic that it consisted merely of a singular luminous screen, resembling a virtually projected image, a two-dimensional display with almost no depth. Even in subpar games, one would expect a few stolen graphics to adorn the login screen. This small workshop seemed excessively rudimentary. On the luminous screen, some basic character information appeared, displaying his physical data. These details had been recorded in the virtual helmet beforehand. Typically, one only needed to authenticate once a month, primarily to balance the dissonance between the virtual and the real. Of course, there were some rather abstract players who ignored advice, insisting on towering heights of 2 meters, only to find themselves unable to walk upon exiting the game. After countless lessons learned through pain, character creation had to align closely with reality, with discrepancies not exceeding 5 centimeters in height, while weight and other metrics would be accompanied by a scale, also uploaded monthly. Pei Nan contemplated briefly before fine-tuning his facial features, maturing his youthful visage slightly, a habitual practice he adhered to in nearly all character creation scenarios. Confirm facial data? Confirmed. Character body data recorded successfully. Character physique established. Below are the character's basic data. Player nickname, Pei Nan. Title, none. Occupation, none. Health points, 100. Physical condition, healthy. Energy level, not activated. Skills, none. Inventory space, 0.5. Energy level, NA. This is the game's safety protocol collapsed. This is the game safety notice collapsed. Pei Nan initially intended to skip this section, but given that this game was sent by his father and appeared somewhat peculiar compared to other open-world, MMO, or FNS games, he felt an instinctive caution, as if it might ensnare him in some unforeseen manner. Thus, he resolved not to overlook any potentially useful information. Consequently, he bore through the tedium and read through all the protocols. Most of it consists of useless disclaimers, ultimately emphasizing a few key points. First is the pain value, also referred to as realism, which generally does not reach great heights. The sensation of pain in virtual headsets typically arises from mild electrical currents stimulating specific areas of the brain, eliciting a certain feeling. One can experience tactile sensations so lifelike that they're indistinguishable from reality. Yet fundamentally, they're still merely sensations of pain. Playing a game is unlikely to result in actual harm. However, this game appears to lack such parameters, and in the second clause, it prominently states that the pain value in the new world is 100, which implies a remarkably realistic pain experience. Yet, None of the current headsets on the market can achieve this. Even the most realistic peripherals barely reach a value of 10. How could they possibly attain such a 100? Wouldn't that risk frying one's brain? Moreover, it states, this game does not accept any form of proxy recharge, only legal channels for currency and game currency conversion are permitted, and transactions may only occur through the official trading platform. Additionally, once the game commences, players are prohibited from logging out in any form until time elapses. Please manage your gaming time wisely and plan accordingly. Combined with the other miscellaneous terms, there are as many as 235 clauses. Pei Nan furrowed his brow. Is there no game developer? Could it truly be a small workshop that produced this? However, all current virtual headsets are connected to the secure network of the National Cybersecurity Department. Alleviating concerns about being compromised, the second-generation neural interface is more than capable of thwarting any manual hacking attempts. And should all else fail, there remains the option of a physical reboot. As long as the power is cut, one will naturally be ejected from the game. Attention players, after 3 chimes of the bell, you will enter Floating Light City. You may take a deep breath, exercise, and relax your mind. Dong! The familiar sound of the bell resonated. This chime marked the onset of the game, reminiscent of an ancient temple in a desolate mountain or a relic in the wilderness. Dong! As the light curtain faded, darkness receded like a tide, and virtual two-dimensional lines began to fill the space, akin to a painter sketching a virtual yet tangible world on a canvas. Dong! Virtual data streams surged past, and the two-dimensional lines were infused with color, thickness, and temperature, transforming from flatness into three-dimensionality. Skyscrapers arose from the ground. Neon hues captivated the eye, and temperature and humidity connected to the sensory nerves. When Pei Nan regained his senses, he found himself standing in a damp, pitch-black alley. A cold, somewhat hoarse male voice echoed in his ears. Welcome to Floating Light City. There was no dizziness, nor were there bizarre lights and shadows. It felt as though he merely blinked and found himself in another world. Guigi. Time remaining in this gaming session, 167 hours, 57 minutes, and 25 seconds. Pei Nan stared in astonishment at the surrounding walls, where tiny cracks appeared remarkably realistic, reminiscent of an undeveloped rural town. The ground was riddled with potholes, and the surface, soaked with water, was perpetually smeared with black sludge. The cold, moist breeze and the musty odor alternately assaulted his senses. With a slight frown, Pei Nan scrutinized his own body compared to his original arms. He appeared somewhat frail, yet after moving about, he felt no discomfort. Jumping, sprinting, and throwing punches, he conducted a series of tests and found that his data aligned closely with his usual physical capabilities. Aside from appearing a bit gaunt, there seemed to be little difference. Unable to locate a mirror, he resorted to inspecting his reflection in a puddle. It's a molded face, but it's astonishingly lifelike. The most realistic games on the market cannot eliminate jaggies, yet current virtual headsets have achieved this impressive. This game. The attire he donned was a rather tattered work uniform, characterized by its coarseness, raggedness, and affordability. No need to fret over any damage. Pei Nan discovered an identification card on his person. Floating Light City Temporary ID. Temporary? The ID bore an address, 11, Rank Street, Room 504. Floating Light City Temporary ID. While in possession of this ID, you may freely roam within the open areas of Floating Light City. Pei Nan tucked the ID away and glanced at the interface, which mirrored the login screen. It seemed this ID was merely a preliminary form of identification. However, what about the tasks? Does this game lack a tutorial for novice players? Pei Nan frowned, intending to venture outside for a look. He had lingered in this dim alley long enough. What if someone came here for convenience? His nose was keenly aware of a pungent odor. Following the light, he emerged into a bustling scene, where a small alley seemed to isolate him from the clamor, leading him to the vibrant world beyond. Bright. This was Pei Nan's sole impression of the place, brighter than the city that never sleeps. Even though the sky remained pitch black, the neon lights illuminated every corner with brilliance. Highly technological vehicles glided smoothly along the virtual pathways, while pedestrians ambled indifferently along the streets. It was late at night, and only a sparse few were still walking about. Pei Nan brushed past a stranger with mechanical eyes, who regarded him intently before continuing on his way. As of yet, nothing significant had occurred. There were no main quests, no tutorials for beginners, not even a single NPC. Yet, even meandering here was exhilarating. Task issued. Please cross the road with your eyes closed. Complete within 10 minutes. Task failure. Electric shock for 10 minutes. Chapter 3. Bat perception. 10 minutes electric shock. How intriguing. What could the purpose of a 10-minute electric shock in the game be? Oh, I nearly forgot about the setting of a 100 pain value. Isn't this a recipe for disaster for the players? Pei Nan pinched himself to confirm the pain, discovering that it indeed hurt. After further verification, it became evident that the pain experienced in the game was commensurate with reality, which implied that if the electric shock commenced, he could very well faint. This is unreasonable. What game company would dare to do this? Aren't they afraid of legal repercussions? The last one to play such a dangerous game was Kiba Akihiko, an animated character. Ah, right, this company still lacks a name. It's a thoroughly shady operation. I've been thoroughly duped by my old man. Aside from this cursed task, Pei Nan noted several ambiguities whether game time synchronized with real time and whether physical attributes aligned with reality would determine the significance of the enhanced values he could gain from a game. However, he had only 7 minutes remaining. He needed to make a decision swiftly. Surveying the road, his long-dormant brain began to function. The road is approximately 20 meters wide. My stride is about 80 centimeters, requiring around 25 seconds to cross. If I jog, I can keep it under 10 seconds, excluding the possibility of not walking in a straight line. There are a total of 8 lanes, with the outer lanes experiencing the least traffic and the inner lanes the most. Each lane's traffic flow is TSK. Pei Nan glanced at the incessantly moving vehicles, estimating that they passed every 3 seconds, and their speed was not slow. There were no sidewalks in sight, and the nearest pedestrian bridge was 100 meters away. If he chose to go there, he would fail to meet the condition of crossing the road. Thus, Pei Nan resolutely dashed towards the overpass. What a ridiculous game. The pain sensation is supposedly 100% accurate, making your game seem realistic, right? If it's so real, then why can't you actually die? He was uncertain if crossing the overpass counted as completing the task, so he felt compelled to test it. Time was of the essence. Only 5 minutes remained. He sprinted up the overpass, slightly out of breath, primarily due to the anxiety of potential pain, which heightened his adrenaline and quickened his breathing. Closing his eyes, he began to move forward, but after only a few steps, he experienced overwhelming discomfort. The first sensation to strike was not sound, but rather the flickering light filtering through his closed eyelids, its intermittent glow conjuring imaginary obstacles ahead. Despite the fact that there was nothing in front of him, a few times he contemplated opening his eyes to see, but he resisted. In the end, he decided to charge forward blindly, and moments later, he collided with the railing at the edge of the overpass, unable to resist the urge to open his eyes. Passers-by cast puzzled glances at him, yet Pei Nan had no time to regard them, even as he consciously overlooked how advanced these NPCs' behavioral intelligence was, resembling real humans. For minutes remained. It would be wiser to proceed slowly. He returned to the starting point, closed his eyes once more, and extended his hands to feel ahead. This way, he would have a sense of impending obstacles, allowing him to adjust his trajectory accordingly. This time, he had adapted somewhat to the play of light and shadow. Yet the sounds around him intensified, enabling him to overhear the murmurs of the pedestrians. Is this person perhaps on too many drugs? Engaging in performance art? Keep your distance. Such lunatics are rare in the lower city. I can't afford to get entangled with him. A body unaltered and a mind that is not quite right? Pei Nan chose not to dwell on such thoughts. After 5 seconds, he indeed felt the edge of the sky bridge. It is said that the deviation in walking for the blind is related to the Earth's rotational forces. Thus, the loss of visual calibration causes one to stray from a straight path. Despite the mere 20 meters of the sky bridge, it took him nearly a minute to traverse. Nevertheless, he had managed to complete the walk. Surely, this marked the conclusion of his task. Yet, the solitary taskbar continued its countdown. The time now at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Damn, it seemed that one could not afford to be complacent in this manner. Descending the sky bridge, Pei Nan once again found himself at the roadside. Mere moments ago, he had been on the opposite side, and now he stood here. The time read 1 minute and 30 seconds. Pei Nan adjusted his breathing as he observed the incessant flow of vehicles, yet he remained motionless, as if resigned to his fate. When the gaps between the cars became conspicuously larger, he recognized that his moment had arrived. It was merely a game. If they dared, let them end my life. He closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, as if to embrace death while stepping into the center of the road. In that fleeting moment, the headlights of a vehicle to his right pierced through his eyelids, illuminating waves of brightness that danced and intertwined. His mind involuntarily constructed imagined barriers, as if a car would surely collide with him at any moment. However, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. The vehicle closest to him came to an abrupt halt. The screeching of brakes piercing the air, soon followed by a series of urgent horn blasts, but this was merely the beginning. With the sudden stop of the first car, a cascade of others followed, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and he could even discern the sounds of collisions behind him. Damn it! Are you seeking death? A blind person walking in the middle of the road, leaving their entire family behind, and you're the only one left. Where did this fool come from? If you wish to die, why not jump off a building instead? At that moment, it seemed as though all the vehicles had received some sort of signal. They began to decelerate, either halting in place or maneuvering around Pei Nan, creating an unusual stillness where no one dared to disturb him. Please reduce speed as pedestrians are present in the area ahead. Pei Nan attempted to open his eyes several times, but with merely 40 seconds remaining, he had little time to squander. This moment was a matter of life or death. It was either succumbing to a vehicular collision or being incapacitated by an electric shock. With determined resolve, he cast aside all distractions and navigated through the labyrinth of vehicles. Each step taken in harmony with the passing motorcycles, a dance of movement that unfolded with meticulous precision, akin to a programmed sequence. Time eluded him. And soon the cacophony of insults faded, the countdown ceased, and a triumphant chime echoed in his ears. Task completed. Navigate with eyes closed. Reward. Special ability. Map perception. Beginner the capacity to perceive external obstacles and terrain. Congratulations on unlocking the special ability system. Personal physical attributes enhanced. All 1. 3-dimensional data activated. Precision. 9, 0. Strength. 7, 0. Agility. 6, 0. Note. Values in parentheses denote additional increments, which may be enhanced through means including, but not limited to, drugs, equipment, and techniques. Standard adult data. Precision 8. Strength 8. Agility 8. You are considered a half-formed individual. Half-formed? My foot. Do you look down upon me, you chubby homebody? He retorted. Is it merely my aversion to exercise that draws your disdain? Am I feasting upon your family's rice? In the next instant, Pei Nan felt a warm surge coursing through his body, and his 3-dimensional data transformed. Precision. 9-1, 0. Strength. 7-1, 0. Agility. 6-1, 0. Enhancement complete. Ah. This sensation is rather delightful. When did the feedback from character data enhancement become so potent? Is this the case with 100% pain perception? With the imminent threat dissipated, he resolved to explore this world thoroughly. After years of gaming, he was witnessing the most lifelike modeling he had ever encountered. It was truly an eye-opening experience. However, the next moment, a robot resembling a trash bin obstructed his path. I am the traffic patrol robot XD12138. Following a report from a vehicle owner and corroborated by surveillance, you have violated Article 135 of the Traffic Safety Law, disrupting roadway safety. This infraction has been recorded in your personal file. Please remit a fine of 500 photon coins immediately. Chapter 4, Number 11, Rank Street. The subway, an elderly man, and a mobile phone. Pei Nan's brows knitted together into a frown. Normally, as a model youth who adhered to the rules, even crossing the street required him to wait for the traffic lights. Yet here he was, violating traffic regulations within a game. But alas, I have no money. How could a newly created account possess any funds? I have yet to undertake any quests that offer monetary rewards, nor do I even have a novice gift pack. What am I to do? Thus, Pei Nan cautiously inquired, is it possible to defer the payment? XD12138 seemed taken aback by such a request. But his fundamental logic did not allow him to make a choice beyond the standard protocol. Consequently, he stated, please pay the fine within 24 hours, otherwise, you will face confinement. After delivering this message, a fine notification appeared on Pei Nan's personal communication device, and the robot ambled away. What a wretched predicament. On the very first day of the server's launch, I have been fined. Who can I turn to for redress? Upon inspecting the fine amount, it was not exorbitant, merely 500 credits. However, Pei Nan was still grappling with the means to acquire funds, uncertain of the efficiency of gold coins within the game. At this moment, he possessed nothing but an identification card. Although many passers-by were around, none bore a question mark above their heads. Was he to inquire of each one individually? He wondered if the establishment provided meals. Thus, he resolved to visit the location indicated on his ID to explore potential opportunities. If it was merely to inquire about an address, it would be relatively simple, as pedestrians would likely be willing to provide directions. After some inquiries, he discovered that Rank Street was not far away, a well-known locale in the lower district of Radiant City, the area closest to the industrial zone. The presence of his identification card signified that Pei Nan was not too distant from home. Upon traversing a flyover, the sky darkened. Or rather, the illumination in this area grew sparse. In stark contrast to the prosperity of the economic district, everything here appeared backward and crude. The scattered lights were few and far between. Even the roadside construction barriers were dilapidated, consisting of merely a few flimsy metal sheets that constituted the sturdiest walls. As he passed through the transitional zone, a golden-red archway came into view, with Rank Street inscribed at its apex. The lettering was encircled by a malfunctioning LED ambience light, the pink and gold hues flickering sporadically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Pei Nan surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, "This place resembles an urban village." Upon entering, he was greeted by the tantalizing aromas wafting from the street vendors' stalls. Numerous small carts jostled for space, and a cacophony of sounds filled the air. This was indeed a paradise for peddlers. The makeshift stalls and storefronts claimed the roadside, leaving only a narrow passage for vehicles, which was barely half the width needed. Among the throngs of people, it seemed that half had donned electronic prosthetics, while complete humans were a rarity. "Excuse me, could you direct me to number 504? He asked a passerby, aware that without a local's guidance, he could easily become disoriented in the maze of winding alleys. The stranger's electronic eye scanned him briefly before dismissing him with an irritated snarl. "Don't bother me, get lost." Pei Nan was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such an uncouth passerby. However, reflecting upon his own imperfections, he decided to dismiss the incident. He continued to approach the next individual with inquiries, yet he was met with indifference once more. It was only upon reaching the fifth person that an elderly man called out to him, stating, "Your method of questioning is futile." Pei Nan turned to glance at the elderly gentleman who had initiated the conversation. The man bore no signs of cybernetic modifications and was clad in rather shabby work attire, emanating a distinct scent of machine oil. Nevertheless, he was the first individual to engage him, prompting Pei Nan to offer a smile in return. "Good sir, I have just arrived here. My cousin has returned to the countryside and informed me that there are accommodations available, urging me to come and take a look." The old man scrutinized him for a moment before responding. Most of those who are augmented have been forcibly stripped of their limbs by the local gangs for black market sales. Thus, when a pure human like yourself attempts to strike up a conversation, you can expect little kindness in return. Should fortune not be on your side, you might find yourself reported to the gang, and while you sleep, a band of nefarious individuals could very well clandestinely harvest your organs. The old man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he emphasized, "Especially the kidneys and eyes. These are indeed rare commodities, and as a non-modified pure human, you are exceedingly valuable." Pei Nan retorted, "At a glance, you clearly do not belong to the underworld. Your gentle demeanor suggests you must be a kind-hearted person. However, that may not necessarily be the case." Pei Nan fell silent, pondering the possibility of not winning. At that moment, the old man suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "My name is Chen Jing. You can call me Old Chen. I am familiar with the place you mentioned. Allow me to accompany you." At least he did not appear to be a malevolent character, thought Pei Nan, relieved. "Grandpa Chen, you nearly frightened me to death. Youngster, you must be vigilant in this area. Otherwise, you may find yourself feeding the rats in the sewers after your demise." Yes, you are absolutely right," Pei Nan replied. As Chen Jing extended his right hand, Pei Nan suddenly realized and grasped it with both hands, saying, "Hello." However, Chen Jing furrowed his brow, withdrew his hand, and candidly stated, "Pay up. You expect my assistance without compensation? Do you take me for a charitable organization?" Pei Nan waved his hands dismissively, "I have no money." Chen Jing was incredulous, even contemplating searching him herself. "How could you be broke when you were dressed so impeccably?" Pei Nan smiled shyly, "Isn't this all about making money?" Chen Jing, somewhat skeptical, cast a glance over and indeed noticed that the young man did not possess the air of affluence. "Where is your online banking?" Pei Nan unlocked his phone, illuminating the screen. He had previously checked, and the balance of this communicator's account was a mere zero, as pristine as his own visage. How utterly unfortunate. Pei Nan cautiously inquired with a hint of concern, observing the furious Chen Jing. "Shall I bow down to you instead?" Chen Jing, resembling a startled wildcat, anxiously retorted, "How dare you?" Pei Nan smiled and was about to kneel down when Chen Jing's eyes widened in alarm. In a flurry, she pulled him back up. Glancing around nervously, grasping his collar, she said, "To bow your head in reverence would be tantamount to becoming my disciple. I have yet to consider taking on an apprentice, and your perfection poses a risk to me. Therefore, should you dare to kneel again, I shall deliver you to the underworld." Pei Nan gazed into Chen Jing's murderous eyes, swallowed hard, and replied, "Understood." Subsequently, Chen Jing curtly instructed, "Keep up." In the darkness, they navigated through winding paths until they arrived at a solitary 5-story cylindrical building. "This is number 11. You may ascend on your own." Pei Nan bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Grandfather Chen. May I have your contact information?" At this moment, Chen Jing's expression softened somewhat. "You rascal, Although you can be rather impulsive, you still possess a commendable sense of courtesy. If fate allows, we shall meet again. There is no need for contact details. Mission issued. Ascend to the 5th floor unaided to be completed within 10 minutes. Mission failure. 10 minutes of electric shock. Pei Nan, you are the Raiden Shogun system, aren't you? I came here to enjoy the game, not to be ensnared by it. I shall withdraw at once. Wait, there is no exit button. Then, what shall I do? Pei Nan sighed. After all, electric shocks could be rather painful. At that moment, a multitude of red markers appeared before his eyes, seemingly indicating a path for climbing. Qinjing, who was about to leave, glanced back and exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth, this young man? Chapter 5, The Burglary as a Form of Extreme Sport. Pei Nan was naturally somewhat acquainted with free climbing, having frequently encountered videos showcasing a group of daredevils risking their lives. At first glance, it appeared impressive, but upon closer inspection, it was nothing short of astonishing. However, as someone who had never received training, he doubted his ability to succeed in climbing. But this was merely a game. Climbing was merely climbing, especially with the system providing hints for the climbing points. In older cylindrical buildings, the first and second floors typically reached around 3 meters in height, with doors and windows secured by iron bars. Often, a straight drainage pipe accompanied the building, and some tenants even installed clotheslines outside the walls. One could occasionally see intimate garments fluttering in the breeze upon these lines. Initially intending to leave, Qinjing found her attention captivated. For a moment, she contemplated calling the police, but then reasoned that this was the lower city district, and perhaps it was unnecessary. How many good people could be found in such a place? She realized she had made an assumption. In Qinjing's eyes, all of Pei Nan's politeness was a fade. He was likely not here to seek refuge with relatives, but merely a thief with a semblance of decorum. Yet, without proper training, free climbing could lead to a disastrous fate should one falter. Deciding to remain where she was, she observed which unfortunate soul had caught the attention of this petty thief. After all, it was unprecedented for anyone to brazenly scale a wall right under the nose of others. Should this little rascal fall, she could consider calling the gang, which would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. Since neither party held the moral high ground, there was no need for pretense. Pei Nan naturally noticed Qinjing, but he was too preoccupied to pay attention to the elderly man, assuming he was merely there to observe the unfolding spectacle. Even with the assistance of the system, his endeavor was far from effortless. He had to contend with the resistance of his own weight, the anxiety accompanying the ascent, and the unsettling sensation of his feet leaving the ground. His usual regimen consisted solely of the most basic morning runs. As a full-time author, exercise was merely a means to prevent physical stagnation, something he engaged in sporadically. The transition from the first to the second floor was relatively straightforward. However, upon reaching the second floor, he found himself devoid of the support of iron bars. He was left to devise a means of ascending through the narrow crevice between the water pipe and the wall. Yet, that minuscule gap offered scant support. To hoist himself up, he would need to possess superhuman strength. In reality, he would have turned and walked away, indifferent to the consequences. Yet here, in this mere game, crossing a street with closed eyes seemed far more perilous. His bat-like perception enabled him to discern every detail of the wall in the darkness, and the augmented attributes replenished his stamina. After a brief climb following the red dot, he astonishingly reached the 3rd floor. At this moment, his left foot rested on the window ledge of the 3rd floor while his right hand clutched the water pipe, panting heavily. Not so difficult. Qinjing remained silent, observing that Pei Nan's actions appeared quite amateurish. Logically, he should have halted at the 2nd floor, yet here he was, advancing toward the 4th. She could not fathom his motives. In summary, how peculiar. I must take another look. The ascent from the 3rd to the 4th floor presented scant landing options. Yet a clothesline emerged as the perfect aid for his climb. Just then, a window swung open. A fierce-looking woman, donned with an eye mask, seemed intent on opening the window for a smoke break. Upon seeing each other, both were momentarily taken aback, and an awkward atmosphere began to permeate the air. The woman furrowed her brow and inquired with confusion, "Pei Nan, what are you doing here?" "No, how did you get up?" It appeared that she recognized the identity bestowed by the system. Pei Nan forced himself to avert his gaze from her prominent chest and instead met her eyes with a smile, replying, I climbed up." The woman's mouth fell open in astonishment, and after closing it, she questioned in disbelief, "Why climb the stairs when there's a door? What a strange habit." "Ah, just a task." "A task?" The woman casually glanced down and spotted Qinjing standing below, immediately exclaiming in awe, "The master's task?" Pei Nan, on the verge of tears, lamented, your interpretation is not entirely incorrect. Have people truly become this extravagant? Without further ado, I shall continue my ascent. I am nearing the 5th floor. The woman glanced upward, a sudden realization dawning upon her. Indeed, the next level leads directly to your abode. You haven't forgotten your keys, have you? Pei Nan felt a surge of joy within. It turned out that the upper floor was indeed his own home, which he deemed a delightful piece of news. Well, when we get home, I shall treat you to some tea, he said. Do you have any tea at your place? He inquired, chuckling softly. Oh dear. You don't? TSK. Pei Nan had already gleaned a general impression of the woman through the dim light, a cascade of dark red hair. Arms adorned with flickering electronic streams, a statuesque and curvaceous form, clad in a moss green vest, and a scar etched across her face, suggesting she bore tales of her own. Between the 4th and 5th floors, the only support available was a water pipe. However, he noticed 4 hollow screw holes, remnants of the brackets used for the air conditioning unit. This was his last opportunity. Gripping the aperture, he gradually ascended, his feet pressing firmly against the wall to enhance friction. At the opportune moment, he leaped, his hands grasping the window ledge. Now he stood at the edge of the 5th floor window, akin to a gecko, pressing himself against the glass. He glanced back, the ground looming a daunting 15 meters below, and involuntarily swallowed hard. He had indeed made it up. Mission accomplished, climbing the 5th floor unassisted. Reward, skill acquired, spider climb, beginner, the ability to ascend vertical surfaces utilizing any available supports. How splendid. Unlike the echolocation of a bat, the moment the spider climbing ability registered, it felt as if every muscle in Pei Nan's body had come to life. Now, surveying the route ahead, he was confident that he could scale the height in less than half the time. As he gazed downwards, fear transformed into exhilaration the higher he ascended. The more invigorated he felt. Had this building not been limited to 5 stories, he might have aspired to climb even higher. Yet, it was no longer prudent to linger here, for this was a residential building, bustling with passers-by. What if they mistook him for someone poised to jump? Thus, he opened the window and entered the room, which soon illuminated with a soft yellow glow. Qinjing observed the flickering light on the 5th floor, her mind struggling to comprehend. So he truly lives here. How had I not noticed before? Pei Nan approached the window and shouted at Qinjing, Grandpa Qin. Would you like to come up for a cup of tea? Qinjing waved his hand dismissively and replied, No, the 5th floor is too high. It is not friendly to an old man like me. He then leisurely faded into the darkness. Upon witnessing Qinjing's departure, Pei Nan heard a voice from downstairs exclaiming, Have you found the tea from your home? Pei Nan rolled his eyes and glanced back at the chaotic state of his home, reminiscent of a battlefield after World War II. With a headache, he remarked, Well, I must search thoroughly. Truly, it is utterly bewildering that my house has been burglarized. Chapter 6. Soaring Through the Skies. Pei Nan gazed at his home, now a chaotic mess, with even his undergarments strewn across the floor. What sort of thief was this? That even his underwear was not spared? It was absurd. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was this truly a game? If it were not for the system's task prompts and panels, he would have long since lost the ability to distinguish reality from the virtual realm. Where had his father procured such a game? Perhaps foreign nations had advanced to this extent? The disarray of the room triggered Pei Nan's innate urge for cleanliness, compelling him to begin tidying up, methodically returning each item to its rightful place in the cupboard. The room was modest in size, comprising only 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and the kitchen, which still relied on a gas canister positioned centrally in the living area, perfectly aligned with his perceptions of rural rental accommodations. Once he had restored order, he retrieved the last remaining can of beer from the refrigerator and leaned against the window with a sigh. 2 hours had elapsed since he entered the game, and within this brief span of 120 minutes, he felt as though he had endured an eternity. Are you done tidying up? Came the voice of the one-eyed woman from downstairs. Curious, Pei Nan inquired, How did you know a thief had broken into my home? The woman shrugged, responding with an air of nonchalance. A thief entered before you returned, and as they left, they muttered something about poor wretches. Couldn't you have intervened? He retorted. Why should I, a frail woman? She replied, and he conceded her point. Pei Nan took a sip of wine and addressed the woman. Would you care for a drink? There's still a bottle in the fridge. Upon hearing that there was wine to be had, the woman cheerfully responded, Sure, is your home still mine? Pei Nan was taken aback by the woman's familiarity, as he had yet to ascertain her background. Should he hastily enter her abode? He might inadvertently reveal peculiarities due to his unfamiliarity with her customs. The rooftop seems like a sanctuary. Today has been fraught with vexations, and a breath of fresh air is in order. All right, wait for me. To his astonishment, she truly acquiesced. Could it be that her identity is indeed closely intertwined with this woman? Yet, he realized he did not even know her name. Pei Nan swiftly flipped through the contact list, only to discover that there seemed to be no women's names. This was troubling. Had he perhaps overlooked adding one? What should he do now? If there were none, so be it. He had to engage in conversation with NC to acquire the necessary information. Being utterly uninformed was far more daunting than revealing his ignorance. The top floor was cluttered with miscellaneous items and drying racks, alongside a dilapidated neon light that had long ceased to illuminate. From this vantage point, one could gaze eastward, where the other side of the bridge thrived in opulence, occasionally interrupted by the fleeting images of colossal projections. The one-eyed woman donned a denim jacket and waved her right hand. Her prosthetic arm bore an uncanny resemblance to a real one, exhibiting the same agility yet enhanced strength. "Good evening," she greeted. Pei Nan handed over the wine and casually replied, "Good evening." The two leaned against the wall, clinking their glasses before taking a sip. "I heard you went to the upper city today to seek opportunities. What brings you back?" Pei Nan rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had been fined 500 yuan for jaywalking and now found herself penniless, burdened with substantial debts. What an unfortunate predicament. "Is this for real?" She chuckled incredulously. "My name is now listed among the violators in Floating Light City. If I fail to settle the debt within 24 hours, I could face detention. Is it truly such a stringent enforcement in the upper district for a mere infraction?" Pei Nan was perplexed, as it seemed that reality did not impose such severe punishments. At most, there were verbal reprimands accompanied by fines. However, the notion of detention was entirely new to him. Thus, he inquired of his elder sister whether there were any profitable endeavors available, hoping to at least repay the debt. Though 500 yuan was not a considerable sum, it would still require 4 to 5 days of labor for a temporary job. This implied a daily wage of around 100 yuan, suggesting that the economic conditions here were not vastly different from reality, which posed a dilemma. Securing 500 yuan within 24 hours would not be an easy feat. Would it require me to resort to selling a kidney? The one-eyed woman licked her lips and scrutinized him. It was not entirely out of the question. "Your gaze sends chills down my spine. For the sake of the drink, sister would not trade you for money." After a moment of silence, Pei Nan took another swig of his drink, lamenting, "What a worry. I wonder how the food is in the bureau." The one-eyed woman, pondering, remarked, "I've heard they might provide bananas." "Just a jest, of course." She then stated, "I noticed your skills today are quite commendable. I have a task for you. Would you care to accept it?" Pei Nan's eyes lit up. "What kind of work is it? Is it paid daily?" The one-eyed woman shook her bottle of liquor, believing herself to be rather charming, and replied with a grin, "The water source in the lower district is not particularly clean. All residents are required to install portable water purifiers, but some are reluctant to spend the money. Therefore, we need some individuals to assist in persuading the residents to invest in this necessity. Though it's not difficult, there are hundreds of households to visit each day, and it would take me several days alone. If you could lend a hand, it would certainly lighten my load. If you perform well, I will settle your payment." It sounds like free money," he mused. "The residents here, for their safety, tend to upgrade to mechanical prosthetics, and when necessary, forceful measures must be taken. So, does this mean there could be conflicts?" He pondered, realizing it might not be as safe as he had imagined. "Do you agree? Tomorrow, I will provide you with a list, and you can collect the payments from each household. If you complete the task well, we can establish a long-term collaboration." "What is the payment for completing the task?" he inquired. "If you finish everything, I'll give you 1,000, which should be sufficient to cover your fines." "That works. I'll send you the details via communication. Come to my place tomorrow morning, and I'll provide you with the water purifier." "All right." At that moment, a task notification appeared. "Please leap between 2 buildings with a straight line distance of no less than 3 meters to be completed within 10 minutes. Task failure. All attributes will be reduced by half." Damn it. Why is a task being issued at this moment? In just these 2 brief hours. I've nearly met my demise twice. Is it because I ascended to the rooftop? But that doesn't make sense. It should have been issued when I first arrived. Not upon accepting a task. The one-eyed woman observed Pei Nan's expression, which resembled someone who had just tasted something foul, and mistakenly assumed he was displeased. "Are you not in agreement?" Pei Nan stretched his body and said, "I have accepted the task, but first, I must attend to something. I shall leap from a building. The opposite floor is merely 4 meters away, and the direct distance between the 2 buildings is indeed approximately 3 meters, making this the most fitting location for such a challenge." Pei Nan ascended the side wall, a modest barrier measuring a straight distance of 5 meters. His standing long jump record stands at 2 meters and 40 centimeters. With a running start, he could effortlessly leap over the building. Initially, he would have to grapple with the psychological challenges of balance and acrophobia, yet at this moment, he felt no fear, only exhilaration. The gift of bat-like perception granted him an unobstructed view in the darkness, while the agility of a spider provided him with the ability to utilize every available fulcrum. Simply maintaining balance on the narrow wall was no longer a formidable obstacle. Is this some form of performance art? Pei Nan let out a sigh. It was merely a task. With a burst of determination, he charged forth. The run up along the narrow wall proved to be quite challenging. The moment he reached the edge, he discerned all the obstacles on the opposite side. Adjusting his angle, he leaped into the air under the watchful gaze of the one-eyed woman. As he soared to great heights, it felt as though the entire lower district lay beneath his feet, an exhilarating sensation akin to standing atop the pinnacle of a mountain. Chapter 7. Old Shin Player Nickname. Pei Nan Title. None Profession. None Health Points. 100 Physical Condition. Healthy Energy Points. Not Activated Skills. None Spatial Backpack. 0.5 Energy Level. NA Agility. 10. 0. Strength. 8. 0. Dexterity. 7. 0. Specialties. Bat Perception. Beginner. Spider Climbing. Beginner. Antelope Leap. Beginner. Remarks. A novice with some potential. Last night's leaping task bestowed upon Pei Nan the specialty of Antelope Leap, primarily enhancing his jumping ability. The description reads, Antelope Leap. Beginner, you can effortlessly jump higher and farther, akin to an antelope in flight. 3 tasks had granted him the ability to traverse terrain with ease, scaling walls and leaping across rooftops. Thus, Pei Nan speculated that this might serve as a form of novice training, nudging him to gradually unlock the fundamental attributes of his character through such perilous endeavors. However, he remained more intrigued by the energy points and skill slots. Although he considered himself somewhat superhuman, he still resided within the realm of ordinary humans. If he possessed some extravagant skills, would he not transform into a true superhero? With all 3 specialties at a mere beginner level, he pondered whether he could ultimately disregard the constraints of terrain if they were all fully upgraded. Yet, these daydreams were abruptly interrupted by the sound of the alarm the following morning. Su-chan, come to my room. I've prepared the water purifier for you. Su-chan, who is that? Pei Nan stifled a yawn, utterly taken aback by the unexpected onset of drowsiness within the confines of the game. After indulging in a brief slumber to replenish his energy, he was reminded of the one-eyed woman upon glimpsing the water purifier. No wonder he couldn't find her name in the contacts. What sort of girl would bear such a name? After freshening up, he descended the stairs and knocked on Su-chan's door. The latter had already donned an orange jacket emblazoned with the words Downtown Street Office. At the same time, Su-chan handed him a new outfit, urging him to put it on, explaining that he was to be regarded as a hunter summoned by the street office. Today, he was tasked with attending to 50 households, with the more challenging residences having already been marked for his attention. Pei Nan took the items and then inquired, "What is a hunter?" Su-chan, puzzled, responded, "You don't know what a hunter is?" With a hint of disbelief, he continued, "Should I be aware of this?" Su-chan made a gesture of confusion and remarked, "I truly cannot fathom how you have grown up without knowing this. A hunter is primarily a profession dedicated to hunting the mutated beasts outside the city. You may consider them akin to mercenaries. Lower-tier hunters also undertake some basic tasks, such as those commissioned by our neighborhood office." Pei Nan suddenly realized, a messenger. This is something I am well acquainted with. However, Su-chan's next words extinguished his thoughts. "I advise you not to entertain the notion of becoming a hunter. They are either highly modified individuals or possess extraordinary abilities. Even if they do not, they are equipped with advanced weaponry, which is why they venture outside the city to hunt. Otherwise, those mutated beasts could easily annihilate any Navi novice." Yet, Pei Nan clearly disregarded Su-chan's counsel, already envisioning a future where he would dominate, akin to discovering the correct strategy in a game. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted a name on the list. Chen Jing? Isn't that the old man reeking of engine oil? Why is he highlighted in red? This individual is notoriously known on Rank Street for his miserly ways. He runs a prosthetic modification shop and is not short of funds, yet he consistently delays replacing water purifiers. Something that merely costs 200 yuan could ensure safe drinking water for 6 months to a year, yet he has never yielded. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Pei Nan deemed the old man quite easy to deal with. A simple nod of respect upon meeting would suffice. After all, in this game, maintaining one's dignity is of no concern. It would be best to greet him right outside the shop. He could already envision their encounter. "Well, I shall head out to work now. The address is noted in the provided materials. I merely need to follow the instructions." Although I am unfamiliar with the area, I am not completely lost. Beware of the gangs. They tend to raid during each replacement of the water purifier. Pei Nan was momentarily taken aback, inquiring with confusion. The street office should be considered the official organization of Floating Light City, yet they dare to engage in such acts? Suchin gestured towards his mechanical arm, stating, "They are indifferent to such matters. Consequently, I was compelled to replace my mechanical arm. Otherwise, survival here would be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Floating Light City has not assigned any law enforcement personnel to the lower district. As long as there are no riots, they remain unconcerned. Ultimately, they only desire the laborers in this area, and the hierarchy of Floating Light City is indifferent regarding who oversees these workers." Pei Nan finally comprehended why Suchin had not previously sought out the original self. It was no wonder that he required someone with exceptional skills. This nuance now became clear. "Wishing you a successful endeavor. Do take care not to be robbed, for otherwise, you shall end up with nothing to your name." Rank Street, comprising a total of 25 thoroughfares, boasts a resident population of approximately 5 to 6,000, rendering it a relatively bustling lower city district. Each lower district is a stronghold of gang activity. As long as one pays the protection fee punctually, they may enjoy the gang's safeguarding. Even the modest street vendors are permitted to operate only under the gang's watchful eye. In this age of technological prosperity, the inhabitants of the lower city and those of the upper city seem to exist in entirely different eras. When the lights of Rank Street dim during the day, the vibrant neon hues vanish, leaving the area strikingly mundane. During this time, the vendors make their way to factories, while refuse accumulates on the streets, awaiting collection by sanitation workers. One would not encounter any service robots on these streets. Even if they were present, they would be dismantled by petty thieves or robbers, thus maintaining a reliance on human labor. Consequently, the freelance workers commuting to their jobs are not Pei Nan's responsibility. His task is to replace water purifiers for the businesses still in operation, which includes Chunjing on his list. The establishments along Rank Street primarily consist of clinics, repair shops, and grocery stores, with the remainder being barbershops, foot massage parlors, and even a few establishments engaged in the more dubious pink industries. It must be noted that, regardless of the progression of time, gray industries will inevitably thrive, and according to Pei Nan's understanding, these sectors are deemed legal here. Thus, he prioritizes visits to the more reputable establishments, as they tend to possess stable incomes and are less likely to engage in disputes. The owners of the clinics, grocery stores, and repair shops are quite straightforward. Upon revealing his identity, they readily pay and sign the necessary documents. The remaining foot massage parlors and hair salons do not open during the day, so he plans to address them in the evening. At this moment, he stands before a shop named Old Chin Cybernetic Repairs, where a customer is engaged in a heated dispute with the owner over pricing. Yet, it is evident that a reduction is out of the question. Pei Nan cleared his throat and presented a temporary certificate, stating, "I am a hunter employed by the Rank Street Sub-District Office, here to conduct the routine replacement of water purifiers." "Who is the owner?" Upon hearing this, Chunjing waved her hand dismissively without turning her head, replying, "No replacements. I just had it changed 6 months ago, and you come back again after another 6 months." Pei Nan cleared his throat twice and remarked, "I believe it would be wise for you to consider a change." Chunjing furrowed her brow, casting him an irritated glance. "On what grounds? Wait, how come it's you? You seem quite spirited today, Grandpa Chin. Who is your Grandpa Chin? Don't act as if we are well acquainted." Chunjing brusquely shoved away a customer who had just completed their payment, continuing to grumble, "If you want a discount, then order a premium prosthetic. Don't keep purchasing cheap goods and expect a bargain. Otherwise, I shall refuse to conduct business with you in the future." The customer, at a loss against Chunjing's retorts, could only leave in frustration, inquiring before departing, "Is it already time to replace the water purifier?" Pei Nan Shun responded casually, "Oh, have you replaced your water purifier yet? Which unit are you in?" The customer chuckled and replied, "We change it every year." "Well, I must be on my way." With that, he hurriedly departed. Chunjing glanced at him with a peculiar expression but refrained from saying much more. "In the future, please refrain from calling me Grandpa Chin in crowded places. It may lead to complications." Pei Nan inquired curiously, "Isn't that a polite form of address?" Chunjing entered the shop and settled into an armchair, replying, "It feels overly familiar, which could lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, it reminds me of my late granddaughter, and it makes the old man feel uncomfortable." "Oh, then how should I address you?" "Just call me Old Chun. That's what everyone else does." Pei Nan nodded. retrieving a water purifier from his backpack, and cheerfully remarked, "Old Chun, it's time to replace the water purifier." Chapter 8. The Wine Association. Chen Jing had always found Pei Nan displeasing, and with this latest comment, her irritation intensified. Let us go. Let us go. It makes no difference who comes. This water purifier shall not be replaced. Pei Nan found it difficult to comprehend. After all, what harm could there be in making a change? Why not replace it? Grandpa Chun was hardly a man of limited means, and moreover, wouldn't a new water purifier render drinking water safer? Chen Jing let out a cold snort, remarking that it was merely a strategy employed by the upper district to amass wealth. I can boil the drinking water before consuming it. This purifier may last a year. Yet every 6 months, someone will come around to press for an update. I am perplexed as to how you have become an official at the street office. I am also aware that you do not possess the identity of a hunter. I advise you against taking on this cursed task. Pei Nan was perplexed. After all, it was merely a matter of replacing a water purifier, albeit with the potential for some inconvenience. Yet, it hardly qualified as an unfortunate endeavor. I would be compensated for my labor, and quite handsomely at that. How could it be deemed an ill-fated task? Humph. Did not the one who assigned you this work mention that the gang was also involved in this matter? Pei Nan furrowed his brow, bemused by the apparent connection between this task and the underworld. Did the gang possess such authority? They did not, yet no one dared to dispute this notion. In my repair shop, I enjoy a modicum of safety. The gang would think twice before crossing me. However, those individual vendors lack such privilege. Should they refuse, they might not see the light of another day. This audacity is quite brazen. Here in the lower city, the elite of Floating Light City pay no heed to our plight, nor do they wish to. Can you fathom why replacing a water purifier is always such a daunting task? It often necessitates the hiring of hunters. Yet, the true hunters disdain the meager remuneration, leaving such burdens to unfortunate souls like you. Alas, if this is the case, the task appears nearly insurmountable. It's no wonder Su Chun had the audacity to speak up. Completing today's assignment could allow him to cover his expenses. Yet, for a few hundred yuan, one might gamble with their life. However, I am not a local. Should I perish, it would merely mean exiting the game. Moreover, having just acquired 3 extraordinary skills, I feel an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Even ordinary individuals would struggle to keep pace with me. So, do you wish to replace the water purifier? Chen Jing glared at Pei Nan, incredulous. You stubborn young man. I shall not change it. No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Pei Nan sighed, stating, prior to my arrival, I conducted some research and discovered that there are merely 15 restaurants along Rank Street. This implies that, as noon approaches, the influx of patrons will reach its zenith. Chen Jing furrowed her brows and, with a hint of irritation, inquired, what of it? Pei Nan glanced outside the door, observing the leisurely passers-by beginning to stroll by. He mused softly, what do you think would happen if I were to kneel at the entrance of the shop and proclaim, the 3-year period has come to an end? We welcome the head of the Chun family back to his rightful place? Chen Jing, taken aback by such an audacious notion, had never anticipated such a maneuver. Although it was a fabrication, others might very well take it for truth. More importantly, there indeed existed a formidable Chen family. Thus, even if he were to deny it, the tale would spread like wildfire, and he would undoubtedly gain notoriety. His greatest fear was fame. Otherwise, he would not have vehemently attempted to thwart Pei Nan's kneeling gesture last night. Or perhaps I could simply declare, Grandfather Chen, your long-lost grandson has returned to see you. Wouldn't that be even more poignant? Chen Jing, having endured years of unreasonable behavior, found himself confronted for the first time by someone so brazen as to disregard the concept of personal dignity. Are you not afraid of humiliation? Pei Nan pondered over his debts and sighed, expressing his greater fear of financial scarcity. Chen Jing, in a fit of anger, leapt up from her chair and snatched the water purifier from Pei Nan's hands, insisting that he take his money and leave her premises without lingering. Observing the additional 200 yuan in his possession, Pei Nan cheerfully remarked, I wish you prosperous business, Grandpa Chun. With that, he exited the shop. Once the store fell into silence, Chen Jing turned her gaze, lamenting, if only my granddaughter hadn't passed away, she would have been of this age. Then, lost in thought, she murmured, but after all, she is not my granddaughter. Why should I share so much with you? With that, she carelessly tossed the water purifier into a corner, reclining on her chair to rest her eyes. Such occurrences were commonplace in the lower town. Even the staff showed little concern for whether families would install their purchased water purifiers, only caring if the purchase was made. I had just contemplated that you might hesitate to install it, so I came to assist you. Chun Jing suddenly opened her eyes wide, gazing at the returning Pei Nan, and could not help but exclaim, "This is utterly bizarre. Why have you returned once more?" Pei Nan was at a loss for words and merely chuckled. The Wine Gang was one of the three major factions on Rank Street, notorious for trafficking in substandard alcoholic beverages. They supplied nearly all the liquor found in local convenience stores and operated their own bar, establishing themselves as a prominent underworld organization in the area. The customer had arrived early at the Wine Gang's stronghold and promptly reported the incident to his superior. The street office has hired hunters? When did they acquire the funds for such a venture? The leader mused. I noticed that individual bore no signs of augmentation, and those influential figures would never undertake such trivial tasks. Thus, that fellow must be a simpleton. This woman, Su Chun, seems to be regressing. She fears we might usurp her work, so she seeks to divert attention. The underling turned to the small leader. Shall we proceed with the heist? The small leader exchanged glances with his subordinate and replied, Yes, but we must bring more men. Recently, the second-in-command hinted that significant events are unfolding in Floating Light City. The big boss is currently absent from the Wine Gang, having ventured to the upper city. This is merely a minor task, yet we must exercise caution. Gather 5 more brothers, and ensure they are not on duty. By the way, did you happen to see his backpack? Yes, I did. It appeared quite bulging. I estimate it contains at least several dozen items. That could be worth a small fortune. Come with me to intercept him. At that moment, Pei Nan was on the phone with Su Chun. Sister, is this remuneration rather inadequate? Su Chun replied, her tone unchanged. What is the matter? Are you no longer interested? Pei Nan immediately refuted, that is impossible. I have already changed over 20 establishments this morning, including the one belonging to old Master Chun. The remaining ones are all shops that only open in the evening, so I came to report to you. Su Chun was taken aback. You have changed Chun Jing's as well? Indeed, I personally installed it, Pei Nan replied. You did quite well. What is it that you seek with this call? Well, you see, I am currently short on funds. Even affording a meal has become a challenge. Could you possibly advance me a bit? We can deduct it from your sales. First, settle your debts, and the remaining wages will be reconciled once the work concludes. All right. After speaking, Pei Nan's expression turned sour. Is this really all we get for such perilous work? Just 1,000 yuan? I must have been misinformed. Otherwise, I should have demanded 4,000 or 5,000. At that moment, Pei Nan noticed several individuals approaching, including a customer who had caught his eye earlier that day. Could I be so unfortunate? Chapter 9. Oh no. Pei Nan, upon realizing he was surrounded, began contemplating his escape. Engaging in a one-on-one confrontation was not within his capabilities. Even if it were, he would refrain from such actions, as the sensation of pain was all too real. Were it not for the looming threat of agony, he might have explored the myriad possibilities of the game through countless deaths. Kid, hand over the remaining purifier you possess, and we might allow you to save some face, declared the yellow-haired leader, who was clearly a minor chief. His left arm had undergone modification, and based on the current understanding, any alteration of limbs or organs was rarely voluntary. Aside from essential safety considerations, the vast majority were coerced. After all, who among the able-bodied would willingly choose to be severed in two? Pei Nan's eyes scanned the surroundings before he remarked, isn't that the young man from earlier? What a coincidence that we meet again so soon. The group had gradually formed a circle around him, making it challenging for Pei Nan to escape if he wished to. Do not attempt to get chummy. We are members of the Wine Gang. If you are wise, you will hand over the water purifier. Should we resort to force? The consequences will be dire. It was evident that the informant was none other than this customer, who had no intention of letting Pei Nan off the hook, merely concerned that any altercation might damage the purifier and diminish its resale value. Oh, so you are brothers of the Wine Gang. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, but have found it difficult to find a way in. Might there be a chance for me to gain your acceptance? The gang leader regarded Pei Nan with genuine interest, momentarily wavering. The task of replacing the water purifier was not particularly lucrative, and he indeed found himself at a dead end. Moreover, the Wine Gang held significant notoriety on Rank Street. Thus, he coldly replied, It is only fitting that you have heard of our prestigious name, but gaining entry is not as simple as you might think. Pei Nan inwardly cursed. It's merely a gang, a consortium formed by a bunch of ruffians. What pretense of grandeur is this? Yet, he replied with feigned politeness, of course. I wonder how a humble junior like myself might gain entrance to your esteemed organization? Although your abilities may be lacking, your eloquence is commendable. Simply surrender the water purifier you possess to us, and I shall gladly provide you with a recommendation. Thus, it shall serve as your token of allegiance." Pei Nan expressed his predicament, saying, "After all, this belongs to the street office. It would not be appropriate to simply hand it over." The small leader disdainfully spat. "Bah! Rank Street is governed by the gang. Unless Zhao's forces come personally, everyone else must lie low here. This official organization is utterly inconsequential, if that is the case. What is the purpose of assigning positions here? What is the significance?" Pei Nan felt a profound sense of hesitation. By surrendering the water purifier, he would ensure his safety. Yet he would forfeit the reward necessary to pay the fine. If he chose not to comply, he risked being robbed. Although there were 6 individuals involved, there remained a glimmer of opportunity. One was destined for imprisonment, while another was prepared to fight desperately against the odds. Pei Nan remained silent for an extended period, while the little leader furrowed his brow, signaling the others to draw closer. "Brother, what is there to deliberate? Once you hand over the goods, you will have the opportunity to join the wine gang and assist that woman, Su Chun. There is no profit in it, and the risks are substantial. Besides, in a few days, it is uncertain if she will be able to safeguard her own life. What are you truly earning? Why would you jeopardize your life for this?" Pei Nan sighed and conceded, "You speak the truth. This woman only offered me 1,000 yuan, and I must complete the work before receiving payment. With so many households on Rank Street, it will take me several days to finish. Come now, my brother. I perceive you to be a person of grand vision. You possess greater understanding than I do. I shall heed your advice." The small leader nodded in agreement. "You are wise to recognize this." Pei Nan gestured grandly and addressed the young man with the yellow hair, saying, "I left my belongings at home while we were dining. If you trust me, come with me to my house to retrieve them." The little leader, encountering such a bold individual for the first time, was astonished that he would so readily disclose his home address to a stranger. Was he not afraid of being robbed? "Very well, we shall accompany you. It is imperative that we go together." Pei Nan had already stowed away the water purifier in his spatial backpack, intending to retrieve it later during the evening work hours. Considering that dinner had just passed, it was quite reasonable not to carry it around, especially given the risk of theft outside. However, the little leader furrowed his brow. After all, if Pei Nan could forego the water purifier, why had he not changed out of his conspicuous work uniform? Was he unaware of how ostentatious this attire appeared on Lank Street? Furthermore, the backpack his subordinate had mentioned was not slung over his shoulder, which meant it must have been left somewhere else. Yet, regardless of its location, if he arrived at the destination and did not find the goods, how could so many people allow him to escape? Pei Nan surveyed the towering buildings around him before stepping into the cylindrical structure. Upon entering, the light dimmed significantly. The stairwell was rather narrow, approximately 1 meter in width, spiraling upwards to the top floor. The uppermost levels of these residential towers invariably housed 1 or 2 occupants and were perpetually adorned with expansive balconies, designated for drying clothes. This sight inevitably evoked memories of his childhood spent in the urban village with his father. "Brother, we will arrive shortly. Once the items are handed over, you must provide me with some guidance. Rest assured, my friend, those who assist me in my endeavors are renowned for their integrity." "Excellent. With your assurance, I can relax." After this exchange, one among the 6 remained stationed at the entrance of the stairway, while Pei Nan silently proceeded deeper within. Each top floor of these cylindrical buildings featured a corridor leading directly to the balcony, eternally cluttered with bicycles, strollers, and various detritus. Even in this cybernetic world, the corridors remained choked with such discarded items. Pei Nan inhaled deeply and remarked, "We have arrived." The small leader glanced behind him, furrowing his brow as he replied, "But we have merely reached the corridor." Pei Nan explained, "Indeed. Farewell to you." As soon as the words left his lips, he dashed out, heading straight for the balcony. The young leader grinned. "I knew you would run, but this is a dead end." He did not rush to pursue. Instead, he commanded, "Keep an eye on the corridor. I want to see if he has sprouted wings." The 2 men at the corridor's entrance replied, "Understood, boss. If he dares to return, we will ensure he cannot escape." The building was flanked by high-rise structures, making it nearly impossible to leap across. The opposite building was somewhat shorter, yet it was a daunting 3 meters away, obstructed by a wall. Given the boy's unaltered physique, it was inconceivable for him to make it over, unless he were Superman. The first brother to rush and froze in place, his face paling slightly. The leader behind him slapped him. "What are you dawdling for?" One of the subordinates pointed toward the rooftop across the way, where a figure was crouched in a textbook-perfect landing, already sprinting into the building. The young leader shouted, "How did he get over there?" The observing brother seemed lost in thought, unable to respond. The young leader slapped him again. I'm asking you, how did he manage to cross? The subordinate hesitated for 2 seconds before exclaiming, "Holy cow." Chapter 10, Disguised as a Blonde. Prior to this, Pei Nan had surveyed the floors in search of a suitable building for his leap. Ultimately, relying on his intuition and experience, he chose 2 buildings of equal height. With a seamless execution of 3 actions, ascending the wall, gaining momentum, and soaring through the air, he demonstrated an impeccable fluidity, without the slightest hesitation. After leading the members of the wine gang on a wild chase, he skillfully utilized his climbing techniques to return home. At this moment, the members of the wine gang outside must be utterly beside themselves with rage. Pei Nan unceremoniously dialed Su Chen's number. "Hello, I've been targeted by the gang." The noise on Su Chen's end suggested he was in a bustling marketplace. "Oh, it seems you've managed to evade them." It is indeed challenging for an ordinary person to escape the pursuit of a group of cyborgs, yet Pei Nan's agility rendered him almost elusive, akin to a tiger reclaiming its forest. As long as he did not encounter those capable of soaring through the skies, few could apprehend him. The only weapons that could impose sanctions upon him were firearms, which the upper echelons of Floating Light City would never allow the gang to control. There may be a few stragglers, but the low-level thugs of these gangs were not yet capable of such feats. It was certain that he had evaded capture. However, it was merely a matter of time before they discovered my whereabouts. Presently, I am unable to proceed with my subsequent tasks. One can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. As long as they remain vigilant, the operations of the water purifier cannot commence. So, what is it you wish to inquire about with this call? You have never informed me that the gang is involved in this matter. This is not the crux of the work. Had you not asked, I would not have divulged it. Pei Nan had already begun to express his heartfelt sentiments towards Su Chen's ancestors spanning 8 generations. "How do you typically carry out your work?" Su Chen replied with the utmost confidence, "Simply subdue them all. After all, the gangsters are merely a motley crew of ruffians. Once they feel the sting, they will have neither the time nor the inclination to disturb you. If I were capable of bringing those hoodlums to their knees, I wouldn't need to consult you about the risks involved. I would require support." Su Chen did not acquiesce, but rather responded with a measured calm. "The street office lacks personnel. This is your responsibility, so devise a solution on your own." Pei Nan, after receiving Chen Jing's warning, deduced this point. If the street office truly had sufficient personnel, there would be no need to hire an outsider like him on a temporary basis. However, driven by the lure of monetary gain, he had no choice but to press on. The alcohol syndicate certainly did not appear to be the type to settle his dues. Although he currently possessed 600 yuan, this cash would not magically transfer into an account. Prolonging the situation would only invite penalties. An increase in payment was essential. Su Chen snorted coldly, asserting, "The payment will not increase, but should you decline the work, I will personally pursue the recovery of this debt and ensure that you remain forever blacklisted in the city of Floating Light." Pei Nan grimaced in disgust, initially believing the woman to be of good character. However, it now appeared that Chen Jing's words held truth. This indeed was a woeful individual who had taken on this job. "Very well, I shall endeavor to complete the task, but I cannot guarantee the preservation of these items under the scrutiny of the wine gang. If it comes to it, I shall surrender the items and willingly accept imprisonment. Typically, such cases are resolved within a span of 3 to 7 days, and I can afford to wait." A resounding crash emanated from Su Chen's direction, prompting her to furrow her brow and remark, "Prioritize your own safety. If you can fulfill the task, that would be splendid. If not, I shall still ensure you receive your wages." Pei Nan inquired with curiosity, "Why is it so noisy over there?" Su Chen let out a cold snort, wielding the alloy rod that had already toppled numerous adversaries. "Some individuals are attempting to seize the batch of water purifiers in my possession. This is where the real prize lies, and I am currently engaged in a fierce struggle with them." In Pei Nan's mind, an image of a fierce woman emerged, wielding a telephone in her left hand and a steel rod in her right, effortlessly dispatching a criminal. How extraordinarily vigorous. "What is the purpose of your relentless pursuit of replacing the water purifier?" "It's merely for work." "How much do you earn in a month to be exerting yourself so fiercely?" Su Chen seemed to have dealt with the final assailant, as the communicator crackled with the anguished cries from the other side. "Recently, a chemical plant experienced a leak, releasing a substantial quantity of hazardous substances into the waterway. The purification plant in the lower city is not particularly stringent. Failure to replace the water purifier could result in loss of life." Pei Nan fell silent for a moment, yet stubbornly posed a question. "Isn't it quicker for the gang to handle this matter?" Su Chen immediately retorted with fervor, "They steal what belongs to me for their own profit? How dare they? They shall all perish. Pei Nan unconsciously moved the communicator a little farther away, only daring to draw closer once the voice softened. All right. You are absolutely right, dear sister. However, I must admit that I lack your skills. What if I am at work when they come knocking? Well, that depends on your wits, she replied. When I assigned you this task, I made it clear the challenges it entails. Pei Nan couldn't help but reminisce about her first job, recalling the demeanor of her project manager when assigning tasks. Indeed, working for others seemed devoid of a promising future, filled only with endless frustration. Alas, these rascals have let the air out of my car tires. Pei Nan could already envision his future in this predicament and casually remarked, I wonder how the law enforcement agency plans to escort me to prison. Su Chun retorted with irritation, perhaps a combat robot will descend from the sky, deliver a notice to you, and inform you. You have violated this or that law, and according to the regulations, you are hereby taken to such and such prison. A combat robot? A formidable machine designed for battle, capable of defeating an average augmented human in mere moments. Is this robot's combat intelligence truly that advanced? No. It is simply equipped with a 5.56mm automatic rifle and a fire-controlled target acquisition system. As long as you remain a mere flesh and blood being, you will be reduced to a sieve. Pei Nan could no longer suppress his trembling and timidly inquired, Sister, could you possibly transfer 500 yuan to me? I dread the thought of facing something that could turn me into a sieve. Let's discuss it after you finish. You just want to see me imprisoned, don't you? What do you think? Pei Nan angrily hung up the phone. What kind of superior was this? Night fell quietly. In front of a pink-lit salon sat a few scantily clad girls, among the rare few who hadn't undergone physical modifications. Though whether their insides had been hollowed out remained unknown. Just then, a young man with a delinquent swagger walked in, his hair dyed a glaring yellow, a single earring glinting from his ear. Before the girls could even ask if he needed assistance, he announced bluntly, I'm the Yellow Flash from the Wine Gang. Brother Yellowhead sent me to notify you all. Time to replace your water purifier. The girls giggled, eyeing him curiously. New guy, huh? Not bad looking. Quit the chatter. He snapped impatiently. Get the person in charge out here. Pay up. I've got other places to hit. From inside emerged a heavily modified woman. Her eyes smeared with thick smoky makeup, the salon's proprietress. She swayed forward with serpentine grace. So you're the new Yellow Flash, eh? The young man nodded arrogantly. That's me. The proprietress smiled sweetly. Perfect. Girls, seize him. In an instant, the delicate arms of the women at the counter split open, revealing razor-sharp blades hidden within. They too were modified, utterly indistinguishable from ordinary humans. We got word this afternoon, the proprietress sneered. Some yellow-haired punk has been scamming people, peddling water purifiers under the Wine Gang-ass name. That DBU, wouldn't he? The imposter, Pei Nan himself, remained unshaken, his tone eerily calm. What are you talking about? Brother Yellowhead himself vouched for me. I'd advise against making a move. Piss us off, and you won't like the consequences. Oh? Ran off pretty quick at noon, didn't you? A mocking laugh sounded from behind. Pei Nan turned to see the unmistakable yellow-haired figure. His face lit up with feigned delight. Brother Yellowhead, didn't he get to chat enough earlier? What a coincidence running into you here. Yellowhead's jaw clenched. Good. Real good. First you mess with our brothers, now you're impersonating us to line your pockets? His voice dripped venom. If even one piece of you walks out intact today, I'll dye this hair green myself. Pei Nan was taken aback. Are you by any chance surnamed Liu? I am, in fact, surnamed Wang. Brothers, seize him and sell him to the black market. The profits shall be used for a celebratory drink for all. Chapter 11. Judgment from the Heavens, revised. Pei Nan widened his eyes, realizing that the nickname Yellowhead was not merely a moniker, but rather the name itself. How careless of your parents to name you so. However, with Huang Mao in front and Dao Mei behind, Pei Nan found himself unable to retreat. Thus, he conceded. It appears that I lack the discernment, so I shall gladly offer this water purifier to you, Yellowhead. The money earned by my brother will also be yours. Yellowhead retorted, the water purifier and the money were rightfully meant to come from you. Yet, considering your adherence to the rules, I assure you that when the time comes, I will have the doctor administer anesthesia, ensuring you feel not a hint of pain. Pei Nan's face resembled that of a bitter melon, and he could only respectfully extend the package. May I suggest a negotiation? Is it possible to refrain from taking this kidney? The young man gestured for his subordinates to step forward, and this time no less than 15 individuals approached. That's not an option. Then there is nothing to discuss. Are you contemplating resistance? Pei Nan had meticulously devised a plan for the afternoon. Recognizing the limitations imposed by his identity as a community officer, he resolved to embrace the persona of a gangster instead. To enhance this facade, he even went so far as to dye his hair a striking shade of blonde and adorn himself in a manner reminiscent of a ruffian. It soon became evident that this new identity was far more advantageous than that of a community committee member. Seizing the opportunity while the liquor gang was still caught off guard, he had already visited over 20 establishments, with this hair salon being the last on his list. Little did he anticipate that he would find himself ensnared within its confines. Pei Nan suddenly asserted with determination, "I advise you not to provoke me. Previously, I chose not to hold you accountable. As for why Suchin assigned me this task, I believe you can infer a few things." Brother Huang let out a cold snort. "I am well aware of your background. You are here seeking refuge with relatives, and you are merely an ordinary person. Aside from your slightly better skills in evasion, you possess no substantial leverage." Pei Nan found the information strikingly familiar. "You aren't inquiring about Qinjing, are you? Don't even think about leveraging your connection with the old mansion. He has already laid bare your relationship with utmost clarity. Accept your fate." Qinjing was rather ruthless, leaving no room for subterfuge. Everything he had divulged was laid out in the open. Were those 2 mentions of grandfather merely for show? Pei Nan gazed upon the entrance, besieged and impenetrable, where a gathering of onlookers had begun to assemble. At that moment, one of Huang Tu's subordinates remarked, "Boss, the bag is empty." Huang Tu's smile was grotesquely fierce as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good. Very good. You dare to toy with me at this hour? After tonight, you might as well bid farewell to the sun of tomorrow." Beneath the neon lights, the street was teeming with shadowy miscreants, while the hundreds of pedestrians ambled past, oblivious to the unfolding drama. The spectators, unable to resist the urge to intervene, nonetheless refrained from involvement, finding a perverse pleasure in the spectacle. Their numbed existence rendered the sight of bloodshed a curious form of entertainment. Pei Nan struck a pose and declared, "Though you number over 20, I have practiced martial arts since childhood, and I can certainly hold my own against you." He formed a gesture resembling the number 9. Brother Huang, perplexed, inquired, 9 minutes? Pei Nan adjusted his gesture once more, simultaneously uttering the number 8. "Ha. What are you pretending for in just 9 seconds? 7, 6. Get him." The members of the liquor gang surged forward, yet Pei Nan did not completely resign himself to fate. Suchin had previously remarked that they were merely a group of ruffians, easily subdued. Even if their bodies had undergone rudimentary cybernetic enhancements, they were not combat models. In real combat, the outcome was uncertain. Furthermore, in a brawl, the key element was ferocity. The more ruthless your strikes, the more your opponent fears you. The greater their fear, the safer you become. Brother Huang was the first to charge forward, thus becoming Pei Nan's primary target. With a manic laugh, Brother Huang approached and taunted Pei Nan, saying, "You enjoy pretending, don't you? Let's see how long you can keep it up." Pei Nan let out a cold snort as a metal baseball bat materialized in his hand, an item procured from Qinjing's shop, intended for unforeseen circumstances. He even donned a pair of gloves to avoid leaving any unwarranted evidence. As an ordinary individual devoid of any combat training, achieving victory in a brawl was, in essence, quite simple. It could be encapsulated in 4 words: wield a weapon. With the ruffians unarmed, a metal baseball bat became the most formidable weapon at this juncture. With a resounding thud, the bat struck Huang Tu's shoulder, causing him to involuntarily curl up in pain. Pei Nan must refrain from aiming at the head. Should a fatality occur, the nature of the case would escalate dramatically. Everyone was taken aback, staring in disbelief as Brother Huang was struck down before their eyes. Pei Nan continued to mutter numbers under his breath, yet his hands remained in motion, as if counting the blows inflicted upon the unfortunate individual with yellow hair. 5, 4. You relish in robbery, do you? You take pleasure in brawling, do you? I, however, detest such skirmishes. When I engage, I focus on a single adversary and strike until they cease. At that moment, someone finally reacted. Why are we standing idly by? Let us seize his weapon. The advantage of numbers is that as long as you are but one person, lacking the strength to confront 100, even wielding a firearm does not guarantee your safety. Amid the desperate struggle, Pei Nan's hands were swiftly restrained, and soon 2 or 3 individuals held him back to prevent further harm to the yellow-haired man. Although Pei Nan had been captured, he remained unconcerned, his face adorned with a smile. The sight of Brother Huang in such a disheveled state only heightened his amusement. 3, 2, 1. With that, the countdown concluded. Brother Huang, seething with anger, seized the stick handed to him by his subordinate. Had it not been for his right arm being replaced with a mechanical one, he would scarcely have possessed the strength to grasp it. He glared at the still laughing Pei Nan, exclaiming, "Good. Very good." At that moment, a subordinate delivered a punch to Pei Nan's abdomen, yet it failed to curtail his laughter. Brother Huang, witnessing Pei Nan's fearless demeanor even while spewing bile, felt an uncontrollable fury rise within him. How can you still laugh at a time like this? Just then, one of his men remarked, "What is that buzzing sound?" "What buzzing? There are no mosquitoes at this time of year. You must be dreaming. Listen, it's buzzing." Pei Nan naturally heard the voice and spat at Brother Huang, saying, "It's because my superior has arrived." When Pei Nan was being beaten, Chen Jing was amidst the crowd in the back, his expression conflicted. Earlier that afternoon, this young man had approached him, insisting on checking whether his water purifier was installed, claiming that there had been a chemical leak from a nearby factory and that the safety of drinking water must be ensured. He had also inquired about his online banking, mentioning a fine he needed to pay, but added that if Chen Jing had not sought him out, there would be no need for any transfer. Then he had asked how the gang usually came to change water purifiers, while he dyed his hair blonde and went from door to door. Chen Jing couldn't help but ask, "You have explained this unfortunate task thoroughly, yet you continue to do it. What's your motive?" Initially, he thought little of it, but now he realized that this water purifier could save lives, so he persisted in his actions. "If you provide the goods to the gang, won't they do the same?" Chen Jing questioned. "Then I wouldn't make any money, would I? If you anger them, you could lose your life. What's the point of making money then?" Unexpectedly, Pei Nan chuckled. "You might not believe it, but I have connections. Oh, by the way, that baseball bat of yours is quite nice. Let me borrow it along with those gloves." Chen Jing was foolish enough to believe him, thinking that wielding a stick could allow him to take on 20 opponents. Now, however, he found himself unarmed and under control. With the gang's anger palpable, striking without restraint, they would not actually kill him, but would beat him into unconsciousness, leaving just enough life to send him off for organ removal, replacing them with inferior artificial substitutes, rendering him nearly useless for the rest of his life. Chen Jing shook his head, realizing that he was merely a stubborn young man, one of many who had succumbed to reality. He had long since accepted these harsh truths, but still felt compelled to investigate. Even the information he had obtained was fabricated. He had confirmed that Pei Nan was certainly not a naive newcomer seeking refuge, so any leaks were inconsequential. What had always intrigued him was what kind of backing this young man claimed to have. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted his thoughts. How can there be mosquitoes? No. That's impossible. As a seasoned technician accustomed to machinery, Chen Jing recognized that this sound could not originate from a mosquito. It was deep, steady, and filled with explosive potential. This was the sound of some kind of turbine engine, something only seen on hover vehicles in the upper city. The source of the sound was coming from the sky. Buzzing and roaring filled the air as Brother Huang, consumed with rage, was oblivious to the surrounding noises. He raised his bat, aiming it at Pei Nan's head, declaring, "Even if the Lord of Floating Light City himself were here, it wouldn't matter." Just then, a massive object descended from the heavens, striking Brother Huang's bat from his grasp in less than a second, and a dark barrel was suddenly aimed at his head. The law enforcement robot of Floating Light City warned, "Dangerous armed individual detected, weapon successfully confiscated. Please raise your hands and do not resist." In that moment, Brother Huang's rage was quelled, and without his mind processing it, his hands were raised. The robot stood 2 meters tall, clad in silver and black, equipped with dual light machine guns and a fire control targeting system capable of calculating over 1 trillion actions per second. This was the law enforcement robot of Floating Light City, specifically designed to apprehend criminals. Chen Jing gazed at Pei Nan in astonishment. Was this his source of support? The camera eyes on the robot's head glowed red, and the onlookers gasped before scattering in fear, while the members of the liquor gang stood frozen in place, paralyzed with trepidation. How did we attract this thing? The law enforcement robot completed its scanning in less than a second, and in a synthesized electronic voice, it announced, "Weapons not detected, 28 individuals present, injuries detected, categorized as moderate or above, incident classified as disturbance and armed brawl, identity verification in progress. Brother Huang, member of the liquor gang, unemployed. Sun Yin, member of the liquor gang, salon owner." After announcing everyone's identities, it continued, "According to the laws of Floating Light City, the lower district is managed by the lower district committee. Please report to the committee within 24 hours to settle any fines or face 7 days of criminal detention." Brother Huang's armed brawl violated the criminal penalties of Floating Light City and was to be subjected to criminal control by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Finally, it was Pei Nan's turn. As the robot arrived, all the thugs raised their hands and stood quietly to the side. At this moment, Pei Nan felt at ease yet also raised his hands, awaiting his punishment. Pei Nan, unemployed, with no affiliated power. Violation record. Article 135 of the Traffic Safety Law. Disrupting road safety order and failure to pay fines. You are now entering the second phase and will be sent to Floating Light City District 12 prison for a 15-day imprisonment. Xinjing? The liquor gang? Bystanders? Is this what you call your support? Chapter 12. Prison. Revised. Health status. 80. Condition. Good. All of this transpired in mere moments, not even 15 seconds elapsed. And over 20 individuals could only manage to land a single punch on Pei Nan. Just prior, their leader had nearly been incapacitated. Brother Huang dared not contest the law enforcement robot. Despite having undergone physical enhancements, he still feared the consequences of facing machine guns and other firearms. There was an insurmountable gap in numbers, a stark reminder of the absolute dominance of Floating Light City. Advanced technology wielded an undeniable power over the less fortunate. Unless one were an extraordinary powerhouse, it was prudent to comply. His face turned ashen, for the tribunal that would judge him was none other than the law enforcement court of Floating Light City. He was merely a small-time boss, too insignificant to warrant a costly rescue. The law enforcement robot shackled Brother Huang before approaching Pei Nan, who willingly extended his hands, fully cooperating with its actions, while proclaiming, "I shall comply with the laws of Floating Light City." The robot secured both individuals, and with the roar of turbine rotors, it ascended into the sky, leaving a swirling cloud of dust below. At that moment, Su Chun emerged from the crowd, observing the departing robot thoughtfully, secretly following the liquor gang as they departed. This marked the second transaction between him and Pei Nan. Rewinding to the afternoon, Pei Nan had shared his plan with Su Chun. The liquor gang is monitoring my movements, making it impossible for me to work normally. Therefore, I intend to leverage the gang's identity to accomplish this task. However, given the distribution of their influence here, I will likely be discovered quickly. So I plan to utilize the power of the robot. Pei Nan had been preparing to visit the prison since the afternoon. Since the system would issue tasks, it was reasonable to expect that missions would continue to be released within the prison. Violating traffic regulations would not prolong his stay excessively during this time. If he could surpass his current limits, such as unlocking the still-sealed energy bar, it would be worth pursuing. However, if there were any alternatives, he certainly was not inclined to pursue that path. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chun remarked, "If you intend to proceed with that, then I would like you to assist me with a matter." Pei Nan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What could possibly require a visit to the prison?" "I need your assistance in locating an individual and ascertaining whether he is still alive." "Who is it?" Pei Nan contemplated that remaining in the lower district might not yield favorable outcomes. The forthcoming tasks would not be easily navigated with the assistance of the wine gang, thus, spending a few days in prison could serve as a viable option. This was worth considering, albeit with an increase in remuneration. Furthermore, regardless of your actions this afternoon, your presence is imperative, otherwise, all negotiations are nullified. You are well aware that the risks associated with this endeavor do not equate to its rewards, hence, you must ensure my safety this afternoon. Seeing that he could not persuade Pei Nan, Su Chun ultimately conceded, stating, "I can arrive at the scene. And should the situation escalate beyond expectations, I will intervene to extricate you." Pei Nan replied, "No, what I mean is that you must take action. Given the current circumstances, I cannot afford to act in the lower district. Then we have nothing to discuss. I will bring all your water purifiers into the prison. You may as well go to hell." Su Chun compromised, saying, "I can ensure that all those who participated in besieging you today will be sent to a higher security prison if you are unsatisfied. I can even find a way to incapacitate them privately." Pei Nan, "How can I ensure that your promise is genuine and valid?" Su Chun, "I cannot guarantee it. When we meet next time, I will preserve all the photographs for your inspection. If I have not fulfilled my promise, you may keep all the profits from today's water purifier. How does that sound?" The earnings from the water purifier amount to approximately 8,000 yuan, which is quite a substantial sum. Pei Nan merely sought a tranquil refuge. If it were an ordinary detention center, these ruffians would have no means to manage it. Should Su Chun accomplish this task, it would merely signify a transition to a more upscale prison for him. "Very well, but I hope to procure a printed electronic contract." You cannot genuinely believe such matters can be inscribed on paper. Are you concerned I might not be able to extricate myself later? Ultimately, Pei Nan reiterated, "This time, you cannot deceive me again, can you?" Su Chun's brow furrowed as he solemnly replied, You are only to verify some information and deliver an item. What transpires thereafter is beyond my jurisdiction. The trade of human lives flourished with coercion. Pei Nan harbored no fondness for these gangsters, whether within the game or outside it. He had gradually begun to comprehend the intricacies of this game. The prison in District 12 was designated for the custody of ordinary offenders, typically serving sentences of 3 years or less. However, the facility to which Pei Nan was being taken was the Pingdingshan prison in District 15, housing serious criminals, individuals who rarely emerged from its confines. Through Su Chen's machinations, he found himself in this place he was never meant to enter. Yet, it was not entirely impossible to escape. A mere reconsideration of the case would suffice. Nevertheless, when Pei Nan accepted this mission, he had no intentions of seeking freedom, for he had resolved to withdraw from the game altogether. 2 days had elapsed, and he could only speculate how chaotic the outside world might be. If Luo Wei discovered how long he had been engrossed in the game, she might have already severed his power supply. Yet he remained there, indicating that the virtual helmet was still operational. Could it be inferred that time had not advanced significantly in the external world? The prison had assigned him a solitary chamber, an arrangement orchestrated by Su Chen, though she undoubtedly lacked the clout to accomplish such a feat. Otherwise, she would not be troubled over replacing a water purifier, nor still be laboring in the lower city. Thus, it was evident that there was another party behind this commission. The surname Zhao bore a certain sensitivity in Floating Light City, as the ruling family of the city shared that name. Floating Light City was a hypermodern technological metropolis, with rudimentary magnetic levitation technology, nascent controllable nuclear fusion technology, artificial intelligence, and advanced weaponry, rendering it a beacon of brilliance on this planet. As the city's sovereigns, the Zhao family's every action influenced the future trajectory of this urban expanse. What, then, was the cause for this Zhao scion's incarceration? He was only acquainted with the individual's name and appearance, nothing more. During his attempts to inquire, however, the name Zhao Zongheng elicited no recognition. It appeared that no such person existed within the Zhao family. The prison guards were not human but a cadre of robotic sentinels, with machine guns boasting a capacity exceeding 500 rounds stationed almost everywhere visible, particularly in areas where inmates congregated, all under the vigilant watch of numerous cannon-like gun barrels. Furthermore, numerous cyborgs inhabited this facility. Even after undergoing prosthetic modifications and switching to the basic version, they remained augmented beings, some possessing unique abilities capable of breaching defenses. Moreover, aside from these cyborgs, there were also individuals with extraordinary powers, yes, those who could shoot lasers from their eyes or breathe fire. In comparison, Pei Nan's abilities to scale walls were negligible, especially in a place rife with surveillance and fire control systems, leaving him with no opportunity to exhibit his talents. Any sign of disturbance would be swiftly quelled by the mechanical guardians. When Pei Nan awoke, he had already arrived at this luxurious single room, and his belongings had naturally been confiscated and stored. His attire had transformed into a blue and white striped work uniform, rendering him reminiscent of a mental patient. As the bell tolled, Pei Nan was permitted to leave the dormitory and make his way to the hall. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by the cacophony of similar sounds resonating outside. The individuals before him exuded an air of menace, their bodies bearing the unmistakable marks of extensive modifications, and even their intact physiques appeared remarkably robust. In stark contrast, he felt that the only distinguishing feature he possessed was a tuft of yellow hair. He followed the throng towards the assembly hall, intent on locating his target. The hall was indeed expansive, boasting an array of facilities. Aside from the absence of any sharp objects, it featured entertainment rooms, card rooms, and even karaoke lounges. For those disinclined towards such areas, there was a reading section on the other side, catering to one's desire for cultural enrichment. Pei Nan was bewildered, yet profoundly shaken. Could it be that the Floating Light City extends such leniency even towards serious offenders? Regardless of the direction in which these groups ventured, they were invariably targeted by a dozen machine guns, among which were several uniquely designed weapons that Pei Nan suspected to be laser armaments. It was precisely the presence of such formidable weaponry that ensured the maintenance of order in this place. In the ensuing moments, he bore witness to what was referred to as the prison law, a principle of collective warmth. Small factions visibly formed circles, with entertainment lounges operating in isolation from one another, as if each group had staked their claim on this stronghold, rendering the inmates into feudal lords of sorts. In such an environment, the remaining solitary figures were either proud lions or unfortunate pariahs. It was evident that Pei Nan fell into the latter category. Thus, he initially surveyed the solitary individuals, yet failed to spot his intended target until he noticed someone seated by a computer. He smiled and approached, while simultaneously, two machine guns aimed squarely at him, their dark muzzles poised to extinguish his life within half a second. As he drew closer, he could sense furtive glances assessing him. Pei Nan chose to disregard these stares, and upon nearing, he remarked, "Your skills seem rather lacking." Instantaneously, he felt the weight of hundreds of eyes converge upon him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The man seated on the sofa regarded him with indifference and replied coolly, "Come, let us play a game. If you win, you may join me here. If you lose, you shall meet your demise." Chapter 13. Alas, I have boarded a pirate ship. Pei Nan smiled broadly, for he was exceedingly familiar with this game. He flexed his fingers and nonchalantly seized the keyboard and mouse from the other side. In StarCraft, I have never truly feared anyone. Is it best of 3 or best of 5? Zhao Zongheng casually replied, "Best of 3. If your skills are sufficient, come be my practice partner." StarCraft, as an early real-time strategy competitive game, boasts the highest level of spectator appeal and operational difficulty within the gaming realm. It evaluates a player's stamina, dexterity, and strategic acumen from multiple perspectives. Zhao Zongheng was currently engaged in a duel against the expert AI. The match had largely stabilized, but his economy could not keep pace with the production of units, resulting in the loss of 2 crucial mining areas. However, this did not imply a lack of skill on his part. Pei Nan cast a glance and quickly discerned that this AI exhibited an intelligence vastly superior to that of the tangible entities he had encountered in reality. Moreover, the AI was devoid of the operational pressures that burdened humanity. It merely required continuous study and data augmentation to perpetually evolve. Yet, as a game, there was no necessity for such advancement. This AI possessed a prowess that could be deemed among the elite at an amateur level, to put it plainly, akin to scoring 6,000 points in the international version. Within the realm of gaming, there exists a saying, "If you can take action, do not merely talk." He unleashed a barrage of criticism, successfully capturing the attention of Zhao Zongheng. At this moment, he had come to comprehend the operational dynamics of this virtual world. Irrespective of how genuine the sensations of pain might feel, this was merely a game, and thus, he decided to adhere to the game's conventions. After all, he had no intention of returning in the future, so he resolved to do as he pleased. Ostensibly, he was present to complete a task, but in truth, he sought refuge from his troubles. The survival of Zhao Zongheng was of little consequence to him, nor did the opponent's gaming skills matter. He merely wished to seek amusement. And if he could not prevail, he would simply retreat. Pei Nan cast a glance at the modifications of the missile vehicle and the infected larvae. The missile vehicle was still being produced in the technological workshop, while the energy for the infected larvae needed to be accumulated, thus confirming the version. The two swiftly entered the map, which was a small arena with only 12 mineral patches. Pei Nan opted for a random race, facing off against Zhao Zongheng's Zerg. As the match commenced, Zhao Zongheng furrowed his brow. Upon hearing Pei Nan's chosen race, he was not particularly elated, for it was the noble Protoss. The two engaged in 3 intense battles. In the first match, Pei Nan played cautiously, employing a battery-based strategy to gauge his opponent's capabilities, only to be overwhelmed by a deluge of magic and Zerg swarms. The second match, a Terran versus Zerg encounter, showcased a mechanized army supplemented by ghost units, which decisively crushed the opposing forces. In the third match, once again a Zerg versus Zerg duel, Pei Nan unleashed the rapid expansion strategy of the 3 High Templars from the illustrious hero, overwhelming his adversary with a tide of stalkers and zealots. By the end of these 3 encounters, Zhao Zongheng had discerned Pei Nan's prowess, recognizing that he indeed surpassed him. This retro game could only be enjoyed in the confines of a prison, where the inmates seldom possessed the expertise in such a domain, leaving him with no choice but to practice against a weaker opponent. The greatest advantage of these matches lay not merely in the fresh strategies he gleaned, but in finally finding a peer with whom he could practice. Moreover, this individual was a versatile player. Henceforth, he could roam freely in this space, for no one would dare speak against him. After gaining the assurance from Zhao Zongheng, Pei Nan noticeably relaxed. "Does this mean I am now part of the team?" he mused, having just observed that all the facilities here seemed to have been overtaken by small factions, leaving only Zhao's area unoccupied. Zhao Zongheng, casually sipping the exclusive beverage provided here, regarded the sideways glances of the inmates with indifference. "It is simply because my surname is Zhao." Pei Nan casually ushered the other party into the room, displaying a complete indifference to whether the surrounding surveillance would overhear their conversation. He unabashedly commented on the families of the world, From your tone, it seems you harbor some dissatisfaction with this surname. Oh, I see. Zhao Zongheng frowned, appearing rather troubled. He had yet to devise a strategy to counter Pei Nan's novel approach. This surname, aside from its nobility, also carries immense power. I do not harbor any disdain for it. If I were not a Zhao, I would not even have access to equipment like this. I would be forced to scramble alongside others for those rooms. Oh, are you challenging me on foundational skills? Your reasoning is sound. Pei Nan, having discerned the distribution of the opponent's forces, noted the presence of numerous cockroaches and a queen. I am quite curious as to why someone like you would come here. I will proceed to the mid lane. Zhao Zongheng divided his forces, preparing to seize Pei Nan's external minds, compelling him to confront him directly, ensuring that he would not have a chance to develop. This matter is confidential, but it is not entirely beyond your reach. It is for protection. By the way, are you truly here to assist me? Inquiring so recklessly about your employer's information, are you not afraid of a complaint? Take this self-destructing ball. Pei Nan pressed the V key, unleashing a burst of orange-yellow energy amidst the swarm of cockroaches. Zhao Zongheng's complexion instantly turned a murky shade. I owe 500 yuan and was merely seeking a job to repay my debts. Who knew I would offend the gang? Originally, I only needed to stay in a regular detention center for half a month, yet here I am in this notorious prison with no exit, the so-called number 15. Just to confirm your fate, for which I have risked 1,000 yuan. Why should it be so? Zhao Zongheng paused for a moment, secretly using a flying snake to retrieve Pei Nan's self-destructing ball. Are you in desperate need of money? If I weren't in need, who would take on this job? But to be frank, I do not mind. Right now, I am simply seeking a bit of amusement. Do you not realize that my purpose in coming here is to assist in your escape? Escape? Pei Nan was momentarily stunned as the troops were suddenly enveloped by a green mist and a swarm of cockroaches launched a surprise attack, consuming a significant portion of the battle losses. It appears that those who sent you here have told you nothing at all. Pei Nan's demeanor shifted noticeably, his expression growing solemn as he gazed at the screen. TSK, this woman has indeed ensnared me once more, merely to verify my existence. Do you not find this rather trivial? After all, there are countless ways to achieve this, so why must it involve your presence? Pei Nan began to flank from the side, while the frontline pursuers engaged in frequent skirmishes, even dispatching a prism to launch an assault on the main mine, compelling himself to execute a triple-line maneuver. I pondered whether the prison on the 15th was so stringent that they sought a scapegoat to serve as a disposable probe. Zhao Zongheng, observing the 3 bases that had been stealthily taken, casually typed GG and inquired, even if you are a scapegoat, are you truly willing to step into this role? Pei Nan relaxed his fingers and stretched his shoulders. Firstly, Suchen and I have reached an agreement. She will assist me in dealing with the gangsters who have been encircling me, at least regarding the water purifier and our approach toward the gang. I wholeheartedly endorse her methods. Secondly, effective immediately, my salary has increased from 1,000 to 8,000, and the funds are already in my possession. Lastly, my friend, I remain indifferent. Perhaps one day you will awaken to find me absent. Once the time comes, Pei Nan will simply log off and cease playing this trivial game, which, in truth, bears little resemblance to a game at all. The NPCs are far too human-like, and the pain they inflict is indeed difficult to endure. Speaking of which, it seems that this task has not been released for several hours. Has the system crashed? Zhao Zongheng rose and extended his hand. Did Suchen ask you to bring me anything? Pei Nan furrowed her brows and asked, are you certain you wish to entrust it to me here? After a moment's consideration, she added, very well, I shall leave it in your care, since you are capable of safeguarding it. There is no need to attract unnecessary attention at trivial times. Oh, by the way, Suchen assured me that she would provide another compensation. Could you perhaps give it to me now? When we go out together, she still needs to assist you in retaining those photographs related to the gang. We can settle everything at that time. Pei Nan shrugged, indifferent to the significance of whether he would obtain the money. What mattered more was the timing of the action. Could you share when you plan to make your move? Zhao Zongheng inquired. Tonight, he replied. Pei Nan was momentarily taken aback. I have yet to savor the comfort of this bed. Is it not a tad premature? Do you wish to remain here? I yearn to spend 15 days in this place, then reclaim my identity as an ordinary citizen, indulging in a life of leisure. Alas, that opportunity may have slipped away. With so many eyes and machines scrutinizing us, from this moment forth, our fates are intertwined. To put it plainly, if I perish, so do you. A brother stands by you in gaming. You must support him with your very essence. Chapter 14. The capable ones. There remain 10 minutes until the conclusion of the break. Tonight, your room shall not be locked. When the clock strikes midnight, you are to emerge. Assistance will be awaiting you. Is there a code for this rendezvous? Zhao Zongheng pondered for a moment, glanced at the screen, and replied, "The signal for our meeting is MBA." Pei Nan posted a question mark on the public screen, and then furiously exclaimed, "Is this how you stir up trouble?" As the event drew to a close, Pei Nan returned to his room. He was unfamiliar with the life inside a prison. It seemed that apart from the basic necessities of life, one was expected to read the books prescribed by the authorities. Consequently, he had spent this time immersed in reading. Soon, it was time for dinner. Zhao Zongheng, seated nearby, turned to Pei Nan and inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" Pei Nan retorted, "Haven't you eaten either? I have someone bringing it for me." "Oh no, this is bad. I thought everyone was waiting here because there were so many people, but it seems someone is cheating." However, Pei Nan, maintaining his composure, calmly replied, "With so many people around, I prefer to wait for fewer to arrive before going." After all, it was a habit cultivated during his university days. When confronted with a crowd, he would simply switch to a less busy counter, indifferent to what he consumed, but he refused to rush alongside others, for that would appear rather foolish. Zhao Zongheng then remarked softly, "If you don't go now, there might not be any food left later. Here. The meals are for those who act swiftly. The portions are limited, and it's first come, first served." Pei Nan was just about to rush out when he suddenly sat back down and said, "Get one for me as well." "On what grounds?" "Because what you desire to obtain is in my possession. I am the boss, but you won't reimburse me. The one giving me the money is Su Chun. What does that have to do with you? Or perhaps you wish to eliminate me?" Zhao Zongheng felt as though he had been toyed with by Su Chun. Did that woman secretly wish for his demise within these walls? It must be noted that the violent criminals in this prison were all facing the death penalty. Of course, he did not share this information with Pei Nan. Otherwise, it would likely provoke a catastrophic meltdown in this laid-back individual, leading to unpredictable consequences for himself. At that moment, a brawny man in the line turned to glance back, furrowing his brow without uttering a word. Among the crowd, the other fierce and menacing inmates dared not provoke him, merely watching as he received 3 portions of food before continuing to queue. His name was Wu Xingtong, a professional fighter whose martial prowess was sufficient to reach the level of a strong ability user, my bodyguard. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, Wu Xingtong, hailing from a background of rigorous training, possessed physical capabilities that could be deemed the pinnacle of human limits. However, the world's perception of human limits evidently differed from Pei Nan's understanding, prompting him to inquire about the level of a strong ability user. "It is comparable to a main battle tank in modern warfare," Wu Xingtong replied, casting a glance at Pei Nan. "How could you not know this?" Pei Nan shrugged with a lack of shame and remarked, "I am illiterate." Zhao Zongheng accepted the topmost tray of food handed to him by Wu Xingtong, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Tonight's meal included meat, and not merely synthetic meat. He cheerfully waved at the camera before indulging in his sustenance, simultaneously addressing Pei Nan's inquiry. "The assessment of ability levels has always been predicated on combat prowess rather than any abstract notion of realms. In the early days of ability users, when technology had not yet advanced to its current state, the standard was the number of standard adults one could slay within a minute. 1 kill was considered paper, 10 were combined, 100 were strong, 1,000 were fierce, 10,000 were mad, and 100,000 were divine. Thus, every individual capable of evaluating an ability user's strength was a veritable killing machine. However, a significant flaw existed in this assessment, leading to its eventual abandonment. Though it still holds some reference value, was it deemed too costly in human lives? That interpretation holds merit, especially considering that during the cataclysm of supernatural abilities, the human population plummeted to 500 million within a decade, only to be halted by a certain deity. This framework was thereafter discarded, yet it remains the most precise, even more so than the current system. For instance, paper represents an ordinary person, combined signifies a well-equipped soldier, strong equates to a main battle tank, fierce denotes a fully modernized military unit, mad can breach urban defenses, and divine is theoretically invulnerable. However, as far as I am aware, that legendary divine ability user has seemingly met their demise. Therefore, the classification of ability users is eternally forged through life, and the individual before you has slain 14 opponents of equal standing. Hence he has been dispatched here as a death row inmate. Under the subtle guidance of Zhao Zongheng, Pei Nan inadvertently shifted his gaze towards Wu Xingtong. The latter, having received his own plate of food, remained engrossed in his meal, showing no reaction even when the conversation turned towards him. This remarkable discipline of self-cultivation was unexpectedly accompanied by a lethal edge. Do you still dare to rely on him? Zhao Zongheng inquired with an oddly amused expression. Naturally. It is because I possess the ability to ensure his survival. Pei Nan could not help but marvel at Zhao Zongheng's audacity, thinking to himself that he would certainly not dare to act in such a manner. You cannot possibly be a direct descendant of the Zhao family to wield such influence. Can you? He inquired. I am not, Zhao Zongheng replied, shaking his head. He then gestured towards the sky and said, but I have powerful connections above me. Pei Nan could not help but inquire, how hard? Harder than my biological father. Yet, I believe none above you can match my hardness. After all, who could possibly be harder than a robot? As the small talk during the meal concluded, Pei Nan began to familiarize himself with the life within the prison. For reasons unknown, he harbored a peculiar premonition that he might return once more. A damnable premonition. He had no intention of logging into the game again. Yet here he was in prison, wishing all the scoundrels could just go to hell. As night fell, the prison lay in silence. Pei Nan lay on the hard bed in his prison cell, unable to find solace in sleep. In truth, he was not as composed as he had envisioned. It felt as though he had unwittingly stepped into a trap from the very beginning. Why, for instance, was the penalty for crossing the road imprisonment? And why did the tasks assigned by the game system contravene these restrictions? It was a well-known fact that no novice guide in a game would dare to impose such measures, as it would undoubtedly deter a multitude of players. Moreover, the expressions of those N.C.s displayed an unsettling level of intelligence. Nothing here could be aptly described as a game. Yet, he could not afford to counsel himself otherwise. He had to continually reinforce the notion that this was merely a game, for only then could he maintain a semblance of calm. After all, the consequences of failure were indeed painful. He hoped that Su Chun had not broken her promise. That woman never spoke a single truthful word. When her home was burglarized, she claimed she lacked the ability to prevent it, yet single-handedly vanquished a squad of 30 assailants. According to Zhao Zongheng's assessment, she was at least a capable individual, yet she still attempted to manipulate me into drawing fire. Did she not realize that I was inferior even to a paper-level fighter? Ultimately, he possessed no abilities, save for his remarkable speed. As the clock struck midnight, Pei Nan rose and opened the door, which, unsurprisingly, had not been closed. Almost immediately, a faint sound emerged from the other side, and Wu Xingtong approached. Pausing for a moment before uttering, MBA, Pei Nan maintained an impassive expression. Indeed, an MBA. But what of Zhao Zongheng? Wu Xingtong, walking ahead, promptly remarked, follow me. Chapter 15. The imaginary bomb. The prison's layout was undeniably intricate. Numerous surveillance machines patrolled the area. In the brief moment observed, 5 had already passed by. Yet, these robots seemed oblivious to the presence of the 2 individuals. Pei Nan was perplexed by this phenomenon. Upon encountering Zhao Zongheng, he found him concealed in a blind spot of the surveillance, sipping a beverage brought by a robot. Are not these machines meant to monitor you? How is it that they are attending to your needs instead? Pei Nan was perplexed. After all, the intelligent system of Floating Light City should be rather rigid. Given that Zhao Zongheng was a criminal, it stood to reason that no matter how influential his connections were, these machines would remain indifferent to him. Moreover, if he possessed the capability to achieve such a feat, he would have escaped long ago without needing assistance. Zhao Zongheng had no intention of offering drinks to the 2. Instead, he turned and remarked, did I not mention that I hail from Iron Wall City? Iron Wall City? Observing Pei Nan's confusion, Zhao Zongheng continued. I suggest you take the time to thoroughly investigate the 8 great cities of the world. Your ignorance is quite bewildering. A genius such as myself is left feeling embarrassed to have someone like you in the team. Pei Nan showed no leniency towards Zhao Zongheng, promptly turning away. I'm going back to sleep. Wu Xingtong stepped in front of Pei Nan, her expression growing increasingly hostile. At that moment, Zhao Zongheng interjected between them. There's no need to be so angry. The city administrators have effectively concealed specific information about the 8 major cities. So it's only natural that you might not comprehend it. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. Once we are out, feel free to ask me anything you wish. What about Iron Wall City? A haven for mechanics, it is the most tightly secured location in the world regarding data confidentiality. And all top-tier hackers hail from there. But isn't your surname Zhao? Zhao Zongheng's face subtly betrayed a hint of disdain. That is a personal matter. While personal matters are indeed delicate to inquire about, it became clearer why the journey had been so subdued. So, you infiltrated these machines? Precisely. It took me nearly 2 months to create this half-hour window, but I don't see any external devices on you. A mysterious smile played on Zhao Zongheng's lips. Not every hacker requires equipment to breach a system. Pei Nan pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. You possess abilities. And they are related to hacking. What level are you? Zhao Zongheng was not surprised that the other party could deduce this. After all, neither of them was foolish. Paper level. Paper level? Such an ability shouldn't exist, should it? Pei Nan was uncertain about the circumstances beyond, yet in regards to the Neon City. That vast metropolis adorned with vibrant lights, and the ubiquitous presence of cyborgs, the capacity for invasion was nothing short of a harbinger of doom for the era. Why then? Was it merely rated at a paper level? Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon Pei Nan. Observing the moment of realization on Pei Nan's face, Zhao Zongheng felt a surge of relief and remarked, Indeed, the assessment of abilities is determined by the standards of lethality, and my power manifests as a faint yellow lightning, possessing a strength of half a standard voltage, and is incapable of being projected externally. Does this ability have a name? They refer to it as human current, but I prefer to call it shocking flash. Are you not concerned about me disclosing this information later? Zhao Zongheng, unabashed, spread his arms wide and boasted. Feel free to share. For starting today, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the grandest spectacle in Neon City. Each individual will tremble at the mere mention of my name, and I will stand atop this city, surveying the fear etched upon the faces of all. Such a delusion. It requires remedy. How utterly tedious. Zhao Zongheng, eager to display his bravado, found himself in the company of merely a martial enthusiast and an illiterate. Handed over to me. The great escape officially commences. Pei Nan casually retrieved a flat, transparent chip from his pocket and inquired, What is this? Zhao Zongheng immediately comprehended that Pei Nan could not possibly possess a chip, yet upon its emergence, he realized that Pei Nan was also an individual endowed with abilities, specifically spatial powers. Pei Nan merely cleared a task item from his backpack. For players, this is an extraordinary ability. However, to the NNC, it is a profoundly terrifying prospect. For instance, if they were to conceal a nuclear warhead within their backpacks and stealthily infiltrate the enemy's base, it would indeed be akin to a horror film. The virtual bomb, which the Iron Wall City denizens prefer to call the key of virtuality, is essentially a virus capable of incapacitating its operations. Yet, due to its immense power, each use accelerates its decryption, rendering it weaker with every deployment. This is a top-secret item of Iron Wall City, exceedingly precious. Thus, how shall one utilize this artifact? Zhao Zongheng escorted Pei Nan to the hall of the lounge, where the fire control system, unbeknownst to them, had ceased operations. Only a solitary figure occupied the central position. Dressed in the high-ranking uniform of Pingding Mountain Prison, he wielded a specially crafted metal rod, exuding a fierce demeanor and a robust physique, every muscle concealing immense explosive potential. Ah, my dear uncle, what brings you to sit here? Zhao Xuanze observed him quietly, an intangible authority beginning to permeate the space. As he calmly uttered two words, Go back. Zhao Zongheng, in a state of distress, replied, That cannot be. If we do not proceed soon, they will determine the victor, and my grandfather would not wish to witness such a scene. Zhao Xuanze remained silent for a moment before rising, steam beginning to emanate from him. I am the warden here. Should you fail to return, I shall have no choice but to regard you as a fugitive. Zhao Zongheng had evidently anticipated this outcome, prompting him to instruct Wu Xingtong, Go, delay him. A formidable ability alone is insufficient. Zhao Zongheng continued, What if we do this? Suddenly, a multitude of autonomous machines materialized within the lounge, while the resting artillery began to stir. 25 autonomous machines, 30 artillery pieces, alongside a powerful martial artist. Would this suffice? Zhao Xuanze nodded, swinging his rod to obliterate the two computers present, then calmly stated, Pingding Mountain Prisons, they will detect the anomaly here within 30 seconds. After that, your defeat is inevitable. In a bid to meet his uncle's expectations, Zhao Zongheng casually remarked, No need for 30 seconds. It can end right now. Although the two were poised for confrontation, there lingered an air of familial banter between them. Pei Nan felt an unsettling peculiarity, yet it bore no significance to him. He had arrived at the warden's office, where a device governed the machinery of the entire prison. His uncle aimed to thwart his nephew's escape, an elaborate familial drama unfolding. All that was required was to insert this disc, and everything would conclude. Upon insertion, an instant darkness enveloped all surveillance feeds, morphing into the semblance of bombs, while a pixelated figure blowing bubblegum made a mocking face. In the next moment, the entire prison illuminated. Every cell door swung open, Surrounding Wu Xingtong were swirling gusts of turbulent air, creating a sensation of breathlessness, even for those nearby. Zhao Zongheng then remarked, "Today marks the end of your report. Fate, location, and manpower are all in my favor. How will you respond now, my dear warden uncle?" Chapter 16. Moments of life and death before an ability user breaks through the frenzy level, no matter how formidable their combat prowess. They remain bound by the limitations of the human body. Even if one could slay thousands, they would still be vulnerable to bullets and lasers piercing through flesh in an instant. The moment the prison's most formidable defensive mechanism is usurped, you cease to be the final bastion of defense here. The prison gradually filled with the creaking sounds of doors as prisoners began to emerge. So, what are your plans here? Will you linger with me, or allow these inmates to wreak havoc? Zhao Xuanzhe pondered for a moment, then, as if teleporting, vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the wind pressure unleashed by Wu Xingtong underwent drastic changes as he appeared in an open space, blocking an incoming fist. Zhao Zongheng, belatedly realizing the proximity of Zhao Xuanzhe, less than a meter away, quickly retreated at least 10 meters, fearfully exclaiming, "They all say you rely on abilities, uncle. But no one mentioned your physical prowess was so terrifying. However, this was within my expectations." The battleground between Wu Xingtong and Zhao Xuanzhe was engulfed by fierce winds, with Zhao Zongheng's hair dancing amidst the relentless punches. The two engaged in a passionate clash of fists and sticks, defying belief that bare hands could exhibit such resilience akin to steel. "Seal," Zhao Xuanzhe commanded, and suddenly, Wu Xingtong felt as though he had been enveloped by a debilitating buff, sapping his strength. In that moment of distraction, Zhao Xuanzhe delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying backward like a severed kite, crashing into a table and chairs. Zhao Zongheng snapped his fingers, activating the surrounding cannons. Just as Zhao Xuanzhe was about to make his next move, a deep crater formed before him. "Do not act impulsively, my uncle. Do not forget these cannons are at play." Furthermore, the self-regulating robots began to surround them, and the prisoners, upon hearing the gunfire, erupted in excitement. While a few remained in their cells, many rushed toward the source of the noise in the recreation area. "Well, isn't this our esteemed warden? Why such disarray?" one exclaimed. "Game Master, I never imagined you had this up your sleeve. Are you planning to escape? Count me in. If it works, I'll reward you handsomely." The unexpected prospect of survival before execution spurred them on. "Kid, kill him, and we'll be free." Upon witnessing the self-regulating machines turn against the warden, the prisoners grasped the situation, and even those who did not fully comprehend understood their chance for freedom had arrived. They stepped forward, intensifying their threat toward the warden. However, another group of cannons aimed at them, causing the prisoners' expressions to shift dramatically as they shouted, "Game Master, what do you mean by this?" Beside Zhao Zongheng stood Wu Xingtong, who whispered, "My abilities have been sealed. The intel is accurate." Zhao Xuanzhe, male, 45 years old, warden of Pingying Mountain Prison Number 15 in Floating Light City. Former member of the Zhao family's special forces, a fear-level ability user, possesses the ability of Seal and Unseal. Seal can inhibit all characteristics of an ability user, while Unseal can lift any negative status. Thus, should one confront him, they would be rendered ordinary. Rumor has it that this ability has a numerical limitation. According to the latest intel, he can simultaneously seal the powers of 23 high-level ability users, provided he maintains contact. Based on previous evaluations, he does not meet the standards of the fear level. Yet the practical implications of this ability are as formidable as those of the frenzy level. Within this prison, he is indeed a genuine fear level user, nearly bordering on frenzy. Alas, this premise has been undermined by Zhao Zongheng. Zhao Zongheng, exuding confidence, cleared his throat and proposed, "Uncle, let us make a deal." Zhao Xuanzhe, maintaining his composure, replied coolly, "What kind of deal?" Zhao Zongheng gestured toward the prisoners gathering around. "In the time that follows, you handle these prisoners and refrain from disturbing me. How does that sound?" "Agreed." "Excellent." Their negotiation transpired with such swiftness that it resembled a mere formality. Zhao Xuanzhe then inquired, "Is that little bug you sent a trusted confidant?" Zhao Zongheng responded without hesitation, "No." "So, his fate is of no concern to you?" Though he uttered this, Zhao Zongheng acknowledged the man as his own and felt a moral obligation to care for him, as the warden's office is classified as top secret. The self-regulating robots within are independent military machines disconnected from the network. By now, they must have been rendered useless. Zhao Zongheng furrowed his brow and instructed Wu Xingtong, "Let us go save him." Zhao Xuanzhe scoffed, "You have spent all this time for an outsider, forsaking your own chance?" You may not believe it, but I am simply unwilling to implicate innocent lives. Once he was drawn into this chaos, his fate was no longer his own to dictate. Then I shall spare you the trouble, uncle. How benevolent of you. In an instant, Zhao Xuanzhe charged toward the threatened prisoners, among them modified individuals and ability users, many of whom were already fleeing, realizing they had been ensnared by these two members of the Zhao family. The air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries and explosions as the prison's strongest defense, the self-regulating machines, stood idly by, allowing the prisoners to muster the courage to resist. Yet, unbeknownst to them, such bravery merely bought time for others. After today, their march toward the execution platform would accelerate. After all, an escape was no trivial matter. According to the rules of Floating Light City, immediate execution could be authorized. Nevertheless, Pei Nan still sensed that the prison's defenses were not as stringent as he had imagined. What kind of prison would completely entrust its security to self-regulating robots? If a top hacker like Zhao Zongheng were present, this facility would become the greatest joke in the capital. The limitations on ability users seemed merely a show of force. Was there truly no suppressant or similar substance to contain them? Pei Nan found himself perplexed, and rather than dwell on it, he chose to set aside his thoughts. After inserting the USB drive, he awaited the successful operation, ready to make his exit. This was far simpler than he had anticipated. Zhao Zongheng's true plan was singular: to incapacitate everything through the central system of the warden room. The two computers in the rest area were connected to the prison's network, intricately encrypted and constantly monitored by A, thus rendering them suboptimal choices. He intended to draw Zhao Xuanzhe's attention, using these two computers as decoys to grant Pei Nan the necessary time to reach his true destination. After all, no one would suspect the presence of a spatial manipulator in this place. Spatial manipulators were all documented in the database of Floating Light City, without exception, for they were exceedingly rare and, theoretically, should not exist within humanity. Such powers belonged to the realm of the divine, at the very least classified as ferocious. Pei Nan was certainly not an adept, nor was he an NC of this world. All of this was merely a convenience afforded by his player identity. At the moment he drew the virtual bomb, a shiver coursed through his body, and images of being struck by several bullets from behind flashed through his mind. Before his brain could fully process the situation, his body instinctively performed a roll. And as he tumbled away, a series of bullet holes marked the ground where he had just been. He had no time to discern who was attacking him, for that instinctual sense of impending danger had not ceased since it first arose. What could it be? How could there be someone in the warden's office? Why did they not strike the moment I entered? Confusion and bewilderment flooded his mind. Only when he took cover did his sense of danger pause for the briefest moment. Yet, in the next instant, he rolled away again, as the wooden desk that had served as his shield was shattered by a more violent force. From the sound, it was likely a shotgun. This is it. If I get hit by that, the pain would be unbearable. Pei Nan had no doubt that he would faint from it. While his life may not hold great value, the agony would undoubtedly leave a lasting impact. He was not prepared to leave his life here. It was not worth it. After all, in just 5 days, he could escape this damned world. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to return to being a laid-back author? He had a sister at home to keep him company, with no worries for food or clothing. Why was he risking his life here? Reflecting on it now, he realized how irrational it had been to enter this place despite witnessing a pain level of 100. In a fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of his assailant. It was a humanoid autonomous machine, its head resembling a camera capturing images, its body appearing remarkably agile. Wielding a rifle in one hand while twin shotguns, capable of unleashing a wide barrage of projectiles, rested on its shoulders, a veritable human killer. Why hadn't that blasted bomb taken out this robot? Hadn't Zhao Zongheng claimed that all A-class entities would be incapacitated? Why was this machine unharmed? The entrance was less than 5 meters away, yet he saw no opportunity to escape. Mission issued. Seize the weapon held by the A3 guard. Time limit: 5 minutes. Mission penalty: have all attributes curse this. To issue a mission at such a moment. Are you asking me to deliver myself to death? They have guns. Do they understand what a gun is? It represents the pinnacle of early warfare technology, a weapon that can eliminate from a distance in an instant, as long as one is still human. A mere gentle pull of the trigger can lead to immediate demise. Moreover, facing an infallible robot, there would be no trembling hands or misjudgments. Within 7 paces. Its aim is both precise and swift. Did they truly believe this was a jest? This is not a world of fantasy. Bullets can indeed be lethal. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, the sofa was his last bastion of cover. yet it would surely be riddled with holes from those shotguns. It seemed that closing the distance might be his optimal solution. Thus, he had no choice but to gamble, hoping to enter a range where he might still stand a chance before the bullets rained down upon him. He took a deep breath and steeled himself. Pei Nan's senses were heightened to their fullest extent as he awaited an opportunity. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 shots fired, the sofa was inevitably perforated. The feeble sponge could only provide a momentary shield. Yet, even this brief reprieve was a precious chance for him. At the moment the gun fired, he surged forward. For he had no other choice. The next bullet would utterly ravage the sofa, leaving him to stake his life on a dash of less than a second. In that instant, his eyes glowed crimson, adrenaline coursing through his veins, propelling his physical prowess to its utmost limits. As his pupils were consumed by blood red, he sensed the adversary slowing down. No, it was he who had accelerated. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. 17 crimson trajectories flickered around him, 16 of which densely struck the abdomen and heart, while a singular straight red line surged towards his forehead. The targeting system of the sentry robot quickly locked onto Pei Nan, yet in the next moment, the opponent evaded the 3 bullets with an exceedingly peculiar movement. The rifle's ammunition was forced into full automatic mode, and under the opponent's antelope-like speed, the trajectory of the bullets arched. As the last bullet was expended, Pei Nan found himself directly in front of the sentry robot, where 16 red lines once again targeted his form. He ducked and rolled, feeling the bullets graze his back as he slipped through the gap between the adversary's legs. Rising swiftly, he turned and evaded the robot's retaliatory punch, fully aware that the force behind it, combined with the frantic alarms, could shatter his skull. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the opponent's weapon, only to be met with a short blade, less than 10 centimeters long, springing forth from the rifle's tip, menacingly aimed at his throat. At that moment, Wu Xingtong burst through the door, delivering a powerful kick that sent the sentry robot flying, positioning himself protectively in front of Pei Nan. "Brother, I've come to save you." Immediately afterward, Zhao Zongheng darted in from the side, unleashing a jolt of electricity into the machine's core. Moments later, the sentry robot ceased its operations. Pei Nan touched his throat, relieved to find no blood. In the midst of the puzzled gazes exchanged between the two, he picked up the gun from the ground and, in a fit of rage, lunged at the robot beneath him with wild abandon. Die, 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 die. Surviving the ordeal, Pei Nan paid no heed to the messages echoing in his mind. All that mattered was the cathartic release of his pent-up frustration. Once the chaos subsided, he cast the weapon aside and delivered several forceful kicks before being restrained by Zhao Zongheng. "Enough, enough. If you keep kicking, we really won't be able to get out of here." Had he survived? Had he truly lived? Pei Nan had never found Zhao Zongheng so agreeable before. However, even more captivating was that powerful kick delivered by Wu Xingtong, sending the machine flying. One could only marvel at the prowess of a martial artist. Such strength was truly enviable. How could there be an uncontrollable robot here? Pei Nan, filled with indignation, inquired of Zhao Zongheng. The latter, with a tone of regret, responded, "I apologize. Zhao Xuanja has taken precautions. This robot is not connected to the prison's network. This was my oversight." The crimson hue in Pei Nan's eyes gradually faded, and he felt an unprecedented weakness, to the extent that he lacked the strength to even lift his arm. It was only then that he glanced at his status bar, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. Chapter 17. The Genius. Revised. Health points. 40. Weakened. How could he lose so many health points when he had merely sustained a few grazes on his back from the shotgun? Moreover, what could be the source of this weakened state? Pei Nan was utterly perplexed until he noticed a new addition in the skill bar. Skill. Limit Break. Tier. When health decreases to 40, one can initially unleash their potential, granting a 30 boost to all attributes and reducing pain perception to 1. When did this skill manifest? Pei Nan merely pondered for a moment and comprehended the origin of that heightened state of self-awareness he had experienced. Could this be considered a self-created skill? Moreover, all attributes had inexplicably increased by 1 point. Spirit, 11, 0. Strength, 9, 0. Agility, 8, 0. Regrettably, the new skill demanded an intense fighting style, rendering it unsuitable for everyday combat. After all, who would want to engage in a full health battle against an opponent with diminished health without possessing any healing abilities? He had grasped Limit Break, enhancing all attributes by 1. Quest completed. Unlocked new skill Gunfu. Gunfu, beginner, a combat technique that integrates firearms with martial arts, allowing the practitioner to move with the grace of a warrior, rendering distance no longer a disadvantage. Specializations unlocked. Firearm adaptation, beginner, close combat fighting, beginner. Firearm adaptation, beginner. You exhibit a heightened adaptability when utilizing firearms. Close combat fighting, beginner. The fundamentals of combat techniques have begun to take shape in your mind, granting you knowledge in close quarters combat. 2 skills and 2 specializations. This adventure had surprisingly bestowed such abundance. With this in mind, Pei Nan decisively stowed the discarded rifle into his spatial backpack. Until he discovered a new weapon, this was the most prudent choice. At that moment, Zhao Zongheng cautioned, although this weapon is indeed formidable, each sentry robot's armament bears a specific serial number, which will be scrutinized upon usage, leading to complications. Pei Nan remarked nonchalantly, as if stepping outside will spare us from being hunted down. Zhao Zongheng pondered for a moment before responding, "You are right. Let us not dwell on it. My dear brother, how do we escape now? This robot has delayed us for far too long." To be honest, everything today felt surreal. Relying solely on this virtual bomb to facilitate their escape from a high-security prison left him with the unsettling impression of being manipulated. Zhao Zongheng shrugged. "We can only hope that those mere mortals can keep my uncle occupied for a few minutes. Will they succeed? It's hard to say." "What do you mean?" "It's up to my uncle to decide if he grants me any leniency." In the center of the square, dozens of formidable power users and numerous paper-level augmented individuals surrounded Zhao Xuanzhe, leaving him with no room to maneuver. The so-called formidable power users were not as daunting as anticipated. These criminals entertained the notion of overwhelming him through sheer numbers. However, everything changed when 3 individuals boldly dashed through a throng of self-regulating robots towards the exit. Zhao Xuanzhe seized the throat of a grinning criminal and tossed him aside as if he were refuse. In an instant, as the sound echoed, all 102 criminals present felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Even the mechanical augmentations lost control over their bodies. "My powers have vanished. How is this possible? What kind of sorcery is this? It must be witchcraft." Yet, they could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xuanzhe methodically knocked them out, stacking them like building blocks into a small mound. As the roar of engines filled the air, a flying vehicle departed from the prison. And as he positioned the last unconscious criminal, an electronic synthetic voice resonated in his mind. Pingding Mountain Prison System reconnected successfully. All self-regulating machines re-engaged. Gun systems operational. Diagnostics complete. Fian has lost contact. Warden, please report your schedule. Report Yaoguang criminals Zhao Zongheng, Wu Xingtong, and Pei Nan have escaped. Citywide manhunt initiated. The database has been updated. And the warrant has been issued. Please provide details from the disconnection period. Zhao Zongheng is a hacker-type power user capable of incapacitating self-regulating machines. Exercise caution. Yaoguang's profile updated. Maintain your duties. The Elder Council will inquire about the matter. Please report to Maple Villa by 6:00 a.m. Understood. In the outskirts, amid the wilderness. The term wilderness did not refer to an uninhabited land, but rather an area untouched by human development. Beyond the city of floating light lay a range of mountains, so dense that even satellites struggled to discern the ground below. It was here that the most chaotic organizations thrived, shunning civilization and exhibiting no discipline, essentially a band of brigands. They frequently ambushed caravans from various cities and isolated travelers. However, they did not target hunters who ventured out, as those individuals were not only armed but also likely possessed combat-oriented abilities, making it a gamble that could backfire. So, you escaped merely to become a bandit? Not entirely. As the trio touched down, Zhao Zongheng disabled all systems of the Fian. One must admit, this paper-level ability was nothing short of divine when it came to electronic devices. If he could manage to steal an initial prototype, it would undoubtedly be godlike, more than sufficient to obliterate civilization. We are far from the city, wandering the mountains. Isn't that the essence of banditry? Wilderness hunters. Hunters? Pei Nan gestured towards Wu Xingtong, then to Zhao Zongheng, and finally pointed to himself, a discarded martial artist. A tech enthusiast, and I, a mere ordinary individual who has sustained injuries? I have conversed with Su Chen about the mutated beasts in the wilderness, where even the rabbits are as large as a man's leg. Should we encounter a nest, we might very well end up as their meal. The peril of being a wilderness hunter lies precisely in this. The beasts travel in packs, and those who stray alone are either the forsaken or solitary warriors. With the 3 of us lacking firearms, should we encounter a tiger, it would spell our doom. Yet, there is no need for alarm. After all, they are merely mutated beasts. Even if they possess extraordinary strength, this planet remains under the dominion of the terrifying upright apes, and with firearms in hand. We need not fear great turmoil. But from where shall we procure these firearms? Naturally, there are those who will provide them for us. Who, you ask? Half an hour later, Pei Nan was not at all surprised to see Su Chun, clad in his usual work attire, unabashedly displaying his modified mechanical arms. Addressing Zhao Zongheng with utmost respect, "Young master, the items are ready. Thank you for your efforts. The operation over there has not commenced yet, has it? Not yet. But the three factions have already entered the battlefield. If all goes as planned, a siege operation will take place tonight. It is the same old selection process. Akin to a child's play, which perhaps explains why grandfather wishes to overthrow this tradition." Pei Nan listened in utter bewilderment and promptly inquired, "What operation? Were we not here to act as hunters?" Zhao Zongheng opened the weapons compartment of the vehicle, inspecting the capacitor and magazine. Fully charged and potent. This was an electromagnetic rifle, a standard issue for the Zhao family's forces, typically employed in large-scale battlefield confrontations or for dealing with mutated beasts. Using such a weapon against unarmored individuals would be a sheer waste of resources. The selection process for the head of the Zhao family had commenced, and as hunters, we had been tasked with the assassination of the new generation of candidates for the family leadership. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Pei Nan pondered for a moment, questioning. Isn't this a killer? Are you planning to abandon your endeavors in Luguang City? Zhao Zongheng tossed the weapon he held to Pei Nan and nodded, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself. My mother is also from the Zhao family, so although I am not of the direct lineage, I can still be considered half a Zhao." Pei Nan found this even more perplexing, responding, "Doesn't that further distance you from the position of the family head candidate?" Zhao Zongheng snorted disdainfully. "If I eliminate all the direct descendants, wouldn't that resolve the issue?" Pei Nan widened his eyes in disbelief. Turtle. Yet, he remained skeptical. For such actions were akin to turning against one's own kin. Even if one were to ascend to power through such means, would anyone genuinely respect him? Could this truly succeed? Surely it could. Why? Because the former head of the family had also risen in this manner. Burned. Pei Nan's CU has been set ablaze. For the sake of the position of the family head, must the new generation engage in a brutal struggle akin to nurturing venomous insects? Naturally, I hold little interest in that position. As a technology enthusiast, my greatest aspiration is to design a game that captivates the hearts of all. Were it not for the new policies of Iron Wall City and my grandfather's expectations, I would have no desire to partake in this ridiculous charade. Su Chen remarked with a stern expression. The fourth elder would not take kindly to such words. Feel free to convey that to him, I replied. At this moment, my sole focus is to rally my cousins and siblings. The real-life shooting game is about to commence. Pei Nan was beset by an overwhelming desire to retreat. If she continued down this path, it was highly likely that she would not survive to see the end of the 7 days. Oh, and your wound needs attention, otherwise, it will hinder tonight's battle. I am already injured. Can I not participate? Zhao Zongheng smiled and replied, no. With a sigh, he extended his right hand towards Su Chun, declaring with righteous fervor, pay up, and don't forget the photographs. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for him to request money at such a moment. Zhao Zongheng shot her a knowing glance, urging her to comply. Reluctantly, she transferred the funds to a new anonymous account, as it was evident that the personal accounts of the three were under surveillance. Upon seeing the additional 4-digit sum in the account, Pei Nan let out a sigh of relief. Su Chun, puzzled, inquired, is it truly that urgent? Pei Nan casually tossed the weapon into his spatial backpack, crossing his arms over his chest. This is my first pot of gold. I am quite elated to have acquired it. Should the system present more peculiar tasks in the future, I will have the funds to pay any fines. Subsequently, Su Chen showed Pei Nan the photographs of the thugs, which could only be described as utterly horrific. Su Chen remarked, the mass transfer of criminals poses certain complications, yet in the detention center of the lower district, they will remain for at least 3 months. Pei Nan nodded, expressing considerable satisfaction. I didn't expect you to be quite committed in this regard. To be honest, do you have a particular fondness for wielding a club? Su Chen rolled his eyes in response. Get lost. Zhao Zongheng, having finished inspecting the weapons, interrupted their banter and turned to Pei Nan, asking, will these weapons fit? Pei Nan gazed at the 3 vacant slots and casually remarked, not permissible. How vast is this space of yours? Pei Nan fell silent for a moment before speaking. 5 compartments. What the hell does 5 compartments mean? Shouldn't this space be measured in cubic meters? Pei Nan pondered for a moment before stowing away the weapons held by several individuals into a box. With a swift motion of his right hand, the box vanished, and he remarked languidly, now only 4 slots remain. Zhao Zongheng fell into deep contemplation and then turned to Su Chun, inquiring, "Is it possible to procure a nuclear bomb?" Su Chun was taken aback. Zhao Zongheng chuckled awkwardly, just a jest. In fact, a hydrogen bomb would suffice. Otherwise, a crate of standard Thor missiles would do nicely. Is this some kind of divine or demonic talk? Such items are unequivocally military equipment. Even the head of a family would require deliberation before acquiring them. These electromagnetic weapons are typically traded on the black market, often outdated relics. Why not simply demand a superweapon? Don't take it so seriously. I merely wish to lighten the mood. Yet, the more Zhao Zongheng elaborated, the more alarmed Su Chun became, for he was genuinely contemplating the feasibility of such an endeavor. Even more concerning was her own inclination to agree. At that moment, Zhao Zongheng gestured towards the vehicle before them and asked, "Can this car be stored away?" Pei Nan attempted to express his thoughts. "It won't work." Zhao Zongheng, with a look of regret, replied, "What a pity." However, Pei Nan countered, "If you could provide him with an entire box, it might just succeed." At this moment, Zhao Zongheng's eyes brightened as he gazed at Su Chun, who shrugged his shoulders and said, "In this wilderness, where would I find a container large enough to hold an off-road vehicle? But it could be useful to have it prepared, just in case. Why not prepare an airplane while you're at it?" As soon as Su Chun uttered these words, both Pei Nan and Zhao Zongheng's eyes lit up. On the road outside the forest, a well-equipped battalion of 200 soldiers approached, armed with the latest advancements in ammunition and skilled in marksmanship. They were equipped with machine guns, autonomous machinery, automatic rifles, and a plethora of projectiles. In terms of configuration, they were infinitely close to the ancient assessment of formidable capability, rendering their firepower somewhat excessive for dealing with bandits. Moreover, within this battalion, there were indeed powerful individuals. "Young Master Zoming, ahead lies Chishan. We can no longer advance with vehicles and must proceed on foot with the troops." Zhao Zoming, clad in a specially designed bulletproof suit and a black commander's uniform, stood out among the soldiers in their green camouflage. If a sniper were to take aim at that moment, he would undoubtedly be the first target. Thus, he remained in the vehicle. It was unclear what the family head was thinking, as summoning the Air Force would have easily eradicated the bandit threat here. Yet we were compelled to adopt this primitive approach. Zhao Zoming's aide explained, "The ancestors of the Zhao family established Luguang City with their own hands and feet. Back then, they lacked autonomous machinery and the sophisticated automatic rifles we possess today. Humph, the bandits of yore wielded only the outdated 3.8 rifles, while now they can even obtain electromagnetic rifles." The aide responded, "Thus, this operation is also equipped with a Tiger Ben combat mecha, a colossal 3-meter behemoth approached from the rear. Its immense steel frame offering a sense of reassurance to all those sheltered beneath its protection." Zhao Zoming stretched and instructed his aide, "Activate the Howling Sky." Understood. 5 dog-shaped machines leapt from the vehicle, vanishing into invisibility within 2 seconds, disappearing into the jungle. Chapter 18. The Onslaught of Terror Bandits, an anachronistic group in this era. The advancement of technology has led to a significant increase in productivity. Food has always been a paramount concern throughout the ages. Yet survival does not solely hinge on growing crops. The advent of synthetic food has caused a population explosion. With a simple protein bar capable of sustaining an individual for an entire day, algorithm A can calculate the necessary nutrients for the body. Rather than consuming crops and animals laden with trace elements, it is far more efficient to directly ingest corresponding synthetic substances, disregarding the nuances of flavor. Synthetic food has indeed liberated the impoverished masses from the clutches of hunger and cold. However, the bandits of this era are more aptly termed fugitives. Most of them have committed serious offenses within the 8 major cities and, unwilling to bear the consequences of their actions, have fled civilization in various guises. Even in the wilderness, there are several criminal organizations composed of these fugitives, with the band operating in Chishan being a small gang modeled after those entities. The difference between them and the gangs within the cities lies solely in their identities and the constraints of rules. The urban gangs resemble a form of disorderly management, while the fugitives in the wilderness engage in unrestrained plunder. Neither faction can be deemed virtuous. Pei Nan and the others stood behind a thicket. As Zhao Zongheng examined the traces on the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. "We cannot proceed any further. There are patrol dogs in the vicinity." Pei Nan gazed at the marks on the ground, which were square-shaped indentations. These traces did not resemble those of a canine, as even the paw prints were indiscernible. Zhao Zongheng, however, adhered to his promise made in prison, patiently addressing Pei Nan's inquiries. "The Shouty on patrol dog is an electronic imitation, resembling a dog. equipped with a laser weapon on its back. It is primarily utilized for stealth and tracking, with a size comparable to that of an ordinary medium-sized dog. Although the power of the laser weapon is modest, it can effortlessly penetrate the body of an unarmored individual. Pei Nan widened his eyes, glancing around before quietly inquiring, "Can that thing really become invisible? Have we been exposed?" Zhao Zongheng also felt a twinge of headache. Although the mechanical construct, Xiaotian, was designed for reconnaissance and tracking, its armor was not particularly robust. The electromagnetic rifles in their possession could easily penetrate it. However, they were unable to see their adversaries. And the bulletproof vests worn by the trio were merely designed to withstand conventional ammunition, offering no protection against the searing rays of laser weaponry. As for the armor capable of resisting electromagnetic weaponry, it could indeed endure some assault. Yet, that was a closely guarded secret of Floating Light City, and only special forces were authorized to don it. At present, it appeared that they had not been exposed. Xiaotian had the capability to relay visual images back to the control terminal the moment it detected a target. Given the current notoriety of the three of them, I had no doubt that my yet-to-be-met cousin would not hesitate to take a shot at us. However, after Zhao Zongheng spoke these words, he did not seem particularly relieved. For there existed another possibility. The commander might have discovered their presence but opted not to raise alarm, instead choosing to encircle them slowly before executing them. In contrast, Pei Nan's anxiety seemed feigned, as his danger perception had not issued any warnings. That peculiar ability reminiscent of a spider's instinct, he speculated, derived from spider crawling. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. Bat sensing pertained to terrain detection and should not react to such malice. The antelope leap was even less relevant, as it merely enhanced leg strength. Only spider crawling held a semblance of potential. After all, a certain diminutive spider possessed similar capabilities. Yet, since the danger perception had not raised any alarms, it indicated that their current situation was relatively secure. Typically, Xiaotian operated in formations, although satellites in the sky might not pinpoint their exact location. The sight of the swift descent of the flying swallow would likely be unavoidable. If my elusive brother harbored even a modicum of desire for the family patriarch, he would surely abandon any petty bandits and redirect his focus towards me. Wu Xingtong remained as silent as ever, resembling a robot more than a human. Even with his abilities completely sealed, aside from his notably robust physique, he bore no distinction from an ordinary person. Nevertheless, he was ever prepared to sacrifice himself for Zhao Zongheng. Pei Nan found himself perplexed. Was this individual truly under the sway of browser surveillance? How could he be so fervently devoted, while he himself was compelled by circumstance? He was certain that in the face of genuine peril, he would be the first to flee. With his three unique skills, evading detection in these woods would be nearly impossible unless a substantial military force was deployed for pursuit. Furthermore, he could not fathom why Zhao Zongheng, who had been sidelined from the candidacy for the family head, was so fixated on obtaining that position. Was it truly as he claimed, that it was for the sake of his grandfather's aspirations? Is it conceivable that they have already uncovered our presence, while we remain oblivious? Zhao Zongheng fell silent for a moment, neither affirming nor denying. It is possible, after all, aside from Xiaotian. There are also aerial reconnaissance units, such as Hu Feng and Wan Yao. If they are equipped with such resources, then we may already be compromised. Pei Nan was already prepared to make his move. He merely wished to await his return in 5 days. To experience the sensation of being pierced by a bullet, a choice only a deranged mind would make. Why linger here any longer? Zhao Zongheng grasped Pei Nan, who was eager to rise. Do not be hasty. Even if he discovers our presence, there will be a moment of reaction. A battalion of hundreds does not mobilize silently within this forest. Stop dreaming. If we truly are detected, I suspect a sniper will have us in their sights. Zhao Zongheng glanced at the sniper rifle behind him. Who among us isn't a marksman? Pei Nan expressed skepticism regarding Zhao Zongheng's marksmanship, questioning how a tech-savvy individual could possibly possess such shooting skills. Zhao Zongheng, in a boastful manner, recounted his past achievements during the shooting competition in Iron Wall City. I ranked among the top 3 in the amateur category, hitting targets with precision within 1,200 meters. Pei Nan dismissed his claims, noting that a true sniper is considered skilled only if they can accurately shoot within a range of 1 kilometer, and unless technology is exceptionally advanced. One would merely see 2 indistinct legs in a reflection, rendering the notion of 1,200 meters accuracy absurd. What is different about the shooting competition in Iron Wall City? Zhao Zongheng seemed to ponder this before suggesting that if an opportunity arose, he could recommend Pei Nan for participation, claiming it would undoubtedly be enjoyable. Changing the subject. Are we? Pei Nan thought. There are indeed experiences that, while deemed unnecessary, are best understood through personal engagement. However, we must prepare, as you mentioned, for they may genuinely be tracking us. Have you detected their presence? Zhao Zongheng replied, I simply understand the mindset of these candidates too well. His eyes narrowed into slits, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he continued. The allure of a fugitive candidate is far greater than that of mere bandits. 200 meters away, an invisible surveillance drone aimed its high-definition camera at the trio's backs, meticulously documenting their every move for Zhao Zongheng to observe. A playful smile crept across his face as the 200-strong unit remained stationary. The reconnaissance system of the armored mechanized units on high alert. This was far more intriguing than hunting down bandits. At that moment, the lieutenant approached and inquired, Young master, shall we apprehend them? Zhao Zongheng cast a glance at the mechanized units and replied, It seems the Zhao family does not require fugitives to be taken alive. The lieutenant understood Zhao Zongheng's intentions, stating, Those who manage to escape from prison number 15 are all violent offenders, many facing life sentences or even death. They were meant to languish in their cells for eternity. Their escape constitutes a capital offense. Zhao Zongheng clapped the lieutenant's shoulder with vigor. Well said, my lieutenant. Such notorious criminals, even if they share our bloodline, cannot be easily pardoned, let alone a mere affiliated relative. Since they have committed grave crimes, they shall pay the ultimate price. What the lieutenant refrained from voicing was the Zhao family's ancestral decree prohibiting fratricide. Since the ascension of the current family head, this rule had become obsolete. The new generation of candidates was increasingly ruthless, equipped with 4 windbreaking missiles designed primarily for engaging aerial targets. The mechanized units boasted an attack range of 5 kilometers and could reach speeds of up to 5 Mach. This meant that for the trio, who were merely 4 kilometers away from Zhao Zongheng's forces, the missiles would reach them in approximately 2.95 seconds, even accounting for acceleration and other external factors. It would not exceed 3.5 seconds. As the missile emerged from its launch bay, its sharp tip, painted a menacing red, was conspicuous. With a burst of fuel, a brilliant white light shot skyward, heading towards the mountains. The trio, engaged in setting traps, instinctively looked up as Pei Nan's danger sense screamed at him, propelling him forward. Barely managing to shout, Run! Zhao Zongheng, sensing the impending peril, echoed the command, Run! Wu Xingtong, the sole martial artist among them, was the last to recognize the looming threat, yet his reflexes were swift enough to hoist Zhao Zongheng onto his shoulder. At the moment the missile was released from its bay, every cell in Pei Nan's body screamed for him to flee. And he did not cease his flight until he had covered a considerable distance. As the missile struck the ground, an intense flash illuminated the area, followed by a surge of red flames that consumed the surrounding air, rapidly igniting, expanding, and then exploding. A deafening roar erupted from behind, as shrapnel scattered like a tempest of blades. The ensuing heatwave incinerated all organic matter nearby, a technological assault that pressed all primitives to the ground, obliterating the era of cold weaponry and ending the age of individual heroism. Wu Xingtong shielded Zhao Zongheng beneath him, his clothing in tatters, embedded with fragments of shrapnel, his face ashen, yet still alive. Zhao Zongheng bore no visible injuries, but the ringing in his ears left him questioning whether he still inhabited this world. Pei Nan's condition could have been better. After all, he had been the first to flee and had not been struck by shrapnel. Yet the shockwave left him feeling somewhat dizzy. Oh, for heaven's sake, are they here to eradicate bandits? What kind of brigands necessitate such an assault? Wolverine, perhaps? Wu Xingtong, a true martial artist, displayed the remarkable resilience typical of physical enhancers, managing to rise despite being battered and bruised. Zhao Zongheng cast a sinister glance toward the incoming missile. This fellow had brought the Tiger Ben mecha. The Tiger Ben mecha is designated as an anti-infantry mecha, equipped with 4 missiles and armed with a 12.7mm cannon, boasting a reserve of 2,000 rounds. Once its ammunition is expended, it can still serve as tactical cover and counter-tank support. He had anticipated that the candidates for the family head would be equipped with formidable firepower, but he never imagined it would be this overwhelming. He initially thought it would merely be the firepower of an infantry squad, but now it appeared to be a combined arms operation, albeit with mechas replacing tanks. Such equipment could not be dealt with by a mere electromagnetic rifle and sniper. If Zhao Zongheng failed to deliver, and instead occasionally unleashed a missile, the troops would merely become fodder for body retrieval. Can we move? In response to Zhao Zongheng's shout, Wu Xingtong gritted his teeth against the pain and nodded. Once he confirmed that the enemy posed no immediate threat, Zhao Zongheng swiftly brought his specially crafted sniper rifle, which also employed electromagnetic technology, into his grasp. This was an electromagnetic sniper rifle. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, the air was once again pierced by the sound of a projectile. Zhao Zongheng knelt on one knee, raised his weapon, and aimed. Accompanied by the whir of the electromagnetic coils, a bullet, faster than any missile, hurtled toward the incoming projectile. Boom! A crimson explosion erupted in the sky, a kilometer away from their position. Pei Nan closed his jaw with his hand, internally questioning, is this amateur hour? A sniper intercepting a missile. To Pei Nan, this was beyond comprehension, as missiles are not typically so fragile. Aside from intercepting with another missile, a bullet could easily deflect upon nearing its target, making a direct hit nearly impossible. This meant that the extraordinary scene before them was not merely a test of the sniper's skill, but also an examination of the weaponry's technical capabilities. A deficiency in any aspect could incinerate the 3 men on the ground. Zhao Zongheng stowed his weapon and remarked to Pei Nan, quite the impressive reaction. Pei Nan, gasping for breath after surviving the ordeal, spoke to Zhao Zongheng. He has been shot. Should we attend to it? Zhao Zongheng sprayed the wound with a mist, for now. This is the best we can do. We will address the shrapnel later. Even if a martial artist's energy is sealed, their physical constitution remains superior to that of ordinary individuals. The fragments did not damage his internal organs, but had we delayed even a second longer, it would have been fatal. What should we do next? If the adversary continues to launch such strikes, we may be obliterated before we even lay eyes on him. Zhao Zongheng surveyed the surroundings and remarked, since he can accurately target us with missiles, it indicates the presence of a howling sky nearby. The scene we just witnessed has undoubtedly reached his awareness. If he possesses enough intelligence, he will refrain from launching further missiles before ensuring our annihilation. As there are only 4. Suddenly, Zhao Zongheng raised his gun and aimed at a spot behind a tree, where the air appeared to shimmer. Found you. To closely observe the dire condition of the 3, Zhao Zongheng had deliberately maneuvered the howling sky closer, inadvertently granting Zhao Zongheng a sliver of opportunity. Impressive marksmanship. Pei Nan expressed his desire to learn as well. Zhao Zongheng signaled for the trio to make a hasty retreat, since they had already been discovered. They should await their approach and seize the opportunity to eliminate Zhao Zongheng. Pei Nan, perplexed, inquired, isn't it more efficient for you to go alone? What purpose do we serve? Zhao Zongheng, gazing at him with a comforting and benevolent expression, replied, oh, foolish child, your role is undoubtedly to serve as bait. Pei Nan, sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. Did you hear me? I sound the alarm. Chapter 19. The bandits. Zhao Zongheng furrowed his brow, bewildered by the notion that someone could intercept a missile with a sniper rifle. The missiles fired from the Hubei mechs were not primary weapons. Their primary function was to serve as a point of fire support, establishing a line of offensive capability, originally designed to counter aerial assaults. These missiles could also be employed against ground targets, albeit with the effect of using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Little did he anticipate that this cannon would not only fail to eliminate the mosquito but would be destroyed in the process. The Hubei mechs possessed only 4 missiles, and given that the enemy had demonstrated the ability to intercept them, it would be unwise to launch them recklessly. Should they expend all their missiles, the adversary could exploit their range advantage, gradually wearing down his forces in the mountains. After all, this was a trial, although these troops were regulars. They were not elite forces, simply a group of fresh recruits from training camps. If he were to command true elite troops, it would no longer be a trial but rather a leisurely excursion. The assessment was a test of his capabilities as a commander. Lacking such skills would render him no more than a family liability. He dispatched 3 operational teams to retrieve the trio. Zhao Zongheng's current strategy was straightforward: compel the adversary to converge, capturing them if possible. If not, they could still deplete the enemy's stamina, even if they were capable individuals. Exhaustion would not spare them from missile bombardment. Upon receiving the command, the lieutenant instructed 3 teams of 12 to don their gear and stealthily infiltrate the mountainous terrain towards the locations of Zhao Zongheng and his companions. The lieutenant remarked, the howling sky has detected the bandits' positions, but the recent commotion has likely alerted them. We must prepare for a counterattack. At this moment, Zhao Zongheng's attire was indistinguishable from that of the soldiers. While inside the vehicle, he could flaunt his commander's uniform, showcasing his unique status. However, outside, such behavior would be tantamount to courting death. The soldiers' tactical helmets were interconnected through a single communication network, allowing for team reorganization during different missions, hence limiting communication among the troops except for the commander. Prior to his arrival, Zhao Zoming had researched the Qi mountain bandits. They were originally civilians from the lower city. Unwilling to accept the repercussions of their transgressions against the laws of the floating light city, they found themselves in the wilderness, either by choice or coercion. The harsh penalties imposed by the floating light city weighed heavily on all its inhabitants. Not every resident could bear such punishment. For instance, Pei Nan's minor infraction could swiftly escalate from a mere disturbance of traffic to a societal threat, transforming detention into a life sentence. However, the mindset of the indigenous people differed significantly from that of an outsider like Pei Nan. They were reluctant to squander their youth in prison. Even if they knew they would not achieve greatness, they preferred not to waste their lives. Consequently, distancing themselves from civilization became their sole option, even within the lower city. Once the time arrived, self-disciplined robots would descend from above to enforce the law, regardless of the activity at hand. In this era, no one's movements or information remained concealed. Apart from hackers, ordinary individuals could have their entire history documented with a mere turn before a camera. There was no privacy and no future. This was why, despite the dangers, some chose to settle in the wilderness. Even if they were not hunters and lacked the means to slay mutated beasts, they still sought refuge there. However, such individuals constituted a minority. The majority were innocents victimized by banditry. If they could be labeled as bandits, what better way to bolster their ranks than through theft? After all, one could not expect a group of unproductive, technologically illiterate individuals to possess great charisma. Thus, the simplest method was to abduct people. No one was spared, men, women, and children alike. Strong young men were fitted with explosive collars, women of childbearing age were taken to increase their numbers, and children were indoctrinated from a young age. Groomed to become living bombs willing to sacrifice themselves for the organization, even before they reached maturity. This was the grim reality for most bandit groups. Regardless of their previous plight or innocence, once they chose to become bandits, any demise they met would be met with applause. The bandit group numbered around 150. Armed with outdated gunpowder weapons, their leader wielded an electromagnetic rifle, the most formidable weapon among them. Additionally, while their stock of solid explosives was unclear, previous instances of missing supplies indicated that their resources could sustain them for at least 3 months. The leader was an intermediate-level ability user, possessing the power of body enhancement. A relatively common ability. Given the intermediate level of threat, they could dispatch a strong soldier to eliminate him. In such a scenario, regardless of unforeseen circumstances during combat, the opposing side would be left leaderless. With the command structure of his troops in place, the disorganized bandits would find themselves unable to respond effectively. Zhao Zoming contemplated this but devised a more efficient strategy: to summon a powerful ability user to carry out the decapitation operation while his forces prepared a feigned assault. Should the bandits dare to charge, the Hubei Mechs could form ranks and annihilate them. The lieutenant nodded slightly and relayed the orders. While a shadow swiftly darted away, Zhao Zoming's sole powerful ally, arranged by his father. Each candidate had such a guardian, and though the rules prohibited it, human life was fragile, while rules were malleable. Has the Howling Sky located the fugitive? The search is ongoing. The enemy has concealed their whereabouts. Moreover, the sniper's prowess is formidable. The Howling Sky's proximity may reveal its presence, necessitating a wait for subsequent units to conduct a carpet search. Zhao Zoming stood, stretching his limbs, then clapped his hands together, stating, "Let us await their good news. If the 3 operational teams cannot subdue 3 helpless individuals, then they might as well die in penance." The lieutenant understood Zhao Zoming was not jesting. After all, anyone struck by a missile would either be dead or severely injured, especially the lone powerful ability user among them, whose abilities had been sealed by the prison warden, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. If they could not capture him, survival would indeed be unwarranted. Even with a formidable sniper on the opposing side, their team included snipers as well, and they held a numerical and equipment advantage. There was no reason for them to fail. I have issued them a military order. Success should not be far off. Zhao Zoming reveled in the recognition that came with leadership. As a commander, the power to dictate life and death intoxicated him, particularly in this contest among candidates, where his obsession with the family head was unparalleled. He yearned for the sensation of being above all, yet beneath no one. Zhao Zoming commanded, "All soldiers, heed my call. Pack up and advance. Let us apply pressure to our enemies. In the pursuit of executing an efficient decapitation strike, it is imperative to incite chaos among the enemy ranks. Only through such turmoil can our forces find opportunities to exploit." The unmistakable sound of the advancing tiger bin reverberated through the mountains and forests, causing birds and beasts as well as venomous creatures, to flee in terror. This was a method of intimidation, a means to awaken all bandits from their slumber. Typically, bandit groups adopt names that correspond to a specific locale, such as a certain village or cave, as it is rare for them to use geographical names. For doing so would grant their adversaries complete visibility of their stronghold. It would be reckless to proclaim, "We, the Chishan bandits, shall surely triumph in this battle," especially if the enemy possesses long-range weaponry like missiles, which could obliterate their hideout. The Chishan bandits, however, boldly bore such a name, indicating either ignorance or audacity. Boss. The Zhao family's troops are approaching, and our sentry reports a mech unit. Their numbers appear to match ours, reported a subordinate. The leader of the Chishan bandits was a non-modified human, and most of the abilities within the ranks belonged to individuals like him, whose inherent potential did not require external enhancements. To them, cybernetic modifications were a liability. The greatest advantage of these ability users lay in their energy sources. In high-intensity combat, cybernetic warriors needed abundant power. The greater the intensity, the faster they consumed energy. Afterward, they would have to seek suitable power sources for replenishment. Conversely, an ability user could sustain themselves with merely a couple of inexpensive protein bars, humorously suggesting that an entire unit of ability users could wage a war on just 2 boxes of protein bars. Most of the Chishan bandits were modified individuals, as their nature dictated that everyone must wield weapons, and modification was the quickest route to strength. Simply replacing the most basic cybernetic limbs was sufficient for an ordinary person to handle arms they could otherwise not use. This was the advantage of cybernetic enhancements. Yet the downsides were also glaring. Without coatings to protect against electromagnetic impacts, a few EM bombs on the battlefield could render all modified individuals ineffective. This was the reason bandits were not regarded with any significance by the capital. They were often treated as mere targets for training purposes. Because of their notorious reputation, there was no sense of guilt in their killings, which also fostered the martial spirit within their ranks. Minor bandits posed no threat, while major ones were easily vanquished. Eliminating them yielded no discernible profit, which elucidated the reason for the persistence of banditry in this era. The bandit leader calmly inquired, "What was that commotion earlier?" A subordinate shook his head, replying, "I don't know. Our scouts are too fearful to investigate. However, some troops have strayed from the main body. Perhaps they went in pursuit of someone." The bandit leader, infuriated, exclaimed, "Is it so crucial to the survival of the Chishan bandits that there are still those who dare not investigate? What purpose do I serve in supporting them? Have the sentries ascertained those individuals' movements promptly. I need to know what has compelled the Zhao family to deploy missiles. If you cannot uncover the truth, return and face your doom." The subordinate broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he responded, "I will relay the orders immediately." Unable to remain seated, the bandit leader grasped the electromagnetic weapon at hand and asked, "How long until the Zhao family's troops arrive?" "Based on their marching speed, they should reach our mountaintop in approximately 10 minutes, came the reply. The bandit leader furrowed his brow, muttering, "We cannot engage in a positional battle. We lack sufficient defensive installations. If they deploy those bombs, we will all perish here." After a moment, he instructed, "Once you've relayed the orders, confine those new recruits here. The remaining capable brothers shall arm themselves and follow me into the forest. We cannot confront them head-on. We must resort to guerrilla tactics." As 10 minutes elapsed, the stronghold was suddenly deserted, with birds taking flight into the sky, visible from a distance. The adjutant observed this scene and reported to Zhao Zongming, "Young master, the bandits have entered the forest." Zhao Zongming, watching the footage relayed by the Shaoyan, could not suppress a smile. A group of self-important insects believes they can find refuge in the woods, but that path leads only to death. Though positional warfare was challenging, the numbers on both sides were comparable, and the disparity in equipment was limited to a single Tiger bin mech. If the bandits dared to risk everything for a foothold, they would find it difficult to overcome. Yet they had abandoned their positional advantage in favor of guerrilla tactics. It was uncertain whether they could withstand an adequately equipped modern combat unit. Even a solitary ability user lurking in the dense forest, primed for a decapitation strike, could render them disorganized. Having lost their positional advantage, the bandits would need to deploy several times their numbers to breach a unit equipped with a Tiger bin mech. As the saying goes in the interstellar context, it was akin to infantry charging a tank formation, an invitation to death. The adjutant, gazing at the red dots on the detector, reported, "The first wave of contact is in 1 minute, with a count of 35 individuals." Zhao Zongming activated his helmet's visor and commanded over the channel, "Engage them." With a resounding crash, another Shoutian fell, its optical camouflage system rendered ineffective. Zhao Zongheng glanced at the still operating camera, as Pei Nan's voice echoed from behind. Is this camera still functioning? I don't know, but we can pretend it is, Zhao Zongheng replied, giving the camera a middle finger before shattering it with a single shot. Pei Nan rolled her eyes. What a morbid sense of humor. Are you so anxious for the other side to be enraged that they might dispatch a large force against us? Zhao Zongheng casually tossed aside the mechanical hound. Those bandits will keep him occupied. There won't be too many pursuing us. Pei Nan inquired, where shall we go next? Zhao Zongheng gazed at the startled birds soaring in the sky, pondered for a moment, and replied, the bandit stronghold. What purpose do we have in going there? To seek assistance from the bandits? Zhao Zongheng shook his head. Those bandits will not aid us. If they discover our enmity with the Zhao family, they would unhesitatingly betray us in exchange for a slender chance of survival. Pei Nan instinctively resisted any contact with outsiders. He still wished to survive discreetly. Yet now, wouldn't he that only lead him into a trap? Zhao Zongheng did not respond directly, but posed a question. If you were a bandit and learned that a formidable army was about to encircle you, how would you defend yourself? Pei Nan pondered for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders in resignation. I choose to lay down my arms. You mentioned that the bandits' equipment is not as sophisticated as one might imagine, and it varies greatly. Once targeted by the regular army, their fate is inevitably sealed. Zhao Zongheng nodded in approval. I am quite pleased that your perspective remains aligned with mine. While those bandits may not grasp this reality, their leader certainly does. Unless they possess the means to eliminate the Tiger Bin mechas, the scoundrels will undoubtedly make a different choice. Pei Nan immediately exclaimed, Run. Chapter 20. Mountain pursuit. On the other side of the mountain, after the bandit chief issued orders for guerrilla tactics, a group of individuals wearing collars, armed with explosives, advanced towards the Zhao family troops. Their primary purpose was to serve as a diversion, just enough to create a momentary distraction while another faction from their camp would encircle the enemy from the opposite side. Chief, the third in command has already sent his men. What shall we do next? Wang Zhao, a trusted confidant of the bandit chief, loyal to a fault, was well aware that whenever the chief had a request, he would personally oversee it. His close ties with the chief granted him privileges, including 2 women in the camp, a luxury not afforded to others. The chief never disclosed his name, but Wang Zhao, as his right-hand man, understood this unspoken rule and remained ever vigilant, for he had learned too many secrets, including the chief's current intentions. The chief looked at him and said, Head north. North? Wang Zhao pondered the direction. That's the territory of the Hunter Gang. Indeed, we are heading to the Hunter Gang. The Hunter Gang was one of the notorious criminal organizations in this wilderness, a persistent thorn in the side of even the 8 major cities. Yet, it appeared to thrive under some tacit understanding, managing to establish what they called the 9th city in the wilds. The hunting city was a sanctuary for hunters, free from interference from any city forces, equipped with its own defensive structures capable of fending off attacks from mutated beasts of the wilderness. Its ranks were filled with capable individuals, a significant reason for its resilience. Due to the regulatory order within the cities, certain transactions could not follow the usual city protocols. Thus, there must exist a venue for all gray and black market dealings, leading to the emergence of the hunting city, where dealings in mutated beasts, forbidden technologies, and even human trafficking could take root. Yes, we are indeed going to the Hunter Gang. Wang Zhao glanced back at the more than 100 brothers and their families, whispering, Are we just abandoning the third in command? The chief had long since prepared to forsake that group and had ready explanations. The third in command took liberties with the women among the goods meant for trading with the Hunter Gang for weapons. If he cannot control his own men, let him lead them away to buy time for the others. Wang Zhao couldn't help but click his tongue. It's a pity for those newcomers. There were still over 30 of them. We can acquire more people, but if we delay, everyone's lives will be forfeit here. Having become bandits, they were accustomed to life and death. Decisions like this were devoid of mercy, only tinged with regret. And how do we explain this to our men? I'm the chief. There is nothing to explain. That will breed suspicion and affect our unity. Rest assured, those willing to follow me will not question my decisions. Besides, the bombs around their necks will ensure their compliance. Wang Zhao nodded. The chief is indeed wise. I was foolish. The chief surveyed the nearby exit from the mountain. In mere minutes, they could reach the true wilderness. The Qishan range was still too close to the city of Fuguang, so near that one could see the neon lights of that iron metropolis with a mere glance. Yet, insignificant bandits could not stand their ground in the wilds. They were forced to survive in the cracks between 2 factions, This was a warped era where everyone teetered on the edge of predation. High technology segregated cities from wilderness, and class division separated the upper from the lower city. To survive, one had to be cautious, cunning, and ruthless. This path was void of light. Everyone was merely surviving as rats in the dark, scavenging among the ruins. Suddenly, a shadow flickered before them, vanishing like a dark scythe before the bandit chief. Wielding a sharp blade that severed his head, blood danced in the air as the chief's body fell. By the time everyone processed what had transpired, the dark figure had already made its escape. Wang Zhao trembled, wiping the blood from his face. Unlike others who screamed in panic, he spoke shakily, a power user, and a formidable one at that. The chief himself was a capable power user. Even when wounded by gunfire, he remained unscathed, enough to render an ordinary person speechless. Yet now, in full view of over 100 people, the chief had been beheaded, instilling fear in Wang Zhao. He had never formed a proper concept of power users. After all, they were akin to deities, and how could a mere mortal easily witness such beings? When he glimpsed the electromagnetic rifle in the chief's grasp, a thought began to spread wildly in his mind. The chief was dead, the third-in-command offered up as a sacrifice to the Zhao family, and the so-called second-in-command was merely a figment of the chief's imagination. He had never seen this supposed second-in-command in Xishan. If that were the case, as the only trusted confidant of the chief, possessing the respect of the bandits, he could ascend to become the new leader of this 100-strong group. In that moment, excitement eclipsed his fear. He seized the electromagnetic rifle and addressed the crowd. Everyone, quiet. The chief has been slain by villains. I will temporarily assume his position and lead us to the hunter gang. Though chaos reigned, a few began to calm down. In military hierarchy, when the commander fell, the deputy often took command. They were merely a motley crew, and with a new figure stepping forth, the new leader and the old one were not fundamentally different. Both held sway over their lives and deaths. Wang Zhao couldn't help but declare, "Now, I am the new leader of the Xishan bandits." As the words left his lips, fear spread across the faces of the crowd. A chill ran down Wang Zhao's spine as he caught a glimpse of a shadow, the very scythe that had claimed the chief's life. As the scythe swung down, he beheld his own body. The shadow murmured, "Why am I still being assigned extra work?" Thus, the Xishan bandits fell into utter disarray, and freedom. With the one who held their lives in his hands gone, some might even seek to return to civilization. For those coerced into joining, the idea of returning to civilization was a siren's call, a tantalizing poison, and surely some would wish to surrender to the Zhao family troops. However, combating bandits was no trifling matter. For the eradication forces, unless they were refugees encountered in prisons, all others were bloodied villains. The trio was nearing the stronghold of the Xishan bandits, and Zhao Zongheng was discussing the Zhao family's strategies for dealing with bandits with Pei Nan. He realized that this young man and his team was genuinely uninformed. He lacked many of the necessary insights into their society, although the lower city's common folk were restricted in knowledge. It was unreasonable for Pei Nan to be oblivious even to the basics of the lower city. Did the location truly hold such paramount importance for them? Pei Nan was perplexed. Even though he found himself among the bandits, his coerced participation for the sake of survival was not entirely incomprehensible. As a family representing justice, could this not be seen as a decision to enhance their positive influence? Zhao Zongheng remarked with a sense of melancholy, "They do not require such means to amplify their influence. Moreover, it is nearly impossible to ascertain in a brief period whether those estranged from civilization are genuinely coerced. For the military, their primary objective is to eradicate the bandits, with the rescue of individuals being a secondary concern. Given the uncertainty, it would be more expedient to eliminate all. For even those found in the prison cells may not necessarily be innocent. However, the fewer the number, the more manageable the search becomes. With fewer individuals, the consumption of supplies diminishes as well. Although only a couple of protein bars may be needed, such choices complicate matters unnecessarily." Pei Nan fell into silence. His moral values and knowledge prevented him from accepting this viewpoint. However, as an author, he held the belief that existence itself justifies reason. Thus he neither agreed nor dismissed it. It was indeed a disheartening reality. Zhao Zongheng, cradling his sniper rifle, surveyed the surroundings, finding himself temporarily safe. The silence was unnerving. There was not a hint of gunfire to be heard. Pei Nan casually replied, "Isn't this a good thing?" Zhao Zongheng shook his head and said, "It is too quiet," which suggests that the bandits have surrendered or been captured. In such a situation, chaos cannot ensue, and without chaos, we shall have no opportunity. Pei Nan too felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. There's no point in seeking opportunities anymore. If it's quiet over there, it signifies they have ample forces to track us. With a troop of 200, what can we do with just the three of us? I can hardly fathom how we might survive. Zhao Zongheng glanced at the warning device strapped to him. It's not that we lack opportunities. If they keep sending out Xiaodian towards us, it indicates they are becoming anxious. What the hell does that mean? He exclaimed. Let us be realistic. We have merely 3 rifles. Even if your marksmanship is exceptional, can you take on 200 foes? Even if we were to serve as bait, you'd still be overwhelmed before you could recharge your ammunition. In truth, Zhao Zongheng possessed only 55 rounds for his sniper rifle, after all. Which sniper carries hundreds of rounds without it being burdensome? Snipers are trained for precision strikes, not to engage like infantry. Thus, it was improbable they would supply us with any assistance. Are you out of your mind? The trio split up to conduct a thorough search, prioritizing the inspection of the destroyed patrol dog, as it represented their last valid lead for tracking their target. They discovered steel nails and electromagnetic sniper weaponry. With sufficient power remaining, the operational teams were designated as Teams A, B, and C, with snipers already concealed within the forest, setting the stage for a duel among marksmen. The target was exceedingly challenging. They needed to eliminate the opposing sniper swiftly or risk being systematically dismantled despite having 3 teams. Just then, Team A's captain furrowed his brow as the tactical helmet's display abruptly went dark, and all communication devices ceased functioning. What in the world happened? A team member seemed to have made a discovery. Captain, we found remnants of an EM bomb inside Xiaodian. How cunning. Now we are rendered blind, relying solely on our vision and hearing. Should we signal the snipers? No need. If they VE set a trap, it implies they might be monitoring us as well. An exposed sniper would be futile. We shall advance cautiously, as I refuse to believe 3 individuals can annihilate us completely. The drone was stationed with the main force, and in the dense forest, it was not conducive for flight, making Xiaodian the most suitable reconnaissance device, unless confronted by an exceptionally sharp-eyed sniper like Zhao Zongheng, who would likely remain undetected. Zhao Zongheng diverted his gaze from the sniper scope, disappointedly remarking, "What a pity, that sniper failed to make an appearance." Pei Nan, lacking a profound understanding of warfare, is merely an author of whimsical daily narratives. He is oblivious to the safety mechanisms of a pistol, his capabilities entirely derived from the system's rewards, and he possesses no tactical acumen. Could it not be that they lack a sniper? I deployed 2 EM bombs, obliterating the communications of 2 combat units, one consisting of 12 personnel and the other 11. If the adversary is not merely attempting to deceive us, then the solitary individual must be a sniper. This observation is merely based on the layout I have seen. What if the enemy has mobilized 3, 4, or even 5 combat teams? Thus, eliminating that sniper is our only chance for a counteroffensive. The debris behind Wuxing Tong has been somewhat cleared. Yet the smaller fragments require the precision of tweezers to extract, as attempting to remove them by hand poses a risk of infection. And what if the sniper remains concealed? We can only pray that we are the first to uncover his whereabouts. Pei Nan furrowed his brow, pondering for an extended period before finally articulating. I shall entice him out, while you address the marksman. Zhao Zongheng frowned slightly and replied without hesitation, I cannot concur. Pei Nan felt a flicker of emotion. Despite the fact that this fellow had led him into this predicament, he still stood by his side. You carry all our supplies. If you were to perish, we would lose our chance at redemption. As if I had said nothing. This wretched individual remained as callous as ever. We can find a place to stash our belongings, and I'll lure him out while you eliminate him. Zhao Zongheng gazed at Pei Nan in bewilderment. Do you truly place such trust in me? Pei Nan cast the box onto the ground and patted his shoulder, saying, I have no other choice. And as you have pointed out, we are all mere bait. As the primary attacker, you have no reason to hesitate. You are aware that this is the optimal choice. Zhao Zongheng could only wonder why Pei Nan, who usually shunned exertion, would take on such a perilous task at this critical juncture. It is essential to understand that even a bait intending to flee can serve a purpose, let alone a sniper's bait. If discovered by the adversary, barring a miracle, the outcome would be fatal. Very well, he declared. I shall locate the target and swiftly eliminate them. Pei Nan, equipped with an electromagnetic rifle and 2 grenades, set forth on his mission. His objective was straightforward, to run. A time-sensitive task was issued, a 5 kilometers cross-country run through the mountains. Time limit, 30 minutes. Consequences for failure, permanent leg weakness. Run, young man. Without training your legs, you shall face impotence in this life. Pei Nan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Which leg are you referring to? Chapter 21. Bait and Predicament. Zhao Zongming observed the bandit, who had raised his hands, with a bemused smile. The leader among them was none other than the third-in-command, Wu Quan, a low-level modified human with enhanced arms capable of launching pairs of steel blades. His arms were also equipped with a bullet activation device, enabling both close and ranged combat, rendering him an unparalleled force among ordinary men. Wu Quan had lost his eyes in his youth, replaced by electronic prosthetics that allowed him to see further. Although he had sacrificed part of his limbs, he had gained powers that could rival those of ability users, meeting the standards for an equivalent level of strength. However, when faced with a formal biochemical unit, surrender was his only option. Wu Quan's electronic eyes revolved, focusing on the aide-de-camp. Zhao Zongming, clad in a uniform indistinguishable from that of the soldiers, went unnoticed. Instead, the aide-de-camp, positioned at the forefront of the soldiers, exuded a commanding presence, suggesting he held significant influence within the ranks, even if he was not the commander. "Sir, do not fire, we come to surrender." Beneath the helmets obscuring their expressions, the soldiers appeared as a menacing assembly of machines, instilling a sense of dread. The scene before him resembled the results of a premeditated exercise. His prior experiences in bandit suppression had made him acutely aware of the situation. Why are there so few of them? Wu Quan discerned the implied acceptance of their surrender in those words. Otherwise, they would have been met with immediate gunfire. After all, the eradication of bandits was not a mere whim. Once prepared, one must strike decisively. Yet, the bandit leaders sent them forth as cannon fodder. The opposing force was indeed overwhelming, and many of his subordinates were loyal to the leader. Facing inevitable death, it was better to attempt surrender. "Sir, I have offended the bandit leader. He sent us to delay you while he prepares to flee." As one of the leaders, Wu Quan understood the village lacked any capability to resist this unit. The notion that the enemy would feign an attack was absurd. Thus, regardless of their plans, his group was destined to be mere cannon fodder. He had not yet exhausted his desire to live, hence the necessity of surrender. As for fleeing, he had contemplated it. But there were only two paths down the mountain, one leading to the wilderness and the other occupied by the troops. Any other route, unless one could fly, would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, he doubted that their movements could evade the enemy's methods. If caught, 30-plus individuals would have no room for negotiation, especially with the enormous mech looming behind them. Merely gazing upon it extinguished any courage to resist. However, if you commanders require assistance, I can guide you. I know the direction they fled and can ensure their capture. The aide-de-camp turned to inquire Zhao Zongming's intent. "Young master, the bandits have escaped. What shall we do next?" In essence, there were two choices: to pursue or not to pursue. However, the commander of this extermination operation was not him, and thus, he sought guidance from superiors. As Zhao Zongming deliberated on whether to spare these individuals, a sudden transmission reported the AC team's loss of contact. Instantly, his interest in contemplation waned, and he adhered to the original plan: eliminate them all. Wu Quan's complexion turned ashen, yet he shouted desperately, "Sir, I am still of use. I am a modified human and can scout the way for you, leading you to their hideout. I have come to surrender in earnest." C-Team reported, "Young master, based on the traces left by the enemy, they are advancing towards the Chishan bandits' hideout." At this juncture, Zhao Zongming remarked, "You live to guide us. The rest are to be killed." Wu Quan slumped to the ground, utterly drained, cold sweat pouring down as his body trembled uncontrollably, yet his tongue remained nimble. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." The remaining 30 or so, upon hearing the order for extermination, braced themselves for a fight. However, they had not previously taken many lives. This group comprised newly converted recruits who lacked even the ability to aim, merely marching towards their demise. Within the next 5 seconds, they were all slain. Zhao Zongming then spoke over a private channel. "The fleeing group, exterminate them on the spot." The shadow, initially preparing to return, halted and replied solemnly, "Understood." With but 2 simple sentences, over 100 lives were irrevocably decided. Zhao Zongming coldly stated, "Lead the way. Your life is temporarily spared." Following a series of sharp gunshots, Zhao Zongming nonchalantly remarked to Wu Xingtong beside him, "I told you my long-lost brother would not show mercy. Since we have ceased fire, that implies the bandits have all perished." Wu Xingtong, adjusting his breathing, regained a hint of color. The seal has loosened slightly. Zhao Zongming could not help but regard him with surprise. How long until recovery? Wu Xingtong assessed the energy within him, responding, "1 day. Then it seems my uncle has shown restraint. I recall that a powerful ability user sealed by him would require no less than 5 days to recover, unless he actively lifted the seal." Given the current circumstances, restoring paper-level powers should take another 30 minutes. Let us ensure your injuries do not worsen. A paper-level martial artist could not turn the tide in this pursuit, and we must avoid impairing your shooting accuracy. Pei Nan is problematic. I am well aware of his issues, yet he is one of us. What difference does it make? Do you intend to trust him? Given his willingness to act as bait, I must bear this debt. Wu Xingtong struggled to comprehend the leader's reasoning but refrained from voicing this concern. I meant his physical condition. His body? Wu Xingtong nodded. He is at a critical juncture. A mere push could unlock the door to his abilities. Yet I cannot fathom why such a significant change occurred in such a short time, especially during his incarceration. We should have encountered a corpse, yet he survived. Zhao Zongheng recalled Pei Nan's appearance during that time. His eyes had turned blood red, and the aura surrounding him had surpassed that of mere mortals. After sifting through countless pieces of information in his mind, he suddenly recalled gene lock. Wu Xingtong pondered for a moment before stating, that explains it. But can an ordinary person activate a gene lock? Without the corresponding training methods and medicinal aids, such a brute force unlocking could very well lead to genetic collapse. Then we must hope our good partner survives. Suddenly, Zhao Zongming recalled something and addressed Wu Xingtong. Doesn't your inheritance stabilize such damage? Wu Xingtong declined. He has not earned my approval. The method of inheritance cannot be bestowed upon him. Your sect is no more. Why do you still care? This is my bottom line. Are you unwilling to bend your principles for your leader's breakthrough? Absolutely not. Unyielding and ruthless, Wu Xingtong chose to disregard Zhao Zongheng's incessant harassment, resolutely dedicating herself to restoring her condition as much as possible. Player nickname, Pei Nan. Title, none occupation, none health points, 62 physical condition, light injury energy level, not activated skills, gunfighting technique, beginner. Limit break, tier, spatial backpack, 25 energy level, NA agility, 11, 0, strength, 9, 0. Dexterity, 8, 0. Special abilities, bat perception, beginner. Spider climbing, beginner. Antelope leap, beginner. Firearm adaptation, beginner. Close combat, beginner. Remarks, a somewhat capable novice. The restoration of health points was facilitated by a batch of medications provided by Su Chun, alongside a sufficient intake of food that replenished proteins, hydration, and vitamins. Presently, he is capable of maintaining a relatively stable pace for long-distance running. However, running 5 kilometers while injured, particularly in mountainous terrain, constitutes an ultimate test of both physical endurance and willpower. A 30-minute time constraint is exceedingly challenging even on flat ground. And unless one has undergone specialized training, pushing oneself to the limits may yield breakthroughs, but it could also prove fatal. Pei Nan had no time to ponder this dilemma. He was currently striving for his future. Any sign of weakness in his legs would signify an inability to escape this forest. Thus, he could only commence running. With a singular thought echoing in his mind, run. He navigated the first 300 meters with ease, but by 500 meters, his heart rate had begun to spiral. At 800 meters, he felt the onset of muscle fatigue, and by 1,000 meters, his breath had become labored. Upon reaching 1,500 meters, he found himself devoid of the strength to accelerate. The act of running had begun to resemble mere walking. Yet, he could not afford to stop. He had to maintain a steady pace. Suddenly, at the 2-kilometer mark, a chilling sensation coursed through him, prompting an instinctive surge in speed. A bullet grazed the back of his head, landing harmlessly on the ground behind him. A sniper. This bullet jolted Pei Nan's awareness, igniting a newfound vigor that propelled him forward, dispelling his weariness. Zhao Zongheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation after a prolonged wait. He traced the sound and finally glimpsed a small green figure shifting in the reflection. He could no longer contain himself. Holding his breath, he calibrated his aim and adjusted the trajectory, preparing for a decisive shot. The specially designed steel projectile was fed into the accelerated chamber, where coils upon coils constructed a series of accelerating platforms. As the projectile exited the barrel, it reached a velocity of 7 Mach, piercing through the adversary's skull 0. For seconds later, resulting in a catastrophic explosion akin to that of a watermelon, claiming the target's life instantly. Zhao Zongheng began to reposition, concealing Wu Xingtong in a relatively safe location. This way, the highly mobile Pei Nan and Zhao Zongheng could coordinate their efforts to systematically eliminate their foes. In his earpiece, Zhao Zongheng remarked, "Good brother, you can stop now. The sniper is dead. Find a place to rest." Pei Nan felt a blazing fire within his chest. He dared not pause, as if halting would lead to his own incineration. "I cannot afford to stop." Zhao Zongheng was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by not being able to stop? Pei Nan succinctly remarked. My lungs feel as if they are a furnace. Should I pause? They may ignite. How can lungs possibly catch fire? Are you jesting? Pei Nan struggled to articulate his feelings, a sensation only he could comprehend. My mind is exceptionally clear at this moment. Yet my insides feel as though they are ablaze with an unquenchable fire, and only through relentless running can I find a modicum of comfort. Do you understand? Zhao Zongheng, an awakened ability user, had never encountered such a situation. Thus, he shouted into his headset, Wu Xingtong, how much longer do you intend to conceal your true self? Wu Xingtong remained unperturbed, continuing his steady breathing exercises. Pei Nan now maintained his speed at its zenith, reaching an astonishing velocity of 24 km/h. Nearly the limit of human endurance for long-distance running. Yet, the cost was apparent, as he felt as though he were spontaneously combusting. However, Pei Nan could not afford to dwell on such matters. With 2 kilometers remaining to cover the total distance of 5 kilometers, he calculated that at this pace, he would need only 298 seconds. At that moment, tactical squads emerged ahead, encircling him. Gritting his teeth, Pei Nan unlatched his electromagnetic rifle from his back and began to weave through the forest. Squad B had identified their target and initiated a suppression operation, allowing free fire. 12 streams of fire relentlessly pursued Pei Nan's movements, preemptively aiming and blocking his escape route, a series of crimson lines appearing before him with barely any gaps. Given his current state, evasion seemed impossible. His vision was tinted a deep red as clouds of vapor billowed from his body, heightening his agility once more. Bullets grazed his form, yet none struck home. The danger assessment surged. It had escalated to the level of a parallel class ability user. Conventional firearms posed little threat, especially as the opposing team wielded a weapon far superior to their own. His speed surged beyond 10 ms, requesting shadow support. The target's maximum speed exceeded 15 ms. With a fleeting glance, Pei Nan fired a volley towards the squad. In such a scenario, he could not hope to hit anyone. He merely needed to distract them from opening fire. Yet, his physical condition was far from optimal. He sensed something depleting within him. Though he could not discern what it was, perhaps fat, energy, glycogen, or even muscle. Regardless, his current capabilities were paid for with his very vitality. This mission felt off. He had a vague inkling of why it was said that failure would leave one weak-kneed. It was as if he were burning himself to a husk. The heavens were unkind. Misfortune compounded upon misfortune as ominous thunder rumbled, and a few drops of rain began to fall from the already overcast sky. The situation worsened as Pei Nan realized that 2 more squads had encircled him from the opposite side, previously concealed by Zhao Zongheng, now united. Zhao Zongheng, disregarding the risk of detection, fired his weapon, hoping to eliminate at least one enemy. Each kill meant one less threat to Pei Nan. He gambled that there would be no second sniper among the opposition, and even if there was, he hoped their range would be beyond his own. Furthermore, he had to trust that they would hesitate to fire in the rain, and finally, he prayed they would not send anyone to hunt him down at this crucial moment. With one last desperate shout, Zhao Zongheng called out, Wu Xingtong, do you wish to witness that tragic scene unfold once more? Do not forget who rescued you from that damned inferno. Wu Xingtong sighed, and over the communication channel, he instructed, adjust your breathing rhythm and follow my lead. Chapter 22. Debris flow. Pei Nan navigated through the encirclement, colliding left and right. Even with the aid of the warning line, his body could not remain unscathed for long. After all, he was a soldier trained systematically. Even without having taken a life, his accuracy would not falter. Blood flowed steadily from the wounds on his body. And even in a state akin to numbness, he sensed a decline in his condition. There were bullets he could no longer evade. Continuing in this manner would surely lead to his demise. As the torrential rain fell, the water on his skin drained his internal energy, exacerbating the feeling of depletion. Yet, he had but 1 kilometer left to cover the required distance of 5 kilometers. He needed to break free. At that moment, Wu Xingtong's words echoed in his ears, prompting Pei Nan to instinctively adjust his breathing rhythm. The turbulent heat within him seemed to find direction, radiating throughout his body. His senses were restored. However, this was not a boon. Now, he was battered and bruised. The instant his sensations returned, waves of intense pain surged through him, nearly causing him to faint. He reduced his speed, maintaining crossfire while evading the sniper. Targeting was impossible. The enemy sniper was exceptionally skilled, and his weapon was unaffected by the rain, rendering them unable to retaliate. Let him escape the encirclement and await a new sniper's entry. The target has met the criteria for an ability user. Wait for the shadow to deal with him. Acknowledged. Zhao Zongheng's reckless sniping afforded Pei Nan a moment of respite, allowing him to decisively distance himself from the encircling forces. Simultaneously, the distance he had run began to rise rapidly. The newly acquired breathing technique redirected the flow of energy within him, restoring his senses and expanding his awareness. The range of his echolocation had doubled. Blood and heat flowed from his body, and his physical capabilities continued to decline, yet his mental resolve soared to its zenith. Run, run. Without a care, he sprinted, burning every conceivable source of energy within. Fat, glycogen, muscle. He needed only to keep running until he turned to ash, until he reached the pinnacle. Mission accomplished. Mountain trail run 5 kilometers. Remaining time 11 minutes 35's mission reward. Specialty. Speedster, beginner when you need to run. You can burn all internal energy to enhance speed. Speedster talent. All attributes 1. Agility 1. Detection of breathing technique confirmed. Integration in progress. Integration complete. Extreme breathing technique. Guides the flow of internal energy, significantly enhancing physical attributes in extreme conditions. Extreme breathing technique successfully activated. Precision 1. Strength 2. Agility 3. Remaining uses 9. Detection of your limit attributes surpassing 11. Gene lock phase initiated. Gene lock. Stage exceeding. Stage. Detection of exceeding awakening. Automatically merged into gene lock. Exceeding stage activatable when health is below 40. Grants a 50 boost to all attributes and enhances combat intuition. Your 3-dimensional foundational attributes have all surpassed 10. 3-dimensional attribute breakthrough. Conditions for becoming a professional are met. The following 3 career advancement options are now available. Martial Artist. Extreme Raider. Gun Martial Artist. Martial Artist, compatibility 78 can harness internal energy to enhance oneself, reaching the pinnacle of skill and strength. Refining this path can lead to transcendent mastery. 3-dimensional inclination. Strength 3, Agility 2. Extreme Raider, compatibility 92 continuously challenges one's limits, breaking through the gene lock's constraints. Possessing a remarkably high evolution ceiling, yet demands a delicate balance of mental and agility attributes. 3-dimensional inclination. Precision 2, Strength 2, Agility 2. Gun Martial Artist, compatibility 65 skillfully integrates firearms with martial arts, relying heavily on the weapon's power, yet commands an unmatched sovereign status on the battlefield. 3-dimensional inclination, Precision 2. Agility 3. Shall you change your profession? Upon witnessing the emergence of these 3 professions, Pei Nan suddenly became aware that he was merely engaged in a game. The recent life and death struggle had rendered him somewhat unable to distinguish reality, and only now did he have the opportunity to contemplate, allowing his instincts to guide his thoughts. The martial artist's description likely alluded to the profession of Wuxing Tong. Yet the mere notion that such a vocation could be bestowed with a title by Zhao Xianzhu instinctively deterred him from selection, especially given the low compatibility. The term extreme thief struck him as rather peculiar, as if he had encountered it before. And the notion of challenging one's limits felt akin to a self-destructive task assigned by the system. Surely, he mused, he would not be subjected to such an arrangement. The gun martial artist appeared to be a rather premium profession, although he presently possessed a firearm. He certainly did not embody the description of a sovereign on the battlefield. He was more akin to a specter. With such low compatibility, this option was equally unviable. You have chosen to transition to the profession of extreme thief. Profession change complete. All-dimensional attribute enhancement. 2 to all attributes. This profession possesses no special skills. All abilities will manifest as specialties. Commencing the 8 challenges of the extreme thief. Surge of strength, incomplete. Descent from the heavens, incomplete. Awakening of the earth, incomplete. Essence of water, incomplete. Whirlwind of the winds, incomplete. Solidification of ice, incomplete. Mastery of fate, incomplete. Absolute trust, incomplete. All challenges can be undertaken during the dimensional attribute breakthrough phase. Upon completion, corresponding specialties will be awarded. Life is as splendid as summer blossoms, and death as serene as autumn leaves. May you forever retain your essence. Exploring the boundaries of existence and experiencing the vistas of extremes. Welcome to the realm of the extreme thief. A crisp sound resonated, signifying a transcendence of life's realms. His bodily wounds began to heal autonomously, embedded bullets were expelled from his flesh, and his weary body commenced a process of fortification and reassembly. Pei Nan's physique gradually filled with muscle, only to subsequently undergo a transformation as if guided by a discerning genetic instinct, compressing and sculpting itself. In that moment, he comprehended the duality of strength and agility. Strength denoted the quantity of muscle, while agility represented its density. The essence signified the equilibrium between the two, embodying perception and will. As he awaited the completion of his bodily metamorphosis, Pei Nan's form ceased to emit smoke, resembling an ordinary mortal returning to their roots. Fully aware that an extraordinary transformation had occurred within him. Player nickname, Pei Nan. Title, non-occupation, extreme thief gene lock, tier limitless health points, 70 physical condition, hungry energy points, 100 skills, gunfighting, beginner. Extreme breathing technique, usable when surpassing limits, space backpack, 25 energy level, balanced essence, 15, 0, strength, 14, 0, agility, 15, 0, special abilities, bat perception, beginner, spider climbing, beginner. Antelope leap, beginner, firearm adaptation, beginner, close combat, beginner, speedster, beginner. Remarks, congratulations on transcending limits and entering the realm of the extraordinary. Pei Nan opened his arms to embrace the baptism of the torrential rain, his rejuvenated body resonating with a low hum. Yearning for vitality and an even greater thirst for battle, Pei Nan exclaimed excitedly in the channel, "Grandfather has returned." Zhao Zongheng furrowed his brow and responded, "Survived, has he?" Pei Nan felt an overwhelming sense of strength. He believed that if he were to return and confront those 30-odd individuals, it would require no more effort than a mere breath. "I have transcended. I am now an individual of extraordinary capabilities." Zhao Zongheng, however, was taken aback by the unexpected success of this young man. Wu Xingtong was equally astonished. As a martial artist, he understood the formidable challenge of achieving such a breakthrough. Even with the assistance of breathing techniques, the risks were immense, and the greater the bodily injuries, the more arduous the progression. To his surprise, this young man had merely run wildly for a while and had traversed into the realm of the extraordinary. Zhao Zongheng ceased firing, as the adversaries were all sheltered behind cover, and curiously inquired, "What is your ability?" Pei Nan pondered for a moment. "Is it edible?" Zhao Zongheng? Pei Nan continued, "I am famished at the moment. Prepare a protein bar for me. I could devour an entire cow." At this point, Wu Xingtong interjected. The evolution of life's tiers demands an immense amount of energy, and unlocking the genetic locks is no different. A voracious appetite is an inherent instinct, particularly at the moment of a breakthrough, when this hunger reaches its zenith. Zhao Zongheng contemplated and discerned the essence. "So, you lack the capability? If you are referring to your ability to infiltrate systems, then indeed, that is absent. However, the enhancement of physical strength and speed has undergone a qualitative leap." Zhao Zongheng spoke with palpable disdain, as if belittling such abilities, merely physical enhancement. Pei Nan was exceedingly excited at that moment, oblivious to Zhao Zongheng's disdain for physical enhancement abilities. "How are things on your end?" Zhao Zongheng observed the concealed squad. He was ready to reward anyone who dared to show themselves with a bullet. "I've taken down 5, but they've all hidden away now." Realizing that the adversaries had retreated, he suggested, "Let us reposition. They are likely calling for reinforcements." Zhao Zongheng had already anticipated this scenario, and, upon ensuring Pei Nan's safety, had made his escape. "Come to my location. They're on their way." At this moment, Pei Nan accelerated once more, effortlessly reaching a speed that previously required self-sacrifice. This sensation filled him with immense exhilaration. After the activation of the genetic lock, one would typically expect a period of weakness. Hence, why was he able to recover his mobility so swiftly? Wu Xingtong fell into deep contemplation. This individual was indeed not quite right. However, it was of no concern to him. As long as the other harbored no intentions of betraying Zhao Zongheng, he was indifferent to their identity, even if they were not human. In this era, there is no shortage of monsters and prodigies. One more or less does not matter. Zhao Zongheng was en route to a critical juncture. In contrast to the two physically enhanced individuals, he could rely solely on his marksmanship in this battle. Though his physical condition was commendable, it remained within the realm of an ordinary person. Carrying a sniper rifle was inherently burdensome, and he was beginning to feel a twinge of fatigue. The commotion was insufficient. He must eliminate a candidate to create the desired impact. In Zhao Zongheng's strategy, Pei Nan represented a variable, yet this variable unexpectedly brought him some delight, aiding the success of this endeavor. However, the Hu Bin mech was an unforeseen development. According to regulations among the candidates for the family head, one must rely solely on their own abilities for evaluation. The Hu Bin belonged to the military and should not have been summonable by a youth like him. Indeed, behind every candidate for family head lurked an opportunist. That old fellow in the military evidently placed considerable faith in Zhao Zongheng. Zhao Zongheng maintained a vigilant awareness of his surroundings, ever watchful for ambushes. The likelihood of such an occurrence was low, yet not entirely absent. This stretch of road remained relatively tranquil. It appeared that his earlier shots had struck true, as there was no second sniper and no energy to orchestrate an ambush against him. Now, he merely awaited the rendezvous with Pei Nan, who had just ascended to the extraordinary, poised to become the core of their team. The weather was marked by thunderstorm, the sky perpetually shrouded in mist. Glancing upward, one could see dark, ominous clouds casting a dim light, as though one had entered the twilight between day and night. The rain in the air gradually parted, revealing a pitch-black scythe that materialized silently. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure had appeared behind Zhao Zongheng, poised to sever his head in an instant. Suddenly, Wu Xingtong, unable to quell his unease, rose to his feet. After much deliberation, he shouldered his pack and exited the concealed cavern. Pei Nan sensed something amiss in the midst of his journey, prompting him to swiftly ascend a tree trunk. In an instant, the creatures of Qishan scattered in panic, as if a ferocious beast were relentlessly pursuing them, leaving them no moment to glance back. The cacophony grew closer, the sound of rushing water, the anguished cries of animals, the creaking of collapsing trees, and the resounding thunderclaps. Something in the mountains had awakened. Pei Nan swallowed hard as he witnessed the murky torrent of mud, mixed with sand and debris, cascading down from the mountain's peak. At that moment, he comprehended the nature of the impending disaster, a mudslide. The Qishan region, with its elevated terrain and loose soil, was already predisposed to such events, especially under the gloomy, rainy weather. Today, however, it was further exacerbated by an unprecedented deluge. With the confluence of favorable conditions, nature unleashed a calamity that no living being could evade. This was not merely a wash of muddy water. It was a chaotic mixture of stones, gravel, noxious weeds, and venomous insects, embodying every conceivable impurity. Once ensnared by the mudslide, victims would face not only the immediate threats of asphyxiation and injury, but also the looming dangers of infection and disease. Pei Nan could only shout into the communication channel, "Run! The mudslide is coming!" However, no response echoed back, causing a chill to seize his heart. Had something happened to them? Zhao Zoming stood atop the village, frowning, while his aide held up a dark umbrella for him. A mudslide? At this moment, he murmured. Wu Quan, indifferent to the torrential rain soaking him, retained a smile. The Qishan terrain is elevated with loose soil. Light rain poses no threat. Only such heavy downpours can trigger a mudslide. However, fret not, for our village is built high, and the mudslide will not affect us. At that moment, a soldier approached and whispered something in Zhao Zoming's ear. His expression darkened ominously before he broke into a smile, sending shivers down Wu Quan's spine. "I hear you have taken a liking to an underage girl?" Wu Quan's composure shattered at once. No. How could I dare? Shall I bring the girl to speak with you?" Wu Quan's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "Commander, I was momentarily bewitched. I had no intention of any wrongdoing." Zhao Zoming drew a handgun from his aide's waist, disengaging the safety and aiming it at Wu Quan's head. Despite the frigid weather, beads of sweat visibly formed on Wu Quan's forehead. Commander, grant me one chance. I shall never dare again." Bang. "Come find me in your next life. I'll give you a chance." Zhao Zoming tossed the gun aside and stepped out from under the aide's umbrella, who promptly followed him, stating, "The shadow is dead." Chapter 23. After the new rain in the empty mountains, a deluge raged for an entire day and night, trapping all within Qishan. Zhao Zoming's troops took refuge at the former bandit camp, establishing a temporary base, while Pei Nan and the others lost all contact during this time. The communication channel falling eerily silent. Pei Nan emerged from a cavern, having eradicated all the creatures within. He stowed a relatively intact corpse into his backpack, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a sleeve caked in dirt. The pangs of hunger left him no time to ponder the safety of consuming raw meat. Even the prospect of parasitic infection could only be regarded as a stroke of misfortune. However, the absence of fever and vomiting upon waking that morning suggested a stroke of luck. The uncooked flesh had replenished the nutrients required for his advancement, and his life force had now surged above 80. Yet, his mental state was far from robust. His eyes were bloodshot, burdened by the psychological strain of consuming raw meat and the anxiety stemming from his precarious surroundings, which rendered him unable to find restful sleep. Moreover, with no means to contact Zhao Zongheng or Wu Xingtong, the looming threat of encirclement by Zhao Zongheng's forces left him with scant opportunity for escape. Should he simply depart? Pei Nan pondered, realizing that his current position was in close proximity to the entrance he had previously traversed. The ground nearby was long since enveloped in wet mud and overgrown with weeds, where the lifeless bodies of animals lay, rendered immobile by the mire. It would not be long before carnivorous creatures, drawn by the scent, arrived in search of sustenance. His ammunition was limited, and he could not afford to squander it on dealing with animals. The creatures had undergone significant transformations. Take the rabbits, for instance, which were now at least twice their original size. Other beings were even more astonishing. He had encroached upon a wild boar's den, within which resided a colossal boar that could easily fill the entire cave. Even its young were the size of Tibetan mastiffs. It took no fewer than 5 rounds from his electromagnetic rifle to pierce the creature's skull, leaving him with some minor injuries. However, the bounty was considerable, providing him with ample provisions. Pei Nan contemplated, "Let us depart then. If fate allows, we shall meet again." No, it should rather be never to meet again. To hell with this damned game. From the moment Pei Nan experienced changes in his body upon his job transition, he began to harbor suspicions that this place might not merely be a game, but rather a realm of an alternate dimension, where the boundaries between the virtual and the real are exceedingly blurred. This realization implies that he could potentially face death. Initially, it was his fear of pain that rendered him exceedingly cautious. However, it has now evolved into a dread of mortality. At the tender age of 25, he is not yet ready to embrace death so soon. Surely, there are no packs of wolves lurking within these mountains. Back in his hometown, he had heard tales of wolves inhabiting the nearby hills. Wolves are social creatures, and if they too are mutated beings, Pei Nan finds himself at a loss for how to defend against them, unless, of course, they cannot outrun him. Pei Nan remained vigilant, his peripheral vision catching sight of several unidentified blackbirds congregating upon a raised mound. Initially, he paid them little mind, but suddenly the flock took to the skies, revealing a lifeless body beneath. To his astonishment, it was a person, clad in attire that seemed oddly familiar. Pei Nan took but a fleeting second to exclaim the name of the other, Wu Xingtong. Good heavens, how had he become this way? He hurriedly shooed away the approaching mutated birds, each the size of a large pot, their beaks stained with blood. Fortunately, his enhanced abilities allowed him to easily manage these creatures. Rather than hastily dragging Wu Xingtong away, he first examined the injury sustained by his companion. The wound on his back had begun to fester, while something had pierced through his leg, and the mutated birds had gnawed at the flesh, although the recent cessation of rain meant they had not consumed much. This was dire. The emergency medications were contained within an entire box, yet he could see no sign of it nearby, nor was there a source of clean water. If the situation were to persist, even divine intervention would be of little help. Pei Nan gently brushed his fingers against the forehead of the other, sensing a slight fever. He attempted to rouse Wu Xingtong, tapping lightly on her cheek. Aside from a slight furrow of her brow, there were no signs of awakening. Yet, she was still able to move. There was hope. As for finding a water source, Pei Nan was not well versed in wilderness survival and thus could not resolve this issue. He needed to locate a supply box. He could then utilize ample amounts of alcohol and iodine as cleaning agents, which was the only solution that came to mind. However, the presence of those birds posed a dilemma. After careful consideration, he uttered an apology and hoisted Wu Xingtong onto his back. It was uncertain whether Pei Nan's act of rescue stirred her from slumber or if the pain alone had awakened her to some degree of consciousness. In a feeble whisper, she managed to say, "Head south. The supply box is that way." South. Wasn't that the path leading uphill? Indeed. Encountering one another in this place meant they must have descended from the mountain. Yet, Pei Nan did not expect that his previously resolute desire to escape would vanish in an instant. Perhaps out of gratitude, or perhaps due to the conflict between words and heart, he found himself more reluctant to abandon his companion than to witness the demise of someone dear. Before long, he discovered the lost box. Upon opening it, he noted that some rainwater had seeped inside, yet the medical supplies and weaponry remained intact. Indeed, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. At least that woman, Su Chun, had not resorted to inferior products in this regard. Had the bandages been contaminated upon opening, Wu Xingtong would have been beyond saving. Pei Nan cast a glance and resolved to prioritize addressing the injuries on the other's back. He turned Wu Xingtong over and poured alcohol onto his back. As for the shards of bullets embedded in the flesh, he found himself at a loss. At that moment, Wu Xingtong was jolted awake by excruciating pain, releasing a low, muffled whimper. It was then that he resolutely stated, "Remove the bullet fragments from my back." Pei Nan wore a ghostly expression. "We have nothing at our disposal. Do you expect me to retrieve it with my bare hands?" Setting aside the risk of infection, the mere thought of that pain is enough to induce shock. Wu Xingtong merely reiterated, "Retrieve it." Pei Nan was filled with inner turmoil, yet ultimately, under the penetrating gaze of the other, He gritted his teeth and declared, "You must endure. Rest assured, if death comes, it shall not be your fault." Pei Nan took a deep breath as behind him, the sound of squeezing fragments began to emerge. Indeed, it was a squeezing motion. Some of the embedded fragments had fused with the muscle tissue, making them nearly impossible to extract even with tweezers, and could only be described as being expelled by hand. Wu Xingtong casually picked up a twig and placed it in his mouth, but the moment Pei Nan moved, his complexion was flushed by a surge of blood and energy, and in an instant, the twig snapped into two pieces. Pei Nan silently mused. Even the merciless great emperor pales in comparison to your ruthlessness. The fragments of flesh were shockingly numerous, numbering no less than 31, which would surely send Pei Nan into a state of panic. He could even catch a whiff of a putrid stench, suggesting that, given another day, they might well sprout protein. During this harrowing period, Wu Xingtong found himself ensnared in a state of chaos. The agony both jolted him into consciousness and rendered him faint, leaving Pei Nan hesitant to act, fearful that his next move might plunge the other into eternal slumber. It was not until he heard a soft whisper from the other, urging, "Continue." Pei Nan's hands trembled uncontrollably, and by the time he extracted the final fragment, his palms were stained with blood. He hastily poured antiseptic onto the other's back, then clumsily wrapped the area with gauze, finally rendering it somewhat semblant to a state of survival. Wu Xingtong extended his injured leg and urged, "Continue." "My heavens, are you still even human?" Wu Xingtong, devoid of any strength to move his legs further, could only retort, "If I were not human, I would be leaping about just like you." Pei Nan, rendered speechless, could only stubbornly retort, "The ability to jest indicates that one is doing well." With merely half a bottle of iodine left, he decided to pour it all at once, meticulously cleaning away the impurities with a cotton swab. After wrapping it with a bandage and applying that miraculous spray, Wu Xingtong was, at last, revived. Pei Nan glanced around and remarked, "Let us depart. This place lacks security. If the adversary still possesses detection devices, we would be mere targets. Those contraptions are equipped with laser weaponry, and a surprise attack could prove fatal." Wu Xingtong readily concurred with this suggestion, stating bluntly, "Carry me." Pei Nan's expression was somewhat intricate. Although he understood this was the optimal solution, your lack of courtesy left him feeling somewhat adrift. Wu Xingtong, with an unwavering countenance, remarked, "I saved your life, and you saved mine. We should be even, yet the matter of human relations is not so straightforward. Our bond has transcended mere survival. Moreover, having acquired my breathing technique, you are ultimately indebted to me to a greater extent. Therefore, there is no need for formality." Pei Nan scoffed at this. "It is quite remarkable that you can articulate such a plethora of thoughts so coherently even while running a fever." Wu Xingtong then replied, "Just provide me with 2 capsules of antibiotics. Once the seal within me is lifted, a couple of protein bars will suffice for my gradual recovery." Pei Nan extracted a white bottle and a protein bar, pouring out 2 pills and handing them to the other party. He marveled, truly, as a martial artist. "Your physical constitution is remarkable." Wu Xingtong swallowed the pills with some difficulty and returned the bottle, hastily consuming the protein bar. After a brief moment of tidying up, Pei Nan placed the box back into his backpack and hoisted it up. He then remarked, "I'm just enduring. Let me rest for a while. Please do not wake me unless it is urgent." Pei Nan was just about to utter a word when a continuous snoring sound emerged from behind him, making him realize that the other party had indeed spoken no falsehood. However, if he were to find himself in such a predicament, would he possess the same audacity as Wu Xingtong to make a similar choice? He was uncertain, yet he suspected he would not. After all, he dreaded pain above all else. So where should he go next? After a fresh rain in the empty mountains, the autumn air arrived late. The atmosphere of Qishan, following the heavy downpour, had transformed into something much more refreshing, imbued with the fragrance of grass, the pungency of disinfectant, and the metallic tang of blood. Bang! As another shot from a sniper echoed, Pei Nan stood frozen in place, his instinct for danger failing to activate. Who, then, was the target of that shot? Zhao Zongheng. Pei Nan discerned that the sound emanated from the west. In the western thicket, Zhao Zongheng had dispatched a fellow companion. Although he found himself in a precarious situation, he sustained minimal injuries. During this interval, he had seized supplies from his pursuers, ensuring he lacked neither sustenance nor ammunition. In fact, he had acquired 2 additional weapons, a lightweight sniper rifle and a standard automatic rifle, along with a considerable supply of bullets. At this moment, he resembled a specter haunting the mountains, capable of silently eliminating any adversary he encountered. However, his condition was not as favorable as one might presume. for he was also afflicted with a fever. The torrential rain posed threats equally daunting. He was not fortunate enough to discover a suitable cave for refuge, and was compelled to seek shelter beneath a tree, using a few large leaves to shield his head. The piercing pain in his back compelled him to grimace. He had suffered grievous wounds during a surprise attack by a formidable ability wielder, whose talent for merging with shadows proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Had his opponent not granted him an opportunity to utilize his trump card, he might have perished in this forest. The electromagnetic pulse, originally designed for computer infiltration, could also be likened to a sophisticated biological instrument, with the human body being a complex entity filled with innumerable bioelectric signals facilitating the transmission of hormonal messages to achieve various biological functions. Thus, the human body can be perceived as a computer, particularly the brain, which contains countless neurons akin to electronic components. Consequently, the electromagnetic pulse could indeed infiltrate. This was Zhao Zongheng's secret weapon. As long as he was afforded a moment in proximity to his adversary, he could momentarily incapacitate them, even if just for a fleeting second, sufficient for him to draw his weapon and eliminate his opponent. No human could withstand the potency of an electromagnetic sniper rifle, save for a being of divine stature. Despite the proliferation of extraordinary abilities in the modern age, none dared to confront the 8 great metropolises, for they possessed the pinnacle of technology in this world and the means to annihilate anyone. The supremacy of technology remains unchallenged. Throughout history, cold weapons have subdued hand-to-hand combat. Firearms have rendered blades obsolete, and guns have supplanted outdated weaponry. Electromagnetic arms have now eclipsed gunpowder-based weapons, and as technology evolves, obsolescence equates to vulnerability. Those endowed with extraordinary abilities, unable to transcend their limitations, remain cautious under the weight of technological dominance. In the instant he seized control of the shadows, he raised his sniper rifle and delivered a powerful shot to the heart and lungs of his adversary. The sheer kinetic force shattered their internal organs, obliterating the very source of their vitality. A final shot to the head extinguished their life entirely. A formidable ability wielder, one who could have stood as a pillar among the powerful, met his demise without a hint of resistance. In this era, the potency of an ability does not guarantee supremacy. Even the seemingly weak may surpass their limits. The disturbance was bound to attract a fresh contingent of soldiers. He needed to depart swiftly, hoping Pei Nan and the others would exercise caution and not rush out even if drawn in. Zhao Zongheng hastily retreated, glancing toward the summit, acutely aware that unseen eyes were undoubtedly monitoring him. "Oh, my foolish brother, dawn has arrived. How will you respond to my gambit?" Zhao Zongheng stood at the precipice of the mountain, his gaze fixed upon the serene yet beautiful Qishan after the rain, harboring 3 lurking wolves capable of striking at any moment. His adjutant stepped forward, declaring, "The soldiers are prepared." Zhao Zongheng lowered his binoculars and turned to face the well-organized troops behind him, issuing his final command: "Search the mountains." A formidable contingent of 160 soldiers advanced into the forest, equipped with an advanced communication system to exchange information swiftly, facilitating a straightforward encirclement of their target. No, it was akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. He added emphatically, "The sniper must be taken alive." The adjutant contemplated for a brief moment before responding, "Understood. We will ensure his survival." Chapter 24. The weather grows late into autumn. The communicator malfunctioned, rendering it impossible to contact Zhao Zongheng. Pei Nan incessantly called out within the channel, yet not only did Zhao Zongheng remain unresponsive, but even Wu Xingtong, who was nearby, failed to answer his call. Wu Xingtong claimed to have fallen asleep, though it was hardly feasible for one to truly drift into slumber. She merely shut her eyes to rest momentarily. Nevertheless, she could still spare a moment to respond to Pei Nan's inquiries. The communicator possesses waterproof capabilities, and the lack of reply could very well be attributed to being preoccupied with troublesome matters. Pei Nan spoke with irritation. "I suspect the communication button is simply malfunctioning." Wu Xingtong remained silent this time, allowing Pei Nan to carry her as they traversed the mountains. This was not only a matter of safety, but also served to assess Pei Nan's physical capabilities. Comparing this to her own breakthrough experience, his physical strength seemed to rival that of those who specialize in enhancing their bodies. Could it be that this fellow's genetic lock is inclined towards physical enhancement? Historically, those with physical enhancement abilities have never surpassed the strong level, as raw strength becomes increasingly constrained by human limitations with further training. This is determined by genetics. Nevertheless, being an ability user grants him a certain presence in this chaotic world, yet the realm that cannot be evaluated by human standards remains beyond his reach. For now, do not seek him out. Zhao Zongheng fired that shot to eliminate the enemy, but it also served to shake the tiger and draw everyone's attention to him. Additionally, there was a hint of reassurance intended for us. Pei Nan came to a halt, lost in contemplation. Wouldn't that inevitably draw everyone's attention? Wu Xingtong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the certainty of the situation. Moreover, it would lead to an overwhelming pursuit. The moment he exhibited even the slightest sign, he would find himself gradually encircled. If he were astute enough, this would be the opportune moment to descend the mountain. Indeed, should he choose to retreat, it would signify his escape from the encirclement, rendering any search for Zhao Zongheng within the mountains futile, and thus ensuring his safety. Upon hearing this, Pei Nan felt an overwhelming surge of joy. It perfectly aligned with his premeditated escape plan, resonating deeply within him. Why delay any further? He must hasten down the mountain to rendezvous. Wu Xingtong shook her head, causing Pei Nan's heart to tighten. He then heard her continue. However, he is Zhao Zongheng. Not only is he intelligent, but he is a genius who surpasses even the most astute. Therefore, he will opt for an alternative path, one that leads to decapitation. Decapitation? Pei Nan felt as though his mind were enveloped in a haze, a surge of blood rushing through him as he desperately wished to stomp his feet in frustration. Are they insane? That is an army of hundreds, not just a handful of assailants. Is this not a path to certain death? Yet, after a brief moment, Pei Nan suddenly discerned a potential feasibility in the situation. An idea struck him, and he posed a question to Wu Xingtong. How well does Zhao Zongheng understand Zhao Zongming? From the moment he resolved to embark on this course, he had meticulously catalogued all information regarding the candidates in his mind, even recalling the minutiae of their childhood indiscretions, such as bouts of diarrhea or pilfering snacks. What an extraordinary intellect! This realization rendered everything coherent. If he possessed an intimate familiarity with Zhao Zongming, then it was certain that the latter would inadvertently create an opening for him to exploit. It ought to be so. Regarding this conjecture, did Zhao Zongheng communicate anything to you, or is it merely your own speculation? Did Wu Xingtong not grasp the significance of this inquiry? What bearing does it have on the current predicament? It is a hypothesis based on my understanding of him. Pei Nanshu let out a sigh of relief and then said, Prepare yourself. Shortly, I shall conceal you, and then we shall prepare to descend the mountain. Wu Xingtong, bewildered, questioned. He could have easily escaped from the prison. Yet he chose to risk everything to save you. Now that he is in danger, you intend to flee? Pei Nan did not refute his viewpoint and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, It is no longer a matter of whether we can save him, but rather whether we can survive ourselves. Wu Xingtong was utterly confused. Her already sluggish mind struggled to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Pei Nan gazed upon the silent mountains, where dense forests thrived and shrubs flourished, occasionally accompanied by the whispering sound of the mountain breeze rustling through the leaves. Unable to restrain himself, he took a step back. If, as you say, Zhao Zongming granted Zhao Zongheng the chance to duel atop the mountain, then whom do you suppose those hundreds of soldiers descending are seeking? Wu Xingtong's mind erupted in a cacophony of realization as Pei Nan articulated the most despairing truth. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. They are here to silence us. Regardless of Zhao Zongheng's status as a member of the Zhao family, whether he lived or perished was a matter for his kin alone. What did that mean for him and Wu Xingtong? At best, they were mere pawns in this scenario, regardless of their willingness or reluctance, from the Zhao family's perspective. That was the reality. What actions could those soldiers possibly take upon encountering the two of them, other than to unleash gunfire? Perhaps if he ran alone, there might be a glimmer of hope, but to carry Wu Xingtong along meant certain death, perhaps due to the tension of facing an unknown peril. Pei Nan began to sweat profusely, having barely covered a distance of 500 meters, given his physical condition, even while carrying an injured person. This should not have been the case. Wu Xingtong perceived his distress and spoke, Leave me behind. I was meant to die anyway. There is no need for both of us to perish here. Pei Nanjing surveyed his surroundings, his mind taut with tension. He gazed at the thickets, perpetually sensing that a cadre of armed men might emerge from the shadows to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon him. Silence. Do not disrupt my judgment, he commanded. Meanwhile, Wu Xingtong began to struggle on his back. Having regained some strength, he managed to tumble to the ground. In a fit of rage, Pei Nan bellowed. What are you doing? Wu Xingtong chuckled softly, finding solace in the fact that even at the brink of death, someone cared for him. Let us go, after all. I have passed on my legacy to you. It is only fitting that someone survives to carry it forth. I have sacrificed a leg, so I shall not be a burden to you. Pei Nan's emotions were profoundly conflicted, for he too recognized this as the optimal course of action. Yet he still resisted the notion of abandoning his comrades. "There's a cavern not far from here," he said, "where I once took shelter from the rain. I'll leave you there while I divert the troops. Once we've safely broken contact, either we'll return for you, or you can rejoin us when you've fully recovered." Wu Xingtong shook her head resolutely. "That won't do." Pei Nan chuckled. "You truly cannot absorb any reasonable words, can you?" Wu Xingtong pointed at Pei Nan's chest and retorted. "It's because you were deceiving me. How is it that your cleverness is wasted at this moment? Isn't this fellow supposed to be a martial artist? Whoever claimed that martial artists are devoid of intellect?" Thus, he shifted his perspective. "Remaining here serves no purpose other than courting death. However, upon reaching the cave, I can provide you with ample ammunition and supplies. Should anyone pursue us there, you could exploit the vantage point to eliminate 1 or 2 foes. You could even leave a few grenades on yourself, taking them down with you. This is certainly preferable to languishing here and awaiting demise." Wu Xingtong hesitated, yet Pei Nan's reasoning held merit. At that moment, a gunshot echoed from beyond the mountain, momentarily startling both of them. If the first shot served as a warning, the subsequent one was inexplicable, akin to illuminating a dark battlefield with a spotlight. Wu Xingtong remained momentarily stunned, while Pei Nan smiled. For Zhao Zongheng had also recognized their predicament, and this shot was meant to buy them time. He intended to divert everyone's attention towards him. Wu Xingtong grew anxious. Yet Pei Nan resolutely hoisted him onto his back once more, declaring, "Your brothers have not abandoned you. You must not succumb to despair. Remain in the cave obediently. And even in death, ensure that you take 2 with you." "And what about you?" Pei Nan chuckled. "Didn't Ti mention it?" At that moment, "I will divert their attention." Since someone had bought time for his comrades, it was only fitting that they respond in kind. After ensuring that Wu Xingtong was settled, he sprinted a considerable distance away, then loaded his weapon and surveyed the surroundings. It remained tranquil, yet the atmosphere was devoid of fear. A bearer of hope for the many must not allow them to perish in the biting cold. In Pei Nan's mind, a scene from the prison unfolded. Zhao Zongheng bellowed, "Brother, I'm here to rescue you." He finally comprehended why. Despite having meticulously prepared for escape, his instinct was to prioritize reuniting with the other when they met. Pei Nan shouted towards the forest, "Good brother, I can hear you." A cacophony of gunfire reverberated through the mountains. In this pitch-black battlefield, another source of brilliance suddenly illuminated the scene, equally audacious and dazzling. Zhao Zongheng laughed and scolded, "Fool." Yet his laughter was heartfelt, for someone understood him and had not forsaken him. It is a rare fortune in life to encounter such a person, and he was blessed with 2 such friends. Thus, he resolved to exert every ounce of strength in this life-and-death pursuit. It was their only chance for survival. Zhao Zongheng fixed his gaze intently on the mountain peak. His objective unwavering, to decapitate. The 160 men rendezvoused with the previous 3 squads, leaving the opposing side with merely 17. Without a word, they reorganized into new formations, totaling 177 troops. "Are you saying the young master left only his aide-de-camp in the camp?" A teammate corrected, "and those refugees too." At such a moment, what if the enemy infiltrated the camp? They were devoid of abilities. The powerless were exceedingly fragile, while the enemy possessed a formidable figure capable of evading bullets. Encountering such a foe would spell certain doom, especially with an enemy sniper whose range exceeded 1,200 meters, fully capable of executing long-range assassination missions. We only need to obey. Besides, the young master has ample experience. If the enemy has a sniper, our presence on the mountain becomes inconsequential. What then is the purpose of descending the mountain? Another retorted, "Aside from the sniper, aren't there 2 more? Even ability users would perish under our firepower, unless you are all a bunch of useless fools." The cruel mockery from his comrades left the surviving few speechless, for they were indeed the ones who failed to eliminate the enemy. "I will personally kill them. So be it." At that moment, a series of melodious gunshots echoed from the eastern forest, causing everyone to halt. The new captain lamented, "This is a blatant disregard for us." Moments later, the communication channel relayed, "Team 1 to 5 continues to pursue the sniper. The rest of you, target eastward. If you spot the enemy, regardless of life or death, fire at will." Zhao Zongheng felt a profound sense of emotion. He too heard the faint gunfire. Scanning the forest with binoculars, yet saw nothing. What a touching camaraderie. Alas, we are enemies. The aide-de-camp, having not heard the supposed gunfire, said little, merely shouldering a sleek black sniper rifle. After Zhao Zongheng extended his hand, they both readied themselves. "Let us go. My cousin, whom I have yet to meet, is quite skilled with a sniper," and as his elder brother, I shall accompany him in this endeavor. In the heart of the camp, the formidable tiger Ben Mek stood silently, resembling a statue, while those within the room dared only to gaze from afar, hesitant to step closer. Father, those two strange men have left. The adult man immediately covered his daughter's mouth, signaling for silence. We must not be rude. They are significant figures from Floating Light City. Our benefactors. We must not make unfounded assumptions about adults. The girl, perplexed by her father's words, understood only that the two uncles were good men. Father, do you think there is someone inside the giant mech? I heard How say that there are people inside these mechs. The middle-aged man, unfamiliar with military matters, knew that many mechs required operators, while others relied solely on AI. That particular mech had never seen anyone disembark. Perhaps it is controlled by AI. He mused, designed specifically to protect those two gentlemen. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "That is so cool. I want a mech like that to protect me and Daddy, so we won't fear the bandits." The middle-aged man smiled ruefully, but chose not to elaborate. A plainly dressed woman listened to the conversation between father and daughter, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on the window, her expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. If a small red dot map were available now, Pei Nan would certainly discover that the western red dots were on the brink of completely encircling him. Good news, the plan to attract fire was exceedingly successful. Bad news, it seemed to have drawn the entire enemy force toward them. Pei Nan's sense of danger did not trigger an alarm, for the enemy had yet to discover his whereabouts. Such an alarm is primarily a detection based on malice. However, if the adversary is unaware of one's location, how can one speak of malice? At this moment, the greater the safety surrounding Pei Nan, the easier it became for the enemy to draw near, and the closer the enemy approached, the more perilous his situation grew. Thus, the very essence of his safety was intertwined with danger. Just then, a familiar sensation coursed through him. A bullet, fired from a kilometer away, had already left its chamber, and he felt a faint sting in the area of his shoulder blade, a harbinger of imminent peril. No, how could there be a sniper? How many snipers could a single unit possibly possess? The training for such operatives must be exorbitantly costly. Within this brief span of a day, he had already counted two, raising the question of whether such elite forces had become alarmingly affordable in this era. The report from the Hawk indicated a failed sniper attempt, suggesting that the adversary possessed some form of danger perception, necessitating the use of an electromagnetic sniper rifle. Acknowledged. Please maintain surveillance. Seeking a new opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The Hawk acknowledged. In the lens, Pei Nan's speed escalated. Even from the sniper's perspective, his movement was remarkably swift. The moment the trigger was pulled, the target would abruptly halt and change direction. This was his first encounter with such a peculiar ability. Quite troublesome. Yet he was a marksman forged from countless bullets. As a sniper, he too held a sense of pride. I refuse to believe that you can evade every shot. Aiming. Holding his breath, he fired. Bang. Chapter 25. The Cliff of Chishan. Humans are inherently obstinate beings, steadfastly believing in their judgments. Filled with confidence, yet possessing a stubbornness akin to that of unyielding stone. The sniper endeavored to deduce Pei Nan's patterns of evasion, sequentially constructing a physical model in his mind, attempting to achieve a lethal strike through predictive trajectory. However, he could not fathom that the target's method of dodging bullets relied upon precognition. Unsurprisingly, his subsequent shots were met with unforeseen outcomes. The sniper ceased his assault and swiftly repositioned. His time of exposure had exceeded the safety threshold, rendering him vulnerable to enemy snipers. Understood. Although the sniper recognized the peril of his actions, his professional judgment indicated that the enemy's attack range was limited to 1,200 meters. Previous intelligence suggested that the adversary was at least 2 kilometers away, with others engaged in encirclement, leaving no opportunity for pursuit. The earlier attempts at sniping, while failing to eliminate the foe, had successfully diverted their attention, providing ample time for his reinforcements to completely encircle the enemy. It was then that he prepared to change his position. Gunfire echoed once more through the forest. Compared to his sniper rifle, this shot sounded muted and less crisp, as though originating from 2 kilometers away. How could this be? The sniper's chest erupted in a spray of crimson, his lifeblood gushing forth from the wound, drawing away warmth and spirit, leaving his thoughts frozen in that moment forever. A flicker of golden electricity flashed in Zhao Zongheng's eyes. After firing a shot, he turned to depart, confident that his aim was true. At distances exceeding 1 kilometer, A sniper generally faces significant difficulty in hitting a target, requiring exceptional talent. A mere meter delineates a category. Zhao Zongheng's effective range was indeed 1,200 meters, a detail verifiable by external sources, yet his abilities enabled him to transcend this limitation. His hacking skills not only permitted him to infiltrate computers but also enhanced his own physical capabilities. While not reaching the extremes of martial artists, he did experience notable improvements in agility and strength, even augmenting his visual acuity. He massaged the muscles around his eyes, for this enhancement was a form of overextension, akin to overload. The focal length of the eyes is inherently fixed, yet the shape of the lens is not. By stimulating the muscles surrounding his eyes with electrical currents, he achieved enhanced vision. This was his reliance for shooting at extraordinary distances. The force propelling his shot stemmed from the pinnacle of electromagnetic sniper rifles. Substituting any other sniper rifle would render such feats impossible. This is what renders abilities so formidable. They have not been extinguished by technological advancements, rather, they have adapted to the new era, becoming more diverse and perilous. This is also why Zhao Zongheng held little regard for purely physical enhancers. Their limitations rendered them overly simplistic, lacking comprehensive functionality. Aside from acting as brutes, any competent sniper could easily subdue them. Pei Nan's ability to survive under the watchful eye of a vigilant sniper far exceeded his expectations, yet it did little to alter his perception of physical enhancers. Even with a formidable physical enhancer among his ranks, the reality remained that it all hinged on a single bullet or missile. In this era, distance proved to be the true sovereign for both the assailants and the defenders. To linger so audaciously in a concealed position was to disregard my prowess. I am, after all, a four-time runner-up in shooting competitions. Do they truly believe I am merely an ordinary youth ensnared by the web of the internet? As for why I am a runner-up, it is simply a matter of conceding to others. The commander deduced from the gunfire that the target lies approximately 700 meters to our northwest. The leader pursuing Zhao Zongheng furrowed his brow as he surveyed the densely wooded mountains where the ground was strewn with fallen leaves, mud, and the potential presence of venomous insects. Should a fire sweep through these trees, both parties might catch a glimpse of each other's retreating forms. Surround them. Understood. Zhao Zongheng had no time to concern himself with Pei Nan. He could only charge up the mountain, facing the possibility of death along the way or the hope of survival at the summit, where his last chance of living unawaited him. Pei Nan's predicament is even more perilous than Zhao Zongheng had envisioned. The area he occupies is sparsely adorned with trees. As one descends the mountain, the terrain becomes increasingly open and flat, which signifies the potential emergence of a different kind of lethal apparatus on the battlefield. With the expansive landscape and diminished cover, the target lies at a distance of 900 meters. It is time to deploy the hoofing drones. Do not hold back. Release as many as possible. No sooner had the command been issued than 16 yellow and black drones soared into the sky, their rotors spinning at high velocity, rendering them as agile as wasps. Beneath each drone, a magazine of machine gun ammunition was affixed, meaning these 16 drones were equivalent to 16 airborne marksmen. Pei Nan heard the commotion behind him and turned his head, his expression one of sheer disbelief. There really are drones? Why weren't they deployed earlier? After checking his magazine again, he confirmed he had 35 rounds. On average, he would only need 2 bullets to take down each drone, leaving him unscathed, even with 3 rounds to spare. Comforted by this calculation, Pei Nan allowed himself a faint smile. But what was there to smile about? Both sides were armed with mid-range weapons. If he could hit them, they could certainly hit him. Lingering even for a split second would allow the other drones to lock onto him, turning him into a sieve on the spot. However, he hadn't heard the sniper-esque gunfire in a while. Perhaps the enemy had repositioned. The only way to shake off these drones was to shoot them down. After all, even at his top speed, he could only manage 50 kilometers h. His electric scooter could outpace him at 52 kilometers h. How could he possibly outrun something that flew? Distance was his greatest advantage. Zhao Zongheng had mentioned that the enemy had brought electromagnetic weapons this time. Traditional gunpowder bullets traveled at speeds between 2 to 3 times the speed of sound. Assuming the worst-case scenario of 3 times the speed of sound, a 1-second reaction time would require a kilometer of distance, far beyond visual range. Even at 500 meters, the target would be little more than a speck, yet for the drones, that was already well within optimal firing range. Pei Nan fervently absorbed the knowledge of firearms imparted by his martial training, and he was acutely aware that his effective range extended to 450 meters. With a reaction time of less than 0.5 seconds at that distance, He now found himself consumed by regret for not having acquired a sniper rifle. Would he be in such a predicament had he possessed one? After pondering for a moment, Pei Nan concluded that he could not continue down this path. It would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He resolved to venture into the mountains instead. With determination, he pivoted sharply and sprinted eastward. Mindful that Zhao Zongheng was situated to the west, and he could not afford to lead these individuals in that direction. Pei Nan had never felt such an intense desire to run faster than he did today. He was immensely grateful for his transition to the thief class, as this harmonious blend of strength and agility bestowed upon him unparalleled speed and bodily coordination. The mountainous terrain should have presented a treacherous and steep course, one that even special forces would struggle to navigate swiftly, yet he traversed it as if it were level ground. Unbeknownst to him, however, in that direction lay an impending vertical cliff. At this moment, Wu Xingtong sat cross-legged in a cave, eyes closed, surrounded by the pungent odor of wild animals. The ground was littered with remnants of the boar Pei Nan had dispatched, including entrails and fur, with small insects crawling over the remains. The harsh external environment could not waver his resolve in the slightest. Even though the bandages were stained with yellow pus and his wounds were extensive, far too severe for mere disinfection to remedy, his condition had improved significantly. His rifle was perpetually poised for action, and he harbored 2 grenades in his embrace, prepared for mutual destruction. As the gunfire outside grew increasingly frantic, his mind remained tranquil. The path of martial artists emphasized the concept of cultivating martial skills, self-discipline, and mental fortitude, all of which could be encapsulated in the notion of realm. He had foreseen his future, to perish in this filthy, stinking cave, taking his adversaries down with him. Moreover, he would not rely on his martial prowess but instead resort to the disgraceful implements of external warfare. Initially, such thoughts would have disturbed his mental state, yet now, gripping his weapon, he felt an unprecedented sense of calm. Despite his dire condition, he still held the capacity to threaten his enemies. His lineage remained intact, his aspirations fulfilled. Thus, he was determined to alleviate some of the burdens on his comrades who would share his fate. A subtle commotion at the entrance caught his attention, delicate, light footsteps. He strained to listen, muttering, "Quadrupedal creature." Yet, when he gazed toward the cave entrance, it appeared empty. The wind, however, informed him that something had entered. Wu Xingtong raised his electromagnetic rifle, aiming at the threshold. As the intruder crossed into his line of sight, a series of electric sparks struck the now visible enemy, who had just emerged from their cloaked state. This was the beast that had pierced his thigh, the howling sky. Wu Xingtong paused, taking a deep breath. It seemed staying here had lost all significance. Eyes could deceive, ears could mislead, but the wind would not lie. The breeze warned him that this place was about to become exceedingly perilous once the enemy discovered his presence. They would not merely send scouts but would rain down countless projectiles to obliterate him. Eventually, he departed from the grave he had chosen alongside his comrades, leaning on a cane, prepared to face the battlefield in his final moments. As his life was poised to blossom in its last breath, he found solace only in the gentle wind, accompanying him on his final journey. Pei Nan inhaled deeply, activating exceeding limits just a second before the drones entered his range. Gene lock stage, engage. A crimson hue engulfed his black pupils, the most primal savagery suppressing his humanity. In that moment, his 3-dimensional attributes ascended to an unprecedented realm. The activation of exceeding limits was successful, reducing his life force to 40, yet enhancing all attributes by 50. His combat instinct surged, precision, 15, 7, strength, 14, 7. Agility, 15, 7. The speed of the drones began to diminish. Pei Nan pivoted, raised his weapon, held his breath, aimed, and fired. The knowledge of gunplay coursed through his body, and the talent of the extreme thief allowed him to master his own capabilities to an extraordinary degree. In this state of exceeding limits, he executed maneuvers so swift that thought could scarcely keep pace. Within a mere second of his shot, the swarm of drones erupted in flames. In the moment of the operator's astonishment, an astonishing announcement echoed through the intercepting team. An enemy drone had been destroyed at a distance of 500 meters. The commander's expression darkened at that range. They were incapable of retaliating. As he contemplated leveraging other drones for a counterattack, a barrage of dire reports flooded in. Drones numbered 1, 5, 7, 9, and 14 had all been downed. The adversary had deftly evaded the drone's firepower. This was absurd. Was this young man not supposed to be a mid-tier ability wielder? How could a physical enhancement type possess such remarkable marksmanship? Such accuracy could enable their soldiers to retire to farming. Could the intelligence reports have been erroneous? Reports continued. Drones 3, 8, and 15 are down. In scarcely half a minute, the opponent had obliterated 8 drones. If all were to fall, it would be utterly disgraceful to remain in the ranks. Drones, retreat. Prepare for recovery. Captain, the enemy is turning back. He aims to destroy all the drones. What? Is he not afraid of us pursuing him? As Pei Nan observed the drones retreating, he discerned their intentions. Allowing these drones to return posed a significant threat to him. The repercussions of exceeding his limits would leave him exhausted when facing other soldiers. Should the enemy deploy the drones once more at this juncture, it would spell his doom. Thus, he resolutely pursued the drones, even invoking the speedster talent, igniting every combustible energy source within him, and astonishingly, he began to gain on the drones. 30 seconds later, the operators of the unit despondently reported, all drones have been destroyed. At that moment, the main force could see the armed man, clad in a blue-black bulletproof vest. Lacking a proper helmet, yet his demeanor resembled that of a ferocious beast, standing defiantly against 100 adversaries. Following the destruction of the last drone, he decisively turned and continued eastward. Captain, he is heading towards that precipice. This is our opportunity. The captain made a resolute decision in his mind and addressed the troops. Everyone, advance at full speed. We must eliminate him before he reaches the cliff. Regardless of your abilities, as long as you enter our range, you shall be annihilated amidst the crossfire of heavy artillery. That Chishan precipice shall serve as your chosen grave. Pei Nan relentlessly stuffed protein bars into his mouth, scarcely bothering to chew. He was merely engaging in a mechanical act of consumption, utilizing this almost brutish method to replenish his energy. However, the quantity of protein bars was limited, and the circumstances of this mission had exceeded the trio's expectations. What was initially intended to last a week had, in a mere day, dwindled to near depletion. The talent of the speedster consumed resources at an alarming rate, and Pei Nan's velocity had just surpassed 80 km/h. This realm of speed transcended human capability, achievable only by soldiers clad in specialized exoskeletal armor. For those unfamiliar with this velocity, consider this. The minimum speed limit on the highway is 60 km/h. As he plunged into the thicket, he released his overlimit state. The strain on his body made him feel as though he had reverted to his pre-breakthrough condition. Yet, Pei Nan chose this path, for otherwise, he would have perished a minute prior. Protein bars, vitamin tablets, water, even raw meat. He consumed it with the ferocity of a primitive man, his body's craving for energy eclipsing any desire for flavor. Once his hunger was satiated, he disdainfully discarded a piece of meat, only to behold the sheer verticality of the cliff directly ahead. It seemed this was the end of the line. Did he feel regret? Indeed, a semblance of regret lingered. Was he truly a player, exerting himself so fiercely for 2 virtual characters? And now, a cadre of soldiers pursued him, with their physical prowess. They could reach this point in less than 2 minutes, even though he had managed to distance himself from them with his speed. Yet, if it were as simple as that, it would contradict reality. Yes, reality. This game was astonishingly lifelike, so much so that he often forgot he was merely playing. A notification flashed, detected location matching Extreme Raider Challenge, Chishan Cliff. Conditions for the Sovereign of Fate challenge met. Would you like to commence the challenge immediately? Sovereign of Fate. Climb a sheer cliff exceeding 500 meters without assistance. Information on Chishan Cliff. Located within Chishan, it boasts a vertical height of 720 meters. A renowned natural wonder, rumored to offer a view of the golden heavenly palace from its summit. Pei Nan was somewhat taken aback. This mission was, surprisingly, not compulsory. Gazing at the seemingly endless precipice before him, he could not help but swallow hard. This was far more exhilarating than climbing or leaping from buildings. Yet, he felt no fear. The challenge of the Master of Fate was about to commence. Extreme Raiders, we welcome your arrival. Chapter 26, The Master of Fate. Free solo climbing is an exceedingly perilous extreme sport. Even a height of 60 meters is daunting enough to deter the average person. Pei Nan once encountered climbing facilities in a shopping mall, where the heights were set at 3 levels, a minimum of 30 meters and a maximum of 60 meters. Along the vertical rock face, protrusions were strategically placed, offering the fastest and safest routes to ascend. Climbers were equipped with the finest safety ropes, and the safety personnel on-site constantly monitored the challengers. Even in the event of a slip, they would not fall, but be suspended mid-air by the safety ropes. Nevertheless, the number of those who successfully completed the challenge was exceedingly sparse. The 30-meter height was sufficient to eliminate a significant number of challengers, while the 60-meter ascent posed a formidable test of both physical strength and determination. Many would often concede halfway, some succumbing to fatigue, others overwhelmed by fear. Regardless of the circumstances, this underscores the challenging nature of the endeavor. This was merely indoor climbing. Outdoor climbing presents an entirely different challenge, confronting climbers with the marvels sculpted by nature itself. There are no predetermined protrusions nor safety ropes, only the hidden crevices nestled within sheer cliffs, which serve as the solitary path to the summit. Even so, not every rock face offers a route to the top. Reaching the pinnacle demands extraordinary physical prowess, unwavering resolve, and a touch of luck. After all, children do not cry every day, nor do gamblers lose indefinitely. Pei Nan wagered that the sheer cliff could lead him directly to the summit. In the absence of magnesium powder, he resolved to substitute it with coarse sand. He turned over the surface to uncover some arid soil, carefully stowing away all items that might impede his ascent into his backpack. With a deep breath, he commenced his audacious challenge against the precipice. The knowledge of free climbing had been instilled in his mind from the very beginning. What appeared to be an insurmountable wall to the ordinary observer had, in his eyes, illuminated the path to the pinnacle. 10 meters were traversed with ease. 30 meters posed no significant challenge. 60 meters felt tantalizingly close. 100 meters were crossed in the blink of an eye. Pei Nan was unaware of how long he had been climbing, yet he understood that he could not afford to pause. To stop would mean to become an easy target for the soldiers pursuing him, who would undoubtedly shoot him down with their firearms. Thus, he could only strive to ascend as high as possible, reaching a height beyond the effective range of their weapons. Take the AK-47, for instance. Its effective range is 300 meters, with a sighting range of 800 meters, a lethal distance of 1,350 meters, and a maximum range of 3,150 meters. Despite the seemingly terrifying statistics, ordinary soldiers would rely on luck to hit a target beyond its effective range, and the sighting range was simply a distant dream. However, this weapon's direct shooting range is merely 205 meters, meaning Pei Nan needed to climb above 200 meters before the main forces arrived. All while praying that the gunpowder weaponry of this era had not advanced further. Otherwise, he might need to ascend to 250 or even 300 meters. By the time the encircling troops arrived, Pei Nan had become a mere black dot against the horizon. They used binoculars to gauge the distance, Captain. The target has climbed to a height of 240 meters. At 240 meters, he had surpassed the effective range of their weaponry, making any attempt to hit him nothing short of a lottery. Never had he loathed the rules of the House candidate as much as he did now. Had they brought electromagnetic weapons, 240 meters would have been a trivial distance, and doubling it would have still posed a challenge. "Where's the sniper? Call him over," someone exclaimed. But another voice interjected, "Our sniper has been out of contact for 15 minutes. The captain had anticipated the scenario, knowing full well that the opposing sniper clearly outclassed their own. Without hearing any reports from the enemy, he had already surmised that their marksman had likely perished. I refused to believe it. He raised his rifle and began to fire in bursts. At a distance of 300 meters, on level ground, he aimed precisely, hoping for the best with 30 bullets. Yet, in reality, those bullets fell harmlessly at Pei Nan's feet, inflicting not a scratch. All eyes turned to the increasingly desperate captain. Before shifting to the young man climbing toward the heavens, someone couldn't help but ask a companion, "Would you dare to climb this mountain?" The classmate replied, "I would. If I had ropes. Climbing it barehanded would be courting death. After all, a fall from such a height could be fatal." Perhaps this was the essence of being an ability user. Pei Nan was unaware of how long he had been climbing or how high he had ascended. He merely noted the task prompt. 387 meters remained to the summit, and he had already scaled 333 meters. Yet, fatigue had set in. Along the way, he observed numerous close-set scars upon the rock, suggesting that some audacious souls had attempted to scale the sheer cliff. Had they succeeded? It remained a mystery. Pei Nan turned to gaze back at his origins, where even the towering trees exceeding 10 meters appeared insignificantly diminutive, akin to mere textures in a sandbox game. The soldiers stationed beneath the sheer cliff seemed even smaller, their clustered figures resembling a swarm of ants. They had pursued him relentlessly. One could only wonder if they felt fatigued. This altitude was sufficient to instill trepidation in any creature dwelling on the ground, and Pei Nan was no exception. Yet, in contrast to fear, what surged within him was a profound sense of accomplishment. In the past, he had languished at home, penning sentimental tales, living his life like a decaying zombie. Yet these 4 days within the game had proven to be more exhilarating than his entire existence. From breaking traffic laws to incarceration, and then from prison to escape, he now found himself at a height of 300 meters, watching the sunset as it gracefully approached its conclusion, all while being pursued by a throng of soldiers. Who could fathom how he had arrived at this juncture? The soldiers remained steadfast, observing Pei Nan, as if they intended to witness his ascent to the pinnacle or his plummet into the abyss. Pei Nan recalled the relentless pursuit he had endured along the way, cursing Zhao Zongheng 1,000 times in his heart. Yet, his greater animosity was directed towards the tenacious soldiers who relentlessly chased him. It was simple. Anyone who bore a gun and pursued him for several kilometers became the object of his disdain, even if he himself had instigated the chase. He reached into his backpack and retrieved a cylindrical object, a cluster bomb, containing dozens of smaller explosives. Once it touched the ground, it would scatter like popcorn, followed by a secondary explosion within a second. It was of the same model carried by Wu Xingtong. One must pay a toll to witness a spectacle, after all. As the grenade activated and descended from the sky, the soldiers, well-versed in the nature of projectiles, began to scatter the moment they recognized the cluster bomb. But by then, it was nearly upon them. Run. From a height of 333 meters, it would take 8 seconds to reach the ground. However, they had only 3 seconds to escape. For the trained soldiers, this was typically sufficient to reach a safe distance, yet their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Ultimately, a few unfortunate souls were caught in the blast, some fell unconscious, others coughed up blood, and some met their demise on the spot. Pei Nan, exhilarated, let out a whistle. Feeling invigorated, after a brief respite, he resumed his ascent towards the mountain's peak. This time, however, no spectators dared to witness his performance. It was a solitary journey, one in which he would behold all the heights of the mountains, and then endure. Behind him lay a dead end, yet ahead promised radiance. If initially it was the system's task that compelled him to court death, now he had developed an affection for the blurred line between life and death. He sought to scale an unfathomable precipice, to behold a panorama of varying altitudes. Upon reaching such incredible heights, one realizes that along this path, one has already encountered such exquisite vistas. Pei Nan's stamina had reached its limit. During the final few meters, he took several breaks, each movement becoming an ordeal. He was uncertain what compelled him to continue his ascent, yet an indomitable spirit thrummed within him, as if whispering, "You've already climbed 700 meters. Why hesitate over these last 20? Thus, he pressed on. The sunlight, unlike the dazzling brilliance of dawn, was now a fiery red, infused with the hues of twilight. Upon reaching 719 meters, the taut string of his resolve loosened ever so slightly. In long-distance races, it is common for runners to unconsciously slow down upon nearing the finish line, as their subconscious convinces them that they are almost there and that further exertion is unnecessary. However, during such moments, they often find themselves overtaken by those behind. While the relaxation in a long run might only result in a few lost places, the complacency before a sheer cliff summit could lead him into the abyss. I am almost there. Pei Nan halted at the final meter. Envisioning the moment of his imminent ascent, his grip on the crevice loosened slightly. Like a cicada in autumn, he clung to the sheer cliff, his body hunched, breathing steadily, devoid of any fluctuation, as if on the brink of death. The precipice of Qishan transformed into a familiar chamber, his cozy nook, adorned with a meticulously arranged computer and neatly stacked books. Mornings were spent in reading and outlining, while afternoons basked in the sun's warmth as he updated his writings. Though his finances were modest, his comfort was unparalleled. When fatigue struck, he would recline on his bed, awakening to the hues of the dusk. He felt weary. Standing at the edge of repose, with a mere thought, he could surrender to slumber, only to awaken to the sunset, sip warm water, stretch languidly. Or perhaps indulge in a game, or venture outside for a breath of fresh air. Yet strangely, despite not having succumbed to sleep, the sunset had already graced his vision. Am I awake? However, being a freelancer, the distinction between wakefulness and slumber seemed trivial. One could sleep at will, free of burdensome concerns. The moment one lay down, the world became serene. Absent were the howling winds and the radiant sun, and there were no soldiers pursuing him. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out, echoing like an explosion beside his ear, yanking his consciousness from that gentle realm back to reality. It was not the sight of the sunset that signified awakening, rather. He was presently perched at 719 meters, gazing towards the horizon, where the sun dipped, accompanied by a majestic palace floating amidst its glow. It turned out that the legend was indeed true. Within the sun, there resided a golden, celestial palace. Pei Nan could not suppress the urge to let out a long howl towards the distant horizon. For the final time, he suspended himself with one hand at the mountain's edge, gripping the crevice tightly as he shouted, Can you see me? Of course, no one answered him. The last remnants of strength surged through his arms, and with a mighty leap, Pei Nan grasped the precipice, gradually hoisting his body up, bit by bit. He maneuvered himself to the flat edge of the cliff, facing the mountain breeze and the setting sun. As he accomplished this feat, only nature accompanied him to the end. The challenge of the Master of Life has been completed. Congratulations for embodying the anthem of courage. As a successful challenger of extremes, you shall receive the rewards of life. Gain special skill, Extreme. Master of Life. Life flows endlessly, breathes unceasingly. Energy value activated. Your initial energy value is 200. All consumption-based skills and specialties will prioritize the consumption of energy value. Gain title, Cliff Challenger. Title effect, Stamina 3, Strength 3. Note, title effects do not count towards base attributes and cannot trigger challenge conditions. Your next challenge condition is, three-dimensional attributes must exceed 20. Pei Nan's body began to surge with a stream of warmth, circulating swiftly within him, leaving a comforting sensation in its wake, ultimately settling in the dantian. Could this be the energy value the system spoke of? Am I not in the cyber world? How did I suddenly embark on a path of cultivation? Nevertheless, this sensation is rather pleasant. His life force commenced a gradual restoration, signifying that talents like Speedster would prioritize the consumption of energy values, alleviating the need for frequent sustenance to prevent himself from being consumed by flames. With the title equipped, Pei Nan's attributes surged, reaching Spirit, 15-3, Strength, 14-3, Agility, 15-0. Among these three attributes, strength and agility are easily comprehensible. Simply put, greater might and swifter speed. However, the term spirit remains elusive. Does it pertain to mental acuity or willpower? At the precipice of Chishan, had his resolve been firmer, he would not have succumbed to illusions. Reflecting on it now, had he truly laid down, he would have plummeted into the abyss. Yet, that gunshot sounded somewhat amiss. Why does it resonate so closely? After the energy within Pei Nan's body circulated in endless loops, his body crackled like popping beans, followed by an overwhelming sense of relief. Has a portion of the genetic lock been unlocked? Genetic lock, stage over limit, progress, 50. It seems that the next stage is just within reach, awaiting the forthcoming challenge. Pei Nan glanced around, only to realize that the summit of this sheer cliff at Chishan was indeed the stronghold of that band of robbers. Standing here, he could even see the courtyard of the village, which at this moment was utterly deserted, save for a solitary tiger Ben mech standing silently in the center. As if it had been powered down, it was eerily quiet. Pei Nan concealed himself behind a tree, a spot so unsuspected that no one would think to guard it. At that moment, a group of soldiers emerged, forcing a disheveled figure forward, his visage so battered that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. Yet Pei Nan discerned the identity of this unfortunate soul, Zhao Zongming. He had been captured. At this juncture, Zhao Zongming approached from a distance, armed with a sniper rifle, his gaze falling on his younger brother, who bore the weight of disappointment from a day spent evading capture. Look at my pitiful brother. I had hoped you would elude their pursuit and find your way to me. I even prepared my sniper rifle, he lamented. Zhao Zongming forced a grim smile. What a jest, dear brother. Do you truly believe you are worthy of wielding a sniper? Have you ever struck a target from 1,500 meters away? Zhao Zongming regarded him with a mix of admiration and disdain, seizing his hair and retorting fiercely, all you have left now is that mouth of yours. Zhao Zongming chuckled softly, clearing his throat with effort before spitting defiantly, umph. Zhao Zongming calmly wiped the saliva from his face and continued. I am most eager to witness the expression on that old man's face when you perish before him. Zhao Zongming's only reply was another spitting sound. Instantly, one of the soldiers guarding him delivered a kick, forcing him to his knees, only for him to rise and kneel again. Zhao Zongming struck him sharply, the sound resonating clearly, causing Zhao Zongming's lips to quiver as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Take him away. Prepare for our return, Zhao Zongming commanded. Zhao Zongming merely smiled, saying nothing, for each inquiry was met with nothing but contemptuous spittle. Pei Nan fixed his gaze upon Zhao Zongming's actions, who was intently focused on Zhao Zongming. As he passed the tiger Ben mech, a decision crystallized within him. He leapt from behind the tree, shouting loudly, Oi! As some were drawn to the sound, no one noticed the two soldiers behind Zhao Zongming, standing frozen in place, their eyes glazed over. Zhao Zongming was taken aback, realizing that what his subordinates had said was indeed true. Someone had managed to scale the wall. In the next instant, a burst of blood erupted from Pei Nan's chest, momentarily stunning even Zhao Zongming. The sound was that of an electromagnetic sniper rifle. Zhao Zongheng recognized it immediately, and Pei Nan felt something amiss, for his instincts were ringing. However, he could not evade it. Only an electromagnetic sniper rifle could surpass his reaction speed at that moment. Yet, Pei Nan did not collapse. Instead, he grinned wickedly, his eyes glinting with a familiar crimson hue. Just moments earlier, he had discovered the effect of the life mastery. Life flowed abundantly, and breath continued uninterrupted. Prior to this, there had been a description, "You shall receive the gift of life." This gift provided a chance to resist fatal damage. With his life points below 40, the overlimit condition had been triggered automatically. Once the overlimit was activated, Pei Nan's chest ceased to bleed, but his energy points began to plummet, dropping by 20 in the span of a mere second, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was a distance of 20 meters away, akin to a ravenous wolf encircling a flock of sheep. This speed reminded Zhao Zongming of a shadow, except this time, the shadow was charging directly at him. Open fire. Quick, open fire. Chapter 27. The wind rises on the Chishan cliff. At this moment, I know who I am. Intertwined lines of fire formed an impenetrable barrage. As Pei Nan retrieved a supply box from his backpack, positioning it before him as a makeshift shield. The materials of the box, provided by Su Chan, were composed of a certain alloy, rendering ordinary bullets akin to striking against a bomb-proof shield. Disperse the formation, do not cluster together. The 5 squads methodically adjusted their formations, effectively covering all blind spots within a 120-degree arc ahead. Meanwhile, some highly mobile soldiers spread out, seeking angles from which to target their adversaries. No matter how resilient that box was, it could only shield him from the front. Observing the soldiers maneuvering into shooting positions, Pei Nan gritted his teeth. His energy was consumed once more, propelling his speed to new heights. 100 kilometers h. In a mere second, he could traverse 28 meters, crashing into the crowd before the soldiers could even react. Prepare for close combat. Other squads, provide covering fire. The alloy supply box vanished into thin air, and in its place, Pei Nan wielded an electromagnetic rifle, charging towards the nearest soldier, who swiftly brandished a tactical dagger for close-quarters combat. The other fire teams refrained from opening fire, for it would endanger their own men. Thus, the best course of action was to continue dispersing. Reality is not an RTS game. Even the world-renowned Zerg cannot turn an entire battalion into a shower of fireworks. On the battlefield, a single command is all it takes. Each independently thinking individual can respond more efficiently. The soldiers spread out in a graceful arc akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers. Yet to Pei Nan, this pace felt sluggish. Compared to his own agility, his greatest reliance at this stage was his sheer strength. A simple punch aimed at the opponent's abdomen was sufficient to expel their last breath. The first unfortunate victim curled up like a worm, their consciousness fading beneath that singular blow. In this close combat, Pei Nan's greatest assurance lay in maintaining sufficient distance while achieving a decisive strike, while a blow to the temple would typically suffice. The sweeping motion of such a strike would leave him vulnerable to a direct thrust of a knife into his chest. In the life and death struggle, there is no room for elaborate techniques. The one who strikes first and incapacitates the opponent holds the advantage. With both sides cognizant of this fact, the contest ultimately boiled down to speed. Undoubtedly, under the overlimit state, Pei Nan was at the pinnacle of swiftness. In a mere second of contact, he felled a soldier and swiftly seized their weapon, spinning it around amidst the throng. Gunfu. In this era of technological advancement, combat has been categorized into numerous schools. And in the West, whispers speak of a cadre of sharpshooters, whose shooting prowess is astonishing, coupled with formidable combat skills. Even a revolver in their hands could dispatch countless foes. This absolute mastery over firearms, combined with the essence of martial arts, has birthed a discipline only observable in modern times. It is not about wrist movements that curve bullets, rather. It is about the unembellished techniques of shooting distilled to their essence, aim and fire. Pei Nan possesses an extraordinary prowess, capable of eliminating an adversary with every 2 bullets fired. His remarkable agility renders him nearly invisible to the naked eye of soldiers. While the barrage of gunfire poses a risk of friendly fire, a fate no one desires to meet at the hands of their comrades, even the distant officer, poised with his sights trained, finds himself momentarily overwhelmed. It is too close for comfort. A throng of individuals has gathered around Zhao Zongming, their gazes fixated on the formidable young man wreaking havoc at the heart of the battlefield. In that moment, the line between hunter and hunted blurs. Suddenly, Zhao issues a command. All personnel, fire at will. His voice, calm and measured, delivers a directive that leaves everyone astounded. In an instant, they abandon their concerns of inflicting harm upon their allies and collectively aim at the menacing figure before them. The outcome, as it turns out, is remarkably effective. Pei Nan's ammunition was swiftly depleted, and his weapons were exchanged one after another on the battlefield. However, he was not invincible. The master of his fate granted him unwavering endurance, not immortality. Thus, he needed to maintain a distance of approximately 1 meter from at least one warrior, rendering the adversary hesitant. Yet Zhao Zongming was resolute, even seizing a weapon from a nearby soldier to join the fray. The soldiers, though novices, were willing to die for the sake of Floating Light City, but they were loath to perish without understanding the cause. More importantly, they could not allow the young master to fall. His demise would jeopardize not only their futures but also the safety of their families. Consequently, the soldiers protecting Zhao Zongming encircled him tightly, resolutely absorbing any stray bullets that might come their way. There was no time to aim for headshots. The mounting pressure on Pei Nan was overwhelming. He had exhausted all his energy merely evading attacks and glanced at his energy levels, which were nearing depletion. Hurry up. If this continues, I want to be able to hold on. It seemed as though his plea resonated in the chaos of battle. As the sound of the control lever in operation echoed through the air, Zhao Zongming finally realized that the Tiger Bin unit he had commanded had not retaliated. Had he fired a piercing missile while Pei Nan advanced, it could have sent him flying. Yet, the terrifying speed of Pei Nan left him struggling to respond. And this monumental shift transpired in a mere 15 seconds across the battlefield. By the time he collected his thoughts, Zhao Zongming had leaped into the cockpit of the Tiger Bin mech, which illuminated its operational indicators, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Panic ensued among the onlookers, their hands trembling on their weapons, providing Pei Nan with a fleeting opportunity to evade the fate of becoming a Sith. The plan had succeeded. Zhao Zongming's decapitation strategy had never relied on the sniper rifle in his hands, nor on the martial prowess of Wu Xingtong. Even Pei Nan's advances were merely supplementary. To subdue the opponent, the acquisition of the Tiger Bin mech was imperative. Pei Nan skillfully drew attention to himself, securing precious time for the impending invasion. At this moment, he had completed the assessment of all parameters, and the operating room reflected the surrounding environment. The HBN mech initiated its full automated self-check, confirming all systems were operational. Ammunition for the Vulcan cannon stood at 2,000 rounds, with 2 windbreaker missiles remaining, energy reserves at 54, and armor integrity at 100. A small but formidable shockwave emanated from the Iron Wall City. Zhao Zongming had been a master of piloting mechs since childhood, a fundamental skill among the tech-savvy denizens of Iron Wall City, and he was among the elite. As the cannon of the HBN pressed against Zhao Zongming's forehead, Zhao Zongming's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "Oh, my foolish brother, tell me, who shall perish first?" All fire ceased, and Pei Nan finally exhaled in relief. His own body marked with bullet holes. Once the time limit expired, he would lose his ability to act. He estimated he had roughly a minute left. And the moment the HBN activated, he felt every sacrifice had been worthwhile. It became evident that Zhao Zongming was on the same wavelength as him. Pei Nan pondered a pressing question. How could such an astute individual find himself in captivity? As Zhao Zongming approached the HBN, Pei Nan recalled the other's previous revelation of capabilities, leading him to intuit the adversary's intentions. Zhao Zongming intended to seize control of the HBN mech. Yet, for reasons unknown, Pei Nan's inner turmoil only intensified, each cell in his body contemplating escape. Facing the Vulcan cannon, Zhao Zongming exhibited no fear, instead revealing a cryptic smile. "Of course, it is you, my dear brother." Just as Zhao Zongming was engulfed in confusion, the internal systems of the HBN suddenly launched a counterattack, forcibly formatting all intrusion attempts. A new protocol seized control of the mech, casting a red glow upon Zhao Zongming's ashen face, catching him off guard. The HBN mech entered secondary control mode, reclaiming command. In the heart of the chaotic battlefield, Zhao Zongming's triumphant laughter reverberated. Mocking the enemy within the mech, "Your abilities have been broadcasted to the outside world since the moment you escaped prison. What you believe to be your trump card is, in fact, a carefully crafted cage I prepared for you." The cannon of the HBN then pivoted towards Pei Nan, unleashing a deluge of 2,000 rounds upon him. In a frantic attempt to evade, soldiers near him were obliterated in an instant, reduced to clouds of crimson mist. Zhao Zongming paid no heed to the fallen warriors, instead tenderly caressing the HBN's legs, sensing that the tide had turned in their favor. After all, No one could withstand their well-equipped army of over 100 soldiers. He addressed Zhao Zongheng. My dear brother, you still have one final opportunity to aid your friend. Am I not correct? Zhao Zongheng retrieved a virtual bomb from his pocket, resolutely inserting it into the HBN's interface. Following a charming animation, the mech's cannon ceased its rotation, and the illuminated lights gradually dimmed, darkness engulfing the cockpit, just as Zhao Zongheng had stated. This mech had been crafted as a prison for himself. The decapitation plan had utterly failed. Wu Xingtong stood firm, leaning on his staff. Having encountered the soldiers pursuing Pei Nan after their failure, now advancing up the mountain, the exchange of gunfire had already commenced. The external firepower was fierce. He barely managed to retaliate with his electromagnetic rifle, no longer daring to expose himself. Cluster bombs lay in wait, ready for detonation should the enemy encircle him, willing to embrace mutual destruction. At that moment, a long silent earpiece crackled to life with Zhao Zongheng's voice. I am sorry, I have brought ruin upon us all. Pei Nan was perplexed as to why Zhao Zongheng had abruptly initiated a call at that moment, yet he continued to struggle and exclaimed, Don't give up. We have come this far. Are you not from Iron Wall City? Are you not a proud genius? Reclaim control, and I may yet be saved. Zhao Zongheng, holding a communicator, retorted with derision, Of course, it is because he is incapable of doing so. Pei Nan's evasive movements faltered for a moment, almost resulting in a soldier's bullet striking him. How did you access our communication channel? At that moment, Pei Nan realized that the communicator would not malfunction due to a heavy downpour. Zhao Zongheng had gone dark because their channel had long been compromised. Merely an outdated model. The technology of floating light city surpassed anything one could envision. Damn it. Wu Xingtong heard the gunfire in the distance and could vividly imagine Pei Nan's desperate situation amidst the siege. Suddenly, he was engulfed by a sense of helplessness, to the extent that the cluster bomb in his hand began to slip away. This scene seemed to replay itself. 5 years ago, that fateful summer. The emergence of a traitor led to the annihilation of his sect, a conflagration, mutated beasts, augmented soldiers, and unimaginable abilities. In his frailty, he could not even touch the threshold of combat, powerless to resist the sudden catastrophe, merely a spectator to his master's murder and the destruction of his sect. Wandering through those nightmarish nights in despair. Isn't it curious? In such an era, there exists a place that preserves ancient traditions, eschewing firearms and technological reverence, focusing instead on self-cultivation, physical honing, and peaceful existence. Yet, such a sanctuary ultimately succumbed to the chaos of this tumultuous world. He should have perished in the inferno following that disaster, but a passing youth pulled him from the flames, imparting the words, Once dead, there is nothing left. Once dead, there is nothing left, Wu Xingtong murmured, his voice echoing in the communication channel. Zhao Zongheng, who was eavesdropping, pondered the identity of the speaker and remarked with mild surprise. You are still alive? Zhao Zongheng, his spirit extinguished, harbored no fear of failure in his plans. His concern lay in the innocents ensnared in the fray. Yet, proud as he was, he never considered this a mere accident, stubbornly keeping Pei Nan by his side, insisting that every step was part of his design. Now, both found themselves in dire straits, but the purpose behind his 2 gunshots had been to facilitate their escape. He yearned for Pei Nan to grasp his intent, while simultaneously longing for a response. It was evident that Pei Nan and Wu Xingtong had attained a deeper understanding. He was not truly alone. Nevertheless, when faced with despair, guilt washed over him. At this moment, Wu Xingtong discarded the bomb, the rifle, even his cane. It was you who told me, once dead, there is nothing left. Wu Xingtong repeated, as if this were the impetus for his survival. Yet, after years of near numbness, he had forgotten the reason behind his continued existence, only to rediscover it when confronted with peril once more. When the body reached its limits, the only force capable of transcending was the supreme will of the spirit. Wu Xingtong began to summon his restorative energy, unleashing it without reservation, erupting forth. The winds of the mountains responded to his call, swirling and twisting the very sky in jubilant celebration. I have dedicated my life to the martial way, embracing extremes as my guiding principle, and in the depths of despair, I should fear nothing and advance unflinchingly. Yet, I lack faith in the martial path, devoid of resilience, rendering me impotent. At this moment, with his companions ensnared in peril, it would indeed be a profound regret to perish here. Before Wu Xingtong lay a cadre of armed warriors, their expressions calm as they opened fire. As soldiers, they exhibited the requisite composure, firing until their ammunition was exhausted, yet achieving little. Suddenly, A gust of wind swept through the mountains, altering the trajectory of the bullets, diverting them to the sides. Pei Nan, under the siege of dozens, transcended his limits and escaped the jaws of death, transforming from an ordinary individual into a being of formidable abilities. Zhao Zongheng, a tech-savvy recluse, managed to slay high-level ability wielders, even altering the course of battle. Having immersed himself in martial arts for many years, he initially grasped the essence of wind. As an ability wielder, he forged a reputation as a martial artist. Dedicating 20 years to strength, yet it was insufficient. He yearned to ascend further. At this moment, the winds of the mountains responded to the call of Wu Xingtong. As if they beheld their sovereign, they howled with fervor, their roars echoing throughout the entire Qishan. The fierce winds of Qishan surged, revealing his true self. The winds rose. Wu Xingtong unleashed a punch, and the tempest swelled. A colossal storm took form amidst the forest, suspended in the heavens and descending to the earth, devouring ancient trees and rocks, obliterating everything in its path. This tempest was visible even from the mountain's summit. In the face of peril, enlightenment dawned. Thus, his power surged anew. The ferocity unleashed. A battalion of 100 was instantly torn to shreds. Wu Xingtong no longer required a staff, as the winds bore him forth. Unimpeded, with the lives of 1,000, he forged a fearsome renown. Wu Xingtong surged toward the mountain peak, propelled by the gale, while Zhao Zoming sighed. Recognizing the tide of fate had turned, at this moment, the number of people mattered not. As the tempest approached, the once tranquil mountaintop erupted into a colossal storm. And at its center stood the figure of a human, akin to a deity. Wu Xingtong whirled the storm, drawing all into the skies, where they collided with various debris, until they were reduced to mere ash. Pei Nan shouted in despair, "No, why are you dragging me into this? You're killing your own kind." Zhao Zoming gazed at the figure resembling a deity, expressing his disdain. "Indeed, I find those with abilities most irksome." The adjutant observed the raging winds, lost in thought. He decisively descended the mountain from his position, his eyes initially clouded but gradually regaining clarity. Once the dust settled, the refugees in the village could only watch from a distance, praying for the other party to grant them freedom to leave. Pei Nan discovered Zhao Zoming's body among a heap of corpses and then remarked, "This is indeed the one, isn't it?" Wu Xingtong glanced at the appearance and nodded in affirmation. Pei Nan raised his rifle, pressing it against his opponent's forehead. "If you have nothing to say, then let me wish you a happy new year." Bang! The door opened with a flourish. Chapter 28. The fragrance of melons is intense. Pei Nan and Wu Xingtong were contemplating how to extricate Zhao Zongheng from the Hu Ben mech, yet neither possessed the expertise of a mechanic, lacking knowledge of mechanical structures and programming. After toiling for an extended period, their progress remained stagnant at zero. The refugees within the encampment pondered for a considerable time, ultimately leading a middle-aged man to step forward. Driven by the love for his daughter, he mustered the courage to approach the two and inquire about their plans. "Greetings, esteemed sirs. I am Wang Ziqing, a merchant by trade." Regardless of their identities, addressing them as esteemed sirs was undoubtedly appropriate, especially since the miraculous scene from earlier lingered vividly in the minds of the onlookers, making such an address undoubtedly fitting. Pei Nan cast a glance at Wu Xingtong, who merely waved his hand, indicating for him to handle the situation. "Oh, hello. What brings you here?" The middle-aged man maintained a friendly smile, speaking with utmost caution. "The truth is, we are refugees captured by the bandits here, and we are uncertain about how you intend to arrange our fate." He refrained from inquiring about the possibility of his release, fully aware that the two before him had defeated soldiers and even killed significant figures from Floating Light City. They were undoubtedly ruthless individuals, particularly the one he was currently addressing, known for delivering fatal blows even to the fallen. He lacked the audacity to ask if he might be set free, as he considered himself little more than a prisoner. Pei Nan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "From whence do you hail?" Wang Ziqing bowed once more and replied, "I am from the city of Revelation, a solitary merchant engaged in trade. My primary endeavor involves procuring custom-made civilian mechanical prosthetics, albeit in limited quantities. I originally intended to travel to the city of luminous light for procurement, but unexpectedly found myself captured and brought here." Pei Nan laughed and said, "Are you unaware of the bandits in this area?" Wang Ziqing chuckled awkwardly, yet with a hint of confidence. "I have been in the trade for over a decade, and I certainly have my own safe routes. However, this time I encountered some issues and had to change my course at the last moment." Pei Nan gazed at the confined middle-aged man and quipped, "And then the trouble began?" Wang Ziqing could only muster the courage to respond, "Indeed, That is the case. At that moment, Zhao Zongheng's voice crackled through the earpiece. Such merchants typically refrain from altering their routes lightly, for the uncertainties and unknowns are substantial. Inquire what prompted him to deviate from his original course. Upon receiving the message, Pei Nan inquired, "Could you elaborate on the issue at hand?" Wang Zicheng discerned an unmistakable implication in this pleading tone and respectfully replied, "There are 3 routes leading from the wilderness to the city of floating light, each fraught with bandits and ferocious beasts, as well as landmines left from times of war. Initially, I had chosen a path guarded by soldiers, which would typically be free from bandit disturbances. However, the hunters from the capital have obstructed that route, compelling me to take the path through Qishan. A decade ago, this area was devoid of banditry, but given the urgency of the situation, I had no alternative." Pei Nan inquired, "Why not take the 3rd route? Surely, you must have investigated the information regarding the banditry in Qishan before your arrival." Wang Zicheng replied with a wry smile, "My lord, the 3rd route is aerial, but during this special period in Fuguang City, the airspace has been completely sealed off." Special period? Zhao Zongheng elucidated, "The selection of the family head, which will last from 6 months to a year, permits only the city's own aircraft to enter and exit, accompanied by an escort fleet, but no outsiders are allowed." Pei Nan finally comprehended the situation but could not refrain from voicing his skepticism. Do they not fear the repercussions on the economy? Zhao Zongheng rolled his eyes in response. They merely prohibit others from entering. They never stated that they would not allow themselves to leave. Moreover, during this period, foreign trade transactions will see a certain increase in limits, enabling one to profit without the need for merchants. Why not seize such an opportunity? However, the impact on individuals can be substantial, as they lack the qualifications to sign foreign trade contracts and are left to take risks or purchase at exorbitant prices, which, clearly, is not worthwhile. This is unique to Fuguang City. The selection of the family head is almost entirely restricted, as it pertains to the developmental trajectory for the next 20 to 40 years, a matter of utmost gravity, occurring only once every few decades, and thus poses negligible consequences for Fuguang City. It is rumored to be connected to the rulers of Fuguang City, while the remaining petty individuals remain unaware. Zhao Zongheng pondered why the Hunter City would seal off the entrance to Fuguang City. As a den of iniquity, they should relish the notion of the inhabitants of the 8 major cities being unable to locate them. Why would they choose to stir up trouble? Furthermore, only one route is blocked. Such a limited scope, only a single path. Therefore, the blockade cannot be the objective. The true intention is that there exists something along that road worth sealing off. Are there any recent developments from the outside world? Wang Zicheng contemplated before responding. The shooting competition in Iron Wall City is beginning to gain traction. The export volume of Mechanical City has increased. Hunter City has sealed off the route to Fuguang City. To others, these were mere news items, but to Pei Nan, they represented entirely new side quests. The keen intuition of the 4th calamity. After grasping the situation, Pei Nan received instructions and addressed the anxiously awaiting Wang Zicheng. "Enough questions for now. I understand you wish to know if you can leave. Proceed northward. There is a path that, after approximately a day's journey, will lead you to the periphery, free from the threat of banditry. You may go on your own." Wang Zicheng's anxious heart finally eased, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the Tiger Ben Mecca and made a rather bold request. "My lord, may I request to take a photograph together?" Pei Nan sighed with relief, yet felt a twinge of disappointment as Prince Qing posed for a photograph with his daughter in front of the Tiger Ben Mech. It turned out to be just a photo opportunity with the machine. The little girl wore an expression that was far from pleasant, instead brimming with disdain. Pei Nan paid it no mind, but in the next moment, the girl unexpectedly exclaimed, "You are a bad person. I dislike you." Prince Chung was taken aback, swiftly covering the girl's mouth, his complexion paling as he repeatedly apologized to Pei Nan, saying, "Children speak without restraint. I am truly sorry, esteemed sir." The phrase "children speak without restraint" carries another implication, that what children say is often the unvarnished truth. Pei Nan inquired with a sense of confusion, "Why is my brother a villain?" The little girl, hiding behind her father's thigh, seemed to muster the courage to confront him. Yet she could not see the trembling flesh upon her father's face. "You killed the big brother who came to save us. Therefore, you are a bad person." Pei Nan found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. This battle had claimed more than just a single life. After all, if he did not eliminate the adversary would surely eliminate him. He patted Wang Zicheng on the shoulder and said, "It is merely a matter of differing positions. Do not fret about potential retaliation. Ensure you carry ample supplies. You did bring weapons, did you not? While the forest harbors few extraordinary beasts, they pose a significant threat to children. Stay safe. Instantly, Wang Zicheng knelt down, exclaiming, "Sir, my daughter was simply confused in the heat of the moment. I implore you to show mercy and spare us, will you? I can offer you all the money I brought." Observing her father's pleading demeanor, the girl could not contain her tears, crying out, "Father, do not kneel. We must not bow to villains." Her voice not only drew the attention of the previously silent Wu Xingtong but also caught the ears of the refugees who were preparing to flee in the distance. Despite being targeted by a sniper, Pei Nan remained unfazed. However, the gazes of those dozen or so refugees made him feel as if he were seated on pins and needles. A singular question echoed in his mind. Why had he knelt? Zhao Zongheng erupted into laughter, prompting Pei Nan to irritably inquire, "What is so funny?" Through his earpiece, Zhao Zongheng's voice, laced with mischief, responded, "Allow me to translate the essence of your recent words. Fear not, you may boldly proceed. For I shall eliminate you both en route. But I speak the truth. There are indeed beasts in this forest. Wild boars can be as large as 3 men. Ordinary folks without weapons would surely meet their demise." Zhao Zongheng seemed to have had his fill of laughter, then turned to Wu Xingtong, saying, "Wu Xingtong, demonstrate the appropriate course of action at this moment." Wu Xingtong picked up a firearm and pressed it against Wang Zicheng's temple, coldly stating, "Now, scram, or I shall end you." While brute force is not the most refined solution to a problem, it is undeniably the swiftest. As anticipated, under the threat of Wu Xingtong's aggression, Wang Zicheng did not dare to linger for even a second, hastily fleeing with his daughter in tow. Pei Nan was filled with questions, and he asked in confusion, "Why?" Wu Xingtong cast aside his weapon and surveyed the fallen warriors around him. Such is the world. The lament of the insignificant. Zhao Zongheng sighed and then said to Pei Nan, "When a person is exceedingly humble, even the slightest benevolence from those of great stature can become a dagger that slays them. This is the tragedy of our times, my dear brother." Pei Nan found himself engulfed in confusion. He felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, desperately hoping for a way to extricate himself from this predicament. If he did not manage to escape soon, he feared that aerial bombardment would soon commence. Pei Nan shrugged nonchalantly and declared, "I am utterly incapable." Wu Xingtong hovered in the air, surveying every connection of the formidable mech, confidently asserting, "This is the premier military mech of Floating Light City. I could dismantle it. But you would surely perish." Zhao Zongheng remained silent for a considerable time before exclaiming, "Damn." Just as the three found themselves at a loss, a gentle and delicate voice floated in from behind, suggesting, "How about I give it a try?" Pei Nan turned his gaze to a woman with a sharp bob, clad in thick garments. Her skin bore a yellowish hue interspersed with darkness, and she wore tattered overalls, with a gray scarf wrapped around her head. She exuded an air of rusticity, not merely in her attire, but in an essence that rendered her indistinguishable from the masses. The clothes draped heavily upon her, accentuating her figure, and a scar marred her face, evoking memories of the ants he had seen toiling in the fields. "May I inquire, are you not leaving with them?" The woman curiously circled the mech, her eyes gleaming with interest. "I am a mechanic. I noticed your hesitation. Are you planning to release your companions inside?" Wu Xingtong furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the woman for an extended moment, before a subtle smile graced her lips, and she fell silent beside her. Pei Nan seemed to have found a savior. After all, this was a skilled mechanic. Surely, he was far superior to a mere illiterate like himself, regardless of one's appearance. Possessing exceptional skills would earn anyone a measure of respect. "How shall I address you?" "You may call me Pei Winnie." Pei Nan was even more delighted. After all, they were family. Hello. My name is Pei Nan. It seems we were kin 500 years ago. What a remarkable fate." Pei Wenyu then scrutinized Pei Nani earnestly. Yet her mind was devoid of any information pertaining to such a visage. "Are you also from Iron Wall City?" Pei Nan shook his head. "Floating Light City. Residents of Rank Street." "It seems they are not from the same family." Pei Wenyin let out a sigh of relief. After all, there are quite a few people with the surname Pei in the world. What are the odds of encountering a relative right after stepping out? At that moment, a furious shout from Zhao Zongheng echoed in Pei Nan's earphones. "What? Pei Wenyin? Damn it. Hurry, tell her to get lost. Just pretend that our patriarch perished in the Mecca. We shall withdraw from this contest for the family head and part ways amicably." Pei Nan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Something was amiss with Zhao Zongheng's demeanor. There was indeed a story unfolding. Pei Wenyu pointed to Pei Nan's headset and gently said, "Could you please pass me the headset? I will need the cooperation of the person inside it." Pei Nan, without a moment's hesitation, passed over the headphones and solemnly implored, "Please ensure my brother's rescue. I beg of you." He then positioned himself beside Wu Xingtong and quietly inquired, "May I ask about this individual's background?" Wu Xingtong appeared to be gathering his thoughts. 2 seconds later, he deactivated the communication channel and slowly began to articulate. It was mentioned earlier regarding the shooting competition in Iron Wall City. Zhao Zongheng has secured the runner-up position for several years, while Pei Nan has claimed the championship title for just as long. They have known each other for quite some time and share a profound relationship. Pei Nan observed Pei Wen, who was busily occupied with an array of tools seemingly conjured from nowhere. She commenced her intricate work on the Tiger Bin mech, extracting a multitude of incomprehensible wires and directly inserting them into her own arm. Is she perhaps a cyborg? Might these two share a childhood bond? Indeed, they do. Pei Nan spoke with profound significance. Do these two share a deeper relationship? Wu Xingtong inquired with confusion. What do you mean by deeper? Pei Nan blinked twice and said with a mischievous tone, "It's that kind of relationship, one of negative distance." Wu Xingtong seemed to grasp the meaning, responding, "That should indeed be the case." Pei Nan was instantly filled with delight, as if he had tasted honey. The news was simply too enticing. Wu Xingtong then continued. In the shooting competition 2 years ago, Pei Wen stabbed Zhao Zongheng, securing victory in the close-range sniper contest. That should be considered a negative distance, wouldn't it? Pei Nan remained silent for a considerable duration, pondering the perplexing concept of negative distance, before suddenly considering something. You haven't, perhaps, experienced a romantic relationship? Wu Xingtong retorted in confusion. How could having a girlfriend assist me in breaking through the fierce level? After nearly half an hour of turmoil, the hatch of the Tiger Bin slowly creaked open, allowing Zhao Zongheng to finally bask in the light once more. However, there was no trace of joy upon his countenance. Instead, it was marred by a fear that seemed to extinguish all hope. At that moment, Pei Wen leaped out from the side, startling Zhao Zongheng, who stared at her face for a full 5 seconds before awkwardly remarking, "Have you undergone cosmetic surgery? Why do you look so unappealing?" Pei Wen twirled around, flaunting her appearance. "I painted this myself. What do you think? Isn't it so captivating that one glance is enough to quell any desire for a second?" Zhao Zongheng frowned, a look of utter disdain crossing his face. "I feel like throwing up." Pei Wen cheerfully remarked, "Do you mean to say that you prefer the former version of me?" Pei Nan's eyes suddenly sparkled with a crimson glow. "What is this?" The Scent of Melon. Chapter 29, Maple Villa. Zhao Zongheng disregarded Pei Wen's words, and after emerging from the tiger's den, he called out to the two individuals nearby indulging in melons to hastily depart. "Gather your belongings. Prepare to descend the mountain." Pei Nan intended to continue watching the performance, but unexpectedly, the plan was disrupted. Where are you going?" "To the Hunter City." "I cannot return to the City of Floating Light for the time being." "The Hunter City?" Pei Nan searched for relevant information in his mind, recalling that Zhao Zongheng had mentioned it before. Was it the wilderness city comprised of criminals? Zhao Zongheng clarified, stating that while the hunting city is indeed composed of gangs, not all its inhabitants are criminals. There, only the entanglements of interests prevail, rendering identity nearly inconsequential, which is why a multitude of wrongdoers congregate there. Pei Nan was taken aback. What kind of city of sin is this? Do the 8 great capitals not intervene? Is it permissible for such a perilous area to exist in the wilderness? Surely, it is because the 8 great capitals turn a blind eye to it. Can such a thing truly be overlooked? Can they endure it? At that moment, Pei Wen elucidated Pei Nan's confusion. Evil cannot be suppressed. Where civilization exists, darkness inevitably flourishes. Even the most civilized cities harbor criminals. Rather than allowing them to roam freely and disrupt order, it is more prudent to maintain such a place, gathering all offenders in one location, which facilitates the management and operation of the capitals. Zhao Zongheng added, aside from capturing mutated beasts and undertaking exploratory missions, apprehending these criminals constitutes a significant source of income for the hunters. After all, the bounties on those offenders are quite alluring to individuals. If the 8 great capitals were to take action, the costs would be substantial. Thus, this serves as a means of economizing. Pei Nan was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such an assertion, yet he found it remarkably logical. Was it not akin to the principle of fishing in a baited spot? The hunting grounds were merely the traps set by the 8 major cities, while the fleeing criminals were the fish lured into this snare. The intention to capture them relied solely on the desire of the cities, if necessary. A mere expenditure of hundreds of thousands could procure hunters to deliver them right to the doorstep. What a brilliant and capitalistic strategy. However, on the other hand, this information was hardly a secret. Would the inhabitants of the hunting grounds remain oblivious to such a fact? Why then would they still dare to venture in that direction? Was that not tantamount to surrendering their lives into the hands of the cities? Pei Nan expressed his doubts. Surely the people of the hunting grounds are aware of this. Yet they still choose to venture there? Are they not afraid of being captured by the hunters? Zhao Zongheng, understanding that his companion was somewhat naive, clarified, indeed. It is because the hunting grounds abide by their own rules. Even the hunters who have accepted bounties dare not act recklessly there. After all criminals aspire to join the hunting guild, and the leader of the guild is a formidable fierce-level adept. At this point, both of them unconsciously glanced at Wu Xingtong, who was floating nearby. Speaking of the fierce level, their own team also had one. Wu Xingtong shook her head and said, "Do not look at me. I am no match for that leader." Pei Nan, undeterred, inquired, "Is it truly impossible even if you summon a tempest?" One must understand that Wu Xingtong's prowess can conjure a colossal tornado with a diameter of 5 meters, with a little extra effort. It could potentially expand by another meter or two, capable of even sweeping up heavy mechs like the Hubei. Is it truly beyond the realm of possibility to contend with that leader? Wu Xingtong replied, "Every leader of the hunter city is the pinnacle of formidable capabilities, and only a select few of their kind can engage them in battle. Most are merely one-sided adversaries. For instance, even if I were to double the size of my tempest, it would still be unable to affect that leader, especially within the confines of Hunter's City. What entity can stand unharmed amidst a tornado? What manner of beast is this?" Zhao Zongheng coughed twice and remarked, "This is hardly a secret. The abilities of the Hunter's City leaders have always been singular in nature. Centuries have passed, and their records are well documented in the archives of various great cities. Essentially, you need only to understand that in a place rife with malevolence, that leader is invincible. The greater the malevolence, the stronger the ability. This is the very foundation that allows Hunter City to thrive in the wilderness." Pei Nan still fails to comprehend that while ferocious level abilities are indeed formidable, they do not pose a significant threat to the capital. To label them as invincible seems somewhat exaggerated. After all, it is reasonable to assume that abilities can surpass one's. He finds it hard to believe that the capital lacks its own abilities. Thus, it becomes easier to understand the situation. However, even ferocious level abilities should not be so audacious. Do the 8 great cities truly fear a mere ferocious level ability? They could simply deploy super weapons with a single strike. All are rendered equal. In the hunting capital, the leader is an unequivocal combatant, and the cost of resolving issues in the hunting capital is substantial. To kill 1,000 is to be ferocious. To kill 10,000 is to be. Ferocious level abilities can rival a complete modern military force, while abilities can wage a defensive war. Moreover, the hunting capital possesses its own military technology, with criminals from various sectors forming the foundational operational framework of the city. They have fortified their precarious existence with an unyielding resolve, thus harboring no fear of or purges. Subsequently, Zhao Zongheng imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the hunting capital to Pei Nan, which proved immensely beneficial. He no longer had to dread the specter of being thoroughly deceived in the past. If he exercised caution now, he might retain at least his undergarments. Although it is called the hunting capital, where there are people, there exists order, and where there is order, chaos is absent. Though it may be crude and rudimentary, survival is still possible. Besides, are you not a criminal as well? Returning to the hunting capital is akin to returning home. And perhaps you might even catch a glimpse of your bounty. How absurd to liken it to homecoming. Was I not merely making arrangements to enter prison? Setting aside such thoughts, Pei Nan had forgotten that he was currently a criminal inciting societal chaos, having assaulted a high-ranking official who happened to cross his path. And due to the official's esteemed status, he had been sentenced to death. Others make arrangements to secure their release, while he, in a bizarre turn of fate, arranged his own incarceration for a mere 500 yuan. Zhao Zongheng's facial injuries would not heal in the short term. He still bore the visage of a battered face, allowing him to traverse the streets without fear of recognition. However, Pei Nan discerned a peculiar issue. They had lingered in Qishan for 2 days, stirring such a commotion. Yet Fuguang City had not dispatched any personnel. As for the ostensible concern over airstrikes, not a single aircraft could be spotted. What was the reason behind this? Zhao Zongheng flashed a mischievous smile, revealing half a tooth. Of course, it is because we have influential connections. Pei Wenyu covered Zhao Zongheng's face, causing the latter's features to contort in pain. You should really stop smiling. You look like a pig's head, more grotesque the longer I look. Zhao Zongheng's hand lingered by his face, hesitating to touch it, and finally, in a fit of defiance, he exclaimed, "You look splendid. You're the most beautiful. Your painting resembles a person of African descent, and you still have the audacity to criticize me. I didn't even ask what brings you to Chishan. Iron Wall City is a staggering distance away. Surely, you aren't here for a holiday." Thus, the four of them stumbled their way down the mountain until darkness enveloped the scene. At this moment, amidst the corpses littering the mountainside, Zhao Zongming's body was undergoing a quiet transformation. His skeletal structure widened, muscles shifted, and in mere moments, he had entirely assumed the appearance of his adjutant. In the heart of Floating Light City, there stood a red maple villa. Here, only a few servants moved about. The villa being a magnificent ancient structure crafted entirely from rare redwood, with a tiled roof adorned with auspicious beast figurines at each corner. Not a single autonomous machine was present. All chores were performed by human hands. At this time, a middle-aged man stood outside the villa, possessing a refined and gentle demeanor. Clad in an inkwash-styled robe, reminiscent of a well-read scholar. Upon his arrival, none within the courtyard acknowledged him, as if he were invisible. He entered the villa without hindrance, heading straight for the grand hall, where the entrance was framed by meticulously pruned gardens. At the far end of the garden reclined an elderly gentleman in a lounge chair. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully, but the elderly man, though reluctant, rose to return the gesture, saying, "You are the head of the family. I cannot accept such formalities." The middle-aged man smiled politely. "Master Imo is my elder. I cannot neglect the proper etiquette." Unmoved by such formalities, Master Imo replied, "Someone is playing chess inside, having lost 10 consecutive games." Curious, the middle-aged man inquired, "Who is he playing with?" "That is not surprising." Master Imo gestured for him to enter, and the middle-aged man stepped inside to find an enormous virtual chessboard occupying the entire room. The elderly gentleman sitting at the opposite end of the board appeared deep in thought. His thinning white hair suggested that if he continued pondering, he might soon lose the last remnants of it. His stooped posture and the aura of despair surrounding him hinted at a life nearing its end. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. "Fourth uncle, your grandnephew has come to visit." The elder waved his hand dismissively in greeting and then said, "Find a place to sit. I shall not entertain you." Observing the room, the middle-aged man noted that aside from the cushions flanking the chessboard, there was nowhere else to sit. Ultimately, he took a seat and beheld the chessboard, where the black pieces lay in a state of utter defeat, evident even to those unfamiliar with the game. The elder cast a glance at him, casually nullifying the current chessboard, then remarked, "Since you are here, play a game with me." The middle-aged man chuckled softly. "I do not know how to play." The elder, losing interest, promptly dismantled the chessboard, causing the virtual projection to vanish and revealing an expanse of empty ground in the center. He then produced a sheet of white paper and conjured a brush from thin air, leisurely practicing calligraphy. "Speak. What brings you here?" The middle-aged man replied calmly, "Zhao Zongming is dead." The elder's expression remained unchanged, merely contemplating, the grandson of the third, that little brat with an obsession for weaponry and mechs. I always said his ambitions were too lofty. He would inevitably face consequences. Ignoring the elder's ramblings, the middle-aged man continued, "It was Zhao Zongming who did it." The elder cast a puzzled glance at him. "Isn't he in prison?" "He has escaped." "He has escaped, indeed." "Yes, it was the fourth brother who released him." "Then why not apprehend him?" "There is no evidence." "So, you have come to me seeking evidence? Will you provide it?" "How can one produce evidence for something they did not commit?" The two men, clad in scholarly robes, engaged in a verbal sparring match, each topic sharp as a needle. After the middle-aged man finished his inquiries, he rose to take his leave, stating, "Since this does not concern fourth uncle, I shall take my leave." The elder waved his hand. "Next time, if you come empty-handed, do not bother. Visiting an elder without proper gifts shows a lack of decorum." The middle-aged man replied apologetically, "It is I who have been remiss. Next time, I shall bring a worthy gift." "Very well. We shall commence the pursuit of Zhao Zongming. He has violated the laws of Floating Light City and murdered a significant member of our family. The death penalty awaits him. Law must be upheld. Even family cannot be spared. Proceed as you see fit. I am old, and this red maple villa is my final resting place. As the head of the family, the decisions lie with you." The middle-aged man departed without looking back. The elder resumed his calligraphy, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "Doesn't this look quite presentable?" At that moment, a servant entered and received the elder's calligraphic work. "Take this to be printed. It shall be hung on this wall." The servant glanced at the writing, which read simply, "Chaos." Though it spoke of disorder, the characters were remarkably tidy and orderly, showing no signs of having been pinned with a brush. In the next instant, the paper and brush vanished, revealing the exquisite inkwork to be but an illusion. Just then, Master Mo entered, and the elder addressed his old companion. "Where is Zhongming now?" Master Mo calculated silently. "You should have just descended from Qishan. I imagine he is on his way to the hunting capital." The elder nodded. Finding this to align with expectations, detail the circumstances of this event. The only disciple of the extreme path, Wu Xingtong, has broken through to a fearsome level, slaying 146 warriors. Pei Wenyu has come to investigate the roadblock in the hunting capital. Most astonishingly, a young man named Pei Nan has scaled the cliffs of Qishan and become a capable individual. Your grandson is still alive, and this is significantly related. As more details were reported, the elder's understanding of the Qishan conflict became increasingly clear, and he smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad. It barely meets expectations." Master Mo countered. "This is far from satisfactory. A sealed martial artist, a mere commoner, and your internet-addicted grandson. Are you truly comfortable giving them firearms to face a 200-strong army? He chose this path. He must endure some risks. Sharp stones may dull a blade, yet they can also hone it. Understand that the other two are far more formidable than Zhao Zongming. Even the most formidable are merely a handful of young individuals, if my grandson cannot eliminate them. I shall. You. Master Mo, aware of the elder's condition, refrained from further argument but cautioned, "You seek vengeance, but your grandson still has a bright future ahead. Do not jeopardize the youth's prospects. He is my grandson. Grandson or not, I am willing to follow your madness, but do not involve the youth. It is already too late." Master Mo pondered for a moment, then inquired, "What relation does this Pei Nan have with the Pei family of Iron Wall City?" Master Mo calculated once more. None. He is merely a commoner from the lower district. The elderly man had faith in his old companion's ability to gather intelligence. After casting a glance at him, he remarked, "Next time, refrain from counting with your fingers. You are not a diviner. It would be more prudent to carry a tablet instead." Old Mo, having been exposed, was not offended. He merely chuckled and replied, "Doesn't this add an air of mystery about me?" Chapter 30. The rental office for beasts of burden in Qishan the wilderness, a term that ought not to exist. Once merely denoted regional distinctions in humanity's early epochs. The entirety of the planet was dominated, with no territory left unconquered, a reality that persists even today. However, the evolution of civilizations has never followed a steady, linear trajectory. Rather, it resembles a sine wave, echoing the ancient adage, "What is united must eventually divide, and what is divided must ultimately unite." During the tumult of supernatural chaos, civilizations lay in ruins until a formidable abilities wielder intervened, marking that era as the Age of Heroes. Following the restoration of peace, humanity faced the calamity of otherworldly beasts. The transformations experienced by humankind were not uniquely advantageous. The beasts evolved at an even more accelerated pace, drawing perilously close to the concept of monsters through the relentless process of natural selection. Their forms became as resilient as steel, rivaling mountains, capable of exhaling clouds of vapor. These were merely commonplace advancements. Others, like swarms of insects and rodents, completely abandoned their physical size, evolving reproductive capabilities instead. For centuries later, while humanity's abilities remained formidable, they paled in comparison to those of the otherworldly beasts. Thus commenced an arms race between humans and these creatures. The emergence of superweapons not only obliterated the nearly peak-level threats posed by the beasts, but also reshaped the survival strategies of humanity in this new era. The once mighty otherworldly beasts were reduced to mere ashes under the onslaught of artillery and other weaponry, leaving behind only the relatively harmless remnants that posed no significant threat to civilization. These creatures still existed, yet they no longer threatened human societies. However, for the unprepared ordinary individuals, the beasts remained perilous, thus designating the areas outside civilization as the wilderness. This desolate expanse, devoid of human presence, became a haven for both beasts and hunters, a realm where peril and adventure coexisted. Certain areas were even set aside for the self-propagation of these beasts, effectively creating wildlife reserves. The existing otherworldly beasts, from a human perspective, were akin to animals. For instance, the gigantic wild boar encountered by Pei Nan belonged to this category. Yet no one would actively seek to eradicate it. As dawn broke the following day, traveling at night proved perilous, not merely due to the risk of encountering beasts or bandits, but rather due to the chilling temperatures and the physical toll on the travelers. Thus, after a brief respite, the quartet resumed their journey. The sun had risen. finally bestowing a semblance of warmth, yet the distance to the hunting capital remained a daunting 224 kilometers. On foot, it would require at least a week. And although the individuals were not ordinary, their stamina could not withstand such exhaustive exertion, not to mention the uncertainties of supplies along the way. Surely, we cannot be expected to trek all the way to the hunting capital, can we? Upon learning this news, Pei Nan's first reaction was one of devastation. He thought to himself, let it all perish, and allow him to die in this desolate wilderness. Zhao Zongheng glanced at Pei Wenyu and remarked, "How did you manage to arrive here? Surely you must have had some means of transportation." Pei Wenyu discarded the grotesque accessory she had been wearing, instantly transforming from a plump inflatable doll into a model. However, her tattered and filthy overalls still rendered her quite unappealing, as she had not removed her makeup. In this desolate wilderness, there was no makeup remover available, nor did she intend to take it off. When she arrived, she had taken a vehicle, after all. It wasn't the countryside, and there were drivers aplenty. With sufficient funds, one could travel wherever they wished. Had she not considered how to return? In truth, I had always been curious to try riding a chocobo. A chocobo? Pei Nan was intrigued by this term, momentarily envisioning a large yellow bird, a mere creation of the game. Non-existent in reality. It was a creature of extraordinary nature, tamed by humans, capable of traversing short to medium distances, maintaining a speed of approximately 50 kilometers/h. With relentless effort, it could reach up to 80 kilometers/h and sustain a continuous run of 150 kilometers. Truly, it was a remarkable beast. Its fundamental speed surpassing that of the erstwhile king of travel, the horse. I must admit, I too am curious. Pei Wenyu remarked. I remember there is a rental station for land-dwelling beasts just outside Xishan. Zhao Zongheng sighed. The nearest rental station is a full 20 kilometers away from here. Well, that's still preferable to walking 220 kilometers on foot, he added. All right, let's go. Ever since Pei Wenyu's arrival, Zhao Zongheng seemed to have changed considerably. His pretentiousness had diminished, replaced by a palpable sense of impatience and indulgence. It was peculiar, quite peculiar, indeed. Covering 20 kilometers at a brisk pace. They might catch a glimpse of the rental station by noon. As times progressed, so too did the lifestyles of the people. By the time the quartet finally reached the rental station for the land-dwelling beasts, it was nearly noon. This journey, which should have taken merely 3 hours, had stretched to a grueling 6. Not only due to the injuries they sustained, but also because the capture of certain wild delicacies along the way consumed a substantial amount of time. Pei Nan couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the rental station. This resembles the private villa of a wealthy businessman. Pei Wenyu exclaimed with great enthusiasm. The rearing of landwalkers inherently demands substantial resources: land, labor, feed, disease prevention, and pharmaceuticals. Moreover, since landwalkers cannot be housed within urban confines, this incurs additional transportation costs. Only the affluent can afford such creatures. The rental station spans approximately 40,000 square meters, and it accommodates not only landwalkers, but also numerous modified vehicles. Urban transports cannot traverse far into the wilderness. Encountering a herd of wild beasts could easily lead to their ruin. Upon reaching the entrance, a service-oriented autonomous robot approached to inquire, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Xishan Landwalker rental station. I am the service robot Xiao AI. How may I assist you today? Would you require lodging, supplies, leisure activities, or the rental of a landwalker?" The rental station cannot merely facilitate rental transactions. Being an establishment in the wilderness, it serves a diverse clientele, including merchants, numerous hunters, and even members of the military. Furthermore, each station is equipped with its own enforcers, and defensive weaponry and robots are fundamental infrastructure. Capable individuals may also find employment here, ensuring that no brigands dare to target this establishment. It is regarded as a safe haven. Pei Nan inexplicably recalled a phrase, "You have arrived at the Xishan Beast Rental Station, Safety Zone. We require supplies and rental services. The route has been planned, and the foot traffic at Supply Zone A3 and Rental Zone B5 is currently minimal. Please follow me." Pei Nan surveyed his surroundings, noting the 3 drones that had flown overhead, yet he discerned no weaponry aboard them. Nevertheless, his instinctual sense of danger began to stir, as numerous shadowy figures lurked nearby, indicating that this rental station was well defended. Other patrons on the road occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction: a cripple, a pig-headed man, a coleg, and a rustic fellow, a flawless yet unremarkable ensemble that hardly warranted a second look. Water and provisions constituted the primary resources for several individuals, and the establishment also offered limited quantities of chocobo jerky, derived from those unfortunate creatures that had met their demise, thus maximizing their value, a testament to resource efficiency. Area A3 captivated the interest of many, showcasing a diverse crowd, including several young women and affluent youths clad in scant attire. Zhao Zongheng remained unperturbed by the possibility of being recognized, exuding an air of fearless nonchalance. As they passed the bulletin board, Pei Nan's gaze fell upon his own likeness. Wanted, Pei Nan, bounty, 20,000 photon coins. Shocked, he quickly shielded his face with his arm, anxious about being identified. At that moment, he noticed 3 individuals beside him also scrutinizing the announcement and, perplexed, inquired, "Aren't you concerned about being recognized?" Zhao Zongheng, sporting a pig-like visage, bore no resemblance to the fugitive depicted in the wanted poster, calmly replied, "Not at all." Wu Xingtong, whose face was similarly bandaged, echoed his sentiment, "Not afraid." When Pei Nan finally turned to Pei Wenyu, she remarked, "I'm not the one being sought, so why would you look at me?" Thus, it seemed that only he bore the risk of being reported. Wanted, Zhao Zongheng, bounty, 5,000 photon coins. Wanted, Wu Xingtong, a formidable ability user, bounty, 200,000 photon coins. Pei Nan furrowed his brow. Why do I only have 20,000? Zhao Zongheng, a scion of the Zhao family and the grandson of the 4th elder, a 5-time runner-up in the Iron Wall City shooting competition, a man capable of breaching the data perimeter of Pingding Mountain Prison. Take a guess. Wu Xingtong, the sole disciple of the Extreme Path, a formidable martial artist capable of single-handedly vanquishing a modern army, remained silent. Pei Nan could not comprehend the situation. After all, I am a capable individual with extraordinary abilities. Not even a sniper can bring me down, and I navigate through the gunfire of over 60 men with remarkable ease. Is it not excessive to offer a bounty of 20,000? Zhao Zongheng pondered for a moment. Perhaps your notorious reputation for crossing the street is simply too formidable. Otherwise, such a substantial bounty would be unwarranted. Pei Nan was perplexed. Can a bounty really be as low as 20,000? Aren't these things usually set at a minimum of 100,000? It's utterly absurd. Who in their right mind would seek trouble for a mere 20,000? One might as well let their arms drop and resign to fate. Just then, a passerby approached, glanced at the wanted poster, and remarked to his companion, "Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. When did a bounty of 20,000 make it to the list?" At that moment, his companion tugged at his arm, persistently signaling with his eyes, "Brother." This face looked somewhat familiar. He scrutinized Pei Nan, then glanced back at the bulletin board, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, he patted Pei Nan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, being a rogue does not suit you. Perhaps it is best to return home and tend to the fields." Pei Nan restrained the impulse to kick his opponent to death and politely responded, "Thank you." Then, amidst the laughter of the other party, he departed. Zhao Zongheng, with keen interest, observed the retreating figure of the man, remarking to himself, "This circle is indeed quite small." Pei Nan, in a fit of irritation, inquired, "Who might that be?" "GND City, Wang Juanxing, a formidable ability user." GND City? Should such a name exist in this world? What manner of place is GND City? Do the inhabitants there solely practice swordsmanship? Zhao Zongheng, with a mysterious smile, seemingly concocting a scheme, replied, "Indeed. They do practice swordsmanship, but of a different kind, cosmic warships. It is said that a colossal flying sword hovers above GND City, and upon the command of the Wang family patriarch to unleash a destruction order, it can fire a gigantic beam of light from the heavens. Known as the Golden Crow Sword Light, one of the 8 supreme weapons." Pei Nan was at a loss for words and could only respond with a single digit, 6. It was imperative to observe the land-walking beasts, for their fate hinged on whether a few individuals could reach the hunting capital by nightfall. When the striking black and white birds appeared before him, Pei Nan could not help but exclaim, "Land-walking birds." Chapter 31, Breath of the Wilderness, Assurance, the land-walking beast. Also known as the land-walking bird, is an extraordinary creature evolved from the ostrich. Naturally docile, it has primarily developed its leg muscles and digestive system, enabling it to adapt to the mutated external environment and evade the pursuit of predators. Its immense new physique and robust limbs grant it remarkable speed and significantly enhanced endurance, while its sharp, keratinous beak can fend off certain aggressors. As the lecturer elaborated, Pei Nan found himself puzzled. Wasn't the ostrich already quite fast? Why did it seem that the current land-walking beasts were inferior to their predecessors? Eventually, he grasped the reason. It was the difference in endurance and body size. The lecturer explained that adult land-walking beasts stand between 5 meters tall and weigh between 300 to 350 pounds. Their substantial size affords greater aggression and food storage, thus rendering them unafraid of their natural enemies and capable of prolonged endurance. Moreover, there is a distinction between cruising speed and maximum speed. For instance, the former ostrich typically maintains a speed of around 50 km/h, with a peak speed of 72 km/h, but can only sprint for about 5 minutes. In contrast, the land-walking beast can run continuously for over 150 kilometers, akin to the fabled steed of sweat and blood. If Pei Nan and his companions were to set off now, they could easily reach the hunting capital by tomorrow. The lecturer patiently detailed the riding and outdoor precautions associated with the land-walking beast, and Pei Nan marveled at the lecturer's dedication to his craft. Thus, it is essential to procure our specialized feed for the land-walking beasts, meticulously formulated by nutritional experts to swiftly restore their vitality and even enhance their speed slightly. So, it seems the true purpose of this elaborate presentation was to sell their feed. The question arises, how would you respond should I choose not to purchase your product? When renting a land-walking beast, we offer corresponding feed packages and new customers receive a delightful 15% discount. Pei Nan fell silent, then turned to Zhao Zongheng. What are you looking at? Pay up. Why should I pay? You are the boss. If you are on a business trip, shouldn't you cover the expenses? Are you expecting me to pay? In the end, the three of them led out 4 land beasts. Pei Nan selected a purely white mutated specimen, the rental fee being 3 times that of the other 2. Zhao Zongheng's face turned ashen, for he had also contributed to the payment for this land beast. Fortunately, Suchen provided the funds. Otherwise, the trio would have found themselves stranded on the road to the hunting city. Pei Nan tenderly caressed the neck of the mount. The land walker, which responded with a joyful, ostrich-like cry, its voice ethereal and pure, evoking the essence of a wild spirit. As they rode upon the bird's saddle, the creature nestled comfortably, making it easy for Pei Nan to mount. The ascent was remarkably smooth, providing him with an experience that was both novel and delightful. One might wonder what these majestic beasts consumed before the advent of specialized feed. Silence. Came the retort. You are jeopardizing the secrets of an entire industry. Prior to domestication, these animals forage for their sustenance, and humans have always sought to guide them towards desired transformations. Thus, the distinction between mounts and pets emerged, necessitating specially formulated feed for the land walkers trained as steeds. Yet, the absence of feed was of little consequence, as Pei Nan had just queried. These creatures instinctively sought nourishment when needed. This raises the matter of their recovery. The landwalkers possess an astonishing ability. They can navigate their way home. Over 90% of leased landwalkers return on their own once the rental period concludes, unless an extension is arranged. It is unlikely that kind-hearted strangers will bring them back. They must rely on their own instincts. During this interim, they procure their own food. Each landwalker is equipped with a locator, ensuring that even in the event of an accident, as long as they remain alive, specialized hunters will retrieve them. This clarified some of Pei Nan's Navi misconceptions. Soon after, the quartet sped towards the hunter's capital atop their landwalkers, traversing an expanse of wilderness measuring 200 kilometers. They would encounter countless exotic creatures along the way. If luck were not on their side, they might face aggressive beasts. However, for the armed four, such challenges posed little threat. At this juncture, Pei Nan noticed a number of vehicles on the adjacent road. Although fewer than in the city, their presence was notable, prompting him to inquire. Why are there so many vehicles on this route? Aren't they afraid of ambush? Zhao Zongheng glanced over and replied, Did you notice the insignias on those vehicles? They indicate hunters. They roam the wilderness, relying on their skills for survival. To reach their destinations swiftly, hunters utilize specialized transport, and vehicles adorned with unique markings typically belong to them. Best to avoid engaging with them. Hunters generally carry firearms or possess special abilities. One can never know what mission they are on. They might be seeking a bounty on your head. The vehicles appeared rather unremarkable, lacking the flamboyance of urban automobiles, which made them seem less than secure. Do not be deceived by their mundane appearance. Most have undergone modifications. If you happen upon a Mechanic-S vehicle, you might find a heavy machine gun concealed beneath the hood, with missiles at the rear. It's prudent to keep your distance. With that, the group cautiously steered further away from the roadway. After the initial thrill wore off, Pei Nan began to feel discomfort. Riding a land walker, much like horseback riding, is a skillful endeavor. Unlike vehicles, these creatures do not offer a steady ride, necessitating constant adjustments and synchronization with their movements. One may involuntarily adopt a martial stance. Of course, one could also refer to it as a bird stance. Not long after the ride commenced, he proposed a break, primarily due to the jarring motion. Zhao Zongheng, feeling fatigued himself, having recently taken antibiotics and still recovering, retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Is this all there is?" Pei Nan rolled his eyes and remarked, "Wipe the sweat from your forehead. It would lend you more credibility." Wu Xingtong bore the most severe injuries, yet as a martial artist, his greatest strength lay in his endurance. Therefore, unless he were to lose consciousness, one could never discern the limits of his resilience. Pei Wenyu circled around the three of them atop her chocobo, exclaiming, "We have scarcely covered a quarter of our journey. If we rest any longer, we might not reach the hunting capital before nightfall." Zhao Zongheng quickly instructed her to halt. "Stop, stop, stop. You're making me dizzy." Nearby, there was a river, perfect for the four chocobos to quench their thirst. "Now, why do you find yourself in Qishan?" Zhao Zongheng had been holding on to this question since the moment he laid eyes on Pei Wenyu. Although he was grateful for her assistance, it puzzled him that she was present here, as Iron Wall City was a considerable distance from Floating Light City, requiring a trek equivalent to 3 hunting capitals. "One must respect a girl's privacy, you know," she retorted playfully. "If you choose not to speak, then so be it." Pei Wenyu laughed merrily at the helpless Zhao Zongheng, teasing him as one might a child. However, given their long-standing friendship, there was nothing inappropriate in their exchange. "Initially, I came to investigate the matters surrounding Li Du. As you heard from that merchant, Li Du has blocked a route leading to Fugong, and I was inquiring about that." Zhao Zongheng's brow finally relaxed. "But how did you end up in Qishan?" "In the course of my investigation, I happened to stumble upon a situation. Human trafficking is one of their means of amassing wealth, and I intended to locate their hideout for a thorough crackdown. However, I unexpectedly encountered Zhao's forces coming to eradicate bandits. Before I could take action, the hideout was already deserted, unable to discern any flaws in the situation." Pei Wenyu continued the conversation. "Did you uncover anything of significance?" Pei Wenyu said with a cheerful smile, "This piece of information comes at a price. It is worth at least 100,000 universal coins in the hunting city." Zhao Zongheng rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "Once we arrive at the hunting city, I'll pay you with my card. However, your words cannot be settled with money. If not money, then what?" Pei Wenyu revealed a cunning smile, her gaze appraising the other person with unabashed boldness. "Pay with your body." Pei Nan's brows involuntarily arched. Her ears leaning closer to the two, she had detected the fragrance of melon. Wu Xingtong remained unmoved, immersed in meditation. It seemed that after advancing to the fierce level, he had become increasingly composed, entirely transcending worldly affairs, resembling a mystic in his enigmatic musings. Zhao Zongheng let out a cold snort. "I knew you were harboring ulterior motives against me." Pei Wenyu pleaded in a soft voice, "This shooting competition requires 2 participants. Will you assist me?" Zhao Zongheng suddenly had a thought and pulled over Pei Nan, who had been eavesdropping nearby. "I shall not participate in this year's shooting competition, but this individual may." Pei Wenyu regarded the other with skepticism. Although they shared the same surname, she had never witnessed his abilities firsthand, leading her to question, "Is he capable?" At that moment, Zhao Zongheng interjected, "Before you stands the malevolent star of Fuglight City, the king of prison escapes from Pingding Mountain, the pioneer in gene locks, and a singularly formidable physical enhancer. He possesses the extraordinary ability to evade a battalion siege with ease. He has scaled the treacherous cliffs of Qishan and danced amidst gunfire. In just 4 days, he transformed from an ordinary individual into an advanced ability wielder. He possesses both strength and potential. Given ample time, securing the championship in the shooting competition would be effortlessly within his grasp." Pei Wenyu was overwhelmed by this sudden title. Yet he grasped the most crucial piece of information. "Wait, did you say you climbed the sheer cliffs of Qishan? Isn't that a nearly vertical slope of 90 degrees? Pei Nan, feeling bashful from the compliments, offered a shy smile and replied, "It is I, though I am unworthy of such praise. If that is the case, perhaps it is not entirely impossible. What do you think? Shall we proceed with this transaction? If it truly comes to that, I would be willing to agree." Pei Nan cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation between the two. "Excuse me, have you considered my opinion?" Pei Wenyu expressed his confusion. "Aren't you one of his subordinates? Your opinion holds considerable weight?" Zhao Zongheng, equally perplexed, gazed back at him. "Aren't you my good brother? Can't you lend a hand for a friend in need? Is a good brother merely a pawn for your transactions? If you want me to assist you, it comes at a price." He nearly overlooked this matter. Recent events had caused Zhao Zongheng to forget that Pei Nan had come to his aid solely for monetary gain. Both parties had unwittingly engaged in numerous acts of mutual assistance, almost forgetting that their relationship had initially been one purely of client and service provider. Pei Wen Yu clarified the nature of their relationship. So, you only have a working relationship with him, now that the tasks are completed. Why do you still continue to follow him? Pei Nan sighed, expressing his helplessness as he said, please repeat the first two titles in that string. The Evil Star of Fuguang City, the King of Prison Breaks at Pingding Mountain Prison. It is a lamentable twist of fate that has left me homeless. You might find it hard to believe, but initially, I merely sought a job that would allow me to pay off my fines. Yet now, I have become a wanted fugitive with a bounty of 20,000 in Fuguang City. I am utterly bewildered by how I have arrived at this point. Pei Wen Yu felt a surge of sympathy for this family member, in light of our familial bond, if you agree to accompany me to the shooting competition. I shall provide you with a monetary reward. My personal savings are modest, but I can offer up to 500,000. Pei Nan immediately directed his ire towards Zhao Zongheng, exclaiming, look at them. Your Zhao family is so miserly that you require your employees to assist in a jailbreak for a meager salary of 1,000 yuan. Have you no sense of humanity? Zhao Zongheng yearned to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately conceding that Su Chen was rather ruthless, leaving him hesitant to counter. Nevertheless, Pei Nan continued, let us postpone this matter for a couple of days. For now, I am unable to provide you with a response. Pei Wen Yin inquired why. Pei Nan glanced at the countdown. Time remaining for this game, 33 hours, 25 minutes, and 47 seconds. I will inform you in 2 days. Chapter 32. Arrival at the Hunting Capital. Pei Nan quietly gazed at the distant herbivorous mutated beasts, his mind clouded with uncertainty regarding his next course of action. The moment the crisis subsided, a wave of confusion and emptiness surged within him, rendering even a brief pause an experience of surrealism. Were it not for the existence of the countdown, he might have completely succumbed to the immersive reality of this game world. The game is rooted in the most fundamental principles of computational logic, where every element adheres to the creator's intent, manifesting through the collaborative efforts of programmers, modelers, scriptwriters, voice actors, and music producers, collectively crafting an experience for players to engage with. Pei Nan found himself unable to reconcile his experiences with the notion of a mere game. He began to ponder the true nature of this world. Before his return, he could not make any definitive promises or commitments. For the existence of Zhao Zongheng and the others felt overwhelmingly genuine. This emotional resonance led him to conclude that they could not be mere programs, but rather authentic human beings. As an outsider, did he truly possess the right to make decisions or pledges? Much like when one immerses themselves in a virtual online game. If the experience becomes too real, would one still be able to act without hesitation, considering the weight of emotions involved? In the past, Pei Nan would have answered without a second thought, yes. Yet now he hesitated, noticing Pei Nan's silence. Zhao Zongheng and the others realized for the first time how little they truly knew about their companion. Even though Su Chen had relayed all available information, it still felt starkly inadequate. Zhao Zongheng began to contemplate questions that had previously escaped his notice. Why would an ordinary citizen dare to cross the street recklessly? How had he come into contact with StarCraft? And why did he seem so oblivious to the struggles of his own life? As these inquiries unfolded before him, Zhao Zongheng suddenly grasped that Pei Nan's origins appeared even more enigmatic. However, for him, the mystery paled in comparison to the moment when Pei Nan had drawn away half of their pursuers. Let's discuss the news from the hunting grounds, he suggested. Although they were on a break, idleness was not an option. Continuing their previous conversation seemed the most prudent course of action. 100,000? No. I've already lent you my good brother, and you still dare to ask for money? Your good brother cost me 500,000. What concern is it of yours? Besides, I haven't even agreed to it yet. Fine. Once we reach the hunting grounds, I'll settle it. Pei Wen Yin was finally prepared to relent. Given their acquaintance, she had no apprehension that Zhao Zongheng would default on his obligations. Of course, should he choose to do so, it would matter little. The thrill of extracting something from the other party was truly the most exhilarating aspect. The emphasis lay on the journey rather than the outcome. Strange beasts. Strange beasts? Pei Wen Yu had come specifically for this matter. The Iron Wall City, apart from its own concerns, rarely exhibited any interest in external affairs. Yet, astonishingly, it had dispatched personnel to address a peculiar beast, marking an unprecedented occurrence. As for the nature of this beast, it remains unknown. In truth, I suspect that the closure enforced by the hunting capital serves as a smokescreen. After all, such creatures were eradicated centuries ago, both infamous and obscure. All harmful entities were completely eliminated, leaving only the innocuous beasts that contribute to biodiversity. If the hunting capital is expending significant resources to pursue these creatures, I can only surmise that their leader has lost their senses. Zhao Zongheng frowned, bewildered as to what kind of beast could warrant such extensive manpower for investigation. Even the historically formidable beast would succumb to the might of superweapons. Perhaps there lies a deeper intrigue. Has the hunting capital engaged in any recent activities? Indeed, for instance, they have dispatched individuals to prepare for a shooting competition, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of being obstructed at the gates of Iron Wall City. It is utterly absurd. A group of ruffians, instead of resorting to robbery, has turned to competition. Just then, a sudden thud was heard as Wu Xingtong collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What is happening? Pei Nan had treated Wu Xingtong's wounds, forcibly pulling aside his clothing to reveal a back marred by a vast expanse of blood mingled with yellowish pus, saturating the entire bandage. A foul odor began to seep outward. The infection had intensified, necessitating immediate medical intervention, sterilization, and intravenous fluids. The emergency supplies we possessed were inadequate for such grievous injuries. Damn it, why was he silent? Faced with Wu Xingtong's unconsciousness, Zhao Zongheng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. A preliminary examination indicated that Wu was suffering from a fever, inflammation, and bacterial infection, a veritable embodiment of biochemical peril. How had he not succumbed? There was no time for respite. Initially, it was assumed they could endure until reaching the hunter's capital, but now it was clear that time was of the essence. Zhao Zongheng hoisted Wu Xingtong onto his back, summoning a land-walking beast to aid him, securely binding Wu with the provided straps. The trio meticulously checked their weapons, remaining in readiness to fend off any potential attackers on their journey. In truth, the path ahead was anything but tranquil. As dusk approached, the wilderness grew increasingly perilous. The most common threat was a creature known as the greyhound, infamous for its rapid bursts of speed. These beings were social, typically appearing in packs of 5 to 10, preying on unsuspecting travelers or herbivorous beasts. They bore a striking resemblance to hyenas, standing as tall as 1.5 meters and measuring approximately 2.2 meters in length. Their waists were exceedingly slender, with rib cages visible beneath their gaunt abdomens, and their peak acceleration rivaled that of the land-walking beast. However, the good news was that their endurance was limited. Zhao Zongheng had no time to proceed cautiously. When danger loomed, he resorted to his sniper rifle, recklessly expending precious ammunition solely to maintain their rapid advance. The three men alternated in firing upon the pack of beasts, targeting the swift and agile creatures one by one. Just as the sun began its descent, the land-walking beast suddenly collapsed, gasping for breath. It was over. The creature had reached its limits. The first to falter was the one beneath Zhao Zongheng, implying that the other three would meet the same fate, even with alternating progress. Reaching the hunter's capital seemed increasingly unlikely. If the land-walking beast succumbed to exhaustion, it might not rise again the next day, and the trio remained uncertain whether Wu Xingtong could endure until dawn. Despite the formidable strength of a fierce martial artist's physique, it was not invincible. How far was it still to the hunter's capital? Pei Wen surveyed the surrounding environment, arriving at a rough estimate. Albeit with some uncertainty, the beast of burden could sustain a continuous run of approximately 150 kilometers, though this was not an absolute figure. However, having visited this area before, she estimated that there were still about 45 kilometers remaining. 45 kilometers? It appeared that the beasts of burden rented from the Qishan leasing office were indeed of exceptional quality. As this distance surpassed their publicly stated capacity of 150 kilometers, reaching a remarkable 175 kilometers, Pei Nan pondered for a moment and then declared, "I will carry him to the hunting city." Both individuals gazed at Pei Nan in utter astonishment. "Are you aware of what you are saying? That is a distance of 45 kilometers. Even a powerful ability user would hesitate to claim they could sprint that distance continuously, especially considering the countless threats that lie along the way. The greyhound is merely one of the more manageable beasts. With an injured person on your back, escape is utterly impossible." Yet, Pei Nan calmly responded, "But can he afford to wait?" Zhao Zongheng was acutely aware of the current predicament, but they indeed needed to confront a more intricate situation. After all, they were in the wilderness, while beasts could be dealt with by firearms. What about the hunters of unknown intent? A solitary wolf without a vehicle, burdened by an injured companion, would stand out in the wilderness like a firefly in the night. However, 45 kilometers was merely the length of a marathon, and Pei Nan felt he could attempt it. Mission initiated. The Wilderness Marathon has commenced. Total distance, 50 kilometers. Time limit, 150 minutes. Mission penalty, none. Life ought to be like a candle, burning brightly from start to finish. Run, break through, and behold a brand new world. Pei Nan encountered such a mission for the first time, one without any penalties. It seemed that ever since he became a master thief, none of his tasks relied on punishment to spur him forward. Instead, they offered him greater freedom of choice. It was as if the mission whispered, just do your best. Failure is nothing to fear. Or perhaps, this time, the penalty was Wu Xingtong herself. If you can't keep up, rest well. Wait until the land beasts can move tomorrow. Then catch up. Actually, we could try flagging down a passing vehicle and get shredded by their mounted machine guns. Staying far from hunters was the very reason they ventured deep into the wilderness, after leaving behind feed for the land beasts, as well as food and ammunition supplies for the two of them. Pei Nan said with forced optimism, I'm a physical enhancement type ability user, after all. Carrying a load for 50 kilometers is nothing, not as dangerous as you think. With luck, I'll reach Hunter City's medical facility in just 2.5 hours. Pei Wenyu handed Pei Nan a contact. This individual is named Su Yi, a liaison I left in the hunting capital. Once you arrive, reach out to her. She will escort you to a medical facility capable of treating Wu Xingtong. It is not unlike the capital, where deception lurks, so exercise utmost caution. Pei Nan hoisted Wu Xingtong onto his back and bid farewell to the two, urging them to stay safe as he departed. The two watched as Pei Nan gradually dwindled into a mere speck on the horizon. After a prolonged silence, Pei Wenyu remarked, Where did you unearth such talent? Zhao Zongking. After a moment of contemplation, replied, From the Traffic Accident Department. The marathon, a sport promoted for the masses, spans a distance of 195 kilometers. The world record is held by a Kenyan named Eliud Kipchoge, who completed it in 2 hours, 1 minute, and 9 seconds. A typical new recruit can traverse 5 kilometers with a load in 20 minutes, usually with the weight comprising 80 of their total body mass. For Pei Nan, weighing 75 kilograms, and Wu Xingtong at 90 kilograms, the total load amounts to 120 kilograms, rendering it a significant overload for the entire distance. Solely relying on physical strength would be utterly insufficient. Thus, he took most of the jerky with him, currently possessing an energy value of 142. However, unlike his pursuit in Chishan, he did not require explosive speed. Maintaining a relatively steady pace of 20 kilometers per hour sufficed. Yet, upon shouldering Wu Xingtong, he realized sustaining such a speed was impossible, necessitating self-combustion of energy. The innate gift of a speedster seemed to manifest precisely for such moments. As he elevated his speed to the standard, he would expend approximately 2 energy points per minute. This meant his existing energy would only allow him to maintain that pace for 71 minutes. However, sustaining that speed indefinitely would lead to muscle fatigue, resulting in a natural decrease in velocity. To maintain it, he would have to continually burn energy. Lacking a speedometer, he gauged his pace by dividing the distance traveled by the time taken. The wilderness was steeped in tranquility and peril as he ran. His spider sense detected the faintest hints of malice encircling him. He had already drawn his weapon, poised for any adversaries to reveal themselves. Yet, as Pei Nan brandished his gun, the unseen foes retreated, seemingly aware of the power of firearms. Indeed, those who were oblivious had long since faded into the annals of history. The DNA of existing aberrant beasts bore the imprint of dread towards guns, a harbinger of their near extinction. Even should a foolhardy individual appear, it would only take a few bullets to quell them. At 51 minutes and 23 seconds, Pei Nan's energy reserves dwindled to nothing, the mass of energy within him contracting, refusing to expand despite his efforts to extract even a modicum. Currently, he had 32.8 kilometers left to traverse. Pei Nan gasped for breath as his life force suddenly diminished by 1. The talent of the speedster activated, igniting every combustible energy within him. When the reserves of air could yield no more, his body commenced the combustion of blood sugar. As the glucose was rapidly depleted, the aerobic processes within his body accelerated, transforming segments of energy into existence. Pei Nan's physique resembles that of a chemical energy plant, with mitochondria amplifying their operational efficiency several-fold under the command of the brain. Once the glucose is exhausted, it turns to depleting glycogen. When glycogen is insufficient, fat begins to burn as well. This encapsulates the essence of carbon-based life forms in action. As initially articulated in the mission statement, life should be like a candle, burning brightly from beginning to end. The innate talent of the swift is the most profound embodiment of this adage. Pei Nan sprinted forward, shoving meat into his mouth as he noticed the fluctuation in his life force. The description of the swift runner talent was indeed accurate. Yet, what did the burning energy signify? It was, in essence, life itself. When the body ceases to generate energy, it indicates that the mitochondria can no longer function, leading to a lack of oxygen and, ultimately, death. The more sustenance consumed, the greater the replenishment of energy, allowing the consumption of the swift runner talent to keep pace. However, even for someone as formidable as him, the efficiency of his body's conversion had its limits, and his life force continued to diminish slowly, at a rate of 1 point every 2 minutes. This implied that he could maintain such a speed for approximately 140 minutes. In reality, the duration would likely be even shorter. Even if he encountered a shadow along the way, there was no time to take a detour. Neither he nor Wu Xingtong could afford such a luxury. Therefore, any signs of movement from others would be met solely with gunfire. Naturally, in the wilderness, one would not engage in idle chatter unless they were familiar or intended to consume the other. Pei Nan, capable of sustaining high-speed running while carrying another, evidently posed a challenge for anyone he encountered, especially with a firearm in hand. Any thoughts of confrontation would be swiftly quelled by the faint, menacing glow of his crimson eyes. Pei Nan was uncertain how long he had run. He only knew that when his life essence dwindled to 25, he had accomplished his mission. He had never approached this threshold before, for theoretically, when this value fell to 20, one would be deemed on the brink of death. Yet, the remnants of his consciousness compelled him to persevere, even if it meant moving but a single step forward. As the desolate cityscape came into view, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Bright searchlights swept across the horizon, illuminating the path to the hunting ground for all. Despite being a den of iniquity, civilization still flickered within its depths. Countless weapons lay concealed within the dilapidated structures, while a massive canvas draped over the entrance of the city gates. People flowed in and out beneath that solitary archway, devoid of signs or markers, yet each door bore graffiti of a crown of thorns, symbolizing the nefarious king who had summoned them to this place. Pei Nan trembled as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. When he began to speak, his voice was already hoarse. "Hello, is this Sui?" Chapter 33, the so-called medical ethics upon receiving Pei Nan's call. Sui found the other party's consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. It was only upon arriving at the clinic and witnessing Wu Xingtong receiving treatment that his taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and he unexpectedly fainted. Su Tao, the clinic's chief physician, operated in a realm devoid of formal medical practitioners in the hunting city. Most doctors were either part-timers or had been compelled to work there due to various infractions. While their medical skills might be present, their ethics were often questionable. Su Tao was among the few who possessed genuine medical ethics. As long as the payment was sufficient, he could provide the best treatment options available at that moment, never tampering with medications. This was information Sui had diligently gathered, leading him to bring Pei Nan and his companion to this place. The condition of Mr. Wu is more severe than anticipated, Su Tao assessed, primarily due to wound infection. In my judgment, he must have been affected by shrapnel from a grenade. There are traces of small fragments lacerating the skin. The manner in which the injuries were treated was excessively brutal, lacking any disinfection measures. By all accounts, he should have succumbed long ago. Suyi's azure-tipped hair partially obscured one of her eyes. Her physique bore no signs of augmentation, yet her musculature was remarkably harmonious. Beneath her slender frame lay considerable explosive strength. She served as Pei Winnie's assistant, an information hunter, and possessed her own discerning judgment regarding such fundamental injuries. Su Tao's reputation was well documented in her intelligence database, so she recognized his words were a ploy for additional funds. However, as long as he could save the patient, finances were of no concern, provided an appropriate treatment plan was presented. Seeing his objectives met, Su Tao ceased any further delays and stated, "You need not worry about the young man who fainted. That is merely a symptom of overexertion. A dose of glucose and saline solution, followed by rest, will suffice for recovery. As for this patient, I will perform surgery. Skin grafting may be necessary, and the procedure could last over 4 hours. Please be patient." Sui frowned slightly upon noticing that he had summoned his assistant but refrained from voicing her concerns. Pei Nan's injury was relatively straightforward to manage. A simple 4 drip sufficed, and with Sui attentively by his side, there were no concerns. Su Tao and his assistant donned sterile work attire and carefully removed the bandages from the patient. Upon witnessing the festering wounds, they were rendered speechless by the shock of it all. The assistant, particularly taken aback upon glimpsing Wu Xingtong's face, remained in a daze until Su Tao roused him with a firm command. Do not space out. Prepare for surgery. The duration of the operation indeed exceeded Su Tao's initial estimate, and when they emerged, Wu Xingtong was breathing steadily, and his complexion had improved significantly. Su Tao remarked in astonishment, "He is the most resilient patient I have ever encountered. Even those martial artists who come here pale in comparison. We must continue to observe him closely. The infection in his wounds is severe, and he requires regular dressing changes." After a moment of contemplation, Sui interjected. "I recall you possess a special antidote. Might he benefit from it?" Su Tao was somewhat taken aback. This particular batch of antidote had only recently arrived. Yet someone was aware of its existence. However, since the medicine was intended for sale, he was not inclined to refuse assistance. "This batch of antidote is hard to come by and could place me at unnecessary risk. If you wish to use it, the price will not be trifling, and I cannot guarantee he will not experience adverse reactions." When someone from the Hunters Guild mentions that the price is steep, one should take heed, as it might exceed expectations. Yet Sui was not inclined to be taken advantage of, stating, "This batch of antidote is sourced from Mechanical City, which is already investigating this matter. Sell it to me at market price, and I shall keep this a secret." Su Tao furrowed his brow, feeling an impulse to discard his glasses but maintained a jovial demeanor, responding, "Miss, your investigative prowess is indeed remarkable. You managed to uncover such information. However, I must reiterate, utilizing this drug involves risks, and you must allow me to profit in some way." Sui would not yield. After all, this was a transaction, and negotiations required due process. At the market price of the Hunters Guild, you will not incur losses, and you will mitigate the risk of exposure. You can calculate your own profit. Su Tao paused for a moment. He had to continue his livelihood here and could not afford to attract the attention of the lunatics from Mechanical City. "Very well, but I hope Miss Su will honor her word. I do not wish for any risk of disclosure to arise from your lips." The primary motivation remained, of course, that he stood to gain. Sui turned to her assistant, who was preparing to leave, and asked Su Tao, "Is this assistant of yours important to you?" Su Tao seemed to anticipate her intentions and replied nonchalantly, "He is merely a spy sent by the Hunters Guild, a gambler and a rogue. There are countless such scoundrels in this city. Losing one or gaining one makes no difference." Sui nodded. "Prepare the medicine. I shall return with the payment." Su Tao bowed respectfully, "Of course, beautiful lady." As Sui exited, the clinic had already earned enough from the 3 patients to last a month, and the complications arising from treating others were less profitable. Whistling, he made his way to the ward, gazing at Wu Xingtong lying in bed. Increasingly incredulous, is this truly the last disciple emerging from the fierce ranks? His unyielding vitality is indeed astonishing. It is no wonder he faced extermination. Reflecting on the assistant's earlier demeanor, he mused, "Greed is invariably the swiftest path to humanity's demise. A half-dead martial artist holds far greater allure." After all, a bounty of 200 million photon coins awaited him. Given the current power of Floating Light City, that equated to 220 million universal coins. A mere gambler could hardly resist such temptation, especially since he owed considerable debts. Su Tao donned a pair of VR goggles and reclined in a nearby chair, where a charming girl in revealing attire materialized beside him. He softly beckoned, "Ari, come dance." The virtual girl twirled gracefully, catering to human desires, subsequently reaping a substantial recharge. The assistant was a cyborg, having lost everything in his gambling escapades. Even his kidneys were artificially cultivated fakes, and his lower faculties had long since ceased to function. Yet the thrill of gambling, akin to an addiction, incessantly provoked his barren soul. What a stroke of luck to stumble upon such a fortune. An injured martial artist, a wanted man, worth 200 million photon coins. Capturing him could allow him to stride through the casino with confidence, even affording genuine replacements for his mechanical organs. Lacking the funds for a communicator, he worked as Su Tao's assistant and informant, a role intended to earn money to repay debts as he raced towards the casino, envisioning a bright future beckoning him. But in the next moment, darkness enveloped him as he was ensnared within a burlap sack. "Who dares to target me? I am a member of the Hunters Guild. Release me, and I shall overlook this transgression." Yet his captors merely tightened the bag, moving with the agility of seasoned criminals. Passers-by paid little heed, merely lamenting another unfortunate soul destined for the operating table of unscrupulous doctors. Little did they know that this individual had already been stripped of everything. As he prepared to call out, a syringe pierced his skin, injecting a potent substance that rendered him motionless within seconds. The assailants navigated several twists and turns before discarding him into the sewers, possibly to become a meal for the rats that might pass by, only to perish shortly thereafter. Upon Su Yi's return to the clinic, she found Su Tao, spectacles perched on his nose, seemingly engaged in an invisible interaction. She could not help but furrow her brow. Could you not find a private room to indulge in your peculiar hobby? The VR environment mirrored reality, so upon Su Yi's return, Su Tao remained unfazed, asserting, "As a physician, I neither gamble, smoke, nor drink. What is wrong with indulging in a bit of harmless fantasy? I pay for my virtual girlfriend out of my own pocket. It does not infringe upon others. I am simply a model citizen of the Hunters Guild." Sui rolled her eyes. There are no good men in the Hunters Guild, and precious few good women. Su Tao chose not to argue, acknowledging the truth in her statement. Instead, he inquired, "Has the situation been resolved?" Sui nodded. "It has been resolved." Su Tao made a cross over his chest, performing a gesture of prayer. "May there be no gambling in heaven." Unbothered by the eccentric physician, Sui turned her attention to the resting Wu Xingtong, asking, "How is he faring?" "I just checked. His fever has subsided, but he requires further rest. We need to change the dressings every 4 hours. If fortune favors us, he may show improvement within 2 days. Is the special antidote ready?" Su Tao removed the VR goggles, snapping his fingers as he produced the prepared medicine from his pocket. "It has been ready for quite some time. This injection will ensure he is lively and active by tomorrow." "Such efficacy?" Sui remarked. "I was merely speculating. It is my first time using it. Let us begin. Keep in mind, this injection costs 500,000. Sui pondered for a moment. Since it was not her money, she responded without hesitation, "Inject it." Su Tao's hand trembled with excitement as he prepared to administer the injection. This was worth more than 2 months' wages. The absence of morality indeed yielded considerable profits. As for the efficacy of the drug, he could not ascertain whether it would live up to expectations. He would leave the outcome to fate. If it succeeded, he would profit. If not, it would merely be an experiment, and he stood to lose nothing. As the azure liquid from the syringe entered Wu Xingtong's body, there was no visible change externally, yet internally, chaos reigned. This so-called miracle drug was, in fact, a batch of nanomachines lost by the mechanical city. Time was reversing. When the sun rose the following day, the countdown displayed 16 hours, 23 minutes, and 25 seconds remaining. Chapter 34, Betrayal. What? You mean the gambler is dead? The man with a right hand modified into a cannon furrowed his brow. While the death of a gambler was not particularly significant, this individual had accrued substantial debts to the casino, ultimately selling his life to it. Under the guarantee of the Hunters Guild, he had sought out Su Tao's clinic, not as an assistant, but as an informant. Su Tao, a relatively well-known doctor in the Hunter's City, attracted many with ulterior motives, not for his own sake, but for the patients he encountered and the resources he possessed. All pharmaceuticals in the Hunter's City were sourced from smuggling, yielding immense profits. However, Su Tao's channels remained a mystery to them and even included rare goods. Yet, there were rules in the Hunter's City. 2 professions were off-limits: doctors and mechanics. Anyone who violated this would find themselves at odds with the Hunters Guild, and those who did not wish to remain in the city would face dire consequences. Nevertheless, while doctors were untouchable, it did not mean that patients were exempt from scrutiny. Each individual seeking treatment bore the risk of being targeted by enemies or bounty hunters, who would resort to various nefarious tactics to achieve their ends. However, hijacking goods for a higher price was a feasible path, as the Hunters Guild did not deter criminal activities. Rather, it encouraged them. It was well known that this was the guild's domain, and as long as fundamental rules were not breached, the loss of a few lives was inconsequential. He had many adversaries, but it made little sense for them to seek revenge on him, unaware that he had sold his life to them. As for Supervisor Wu, I cannot say. However, I did hear that he was last seen being abducted in a sack. Abducted in a sack? What an antiquated method of ambush. And it was successful? As the second in command of the casino, Wu Tuo was an experienced hunter. He inquired, what had the gambler been up to prior to this? His subordinate pondered briefly. On ordinary days, he would linger in the casino, watching others gamble. You know he has no money, so he could only indulge in the thrill of observation. However, last night, his friend mentioned that Dr. Su had summoned him to assist at the clinic. He vanished on his way back around midnight. Wu Tuo contemplated for a moment, then decisively stated, take people to Su Tao's clinic. His subordinate cautioned, Supervisor, while I should not question your judgment at this moment, we cannot breach the guild's rules. Wu Tuo delivered a swift kick to his subordinate's abdomen, scoffing, and this is why you are a fool. The guild forbids us from harming those doctors. We are merely seeking a person, not instigating conflict. Do you think Su Tao would call that imbecile at any other time than night? The gambler, aside from serving drinks and wiping sweat, was an eyesore to me. It was evident that Su Tao aimed to send us a warning. Unfortunately, we received the news too late. We could only hope that our quarry had not yet departed. Though his subordinate felt discomfort from the kick, he respectfully replied, "I will gather the men at once." At that moment, Wutuo added, "Did we not recruit 2 new enforcers? Bring them over. We need just a few capable fighters." Understood. Wutuo watched his subordinate depart and downed a bottle of liquor in one gulp, contemplating, "It seems we have indeed hooked a big fish. Even he has taken an interest." Indeed, another reason doctors and mechanics were untouchable was that they served as the most blatant informants within these shadowy dealings. In this place, there existed no morality, only the pursuit of profit. As Su Tao had stated from the very beginning, without morality, the rewards are indeed plentiful. Pei Nan suddenly awoke from his slumber, the unfamiliar surroundings instilling in him a profound sense of alertness. It was the first time he had been so utterly exhausted that he felt faint. Upon catching sight of the familiar short hair, a vivid image of a one-eyed woman clad in work attire flashed through his mind, an individual who had once ensnared him in her trap. Yet, this woman, too, bore the mark of a single eye. Were women in this world so fond of embracing nonconformity? He recognized her, Sui, a contact recommended to him by Pei Wenyu. She was adorned in a sleek, dark combat suit, every vulnerable part of her attire meticulously shielded by a thin armor, providing an immediate sense of security at a mere glance. "Sui? It is I." Pei Nan glanced at the remaining time. Less than 16 hours remained until the conclusion of the game, which meant he had been unconscious for 9 hours. The 4 drip in his arm had been consistently replaced, leading to an overwhelming urge to relieve himself upon awakening. Where was the restroom? Sui was somewhat taken aback, as Su Tao had informed her that patients often experience intense thirst upon regaining consciousness. Yet this patient seemed rather different. "Oh." Turn left upon exiting and walk to the end. Pei Nan glanced at his health bar, which had now restored to 72, a state that could be deemed his prime, considering the fact that activating his limit would cost him 40 points. Anything above this threshold signified peak condition. He felt the need to relieve himself and thought to check the rewards for the task. As he stepped outside, he noticed Su Tao, donned in VR goggles, engaged in what appeared to be morning exercises. Yet, the movements seemed to involve merely grasping at thin air. How peculiar! He even pouted. It was rather off-putting. Su Tao, noticing Pei Nan's gaze upon him, inquired, "Is there something you need?" Pei Nan awkwardly reiterated the question. "Where is the restroom?" Su Tao gestured in a direction. "Over there." Pei Nan hurriedly fled, his instincts hinting at the nature of the other's morning exercises. Sui, holding a steaming cup of water, shook his head in disbelief. "Doctor, Su is indeed diligent and hard-working." Su Tao sighed. "The day's work begins with the morning. There are few left who are as industrious as I." Pei Nan finally unsealed the floodgates. Anyone who had endured a night of intravenous drips would surely react similarly. It's one thing to be parched, but it's quite another to merely escape water retention. Regardless, Su Tao had administered every possible treatment last night, focusing on the most beneficial and costly options. Consequently, Pei Nan now felt invigorated. Congratulations on completing the 50 kilometers marathon challenge with a time of 145 minutes and 27 seconds. Task reward, intermediate advancement of the Speedster specialty. Speedster, intermediate while running. You can burn all internal energy, slightly accelerating energy conversion, and can absorb external energy to replenish the expenditure caused by speed. Currently, the energy available for absorption is light energy. When I watched that episode years ago, it was explosive. Not a drop was left. The Speedster has indeed advanced. The effects of the intermediate level are endurance. This means that if he were to run another 50 kilometers at the same pace, he would certainly avoid a near-death state, provided his sustenance is adequate. With the ability to absorb energy from the external environment, as long as there is sunlight, he could run indefinitely. His energy level now stands at 120, and Pei Nan, standing by the window, tested his absorption rate. It felt as though he was truly absorbing some energy. Warm and comforting, yet the speed was somewhat disheartening. A meager 1 mn? Does that mean I would need to bask in the sun for a full 200 minutes to replenish completely? Given the previous consumption rate of the Speedster's abilities, it still would not suffice. He would need to eat. Nevertheless, it's better than nothing. Su Tao was playing with AI Li when 2 individuals entered the room. Judging by the way they held their guns, their intentions were far from benign. "Dr. Su, have you seen Lan Rue?" Lan Rue being the original name of the gambler. Su Tao, taken aback by the name not having crossed his ears in ages, responded sluggishly. Oh, he went home last night. But we've heard he didn't return. They countered. That's peculiar. I distinctly saw him leave from here last night. Is that so? We need to find him. Could it be he is hiding here to evade debts? Su Tao promptly interjected. One may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. There is no Lan Rue here. You should inquire with his roommate at his dormitory. The two were augmentations, specifically half-body combat robots, their heads revealing exposed wires. Their bodies laden with perilous weapons and concealed blades. Dr. Su, we understand the rules. He must be in this room, correct? Su Tao remained seated, calmly asserting. Aside from patients, there is no one else in my ward. You must be jesting with us. They shouted, Lan Rue. Don't think hiding here will spare you from us. I advise you to come out obediently. As they called out, they brazenly advanced toward the ward. Sui furrowed her brows, brandished two guns, and stood in front of them, pointing at their foreheads. Turn back. There is no one here you seek. The two laughed dismissively, brushing aside the guns in a brazen manner. Oh, shy. What is a little girl playing with guns for? Let us pass. We have debts to pursue. The firearm Sui wielded appeared too delicate. They boasted their own, equipped with 12 7mm cannon rounds, known for their devastating power, not merely penetrating, but explosive in effect. Sui fired a shot into the ceiling. The resounding blast caused Su Tao to duck beneath the table, fearful of stray bullets. And he cautiously remarked, this is a clinic. Any conflict should be resolved outside. Their expressions darkened as they glared at Sui before storming out of the clinic in a huff. Pei Nan then retracted his electromagnetic rifle and leisurely emerged from behind. What is happening? Sui furrowed his brow. The assistant from yesterday caught sight of Wu Xingtong's face. He intends to report it to the bounty hunters for a reward. I took some minor measures, but it seems the situation has now been exposed. Pei Nan's first thought was whether someone had alerted the authorities. Sui remarked, I saw many people last night, and judging by their demeanor, they likely do not know who is in the ward. Therefore, they might be sending someone to probe the situation. After all, Lan Rue's role was to divulge patient information. With his disappearance, anyone with a modicum of sense would contemplate this direction. Do you have any safe places to go? Yes. Then let us depart. However, at that moment, a cold snort emanated from the doorway, and the ominous barrel of the U2 began to rotate slightly, issuing a warning. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. Chapter 35. Welcome to the hunting capital. The sudden intrusion of U2 caught Pei Nan off guard. He was not particularly afraid of the weaponry, as it appeared to be non-electromagnetic in nature, allowing him a window for response. Yet, the confines of the hospital were exceedingly cramped. Should the adversary decide to fire, they would all perish without exception. Indeed, the hunting capital proved its reputation. Merely revealing a single flaw was enough to attract the attention of these nefarious individuals. A situation far worse than what Zhao Zongheng and his associates had described. Su Tao had completely hidden under the table since Yudu's entrance, clearly indicating that even those privileged within the hunting capital feared the potential trouble posed by these captives. After all, causing disturbances did not contravene the order of the hunting capital. Pei Nan pondered whether he could create an opportunity for the two to escape if he activated his limits now. However, Wu Xingtong had yet to awaken. How much time would it take for Sui to lead the other away? The mysterious figure of the camel gazed curiously at the pair, though their faces were unfamiliar. He recognized the blue-haired woman as an information broker with ties to Iron Wall City, a place known for its inhabitants possessing unique abilities, which made it unwise to provoke them. Conversely, he had no recollection of the blonde youth, who appeared to be an inconspicuous, brash individual. Furthermore, his disdain for blondes was profound, evoking memories of his first love. Thus he felt inclined to eliminate this one without hesitation. Dear sirs, he remarked, are you in such haste to depart because you harbor secrets? The rules of the hunter's domain were not to be trifled with. Thus, a legitimate reason was imperative, even if it was merely a pretext, as one must adhere to the proper procedures. Otherwise, the hunter's domain would cease to exist, devolving instead into a chaotic battleground. Pei Nan was aware of the purpose behind the other party's arrival, yet his reluctance to act immediately indicated a willingness for negotiation. Thus, he refrained from drawing his weapon, as doing so would only escalate the situation. The imposing figure before him was undoubtedly a person of significance, yet Pei Nan pondered where they might have inadvertently offended him, and thus sought guidance. However, Wu Tuo was not inclined to grant Pei Nan the luxury of debate. The act of interception demanded swiftness. Should other hunters from the guild become aware of their pursuit, complications would surely ensue. Lan Rue owed a substantial sum to our casino, and the time to repay had arrived, yet he was nowhere to be found. We have merely come to reclaim our dues, and we kindly ask that you refrain from excessive interference. Pei Nan still intended to engage in some banter. Chuckling as he spoke, it is only natural to repay one's debts. As your younger brother, I should not interfere. However, I am curious about this Lan Rue you mentioned. What does he look like? Tall or short? Stout or slender? Are there any distinguishing features? I have been here for a while and could assist you in your search, dear brother. With a smile, Wu Tuo aimed the gun at Pei Nan and calmly remarked, "The person we seek is right in the hospital room. If you value your safety, step aside. Otherwise, it will end badly for you." Pei Nan gazed at the three individuals before him, all elite cyborgs, posing a far greater threat than mere trained soldiers. Every piece of their equipment was designed for the sole purpose of inflicting death, and their augmented bodies were significantly more resilient to destruction. Only a strike to the brain or heart could render a lethal blow. However, Pei Nan was uncertain of the efficacy of such actions. As this was his inaugural encounter with cyborgs, Su Yi was poised to take action when Pei Nan grasped her hand, creating a passage. "My brother seeks someone. How could I obstruct him? Please proceed. Yet, should you fail to locate the individual you seek, I kindly ask that you do not hold it against us." Sui recognized that betraying a comrade was, in this instance, the prudent course of action, yet she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment at Pei Nan's behavior. It was disheartening to see a friend of her lady exhibit such traits, starkly contradicting her principles of friendship. Wu Tuo silently mocked the cowardice of Pei Nan, deeming him a mere inexperienced youth, contemplating his demise upon their departure. However, he was not reckless. He simultaneously instructed the two henchmen behind him to keep a close watch on Pei Nan to prevent any underhanded antics. Keep a vigilant eye on them. Understood. Affirmative. Pei Nan stood quietly with his head bowed, allowing Wu Tuo to advance towards him, gun barrel in hand. He took a deep breath, reflecting on the painstakingly restored vitality he possessed. Ever since his release from prison, his health had never been fully replenished. The talent of this extreme thief indeed seemed to revolve endlessly between life and death. Wu Tuo sensed an underlying intention from Pei Nan, yet he remained confident that he could subdue him before any action was taken. As the two drew closer, Wu Tuo suddenly remarked, "Surely, you are not contemplating a surprise attack?" Pei Nan's lowered gaze was tinged with a faint, elusive crimson, yet he remained poised, awaiting the moment when his opponent would let down their guard entirely. He thought to himself that his subordinate was not so lacking in awareness. Surely, the other party would not dare to be reckless. The more disdainful Wu Tuo appeared, the more cautious his demeanor became. His gun barrel never strayed far from Pei Nan's head, indicating that few fools reached such a position. As Wu Tuo advanced, just as he passed the two men, the two henchmen trailing behind raised their mechanical arms, ready to unleash a barrage of crossfire at the slightest hint of resistance. Human attention is finite, especially when one is deeply engrossed in a matter of great concern, unwittingly dividing their focus. Wu Tuo's paramount worry was to ascertain the identity of the individual in the hospital room, making the opportune moment to strike the instant he grasped the doorknob. That moment was now. As Wu Tuo's hand made contact with the doorknob, Pei Nan's inner energy was primed and ready. An exceeding limit, the door swung open. However, it was from within. Before Wu Tuo could comprehend the situation, a strong, powerful hand seized his throat, rendering him breathless. At that moment, a cold male voice emerged from within. "I hear you are looking for me?" Fengji. Wu Tuo stared in astonishment at the man. Clad in bandages yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority, his disbelief evident as he faltered. "It seems you still recognize me." Wu Xingtong tightened his grip, Wu Tuo's face beginning to turn purple as he pleaded, Brother Foam, we can discuss this. I am not here to cause trouble. Had I known you were here, I would not have dared to come even with 8 lives." Wu Xingtong merely increased his grip's intensity, and should he apply even more force, Wu Tuo's life would surely be forfeited. "I preferred the audacious demeanor you displayed earlier. Regain your composure and step aside, or else I will end you." "Brother Tong, I am on the verge of losing consciousness. I apologize." This sudden turn of events plunged everyone into a state of paralysis, especially Pei Nan, who was on the brink of an explosive reaction, yet was forcibly restrained, nearly succumbing to madness. "You've recovered?" Wu Xingtong regarded him with an expression of utter disbelief, as if questioning the very purpose of his eyes. Bang! 3 lifeless bodies were hurled out of the clinic, drawing the attention of passers-by. Wu Xingtong's voice echoed from within. "Leave. Wu Tuo gasped for breath, regaining a semblance of strength before hastily retreating. Daring not to linger for even a moment, Pei Nan gazed at the formidable Wu Xingtong, who appeared as a completely transformed individual compared to the frail figure he once was. His prowess was nothing short of astonishing, indeed. He epitomized the essence of a martial artist, nearly invincible in close combat. What is this? You bear the moniker of Fengji? What is the origin of such a name? How could it possibly pose a threat to the people of the hunting city? Wu Xingtong casually elucidated. We spent several years in Hunting City, adopting that alias during our youth. In those days, we were rather reckless and had numerous conflicts with many individuals here, which earned us a modest reputation. There was a fellow named Wu Tuo, originally a staunch pure-blood human who had dabbled in martial arts. However, after being bested in a confrontation, he became timid and opted for modification. By now, he has likely made quite a name for himself. Turtle. Pei Nan was bewildered, yet profoundly shaken. At that moment, Wu Xingtong remarked, the extreme breathing technique is not merely a means for breakthroughs. It can also be employed to regulate the restless energy within your body. Even through the door, one can sense the surging warmth coursing through you. Any practitioner of abilities would be aware of your intentions to act. It is fortunate that you encountered someone like Wu Tuo, a colorful character. Otherwise, you would have been met with dire consequences long ago. Pei Nan found it hard to believe. This was the first time he had encountered such an absurd situation. Oh, is it that obvious? Wu Xingtong examined the other person's physique and remarked, indeed, it is quite apparent. Out of curiosity, Pei Nan inquired, have you always been able to see this? Wu Xingtong reflected for a moment and replied, it seems I could see it after advancing to the fierce level. Could this possibly be the rumored ability of powerful cultivators to perceive low-level practitioners? This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon, perhaps. At that moment, Su Yi tapped the table, and Su Tao awkwardly emerged from below, eliciting a cheerful response from Wu Xingtong. New here? Su Tao, feeling somewhat guilty, admitted. I've only been here for less than 2 years. Wu Xingtong nodded and then stated, you understand the rules, right? Su Tao's face instantly turned ashen. Could you leave me a little? That would be out of the question. Otherwise, I could easily shut down your establishment. Su Tao sighed, then pulled out a card, operated a machine, and handed it to Wu Xingtong. All my earnings are on this. Can you truly not consider leaving me a bit? My virtual girlfriend membership is about to expire this month. Oh, that's truly unfortunate. Pei Nan was somewhat perplexed by the situation and inquired, what is this for? Wu Xingtong took the card, manipulated it on her phone, and checked the balance. 6 million universal coins. This lad certainly knows how to make money. In the Hunter City, all doctors and mechanics possess privileges. Therefore, whoever engages with them must bear the accountability of the Hunters Guild. However, patients are exempt from this responsibility. Consequently, when these doctors encounter individuals with bounties, they often sell patient information to those seeking rewards, thus reaping substantial bounty dividends, a common method of amassing wealth. Therefore, when their actions are uncovered, the aggrieved parties may seek revenge, and the cost is naturally monetary. Lacking funds means risking one's life. Sui frowned, gazing incredulously at the perverse doctor. But my intelligence indicates that he's the most ethical doctor. Wu Xingtong tucked the card into his pocket, not wishing to press Su Tao further. He even understood that the other party had not given him all the money. However, in light of the fact that the individual had cured him, he chose not to quibble. In Hunter City, a doctor capable of providing effective medication for patients is undoubtedly the most virtuous. In contrast, other unscrupulous practitioners have been known to administer anesthetics and supply them directly. A chill coursed from Su Yi's feet to his brain. It was his first time accompanying Pei Wenny outside, and his knowledge of Hunter City was merely hearsay. He had gathered a wealth of information, believing it sufficient to navigate the complexities, yet he found himself outmaneuvered. Having received the money and feeling better, Wu Xingtong cheerfully remarked, "Shall we go for a meal?" At that moment, was he actually contemplating dining? Pei Nan fell silent for a moment and then expressed his desire for barbecued meat, preferably well-cooked. The days spent gnawing on jerky and raw meat in the wilderness had been utterly torturous. Even a stomach of iron could hardly endure such deprivation, particularly as his palate had grown weary. As they were nearing their return, he realized he had yet to partake in a proper meal. Fortunately, an old acquaintance was available for a meeting. They could go together. Who was it? A beast hunter, a creature of the wild. Pei Nan vaguely understood the purpose of seeking this individual. Nevertheless, he was keen to avoid remaining in the company of that peculiar doctor. He hastily suggested, "Let us move." Once the three departed, Su Tao finally exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have dispatched them. Yet, the thought of losing over a year's worth of income struck him with a pang of anguish. The immorality had indeed yielded substantial gains. But once the matter came to light, it would be nothing short of catastrophic. At least he retained a semblance of morality, which was why he still breathed. Nonetheless, witnessing the rapid recovery of Wu Xingtong piqued his curiosity. Could this treatment be so remarkably effective? Perhaps he should consider trying it himself. He had heard that the primary function of nanobots was to enhance the human body, with tissue repair merely a secondary effect. However, what of the potential for adverse reactions? He lacked the means to conduct any tests. Reflecting on the humiliating experience of being violently confronted earlier, Su Tao ultimately decided to venture into the room concealing the nanobots. Inside a box, he found 2 gleaming vials. Was this seemingly free offering truly without risk? Regardless, he resolved to disregard his doubts. Pursuing a career in medicine appeared futile. He required strength, at least enough to rival those enhanced individuals. After mentally preparing himself, he unhesitatingly injected the serum into his body. A vast, ethereal blue luminescence radiated from his arm, enveloping him entirely, though the sensation was far from pleasant. Imagine countless minuscule machines coursing through your body, occupying every available space. While your immune system valiantly fought back, the experience was akin to poisoning. Moments later, Su Tao succumbed to unconsciousness, and as time progressed, his heartbeat began to subtly intensify, signifying a transformation from his ordinary state. Meanwhile, Wu Xingtong led the trio through the bustling streets, his visage, valued at a staggering 200 million photon coins, drew countless glances and instilled dread in those familiar with him. A fierce-level ability user, and a martial artist to boot. While formidable martial artists could be managed through various means, those of the fierce caliber transcended human constraints. Without special forces or a concerted assault, such practitioners were nearly indestructible. Their robust physical constitution and regenerative capabilities enabled them to confront an entire modern military unit single-handedly. Throughout this journey, Pei Nan experienced an unprecedented sense of security, though he remained uncertain as to when Zhao Zongheng and the others would arrive. Given the resting patterns of the land beasts, it seemed they should be embarking soon. At that moment, Zhao Zongheng and Pei Wenyu were sprinting across the wilderness, pursued by a stranger similarly mounted on a land beast, who shouted, "Hey, buddy, don't run. I've exchanged you for money. Let us split it 50-50. Zhao Zongheng was utterly taken aback. He had never imagined someone would attempt to swindle him. Strangely, the pursuer neither fired a weapon nor attempted robbery, but merely clung to him, leaving him helpless, as he could not overpower the individual. Wang Juanqing, you'd better perish. Chapter 36. Intelligence and Nightmares. Wu Dongye led the two to a quaint little eatery specializing in stir-fried dishes. A rolling red banner displayed the menu items, indicating operating hours from 9 in the morning until 10 at night, with weekends closed. It was the first time he had encountered a restaurant that did not open on weekends. In Pei Nan's impression, most restaurants operate year-round without breaks, as employees have days off but the act of dining does not. Thus, eateries generally remain open throughout the year, unless circumstances dictate otherwise. Encountering a small establishment that observes rest days piqued his curiosity. The restaurant's faade was exceptionally modest, with transparent glass serving merely as a decorative element. Inside, the tables were constructed from inexpensive synthetic pressed board, appearing both tidy and grimy, perfectly embodying his preconceived notion of a fly-infested eatery. A sign indicating that the establishment was not yet open hung on the glass door, and there were even no promotional advertisements. As Wu Xingtong pushed open the door, a low, dismissive voice greeted them, stating, "We are not open now. Please return later." Having operated for over a decade, did the proprietor not tire of this routine? The owner emerged from the kitchen, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His attire appeared quite clean, though a holster strapped to his waist suggested he wielded a formidable handgun. "Ah, I recognize that familiar scent. It seems you've returned. Have you had enough of your time in the prison of Floating Light City?" Wu Xingtong approached and extended his right hand in a friendly greeting, sighing as he replied, "Indeed, I escaped when I had my fill." "Impressive. This is the first time I've heard of someone breaking out of prison number 15. The warden, there is no pushover." "Just luck," the owner remarked, glancing at the two individuals behind Wu Xingtong. "And these two?" "Friends. The one with yellow hair is my cellmate." Pei Nan's brow twitched slightly as he extended his right hand, greeting, "Hello, senior. My name is Pei Nan." The shopkeeper, noticing Pei Nan's familiarity with Wu Xingtong, did not leave him unattended. You seem quite spirited. Just call me Old Qian, he replied. Hello, Brother Qian. Old Qian's full name was Qian Bai. He was originally a beast hunter who, in his leisure, would take on special hunting tasks for exotic creatures. During other times, he hunted these beasts to supplement the ingredients for his small shop. A true gourmand, he rejected modern synthetic foods, opting instead for the thrill of the hunt. He was indeed a fascinating individual. It's rare to see you back today. What do you plan to eat? He inquired. Stir-fried pork with chili, sweet and sour ribs. And if you have boiled fish, that would be splendid as well. Any specific meat preferences? What meat is best in season? I'll serve you whatever I manage to catch. Then I shall leave it to your discretion. Very well. Qian Bai retreated to the kitchen, busily preparing the dishes. Meanwhile, the three of them settled at the table. And Pei Nan asked, what can you tell me about this old Qian? Wu Xingtong opened a can of wine and poured generously. He is a beast hunter. But unlike others who hunt for bounty, he hunts for the love of food. The wild beasts exhibit considerable hostility towards humans, yet their vitality is remarkably robust. Consequently, the meat of these creatures possesses a unique fragrance, unlike that of domesticated animals. Qian Bai firmly believes that the beasts born in the wild are the finest ingredients. The rarer and more dangerous the creature, the more delectable it becomes. While this may lack sound reasoning, it has become the hallmark of his establishment, drawing many who share his taste. Were it not for the hunting restrictions, his business would likely flourish even more. Pei Nan had a general understanding of this intriguing proprietor. Yet the individuals in Lidu were either seeking experience or fleeing calamity. What, then, brought this Mr. Qian to Lidu? Why not establish his business in a bustling metropolis? The answer is rather simple. He had transgressed the law. A few years prior, the scholars of the 8 great capitals proclaimed, under the guise of preserving the planet's biodiversity, an extensive array of privileges for the protection of exotic beasts. As a chef reliant on hunting these creatures, he inevitably found himself in violation of such regulations. In Lidu, however, prowess was what mattered. One could hunt even the king beasts if they possessed the skill. But what exactly are king beasts? Pei Nan was not attempting to be contentious. He genuinely lacked understanding. What could one expect from someone who had been in this place for merely 5 days, spending all his time in survival mode? His skills were acquired solely through the system's guidance, and while he had indeed returned at the cost of considerable effort, he was still rather uninformed. King beasts refer to exceptional individuals among the exotic creatures, capable of existing independently of their kin, possessing substantial size and a degree of intelligence. Typically, such beings are dealt with as disasters, but that is a concern for the 8 great capitals. The inhabitants of Lidu were primarily focused on what could yield profit. Having reached this point in the conversation, Pei Nan curiously inquired, how do king beasts compare to ability users in terms of classification? Wu Xingtong took a couple of sips and, feeling invigorated, explained these fundamental concepts without a hint of monotony. It's difficult to categorize. The stronger ones are akin to the pinnacle of fierce-level beings, while the weaker ones hover around the strong-level threshold. Generally, when one is discovered, a military force is mobilized for immediate extermination, or a missile or two is deployed to obliterate their lair. Having endured the era of the exotic beast calamity, society has established standardized methods for dealing with these creatures, encompassing various strategies. On occasion, even king beasts are utilized to experiment with prototypes of superweapons, almost as if it were a game. Pei Nan felt a deep sorrow for the exotic beasts, while simultaneously harboring a curiosity about these creatures of the current era. Have there been others throughout history that surpassed this level? Indeed, during the age of the beast calamity, there existed a coalition of monstrous royal beasts, their colossal forms being the hallmark of top-tier beasts. This phenomenon left biologists in a state of bewilderment, as they believed such immense sizes should not exist, and merely relying on biological energy would not suffice to animate those massive beings. What transpired later? Eventually, it was discovered that these royal beasts harnessed nuclear energy, with some even capable of absorbing sunlight as their power source. The locales inhabited by these royal beasts often revealed particularly clean and efficient energy sources, leaving behind only remnants of their existence. Has anyone attempted to consume a royal beast? Wu Xingtong wore an expression of incredulity. The royal beasts themselves are vast sources of radiation. Consuming one is akin to devouring a nuclear bomb. Encounters with them would lead to immediate annihilation. Only a fool would consider such an act. Didn't you mention that old Qian could hunt royal beasts? Wu Xingtong was taken aback. How did I not notice your talent for misinterpretation before? Perhaps feeling more at ease, Pei Nan instinctively sought to disengage his mind until a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, heralding the arrival of a plate of enticing stir-fried meat with chili, rice, or noodles, or perhaps some flatbreads. Flatbreads it is. After satisfying their appetites, Wu Xingtong handed over a card. I'll cover your meal, and in return, I'd like to inquire about something. Qianbai had anticipated this, despite their acquaintance. He would not casually invite a stranger into his domain. Yet, he accepted the card without hesitation, pondering what inquiries the other might have. Let me guess. You sought me out for matters concerning the exotic beasts, particularly regarding the recent hunting activities. You wish to know what the leader is searching for, correct? Precisely. We are both aware that the era of the exotic beasts has waned. Even if royal beasts were to gather again, it would likely result in only a few more superweapons. Thus, I am curious as to why that leader would go to such lengths to seek out a single exotic beast. Curiosity, it is a fitting term. I recall your close association with that young lad from the Pei family. Does this pertain to him? Wu Xingtong corrected him. It is the Zhao family. Qianbai did not dispute. It matters not whether it is Zhao or not. He hails from Iron Wall City, and is still the son of that madman from the Pei family. Returning to the Zhao family does not alter the fact that he bears the surname Pei. The Pei family has no further connection to him. It is best not to dwell on this matter. So, is this inquiry related to him? Yes, that is confirmed. In that case, Qianbai felt no need for pretense. I recall that boy's bounty is 5 million. Let us settle on an equivalent amount. Is it acceptable to ask for an exorbitant price? If I demand a sky-high figure, surely you want counter-offer? That would require effort. TSK, how much can you offer? 200,000. A miser. You just escaped prison. How much could you possibly have? Pei Nan silently sipped his milk, refraining from mentioning the money he had just retrieved from the clinic. Meanwhile, Sui diligently updated her database. As a novice information hunter, she felt her intelligence was still rather meager and hurriedly jotted down her notes. That would be 200,000. Agreed. Pei Nan was astonished. Shouldn't the stakes be raised even higher? In truth, even if Wu Xingtong refused to provide it, obtaining this intelligence was still plausible. After all, Qianbai was a beast hunter, and his pursuits were never monetary. I've actually been tracking it, he mused. The aberrant creature near Qi Mountain. I suspect it's a newly born subterranean king-class beast. In terms of value, it could fetch hundreds of millions at auction as a pet, but I believe that's just a smokescreen. Isn't this approach a bit too obvious? Who knows? Qi Mountain only has this anomaly, likely just breaching the strong tier. The death toll and traces of life don't lie. At most, it's at the peak of strong. Then what is the real objective? Qianbai fell silent for a moment before speaking. This is merely speculation, but years ago, while hunting rare beasts, I uncovered something, an aberration that shouldn't exist, more akin to a fabricated legend. What? A nightmare. A nightmare? During the age of aberrant calamity, an entire city fell into mass slumber. Most who awoke were mentally shattered, claiming to have endured an endless nightmare. The culprit was an inky, indescribable monstrosity. The descriptions of the nightmare are peculiar. Every aberrant record details precise traits, height, weight, abilities, habits, yet the nightmare is riddled with uncertainties, most, indescribable, and the like. Sounds like some eerie folktale someone left behind. Regardless, the one near Qi Mountain lacks defining traits. The nightmare is the only one worth noting. Here's a clue. Rumor has it the first leader of Hunter-S capital once plunged an entire city into madness. So, I suspect the nightmare is likely connected to the current one. Thanks for the information. Also, if you plan to investigate, I'll give you a direction. Keep a close watch on the 7 sins of the Hunter Syndicate. A leader who leaves Hunter-S capital is no longer a leader. Monitor those 7, and you'll uncover their intentions. Before leaving, Pei Nan suddenly recalled something and tossed Qianbai an entire wild boar in exchange for portable rations. He had no desire to return to gnawing raw meat. Young man, why not become a beast hunter with me? With this catch alone, you'd be sentenced to at least 3 years. Zhao Zongheng finally arrived at the entrance of Hunter-S capital. He attempted to contact the trio via communicator, effective within 10 kilometers. Hello? Anyone there? Respond. Coming at this hour, planning to mooch a meal? Oh, is there food? Just finished. Soon after, the 6 reconvened at Qianbai's shop. This time, the place was sparsely filled with patrons. Clearly, this humble establishment attracted a steady clientele, with no fear of bankruptcy, let alone robbery. No one would dare risk their life in an old Hunter-S shop, especially one of notable reputation. Wang Juanxing was currently devouring flatbread, shoveling meat into his mouth with chopsticks. Pei Nan eyed the man who had mocked him earlier and couldn't resist asking, "What's his deal?" Zhao Zongheng and Pei Wenyi were similarly engrossed in their meal. "Ignore him. He's a lunatic." Unfazed, Wang Juanxing remarked, "I think my proposal is solid. You're worth 5 million. We trade you for Floating Light City's bounty, then I use my ability to extract you. Perfect liquidity. No? Piss off. Warranty you from Sword Emperor City? Have you no shame? Got exiled, didn't I? Now I'm just a wasteland hunter. Whatever pays, I'll do." Scram, scram, scram. Pei Nan continued to operate at full throttle, without any clarity on the events that transpired during his absence. Shall we bring him along? No. Let him go wherever he pleases. Wang Juanxing nodded in agreement. I believe that by following you, I can earn some money, so I will stay with you. Can't you seek out others of greater renown? Wang Juanxing cast a glance at Wu Xingtong. I cannot compete with him. Then he looked again at Pei Nan. He holds little value. It is better for you to profit. Pei Nan has come to realize that this individual is indeed quite eccentric. After satisfying their appetites, the 6 of them sat in silence, the absence of clinking cutlery rendering the dining table rather awkward. Wang Juanxing stood up and remarked, I understand. I shall take my leave. Once he departed, the remaining 5 exchanged glances, and Pei Wenyi suggested, let us find a more secure location. There are too many prying eyes here. Pei Nan gestured towards the door with his head and inquired, what about that person? Wu Xingtong remained silent before responding. I know of an escape route. Then what are we waiting for? Let's leave quickly. Thus, while Wang Juanxing indulged in a cigarette, the 5 of them stealthily slipped out through the back door, making their way to the safe house prepared by Su Yi. Suddenly, Pei Nan asked, what about those land-walking beasts? The group fell silent for a moment, then recalled that Wang Juanxing had volunteered to take care of the land-walking beasts, which meant they were in his possession. Ah, it was truly unexpected. Chapter 37. Return. As Zhao Zongheng casually remarked, I will go fetch him back. The cramped little room was filled with 6 individuals. Wang Juanxing lay on the bed, sound asleep, while the land-walking beasts were housed with Qianbai, a paid arrangement. In the Hunter City, no traveler dared to leave their land-walking beasts outside, lest they return the next day to find nothing but claw marks on the ground. After confirming there were no alternative safe houses, the group reluctantly accepted Wang Juanxing's inclusion, albeit in a rather theatrical manner, as they had no better options. Allowing the land-walking beasts to go astray would tarnish their credibility at the leasing station. There was no better supply point in the wilderness than the leasing station, making it an unwise choice. So, what shall we do next? Pei Nan first posed the most pressing question of the moment. The hunt had commenced, and they could at least rest assured that they were no longer pursued by the forces of Floating Light City. However, the true purpose of Zhao Zongheng's return to the hunting capital remained shrouded in mystery. Reclining in a lounge chair, Zhao Zongheng gazed out at the still bright glass window and pondered softly, waiting for someone. Who? Came the inquiry. Zhao Zonka. Among the younger generation of the Zhao family, consisting of 12 children, Zhao Zoming held the position of 3rd eldest, while Zhao Zonka was the 7th. In contrast to Zhao Zoming, this relatively rare female candidate was the one Zhao Zongheng found most formidable, as she was also a sharpshooter. From a young age, Zhao Zonka distinguished herself from other girls. Her fascination with weapons was unparalleled, earning her the title of weapon master. Whether it be cold steel or firearms, and even piloting mecha, she excelled in every domain. During the contest for the family head, she required no vast army to orchestrate her strategies. A mere supply officer sufficed, equating to the power of 1,000 troops. Consequently, Zhao Zonka possessed the most advanced weaponry available, with electromagnetic weapons as her standard equipment. Furthermore, she was a bio-warrior who had undergone 3 rounds of enhancement, exhibiting capabilities that rivaled those of ability users. Stealth, decapitation, sniping, traps, and even mecha piloting were all within her mastery. This was precisely why Zhao Zongheng hesitated to target her immediately. Should a conflict arise, it would be a battle of kings. The first to reveal themselves would undoubtedly meet their demise, rendering the number of participants irrelevant. Pei Wenyi had also heard of this individual's reputation. It is said that she entered the Zhao family's special forces at the tender age of 16, undergoing rigorous elite training, with practical guidance from several tactical masters in her family prior to that. Zhao Zongheng nodded. Yes, my grandfather provided me with intelligence, indicating that Zhao Zong will come to the hunting capital to carry out a reconnaissance mission. Therefore, this time, our target is her. It is indeed a daunting task. You must eliminate a total of 12 individuals, all of whom are exceptionally talented and particularly challenging young prodigies. The aspirations of the elder must be fulfilled by the younger generation, after all. Pei Nan was momentarily taken aback, gesturing towards the slumbering Wang Juanxing. There is an outsider present. Is it not somewhat disrespectful to engage in such discussions? Wang Juanxing, appearing oblivious, merely turned over and emitted an even louder snore. Zzz. Zhao Zongheng remained unfazed, seemingly disinclined to offer an explanation. He cannot enter the capital. His words would carry no weight. Furthermore, this is a matter widely known. Everyone is aware of my intentions to take a life. Thus, they are either spectators or preparing to intervene. Be it a lord of the main city or those who have faltered in significant positions, each is sufficiently motivated to seize a share of the spoils. Pei Nan lamented. What a farce of imperial usurpation. The essence of imperial authority has never truly vanished. It has merely assumed a different guise, now referred to as city lord in this era. Given that Zhao Zongheng has come with the intent to eliminate Zhao Zonka, why then would Wu Xingtong specifically guide them to inquire about the movements of the hunting city? What purpose do we serve in investigating the unusual activities there? There are two reasons. First, since Zhao Zonka is pursuing this matter, obtaining accurate intelligence on Hunting City would allow us to pinpoint his location. Second, it has been 2 centuries since Hunting City has seen significant activity. The undertakings there are likely connected to the 8 great cities. Our aim is to subvert the new generation of Floating Light City, to find a way for me to ascend, rather than allowing chaos to reign in the city. Although it may seem meddlesome, such actions bear no inherent harm. Peace is hard-won, and we should prolong it for as long as possible. Such peculiar thoughts arise. After all, in Pei Nan's view, if one has resolved to tread a treacherous path, why burden oneself with the weight of national grievances? Are they not mere stumbling blocks on the ascent to greatness? If it were up to him, he would simply disregard it all, stirring the waters as murky as possible. After all, it is not his own home. Should it all be razed, it would matter little. It is wise to rest well, rare the moments of tranquility. And what lies ahead will be no lighter than these past 5 days. The struggle for power is inherently a whirlpool. The instant you plunge into its depths, escape becomes an impossibility. Having spoken, Zhao Zongheng exchanged a brief greeting with Pei Wenyu, and the two stepped outside to share whispered words. Left to his own devices, Pei Nan found himself idle, while Sui busied herself poring over materials on her tablet. As a novice intelligence hunter, she must constantly learn to minimize unforeseen mishaps. Had Wu Xingtong not awakened early today, it is likely that lives would have been lost in the clinic, caught in the watchful eyes of the determined, leading to yet another entanglement. Wu Xingtong, eyes closed in meditation, though a martial artist, rarely engaged in rigorous physical training. He was either in a state of restful contemplation or preparing for such. Calmly, he pondered, does your body not sense any anomalies? Wu Xingtong opened his eyes, and a thin layer of metallic sheen began to form on his hands. I have acquired a considerable number of nanomachines. These minuscule devices assist in repairing damaged tendons and can even serve as a skeletal support. I am currently calibrating their compatibility with my body. The first encounter of Pei Nan with nanomachines was remarkable. Moments later, the metallic film dissipated like a tide. Wu Xingtong remarked, although these machines offer numerous advantages, I do not recommend their use. I'm aware of their origins, and if given the opportunity, I shall find a way to eradicate them completely to avert future troubles. Despite Wu Xingtong's explanation of the drawbacks of nanomachines, Pei Nan remained intrigued. Having been immersed in various science fiction games, he recognized that nanotechnology has always been a highly coveted field. Its portability and versatility enable these molecular-level machines to seamlessly transform into battle armor and weaponry. While they may not represent the pinnacle of technology, they undoubtedly rank among the most visually striking innovations. Particularly, a nano-civilization known as Grey Wind could even serve as a companion. Thus, he felt compelled to acquire a set if the opportunity arose. Yet, time was swiftly running out. Pei Nan could only sigh. Although the past 5 days had been extraordinarily thrilling, he had no intention of returning. The pain was indeed real. He was merely a couch potato, ill-suited for the violence and chaos. It was far more fitting for him to retreat to that small room, basking in the morning glow and evening starlight. The countdown to his return stood at 72 minutes and 59 seconds. Zhao Zongheng and Pei Wenyu leaned against the balcony, gazing at the sunset that was about to draw to a close. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. The simple bond of friendship between them, amidst the complexities of gender, was profoundly precious and harmoniously enhanced the connection they shared. Pei Wenyu inquired, why do you no longer wish to participate in the shooting competition? Did you not express your intent to return with a championship title? Zhao Zongheng rested his head on the railing, languidly responding, as long as you were present, The championship remains beyond my reach. For 5 consecutive years, you have consistently claimed the first position, relegating me to second place. Thus, competing holds little allure for me. This year, the competition has undergone significant changes. Are you truly not considering returning to assist me? Our paths diverge. I do not share your fervent desire for victory. My father hardly acknowledges my existence, and my mother lives in solitude. I intend to strive diligently, with hopes of bringing her to Floating Light City. Grandfather has been lamenting for over a decade, and at his advanced age, it is incumbent upon me, as the younger generation, to devise a solution. That's wonderful. Zhao Zongheng chuckled. Wonderful? The path we tread is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to demise. At least the shooting competition does not threaten one's life. Does it? Pei Nan shook her head. Not necessarily. Following the reforms in the competition format this year, the shooting tournament has abolished the virtual simulation system in favor of genuine confrontation. The full title of the shooting tournament is the All-Free Reality Simulation Shooting Survival Competition, which primarily tests participants' practical combat skills and adaptability in survival scenarios. The champion stands to gain a plethora of valuable rewards, such as rare medals, custom weapons, and even matches as gifts. Given the substantial investments from several major cities, the prizes could almost be described as limitless. Although Pei Nan may appear somewhat unassuming at the moment, her wealth far surpasses that of Zhao Zongheng. Why has this reform occurred now? The Lord of Iron Wall City is regarded as the most enigmatic of rulers, with no one truly understanding his thoughts. However, this year's champion reward is a wish. If you can articulate it, the 8 major cities will undoubtedly assist in its fulfillment. Zhao Zongheng furrowed his brow. What if I wish to become the Lord of Iron Wall City? Pei Nan shrugged, stating, you ought to inquire with that Lord of the city. The rewards are quite substantial, attracting numerous contestants, including many who have never participated before. What is labeled as a reward of desire is, in truth, a chasm of longing. What, then, is the purpose of Iron Wall City's actions? It remains unclear, yet if this is indeed the desire in question, perhaps my aspirations may yet find a glimmer of hope. Then I wish you success. So, do you still intend not to assist me? Zhao Zongheng harbored a profound aversion toward Iron Wall City. That place evoked nothing but disappointment. To speak candidly, I do not trust it. Though Iron Wall City is heralded as the most secure bastion in the world, it paradoxically harbors the capability to unearth information about every individual or entity. Bereft of the fortress of data protection, secrets become nearly non-existent. Those graced with higher authority wield absolute power over those beneath them. An excessively repressive environment cannot possibly foster hope. Pei Nan understood that from the moment the other party departed from Iron Wall City, they had embarked on entirely divergent paths. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed such a considerable distance. Zhao Zongheng waved his index finger in denial, asserting, one cannot frame it in such a manner. I have not forsaken my good brother, have I? Do not be deceived by his current status as merely a secondary-level ability user. One must recognize that just 5 days prior, he was an ordinary individual. It is a rarity to witness someone transition directly from the paper level to the secondary level. Perhaps, before the commencement of the grand competition, he will ascend to the advanced level, or even the formidable level, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. In this restructuring, he shall emerge as a wild card. Have you investigated his background? Indeed, it is remarkably clean. Cleanliness often implies a darker undercurrent. In my friendships, I do not rely on records. I trust my intuition. This fellow appeals to me. Are you not concerned that he may bring you considerable trouble in the future? You may find it hard to believe, but I consider myself to be the greatest source of trouble. Indeed, dusk often symbolizes myriad poignant and negative connotations. In reality, it merely signifies the impending conclusion of the day. As the world began to gradually transform into shades of gray, all individuals moved yet seemed to lose their vibrancy, rendering reality akin to a black and white film. Pei Nan recognized that it was time for him to depart. With only a final minute remaining, Pei Nan sat vacantly in his chair, gazing at Wu Xingtong. After a moment of silence, he uttered, "Thank you for your companionship." That kick in the office that day was quite impressive. Wu Xingtong, bewildered, opened her eyes and replied, "You are welcome." Pei Nan strolled towards the balcony, the night having fully enveloped the sky. Zhao Zongheng and Pei Nan sat on chairs, sipping on their modest libations and engaging in casual conversation. At that moment, they noticed the balcony door swing open. "Are you feeling out of place in there?" Pei Nan inquired as he accepted the wine jar handed to him, leaning against the balcony while taking a sip. "Seeing you both chat for so long, I thought I'd join in." Would you like to hear some tales from my childhood? Pei Nan declined, saying, perhaps next time. This visit is primarily to express my gratitude. Gratitude for what? Pei Nan maintained an impassive demeanor as he raised a glass in salute to the other party. During our time in prison, your shout truly moved me. I once thought I was on the brink of death. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and someone exclaimed, Brother, I've come to rescue you. It felt as if I had seen the light. Zhao Zongheng was filled with goosebumps at the recollection. The sentimentality of the moment was indeed overwhelming. You seem a bit peculiar, he remarked. Let this be a token of gratitude. I shall take my leave now, and you may continue your conversation. With that, Pei Nan turned and walked toward the interior of the room. Pei Nan furrowed her brow. Why does this sound like a farewell? Suddenly, Zhao Zongheng recalled Pei Nan's earlier words, and upon reflection, he realized that tomorrow was indeed the day in question. Where are you going? Pei Nan replied, let some air in from outside. With the second toll of the bell, the world began to freeze. All beings and objects ceased their movements, and Pei Nan successfully isolated himself from reality. At this moment, he traversed the delicate boundary between the virtual and the tangible, eluding capture by anyone. In this fleeting interlude, he observed Zhao Zongheng and Pei Wenju's expressions of confusion, Wu Xingtong's silence, Su Yi's furtive glances towards him, and Wang Juanxing, who peered through one eye to eavesdrop. The myriad of human emotions was vividly portrayed. A week's time had allowed him to forge bonds with these friends, to confront life and death, and to transcend limits. This was not merely a game. It resembled a profound journey of discovery. With the third toll of the bell, the ripples of time and space shattered everything, the alternate realm fracturing behind him like glass, plunging the world into utter darkness. With 3 tolls of the bell, the world transitioned. Pei Nan opened his eyes, gazing upon the familiar room. I have returned. The Pioneer. Welcome back to the real realm. Chapter 38, The Lightning Hero of Changha. Time remaining until the next game begins, 167 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Pei Nan Chang exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he finally concluded his ordeal, feeling as if he had traversed through time. He removed his helmet, sat up from the bed, and stretched lazily. However, he soon found himself frozen in place, furrowing his brows at the countdown that had inexplicably materialized in his line of sight. Why was this countdown still present? The situation before him was exceedingly bizarre. He began to doubt whether he was still in the Hunter City or if he remained precariously perched on the cliffs of Qishan. How else could this game-esque countdown have appeared out of nowhere? Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Pei Nan attempted to open his backpack, only to discover that he could actually access an operating system. This was inconceivable. It should not be possible. However, as he retrieved the rifle he had acquired after defeating the Sentinel robot from the backpack, he found himself lost in thought. Wait, could it be that I am turning into a yellow-haired individual? Pei Nan hurriedly found a mirror, gazing at his black hair and youthful visage, which seemed to defy the passage of time in an eternal rejuvenation. He sighed in relief. Had he been adorned with that golden mane, he feared he would have faced the wrath of his parents in a rather mixed doubles fashion. At this moment, it was October 8th, 2023, 10:42 a.m. This meant that merely a minute had elapsed since his entry into the game until his return. This time frame excluded the moments of his own contemplation and astonishment, if counted. It could be described as but a fleeting instant. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for him, akin to experiencing a lifetime within the span of a dream. What would transpire upon the conclusion of this countdown? Would it beckon him to continue his journey into that world, or would he be thrust directly into it? But isn't this merely a game? Is it truly possible to achieve such a feat without the aid of a virtual headset? But this was a gift from his father. He ought to inquire with him. Pei Nan's father, an archaeologist, spent his days engaged in enigmatic pursuits, shrouded in mystery, often disappearing without a trace. Were it not for the occasional financial support he provided, Pei Nan would suspect that his mother had taken up with a benefactor. Upon answering the call, Pei Nan was greeted by the sound of fierce winds on the other end, prompting him to inquire, "What on earth are you doing, old man?" In the howling winds, Pei Jingzhong managed to utter a few words. "I am skydiving. I am still 3 kilometers above the ground." "What? Skydiving? Aren't you afraid of injuring your back? Life, after all, should be lived with a touch of flavor. If it weren't for my impulsiveness back in the day, had I not been so hasty, I would now be regarded as a daredevil. If I were to inform my mother that her husband is thousands of kilometers high in the sky indulging in skydiving, would she leap up from the mahjong table in a panic, exclaiming, 'You must be out of your mind. I have never even tried skydiving, and here you are, approaching 50, engaging in antics more daring than a young person like me.' Pei Zhongzhong scoffed at Pei Nan's decayed existence, spending his days cooped up in a small room, incessantly tapping away at his computer. What significance does that hold? He found himself bewildered by the meticulously organized documents, unable to fathom how this individual managed to produce tens of thousands of words each day. What is there to discuss with a youth of such a deteriorating society? Were it not for your mother's frail health, I would have taken her abroad with me. The sensation of leaping from the heavens and plummeting to the earth feels akin to a rebirth, a joy you shall never comprehend throughout your life. Pei Nan pondered for a moment, realizing that his father had likely never experienced the peculiarities of life over the past few days, although it was merely a game. He had basked in the glory of the high ground, claiming to scale a towering peak of 700 meters with ease. Ah, yes. He almost fell into the old man's trap. He was inquiring about the game. By the way, what is the situation with the game cartridge you sent me? Pei Zhongzhong was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, what cassette? The one that is an obscure game cartridge, the one that supposedly foreigners adore. Pei Zhongzhong descended 200 meters, yet remained perplexed about when he had sent a cassette to his son. I would much prefer you to find a proper job and venture out, as long as you are not cooped up in that dilapidated house of yours. You may do as you please. Why on earth would I send you games? Did you buy a game and now lack the funds to reimburse yourself? Why would I reimburse you? I have money. Enough of this. If you have nothing to do, you should read more. What is the point of indulging in those love-stricken tales? Why not write something with depth and substance? You don't understand. The youth today revel in such trivial narratives. Have they grown weary of staple food and turned to dog food? The younger generation truly cannot comprehend. Enough of this. I must take cover now. Or you might just come to crash your father's party. I'm hanging up. Under the threat of his father's departure, Pei Nan hastily ended the call to preserve his father's life. However, a new quandary arose. Who had sent the cassette? The delivery was indeed addressed to the old man, with the same phone number, and his mother could confirm it. Yet, the old man would not deceive himself. What would be his motive? Suddenly, Pei Nan pondered an abstract possibility. Could it be that I am not my father's son? But that couldn't be true throughout his life. Their blood types matched, and his mother's formidable character would only attract his father. In his youth, he may not have realized it, but now she was undoubtedly a fierce middle-aged woman who would be foolish enough to be enamored by such a persona. It could only mean someone was toying with him. At that moment, Pei Nan received a text message. How was the gaming experience? The sender was unknown, using a virtual account, not a mainstream messaging platform, but rather an SMS function charged by the carrier. Are you the one who sent me the game? Who are you? Clearly, you have played that game. What are your thoughts? I was being hunted for a full 7 days. I have no desire to return to that game now. That is truly unfortunate. But this is beyond your control. You now possess a precious 7-day respite. What do you mean by that? It means, welcome to the old era. What old era? If you wish to know, participate in the Iron Wall City shooting competition. If you win the championship, I shall divulge the answer. But you still haven't revealed who you are. If you continue to speak in riddles, I refuse to enter the game. There was a brief silence. Then the reply came, are you certain you still possess the right to refuse? Pei Nan glanced at the countdown, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. This scenario defied the bounds of reason. The adversary's ability to manipulate his phone suggested the possession of extraordinary methods. This led him to contemplate the individuals from the gaming realm, a cohort of superhumans, capable of feats beyond imagination, wielding an unfathomable level of technological advancement. The notion of space-based weaponry capable of firing lasers from the cosmos to the Earth was evidently beyond the reach of contemporary technology. Are you from the world of the game? No, not at all. Pei Nan expressed skepticism towards this statement. However, the reality of programming technology does allow for the potential intrusion into an individual's mobile device. Pray tell, what is the true purpose of that game? Games, by their very nature, are meant for enjoyment. This occasion marks a closed beta test, to which we have extended invitations to a select few players from around the globe. Yet the next phase will indeed be an open beta. As for you, engage in the shooting competition. Iron Fortress is an inevitable destination for you. However, do not readily disclose your identity as a player, for the lives of beta testers are singularly precious, and the inhabitants of that world harbor significant curiosity towards you. But is it not merely a game? Indeed, it is just a game. I may divulge a morsel of information. The version post-open beta will be titled Chaos of the Reverse Tide. The next iteration will see participants from all corners of the globe. And I hope you will continue to embrace a joyful spirit, shining brightly in the new edition. Your performance in the Chishan suppression battle was commendable. I have high hopes for you. Pei Nan widened his eyes and could not help but reply. Were you present at the scene? Oh, you've guessed it. You may speculate about my identity, but it is unlikely you will uncover it. The officer, Zhao Zonghong, Zhao Zongming, Su Chun, Pei Wenyi, and those 200 soldiers. Or perhaps the refugees. There are simply too many possibilities to ascertain who it is. Just give up. Even if you figure it out, what difference would it make? Enjoy this week of tranquility, for reality will soon transform dramatically. What does this mean? You will understand after the next game. You should be able to deduce it. Pei Nan set down his phone, intuitively surmising that he had known since he discovered the ability to extract items from his backpack. Do you not fear the potential destruction of the world? The world is not so fragile. Do you truly believe it is that simple? What do you mean? This is a privilege reserved for you testers. If you're interested, you may seek out other testers, and it could prove quite amusing. Who are they? It is unwise to inquire about player information. You must investigate on your own. You still have not disclosed your identity. Indeed. It wouldn't do to leave you without a name. You may call me two-dimensional Dove. I will return to find you after the next game. And do not forget to better yourself in reality. Farewell. Departing already? Do not rush off. I have a few more questions. Subsequently, no matter how Pei Nan messaged, he received no replies. The pleasant mood he had managed to retrieve from the other side dissipated, signaling that he must return, and when next he encounters those individuals. What shall he say? Do I have a case of Jade syndrome? Never mind, it matters not. Upon returning, I shall simply let it all out. Pei Nan lay directly on the bed, deeply asleep. When he awoke, the night had already fallen. After a week of arduous toil, he had only managed to regain a modicum of vitality, yet soon found himself unable to sleep again. As he exited his room, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the living room. There, clad in a green sweatshirt, with her long, smooth legs exposed, Luowei sat on the sofa enjoying takeout. Is there any for me? Pei Nan inquired. Luowei gestured towards another container of rice. It's a two-person portion. Help yourself to the chopsticks. After their meal, Pei Nan furrowed his brow, prompting Luowei to ask, What's the matter? I'm still hungry. Typically, a single serving of rice accompanied by a few side dishes would suffice, yet he found himself barely satiated. After a moment's consideration, he ordered 2 hamburgers, a portion of fried chicken, a pack of fries, a cup of cola, and a serving of mushroom chicken rice. Only after finishing everything did he feel a semblance of fullness. You have quite the appetite today, she remarked. Pei Nan pondered briefly before donning his attire and preparing to venture out. I shall step out for a while and return later, he stated. Under the puzzled gaze of Luowei, Pei Nan firmly closed the door behind him. His behavior today struck as somewhat peculiar. As a habitual recluse, often ensconced in the comforts of home, he engaged in sporadic exercise, spending prolonged hours in leisure. His primary source of energy expenditure was sleep, and even 2 meals a day felt excessive. He consumed more than he could digest. Yet, what if his current physical condition aligned with that of the gaming realm? The gift of speed endowed him with the ability to burn off whatever he consumed through sheer running. The mere presence of his robust physique suggested that his daily energy expenditure equated to that of 2 or 3 of his current self. Hence, he resolved to put this to the test. Their neighborhood, situated near the high-speed railway station, was a recently developed area, where property prices were significantly lower compared to the city center. Adjacent to a grand river, the locale saw only a trickle of vehicular traffic, with scant footfall from pedestrians. Pei Nan stretched his limbs and retrieved his phone to activate the timer. In truth, he had already anticipated the outcome the moment he felt the sensation in his lower abdomen, yet he still felt compelled to confirm it. The countdown commenced. A 2-kilometer bridge spanned the long river, and at his usual pace, he estimated it would take about 8 minutes. The instant he set off, a familiar exhilaration surged through his body. As the thrill of high-speed running enveloped his mind, he had already discerned the answer. In a passing vehicle, the woman in the front seat turned to her partner and remarked, Look, there's someone overtaking you. The man waved dismissively. Don't joke. I'm driving at 50 kilometers/h. Not even Bolt could surpass me. Yet, the runner had already passed him. What the? The elapsed time was 2 minutes and 10 seconds. With a speed nearing 60 kilometers/h, this was reminiscent of Qi Shan's performance, indicating that he had indeed returned with remarkable abilities. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. Could he become a champion of justice? Like a superhero, he could accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, free solo climbing, high-speed pursuits, and martial arts. However, after a brief reflection, he regained his composure. In this society, there seemed little need for his brand of heroism. He might even find himself in legal trouble. He had just escaped imprisonment in a game and had no desire to experience it again. But what about his top speed? It appeared that since Ji Shan, only the wilderness segment had allowed him to run with unrestrained joy. He had gradually developed a fondness for the exhilarating embrace of the wind. Therefore, as the owner of the vehicle glanced over in curiosity, Pei Nan's energy levels began to plummet, and his speed surged to its zenith, transforming him into a mere speck in the distance in an instant. He then recorded a brief video and shared it in the group chat. Hey, guys, there's a lightning-fast runner at the Chan River. I'm not joking. The video comprised 2 segments. The first captured him being overtaken at 55 km/h on the bridge, and the second showed him lifting his phone, moments later becoming a distant thought. Did Pei Nan realize that his actions today would be discovered? Of course, he did. Thus, he deliberately donned a mask and a baseball cap, even preparing to never wear this outfit again. If you inquire as to why, it may simply be the result of vanity. If one possesses the ability yet remains unknown, would that not suffocate a person? Chapter 39, The New World Forum. I have sent you a forum that will assist you in navigating the new world. Pei Nan received a message from the two-dimensional white dove and, with a sense of skepticism, clicked on the dubious link. The unadorned interface, with a black backdrop, prominently displayed the word Strategy Forum. The forum boasted an online presence of 1,000 participants, suggesting that the current closed beta test included exactly that number. Yet, he had not encountered any so-called other players. Was it merely a coincidence? The forum contained few posts, indicating that others had only just joined and were still unfamiliar with its functionalities, unsure of what questions to pose. Nevertheless, the posts maintaining a pristine order were quite striking. 30 posts, each offering experience points, led him to believe he was perusing a certain online community. As the forum administrator, two-dimensional white dove's posts occupied the top position, and he was the sole contributor with pinned official announcements, totaling 3 posts. The first post read, Forum Guidelines, a must-read for newcomers. Posted on October 8, 2023, at 2000 hours, it stated that this forum serves as a strategic platform for the New World game, inviting players to share intelligence and exchange information to enhance their gaming experience. The current version is titled Chaos of the Reverse Tide, centering around Lightwave City. Players in Lightwave City should generously share their insights and assist each other. Additionally, crucial information may be published for a fee, subject to forum evaluation for a reasonable price. The second post, titled Essential Information on the 8 Major Cities of the New World, was published at 2001 on the same day. It revealed that the New World is a sci-fi high-tech realm governed by 8 major cities. To preserve the thrill of exploration, only the names of these cities would be disclosed, while players must gather and organize the remaining details themselves. The 8 major cities are Lightwave City, Apocalypse City, Stormwatch City, Cloud City, Iron Fortress City, Crimson Tassel City, Mechanized City, and Sword Sovereign City. The third post, titled Player Class Announcement for the New World, Incomplete, was also published at 2001. It noted that the transition to rare classes is of great interest to players. The administrator shared information on 7 mainstream classes, with some unique professions omitted for players to discover on their own. The classes are as follows. 1. Psycho-Ability User, also known as Ability User. This special class awakens through genetic enhancement, either via innate awakening or by purchasing gene serums. Their potential oscillates between the baseline and the ceiling. It is advised that those who lack luck refrain from choosing this path. 2. Martial Artist. In the New World, a group of martial masters hones their skills, developing new methods of physical enhancement through extreme willpower and diligent training, unlocking genetic barriers and pushing the limits of human capability. 3. Mechanic. Knowledge is the paramount treasure in the New World. Generations of researchers have crafted wondrous mechanical inventions that traverse the skies and seas. However, this extraordinary path demands both wealth and wisdom. Players should contemplate their financial readiness before choosing this profession. 4. Cyborg, as the most common method of enhancement. Cyborgs replace their human bodies with powerful alloy forms, equipped with a variety of weapon modules that allow this profession to shine in diverse scenarios. However, the trade-off is that their potential is constrained by material technology. 5. Gunner. This profession encompasses a wide array of classifications and applications, requiring a certain level of entry threshold and substantial financial backing. Skilled gunners instill fear on the battlefield, but those with poor eyesight would be wise to exclude this option from their considerations. 6. Mech Pilot. Numerous mechas exist in the New World, If one is fortunate enough to acquire one, they will earn the title of mech pilot. This profession is among the few with both a high floor and ceiling for potential, but the transition threshold is exceedingly stringent, necessitating careful deliberation. 7. Hacker. One of the supportive professions in the New World, hackers can effortlessly infiltrate enemy intelligence systems through virtual data networks, potentially incapacitating adversaries' mechas on the battlefield. Although their combat prowess is limited, their expertise in the virtual realm is unparalleled. These constitute the publicly disclosed 7 mainstream classes, with further updates anticipated as the version evolves. Hidden professions remain undisclosed. Those willing to share information with the administrator may receive unexpected rewards. In summary, the 7 mainstream classes of the Chaos of the Reverse Tide version are Psycho-Ability User, Martial Artist, Mechanic, Cyborg, Gunner, Mech Pilot, and Hacker. What profession captivates your interest? Come and cast your vote. Pei Nan observed that these 8 major cities were previously mentioned by Zhao Zongheng, and he felt a degree of familiarity with Lightwave City and Iron Fortress City through casual discussions. However, the other cities remained shrouded in mystery, their characteristics discernible only by their names. He harbored doubts regarding the uniquely characterized major cities. For instance, Iron Fortress City sounded like a formidable stronghold, yet it was, in reality, a haven for hackers, renowned for its advanced virtual technology, its iron wall signifying an impenetrable data fortress. Similarly, Sword Sovereign City conjured images of celestial swordmasters. Yet its inhabitants primarily engaged with airships, intelligent flying vehicles equipped with advanced weapon modules. Engaging in combat there could lead to unexpected aerial reinforcements at the press of a button. Thus, the remaining 5 major cities, Apocalypse City, Stormwatch City, Cloud City, Crimson Tassel City, and Mechanized City, seemed veiled in a shroud of war, their essences obscured from view. To truly understand them, it would be best to visit and explore these locales firsthand. Lightwave City, with its straightforwardness and provision of traditional weaponry to the military, is a rarity in this world. However, according to Zhao Zongheng, this reflects the limitations for potential family heads. Otherwise, electromagnetic weapons would be standard for regular troops, rendering gunpowder weaponry sufficient for bandit suppression. Furthermore, Lightwave City boasts the world's most advanced energy technologies, making it a force to be reckoned with. Pei Nan felt a profound sense of anxiety. As the two-dimensional white dove had informed him that the life of a beta tester was singular, yet it remained ambiguous whether this referred to game life or actual life. Subsequent inquiries yielded no answers, but Pei Nan's instinct suggested that this life pertained to a matter of life and death. He had never encountered a game capable of transcending the genetic limitations of the human body. Such technology might well be known only to the two-dimensional white dove, who evidently had no intention of disclosing it. Perhaps this entity was some sort of deity, having transported him to a parallel realm, all the while deceitfully claiming it was merely a game. The two-dimensional white dove inquired, "Are you interested in revealing your profession?" Pei Nan mused to himself, "Indeed." He was fully aware of everything. A refusal. The two-dimensional white dove remarked, "What a pity. If disclosed, you could have received a substantial reward." Pei Nan replied, "I have yet to be foolish enough to exchange my intelligence for that nebulous reward. After all, as you said, I possess but one life. The more I reveal, the more I become a target. Seek out other fools." The two-dimensional pigeon. "You wouldn't believe it, but a genuine fool has indeed disclosed his information to me, seeking items that could ensure his survival." Pei Nan, whose subordinate possesses such remarkable valor. Two-dimensional white dove. "It's confidential. You may wish to observe the forum, as several individuals have begun posting." Announcement of hidden profession, Beast Gene Warrior. Post date, October 8, 2023. 2015. This gene warrior is an enhancement derived from a gene serum developed by the Emperor Organization, utilizing the genes of exotic beasts. The lower limit is fixed, while the upper limit is uncertain, contingent upon the level of the exotic beast from which the serum is derived. The transformation requires 8 surgical procedures and 9 injections to complete the class change. Interested players may seek out the Emperor Organization for this transition. However, what is the cost? Gul'dan. Posted by Two-Dimensional White Dove, esteemed forum administrator. Post fee, 200 forum coins. The ratio of forum coins to real currency is 1:10. Each individual can earn 1 forum coin daily by signing in, accumulating rewards through posts gradually. For Pei Nan, 2,000 units is not an insignificant sum. Yet he chooses to pay, foreseeing potential encounters in the future. A beast gene warrior? The presence of exotic beasts in the New World is notably tenuous. primarily due to humanity's technological weaponry nearly driving them to extinction. Those that remain are ordinary breeds unperturbed by threats, and even when formidable king-level beasts appear, they are swiftly eradicated, leading Pei Nan to subconsciously perceive exotic beasts merely as a dish on the dining table. Furthermore, the term beast warrior evokes images of charming beast girls with animal ears. Enthusiasts of such characters might find this profession particularly appealing. Additionally, there are several iconic representations in media, such as Wolverine. At this moment, Pei Nan recalls a seemingly trivial detail. Zhao Zongheng mentioned that Zhao Zong is a marksman, a bioengineered warrior who has undergone 3 transformations. Is there a distinction between bioengineered warriors and beast gene warriors? After a brief silence, Pei Nan sent a message to White Dove, hidden profession bioengineered warrior, information sourced from Zhao Zonka of the Zhao family in Floating Light City, who has successfully transitioned after 3 modifications. Two-dimensional White Dove took approximately a minute to respond. The backend is quite busy, and I am somewhat overwhelmed. Additionally, congratulations on discovering the forum's hidden gameplay of revealing others' profession information. However, regrettably, your information is incomplete. Attempting to extract funds from the forum using this method is ill-advised. Pei Nan rolled his eyes. He was well aware that this intelligence was incomplete. All the conditions were fabricated by himself to probe the behavioral logic of the White Dove. The failure did not concern him in the least. Pei Nan, may I disclose important NC information? Two-dimensional White Dove. Congratulations on uncovering yet another hidden feature of the forum. I must say, you truly are a genius. However, I would advise you to publish it yourself. NC information serves as the finest bridge for communication among players. Should you require assistance, I can certainly provide you with an estimate. Pei Nan, warden of Flat Top Mountain Prison in the City of Floating Lights, Zhao Xuanja. Two-dimensional White Dove? Oh my. It's actually him. A veteran hazard class ability user. Tell me what you know. Pei Nan, the warden of Pingdingshan Prison, the supreme commander of Prison A, is a formidable ability user with the ability of sealing and unsealing. His sealing power can inhibit the energy capabilities of all ability users, while his unsealing power can dissolve any negative states. Additionally, his physical combat skills surpass even the strongest levels, allowing him to simultaneously seal over 100 individuals. Within his office resides an autonomous guardian robot, armed with an assault rifle and a shoulder-mounted shotgun. The two-dimensional White Dove nodded thoughtfully. This is quite detailed. Given the current lack of information related to NC on the forum, and considering you are the first to provide such insights, I can offer you the following 3 reward options. 1. 10,000 forum coins. 2. A piece of special equipment. 3. Intelligence of equivalent value. Your intelligence is valued at 200 forum coins. Paid information on the forum can only be viewed within the forum and cannot be forwarded or shared. Profits are settled monthly. Your forum rank is paper with a profit-sharing ratio of 5. 10,000 forum coins, which equates to 100,000 yuan, signifies that this information is quite valuable. Forum coins are redeemable for cash, thus presenting a viable means of earning income. One can foresee that many intelligence hunters may take up this as their livelihood in the future. While 100,000 yuan may not seem exorbitant, it is by no means insignificant. Pei Nan, lacking a reference price, found it challenging to make a definitive judgment. However, from this price, he could infer that the value of this intelligence is comparable to that of the gene warriors of exotic beasts, suggesting it is worth at least a piece of life-saving equipment. Pei Nan inquired, "What is it that the leader of the hunting grounds seeks?" The two-dimensional White Dove replied, "It is quite unexpected that you have begun to delve into this line of inquiry. However, regrettably, you cannot afford the price of this intelligence, which is worth no less than 100 pieces of information." Pei Nan remained undeterred. The inability to exchange information was, in itself, a form of intelligence. The significance of the hunter leader was indeed remarkable. What was the purpose behind the reform of the shooting competition? The two-dimensional White Pigeon responded, It seems you are attempting to extract information from me. Allow me to provide you with the following 3 pieces of intelligence. 1. Information regarding the exotic beast of Qishan. 2. The reason Wang Juanqing departed from Sword Emperor City. 3. The location and equipment details of Zhao Zonka. Pei Nan received the response from two-dimensional White Dove. Yet the weight of his bewilderment only grew heavier. The leads concerning Hunt City and Ironwall City both surpassed the value of genetic warrior transition information, even exceeding the intel on a single malevolent tier ability user. This made him reluctant to pursue these threads further. The implication from two-dimensional white dove was clear. No more details would be disclosed. Hence the proactive offering of 3 options, all pertaining to information Pei Nan urgently sought. Regarding the Qi Mountain aberrant beasts, he had already gleaned sufficient knowledge through Qianbai. As for Wang Juanqing's secret, while intriguing, it was particularly pressing, especially since Zhao Zongheng and the others seemed privy to it as well. Thus, the most pertinent intelligence left was Zhao Zonka. There appeared to be no alternative. What surprised him, however, was that Wang Juanqing's background could rival Zhao Xuanji's, despite being merely a strong tier ability user. Still, a life-preserving artifact was nothing to scoff at. Given the system's current tasks, such an item would undoubtedly prove invaluable, shielding him from untimely demise. Zhao Zonka's whereabouts would inevitably be uncovered sooner or later. The group had already laid their plans, making the timing inconsequential. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Nan delivered his answer. Chapter 40. New World's launch and the players what could transpire in 7 days? Seemingly, nothing of note. Life carried on, meals were eaten, drinks were sipped. The earth refused to explode, and work never ceased. Even the murmurs and speculations online were swiftly buried beneath fresher, juicier gossip. The footage of Pei Nan was dismissed as clever special effects, failing to stir significant attention. Yet, activity on the new forum surged. The 1,000 closed beta players, unable to resist the solitude, had begun seeking assistance and exchanging tidbits about their respective strongholds. None, however, dared reveal their identities. Heeding two-dimensional white dove's warning with utmost caution. When life is granted but once, recklessness is a luxury none can afford. Still, discussions remained superficial, revolving around trivialities. The forum needed time to mature, as did the players themselves. Noob Gun God, anyone know how to deal with a pack of ashhounds? Silly Slayer replied, just slide tackle them. Instant floor buffet. Unicorn replied, suppressive fire, obviously. Bring a machine gun and mow him down. Attack Chopper, you're still on ashhounds? We're prepping for large aberrant hunts. Keep up, bro. Snorlax, daily check-in. EXP3. Collapsed comments available upon click. As expected, mindless chatter dominated the comment sections. Even earnest inquiries inevitably derailed, a perfect reflection of Pei Nan's stereotype of online denizens. Soon, the 7th day arrived. Over the week, aside from his usual writing, Pei Nan had incorporated rigorous training into his routine, primarily to expend the boundless energy that came with his ascension to superhuman status. When restlessness struck, he turned to physical exertion. Occasionally, in the hushed solitude of midnight, he would scale skyscrapers or engage in adrenaline-fueled parkour across half-constructed buildings, culminating in sipping an ice-cold beer at the precipice of towering heights. If asked why he maintained such intensity even in reality, Pei Nan would quip, the thrill of life lies in chasing harmony between man and nature, teetering on edges, soaring through skies, utterly intoxicating. Enough digression. Time to tackle the missions. Daily training. Free climb to the apex of your residential tower. Time limit, 20 minutes. Penalty, 10-minute electrocution. Reward, STR1. Daily training, 50 kilometers marathon. Time limit, 90 minutes. Penalty, 30-day leg paralysis. Reward, AGI1. Daily training, parkour drills in abandoned buildings. Time limit, 30 minutes. Penalty, fractured bones. Reward, AGI1. Damn it. Why had this wretched system followed him back? Just as he contemplated slacking off, it bombarded him with absurd challenges. Since when did 50 kilometers jogs become daily routines? Ever since his speedster talent evolved, the system had grown downright tyrannical. And now, punishments he'd never encountered before had emerged. Was the system detecting his lethargy and deliberately goading him into life-threatening stunts? The penalties were repetitive, yet undeniably effective, so much so that Pei Nan's downtime now faintly mirrored the intensity of New World. This also meant romance was off the table. Imagine mid-date. A sudden mission prompt, who could endure that? Couldn't the tasks at least be optional? The abruptness was unbearable, as if hearing his grievances. The system responded, New World entry in 2 hours. Proceed to the login portal immediately. Pei Nan was filled with curiosity about what would transpire if one refrained from logging in. The two-dimensional dove had previously mentioned that it possessed no right to refuse. In what manner would this compulsion manifest? Would it be akin to a sudden leap through time, or perhaps a hypnotic return home to don the helmet automatically? The two-dimensional dove provided a friendly reminder, if you are not currently near a virtual headset, there is no cause for concern. Once you establish a connection with the new world, all beta testers will be permitted to log in unconditionally, anytime and anywhere. Note: this is a mass message. At this juncture, Pei Nan's desire to return home diminished significantly. He sought out a convenience store, purchasing some boiled skewers and a cheesy hamburger, patiently awaiting the passage of time. In room 1304, Unit S, Jindong Community, at 11:40 a.m., Luo Wei lay in her room, having drawn the curtains and left the lights off. The pitch-black room was illuminated solely by the flickering green light of the virtual helmet's operational indicator. In the external slot of the game console resided an unmarked cartridge. Above her bedside was an elegantly designed invitation. The public beta for the New World game has commenced. Congratulations, fortunate player, you have been granted access to the New World. Instructions for the cartridge are included on the back of the invitation. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. Administrator, two-dimensional dove. Luo Wei lay quietly on her bed, soothing music playing from her phone. Her gaze fixed on the countdown to the server launch in the center of the virtual screen. She murmured to herself, "At last, the day of the launch has arrived. It was worth my vigil through the night to secure 4 days of eligibility." The launch time for the public beta was set for noon at 12 p.m. And as the countdown drew to a close, an ancient chime resonated in the ears of all players. At the moment Pei Nan lifted his gaze, he realized he had found himself on the login interface. However, this time the surroundings transformed into the sheer cliffs of Chishan. He stood at the precipice, where in the distance, the setting sun hovered above a palace he recognized, and merely 3 meters ahead lay the familiar light screen. A somber and hoarse male voice, frenzied like that of a jester, addressed him. "Welcome to the New World." It appeared that a small workshop had suddenly acquired wealth, as the backdrop had now become a picturesque landscape. Pei Nan turned his attention to the light screen, which displayed his character's fundamental attributes: player nickname, Pei Nan title, Challenger of the Abyss, equipped, occupation, extreme thief gene lock, tier limitless, progress, 50, health points, 100 physical condition, healthy energy points, 200 special skill, master of extreme fate skill, gunplay, beginner, spatial backpack, 25 energy level, parallel dexterity, 15, 3, strength, 17, 3, agility, 18, 0. Special abilities, bat perception, beginner. Spider climbing, beginner. Antelope leap, beginner. Firearm adaptation, beginner. Speedster, intermediate. Remarks: congratulations on surpassing your limits and entering the realm of the extraordinary. Obituary: during the closed beta, 162 players departed from our midst. We urge all new players to exercise caution to better explore this new world. Announcement: the New World has officially launched. Let us welcome the new 10,000 players joining the exploration of this realm. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. Version 1.0 of the New World, the Tide of Chaos. Prolonged peace is merely a compromise born of war. The New World has endured 500 years of tranquility, yet the clandestine disruptors have long since been unable to contain themselves. They are the lost remnants of a bygone era, determined to plunge the New World into utter chaos. Players, take heed. After 3 chimes of the bell, you will enter the New World. You may take a deep breath, engage in physical exercise, and relax your mind. The familiar routine, the well-known prompts. On that unremarkable noon, Pei Nan stepped into the New World for the first time, unaware of the fact that he would not be able to leave. Dong. The melodious chime resonated over the cliffs of Chishan, startling the birds in the forest, which scattered like dark specks against the sky. Dong. The light screen vanished. The cliffs of Chishan melted away like wax, and the virtual two-dimensional lines began to outline the login scene. As he departed, Pei Nan found himself standing before the door, his body instinctively returning to that moment. Dong. His everyday attire was swept away by particle fragments, and he was once again clad in that familiar work uniform, a bulletproof vest adorning his chest. The well-known yellow hair replaced his black locks, and his youthful visage had matured slightly. Pei Nan's brief pause went unnoticed by others, leading him to a new conclusion. When the game commences, reality ceases to function, and upon its conclusion, this premise is inverted. As the sound of the door closing echoed, those present in the room were absorbed in their own thoughts. The path ahead remained obscured, shrouded in a heavy fog that clouded their minds. Just as Pei Nan stepped outside, he heard a loud exclamation from downstairs. What the hell? What kind of game is this? It's astonishingly realistic, and there's a tactile sensation. Moments later, a jubilant young man burst forth from the room, rushing into the street, exclaiming excitedly, "Goodness, the character modeling. Goodness, the texture of the house. Goodness, this solid floor." Pei Nan's large eyes blinked twice as she observed the little creature rush over to a stranger, eagerly engaging him with a barrage of questions. "Hello. What is your name? Where's this place? Is there anything you need assistance with? Humph, what a foolish player. It was nighttime in the hunting city, and those wandering the streets were far from ordinary. They were either members of the hunter guild, seasoned hunters, or aimless ruffians. This fellow was rather unfortunate. Having stumbled upon such a perilous locale, was he courting disaster? He epitomized the 10,000 new players, and perhaps, if luck were on his side, he might find himself featured in an obituary. As expected, the stranger grew annoyed with his incessant inquiries and promptly knocked him to the ground. Once the stranger had walked away, this fellow stood up as if nothing had happened, exclaiming in delight, "Wow, this feels so real." Pei Nan sensed that something was amiss. His pain sensitivity settings seemed to differ from his own. After a moment of silence, he descended the stairs and approached the player. Upon seeing the initiate a conversation, the player's eyes sparkled with excitement. It appeared that the exuberance of their previous activity had left them slightly fatigued, yet they jogged over with enthusiasm. "Hello. Do you need assistance?" Pei Nan observed the demeanor of the other individual, realizing that the player had not detected his own identity. If both were indeed players, then the other party should also be oblivious to his presence. A sudden insight struck him, and he cleared his throat twice before speaking. "Young man, this is your first visit to the Hunter's City, isn't it?" The player immediately brightened, exclaiming to himself, "I knew it. This game must have a tutorial for newcomers." Though the NPC before him sported golden hair, he was certain there was a purpose to his existence. Pei Nan's expression darkened. "I can hear what you are saying." The player stood there awkwardly, regaining composure. I apologize. I have just arrived in this place and am somewhat overwhelmed with excitement." Pei Nan was well aware of the nature of these players, for he himself had once been among them. Thus, he refrained from indulging in unnecessary chatter and reminisced about the games he had played, recalling how the NPCs would present quests to the players. "Brave young soul. Might you share your name with me? I find myself in need of assistance." The short-haired male player, suppressing the excitement within, slowly replied, "I am known as Zihu." "Greetings, Zihu. I require you to venture to a restaurant named Wudong Yiwei Xiao Chao and seek out the proprietor, Qian Bai. Please procure 7 servings of preserved meat rice from him. Here are the coins you shall need. Kindly deliver them within 30 minutes, and I shall reward you." Zihu stared into the air before him, seemingly observing something, then patted his chest confidently. "Leave it to me." As he watched the figure depart, Pei Nan felt an increasing sense of the bizarre. Was he truly gazing at the air? Clearly, he was fixated on the quest log. In comparison to himself, the other appeared far more like a genuine player. Was it just him, or did this distinction apply to all beta testers? He had once believed that the beta tester privilege mentioned by the two-dimensional dove referred to the ability to carry items from the inventory into the new world. But it seemed he had gained a new understanding of it. Just as Qianbai was about to close the door, he encountered an energetic player rushing towards his shop, who burst in exclaiming, "Are you the shopkeeper, Qianbai?" Qianbai's heart skipped a beat. Surely someone was seeking trouble. He replied coldly, "That would be me." Zihu produced the coins given to him by Pei Nan and bluntly stated, "I need 7 servings of preserved meat rice. It's urgent." Qianbai let out a sigh of relief. After all that, it was merely a customer in need of food. He had feared it was a vendetta. Wait a moment. When had there been such seemingly innocent and naive individuals in the game? Nevertheless, he would not turn away any customer seeking a meal, for that would defeat the purpose of running his establishment. Fried rice was typically prepared with pre-cooked rice that had cooled, a standard practice among restaurants. And he was no exception. After 10 minutes, Qianbai had the meals ready. Zihu collected the rice and departed in haste, leaving Qianbai utterly bewildered. Was it possible that the game had recently introduced delivery personnel? Pei Nan stood downstairs, patiently waiting for a full 30 minutes. At the 27th minute, Zihu, breathless from the exertion, returned with the delivery and handed the meal to Pei Nan, saying, "Hello, here is your takeaway." Pei Nan took the takeout and, placing a hand on the shoulder of the purple fox, spoke earnestly, "Brave young man, you have performed admirably. Today marks your first day in the hunting capital, and I, Yellow Flash, shall gradually witness your growth. Now, accept your reward and take the first step on your adventure." Amidst the eager gaze of the purple fox, Pei Nan retrieved a box of rice from the takeout bag and placed it into his hands. "This is the reward for your task. Please savor your inaugural meal in the hunting capital." The purple fox stood frozen, staring blankly at the box of rice in his hands, managing to utter a heartfelt, "Thank you." Pei Nan, clutching the takeout, was about to depart when he suddenly turned and remarked, "I have great faith in you. If you wish to undertake a task, gather here at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I have something of utmost importance to entrust to you. Before Zihu, a purple taskbar materialized, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall undoubtedly arrive punctually tomorrow. Truly, he was a man of bright promise, instantly presenting a purple task. This was undoubtedly a main quest. Subsequently, as Zihu gazed at the rice bowl in his hands, he pondered for a moment before unsealing it and began to eat. Wow. This rice bowl. Chapter 41. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Zongheng casually inquired, "What were you up to? Why did it take so long?" Pei Nan lightly shook the takeout in his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, I've procured some late-night snacks. Is there anything you desire?" Wang Juanxing promptly rolled off the bed, accepting the delivery with a grateful, "Thank you, boss." Although none were particularly hungry, the enticing aroma of the food wafting through the air proved irresistible, and one by one, they indulged in a portion. Those adrift in the wilderness had no fixed meal times. When sustenance was available, they seized the opportunity to partake. Pei Wenyu and Sui, the two young ladies, were unconcerned about the prospect of gaining weight. After venturing out for a couple of runs, they effortlessly shed any excess. Pei Nan need not concern himself. It is merely a matter of running a few steps. As a few of them ate their late-night snack in silence, Pei Nan suddenly remarked, "I have decided to participate in the shooting competition." Pei Wenyu was filled with delight. This could undoubtedly be deemed the finest news of the past few days. "Did you not mention needing a few days to deliberate? Have you reached a conclusion?" "I intend to participate in the shooting competition." Zhao Zongheng, lost in thought, connected this with Pei Nan's peculiar behavior today. He sensed that there might be something he was unaware of, yet he chose not to pry further, recognizing that this was Pei Nan's personal matter. "Very well. I shall seek you out when the competition commences, and at that time, I will remit half of the deposit." Pei Nan nodded, deeming a matter resolved, and then addressed Zhao Zongheng. "Is our plan concerning Zhao Zonka merely to wait for her appearance?" Zhao Zongheng was taken aback, not expecting Pei Nan to shift the focus onto himself. Zhao Zonka's whereabouts have remained quite elusive. Even the Zhao family is unaware of her location. Our only option is to await her at the destination. For now, apart from gathering intelligence in the hunting capital, we are left with nothing but patience. Pei Nan sought more detailed intelligence on Zhao Zonka from Zhao Zongheng. "Do you have her photograph?" Zhao Zongheng located a photograph on his smart device and handed it over. "This is a picture of her taken a year ago, during her execution of a beheading mission against the rogue ability users. The image captures her in combat attire, camouflage, and some casual clothing. The intelligence was sourced from an elder of the Zhao family. If Zhao Zonka was not wearing makeup, this should be her." In the photograph, Zhao Zonka is clad in a form-fitting blue-gray combat suit. The bionic bone armor is remarkably lightweight while providing considerable protection, allowing her to maintain high-speed movement without the fear of being struck by stray bullets. The alloy helmet appears to be welded to her forehead, indicative of a formidable character who does not compromise her vulnerabilities for the sake of beauty. In stark contrast to her combat attire, her casual clothing reflects a different persona. As per Pei Nan's understanding, a woman of such strength would typically sport a very competent short-sleeved shirt and shorts. However, among the 8 casual outfits Zhao Zonka possesses, dresses are predominant. She wears her long hair cascading down to her waist, exuding an air of grace and charm, reminiscent of a kind older sister from the neighboring household. Pei Nan pointed to the 2 photographs of Zhao Zonka and inquired, "Is she wearing a wig?" Zhao Zongheng nodded in affirmation and elaborated. In order to fight more agilely in battle, Zhao Zonka keeps her hair cut short to ear length. When not on a mission, she enjoys changing into various wigs as a form of disguise, driven not only by her love for beauty, but also by a desire to hone her makeup skills. Pei Nan recorded the information and stored a copy of the photograph on his mobile phone. "I will be wandering around the hunting ground these next few days, seeking some opportunities," he remarked. Zhao Zongheng replied, "I will accompany you. It is safer for us to act together." Pei Nan declined, stating that if Zhao Zongheng followed him, how could he possibly mentor those delightful players? Furthermore, are you not still investigating the leader of the hunter's capital? Wu Xingtong would provide a safer partnership for you. In addition, should any danger arise, I could escape, but you would not have the same advantage. My unfamiliar appearance may also serve to lower her guard. While Zhao Zongheng's abilities are more advantageous in the main city, here in Hunter's capital, he is rather at a disadvantage. Although I do not believe she would refrain from gathering intelligence on you, you are indeed more suited for the task. Nevertheless, acting alone remains perilously risky. It would be prudent to secure an additional partner. Pei Wenyu embraced Sui, shaking her head as she said, "We have other matters to attend to. My apologies." When the gazes of the group fell upon Wang Juanqing, he was indulging in his meal with great enthusiasm, even licking the last grain of rice clean. After putting down his lunchbox, he let out a satisfied burp and declared, "I'm perfectly fine. The wilderness hunter has no fixed tasks. I merely intend to accompany you as long as meals are provided." Zhao Zongheng furrowed his brow, casting an unfavorable glance at him. "You haven't abandoned the idea of trading me for a bounty, have you?" Wang Juanqing waved his index finger in the air. "No. I sense that you all are involved in something significant. I believe I can gain a little benefit from it." Zhao Zongheng remained unconvinced, yet hunters traditionally value their integrity. He deemed Wang Juanqing trustworthy to a certain extent. "Very well. Having you along will make it safer in case of any dangers." Pei Nan inquired with curiosity. "Why do you say that?" Zhao Zongheng responded, "Because his ability is transmutation of all things." Transmutation of all things? Wang Juanqing immediately rose to his feet and declared, "Allow me to demonstrate." A circular motion of clockwise arrows manifested on Wang Juanqing's right hand. He casually tapped Pei Nan's neck, leaving a similar mark, and then struck his food container, which bore the same imprint. He subsequently tossed the food container into the air, prompting everyone to instinctively take a step back. With a snap of his fingers, Wang Juanqing softly uttered, "Transmute." Pei Nan felt as if the world had momentarily darkened before he found himself suspended in midair. With a resounding crash, he plummeted to the ground, bewilderment etched across his face. "I swear, I will kill you." Wang Juanqing hastily tossed a chopstick into the corner and shouted once more, "Swap." Pei Nan missed his target and turned to find Wang Juanqing already positioned in the corner of the room. The two then commenced a playful game of cat and mouse within the confined space. Chopsticks, lunch boxes, and soda cans were scattered haphazardly throughout the area. Eventually, Wu Xingtong could no longer bear the chaos and, in a swift motion, pinned the suddenly appearing Wang Juanqing to the floor, declaring, "Once you've endured your punishment, you shall tidy up this mess." Pei Nan thought to himself, "What a splendid opportunity." He immediately launched a flurry of rapid punches, delivering a series of strikes. Once the dust had settled, one clutched his lower back while the other rubbed his chest, exclaiming, "Ouch, I feel as though my tailbone is about to snap." Wang Juanqing gasped for breath. "I can scarcely breathe." Zhao Zongheng rolled his eyes and remarked, "You too, one enhanced in physical prowess and the other formidable in strength. Who do you think you're fooling?" Pei Nan returned to his seat, exclaiming, "But it hurts. I am most afraid of pain." Wang Juanqing echoed his sentiment. "This fellow truly strikes with full force. I can even hear my chest reverberating." Zhao Zongheng sneered, "It serves you right. One must bear the consequences of their own mischief." Pei Nan had come to comprehend Wang Juanqing's abilities and thus inquired, "Spatial manipulation?" Wang Juanqing elucidated, "I possess the capacity to interchange all objects within a radius of 500 meters, encompassing not only life but also various other entities, provided they are marked by me. The mark can endure for a maximum duration of 7 days. Once utilized, it vanishes. I can mark up to 30 targets at most." Pei Nan inwardly scoffed. This is not a mere exchange of all things. It resembles the flying thunder god technique. Thus, he reasoned that by following the intelligence operations in the Hunter City, he would indeed ensure greater safety. Reflecting on the information provided by the two-dimensional dove, Pei Nan acknowledged that the inclusion of Wang Juanqing would undoubtedly alleviate some of his burdens. At that moment, Pei Nan inquired, "What do you intend to do if we locate Zhao Zonka?" Zhao Zongheng replied resolutely, "Keep a close watch on her, then gather allies to eliminate her." A remarkably straightforward and ruthless plan, devoid of superfluous steps. One might call it efficient. Then it is settled. That night was exceedingly dull. The group spent their time idly staring into space, sleeping, or chatting on the balcony until fatigue overcame them. Early the next morning, Pei Nan roused the still snoozing Wang Juanqing, who, it must be said, had the highest quality of sleep among the six. He nearly failed to wake him. Zhao Zongheng and Wu Xingtong set off to seek information regarding the leaders of Hunter City, while Pei Winnie and Sui attended to their own affairs. Each individual had their own tasks to pursue, leaving Pei Nan and Wang Juanqing standing quietly downstairs, awaiting something. Wang Juanqing yawned and asked, "Aren't we going to eat first?" Pei Nan cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "We are waiting for someone." Wang Juanqing glanced around, observing that none of the passers-by paid any attention to them. Those waiting for someone must also need to eat. Why not dine while we wait? Pei Nan glanced at the time. It should be nearing the hour. The clock read 6:56, almost 7 o'clock. At that moment, in the distance, a purple fox trotted down to the ground floor, exclaiming, "Yellow Flash. I haven't arrived too late, have I?" What could this yellow flash possibly be? Surely, it could not be referring to Pei Nan's tousled golden hair, could it? Pei Nan addressed Wang Juanqing, saying, "Assistance has arrived. This individual appears to be an ordinary person. Why did you summon him? He is the most efficient errand runner. Without equal." An errand runner? Pei Nan cleared his throat twice and addressed the purple fox. "Brave young one, your punctuality speaks volumes of your sincerity. We now have a significant task ahead of us. Will you join us?" The purple fox, suppressing his inner excitement, replied earnestly, "I am willing." Wang Juanqing, bewildered by the peculiar atmosphere, was left in utter confusion. What on earth is happening here? Pei Nan disregarded him and began introducing to Zihu. "This is the renowned wilderness hunter. You may call him Tearing Sky." Wang Juanqing, "What the hell is Tearing Sky? Did you come up with that name with your feet?" Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, upon seeing the resolute gazes of the two, he found himself unable to voice a refusal. After a brief silence, he relented. "I am the wilderness hunter Tearing Sky. Pleased to make your acquaintance, brave young man." Since arriving in the hunting city, Zihu had embarked on an adventurous journey. However, during the late hours, the inhabitants of the hunting city were preoccupied with their own affairs. Encountering such a reckless individual would typically lead to a beating, and after enduring 2 such encounters, he had learned to temper his recklessness. Moreover, he discovered an identification card tucked away in his pocket, realizing that he indeed had an established identity. Hunting City Temporary Resident Permit. With this document, you may freely traverse the open areas of the hunting city. Temporary address, number 412, District 8. The main storyline of the new world had yet to be triggered, and aside from his encounter with Pei Nan, there was scarcely anyone willing to engage him in conversation. Naturally, he contemplated visiting the address on his ID, believing it to be a form of guidance, a choice Pei Nan also appeared to share. Additionally, Zihu noted the absence of a logout button, replaced instead by a countdown lasting 168 hours, which instilled a sense of perplexity within him. Nevertheless, the system soon sent him an announcement. The playtime in the new world is set for 7 days, equivalent to 1 second in reality. Players may explore boldly. Should your character perish, you may log back in after 7 days in the real world. Although he was uncertain how such technology was feasible, he reasoned that the gaming company had no motive to create chaos that would disrupt societal order, as they would be held accountable by the relevant authorities. After a night of contemplation, he came to understand his identity. Zihu, a temporary resident of the hunting city, originally a citizen of the lower district of Flicker City, wronged by fellow employees and forced to flee the main city, had come to the hunting city for survival. Today marked his first day here. The identity assigned by the system seemed procedurally sound, and some information about the hunting city was recorded in a diary within his room. This was a city of sin governed by the hunting guild, rife with criminals and hunters. It was no surprise that the passers-by on the streets exhibited such volatile tempers. Were it not for the low pain sensitivity setting for players, he would have been incapacitated. Based on his deductions, Pei Nan was likely a hunter as well, and with Tearing Sky accompanying him, his conviction grew stronger. Furthermore, the purple quest he had received was intriguing, titled, "Eliminate that Person." To encounter such an exhilarating scenario right from the start had him genuinely exhilarated, keeping him awake all night. However, there was little for him to occupy his time within the dark, so he took a stroll around District 8 of the hunting city, noting various terrains. This included several unique establishments, weapon shops, food vendors, clinics, and the bases of various gangs. Everything here felt too real. After the initial excitement, he adopted a more cautious demeanor, unlike other games where one might recklessly charge ahead. He did rummage through trash bins, but found no treasures. During this period, he attempted to engage with new quests, yet none were triggered, leaving Pei Nan as his sole available task. Early the next morning, he hurried from District 8 to District 4. Upon seeing the robust wilderness hunter Wang Juanqing, he realized he must hold tightly to Pei Nan's coattails, even entertaining thoughts of unearthing the latter's backstory. The 3 of them arrived at a bar in the hunting city, pulled out chairs, and ordered 3 beers along with sandwiches. Who in their right mind drinks this early? Wang Juanqing remarked, munching on a sandwich and downing his beer, while Zihu cared little for what he consumed, as any food granting him a buff would suffice. Pei Nan remarked while eating, "Now, if you gaze towards the 4 o'clock direction, you will notice a serene girl with flowing long hair." The two turned their heads and discovered that the tranquil girl was sipping beer while also enjoying a sandwich. Here at the hunting ground, she was one of the few daring enough to don a skirt, thus attracting not only the attention of Pei Nan and his companions, but also that of the surrounding drinkers and diners. Wang Juanqing inquired with curiosity. What is the matter with that girl? Pei Nan spoke in a low voice. She donned fluorescent black stockings, and beneath her gray pleated skirt lay a pair of shorts concealing a handgun. Hidden beneath her short-sleeved tank top was a fibrous bulletproof vest, complemented by at least 3 layers of padding. Standing at 165 centimeters and weighing approximately 45 kilograms, I surmised her cup size to be AB. Wang Juanqing, though perplexed, was profoundly astonished and respectfully inquired, "Teach me." Pei Nan disregarded him and instructed the purple fox, "You should go and strike up a conversation with her." The purple fox paused in confusion, gazing at Pei Nan with a bewildered expression. Huh? Chapter 42. The Cage with 3 Tolling Bells. A New World Descended. Luo Wei set up her character model and logged into the game. She found herself seated in a vehicle, her companion calling her name several times, Xiao Wei. Coming back to her senses, she turned to her hipster companion wearing headphones. As the taskbar began to display a prompt, "Please follow your teammates to the Iron Wall City Hacker Exchange Conference." The Hacker Exchange Conference? When Luo Wei purchased the New World, she received information from a forum website that contained relevant details about it, prominently featuring the 8 main cities and 7 major professions. The first thing anyone entering the site would see was the profession of hacker. Could it be that when players are assigned their respawn points, their real-world jobs are taken into consideration? If it merely pertains to programming, then she has indeed encountered an almost perfect beginning. However, the game guide did not provide dialogue options, indicating that the situation of seeking friends must be handled by the players themselves. Based on the task's name, she surmised that several individuals were en route to the task. She pondered, how much longer until we arrive? Her companion estimated, about 20 minutes. That indeed felt like an eternity. This was without considering potential traffic jams. The upcoming hacker exchange would gather several legendary hackers. Legendary? Those figures from the virtual realm. The highest honor in Iron Wall City, the uploading of personality data, transcending physical form to achieve digital immortality as long as the data carrier remains intact. One's personality could endure for eons. Listening to her companion's enthusiastic musings about the future, Luo Wei instinctively furrowed her brow. But wouldn't he abandoning the physical body and becoming data pose problems? As a programmer, she understood that code is merely a compilation of basic commands and jumps, each programmer's interpretation varying. Even with annotations, perfect modifications are elusive, often leaving behind numerous issues, the so-called bugs. Uploading one's personality is akin to duplicating code. Once uploaded to a terminal, the physical form becomes a mere vessel that can be swapped at will. If one wished, they could change their body daily. It is said that genetic science between the main cities has made breakthroughs, allowing for entirely artificially cultivated carriers. For us in Iron Wall City, this means immortality. What a mad notion. Without considering ethics, this could indeed transform a species entirely. But would those who undergo such a process still be considered human? However, that is not for us to ponder. The technology for personality uploading is limited and reserved for the elite. Those of us in the lower echelons, like programmers, are fated to remain mere code farmers. As their conversation deepened, the vehicle's speed predictably slowed, with even the aerial lanes congested. The destination of this road was singular, the Hall of Imaginary Numbers. Damn it, I knew there would be traffic. If we're any later, I might miss the grand opening ceremony of the legendary hackers. Luo Wei thought of Pei Nan, murmuring to herself, "It seems I could recommend him to try this game." Novelists draw inspiration from myriad sources. Films, literature, travel, work, anything encountered in life can serve as material for their writing. Games, in essence, are a culmination of such materials, showcasing a vast world crafted with painstaking dedication by their creators, brimming with countless inspirations. She imagined Pei Nan would relish this place. Yet, the thought of him pressuring her into marriage instantly extinguished her enthusiasm. Never mind, let it be destroyed. Since she went for a run that morning, she hadn't seen Pei Nan return and was unaware of his activities. He had been quite mysterious these past few days. At that moment, in the tavern of District 4, under Pei Nan's coaxing, the purple fox resolutely approached the long-haired beauty, instantly drawing the attention of all patrons within the tavern. However, recalling Pei Nan's promise of a 92-style pistol, complete with 9mm ammunition, if she could obtain the beauty's contact information, the purple fox was willing to risk it all. He had never even held a gun before. Wang Juanqing curiously asked, "Why don't you go and strike up a conversation?" Pei Nan remarked nonchalantly, "I fear rejection. Does your assistant not share this apprehension? As long as I am unafraid, it suffices." Meanwhile, The purple fox ambled slowly, seemingly pondering how to initiate the conversation, while Wang Juanqing nudged Pei Nan's arm and inquired, "Speak candidly. Does this woman have any connection to Zhao Zonka? Or could it be that she is merely Zhao Zonka in disguise?" Pei Nan sipped his beer while casting a sidelong glance at the long-haired woman. "It certainly cannot be Zhao Zonka," he mused. "That woman is exceedingly cautious. How could she possibly brazenly appear in a tavern in the hunting district? Let us not forget, she is of the Zhao family's direct lineage. Her head worth far more than mine. There are many others keeping an eye on her." Wang Juanqing, perplexed yet undeterred, pressed on with his inquiries. "I've sensed something amiss with you since this morning. From the moment you arrived with your little assistant, it was clear you had a specific purpose in coming to this bar. Surely, it cannot be merely to chase after women?" Pin rolled her eyes and, covering her mouth with her hand, whispered, "Zhao Zonghing once mentioned that Zhao Zong is a biochemical warrior who has undergone 3 surgical transformations. The moment she slips out of sight, she becomes the most elusive specter in the wilderness. As a marksman, she is capable of completing the majority of tasks independently. Therefore, she does not require a large military force for protection like Zhao Zongheng. She merely needs a logistician to alleviate her burdens and provide supplies. The necessities of life, regardless of the era, represent the most fundamental physiological needs. Zhao Zong is not a deity. She is aware of the cold and understands hunger, thus necessitating assistance in managing these affairs. This woman, known as the Thorn Flower Chihua of the hunter's capital, serves as her logistician, one of the death warriors cultivated by the Zhao family since childhood." Wang Juanqing restrained the impulse to glance over in that direction. If this were the case, then this woman would be acutely aware of her surroundings. Her previous audacity might be perceived as a covetous gaze upon her figure. Such individuals abound in bars, so there is no need for concern. However, this time he approached with a discerning mindset, thus refraining from looking that way. He mimicked Pin and asked, covering his mouth, "How did you come by this information?" "Confidential," she replied. "Then sending your tool over there is tantamount to courting death, is it not? Although this is the hunter's capital, do you believe everyone is intent on violence? However, approaching to strike up a conversation so recklessly would surely make one appear foolish, wouldn't it? At worst, one would simply be rebuffed. No real trouble would arise." Pin, elegantly holding her glass, watched the unfolding scene with keen interest and quietly remarked to Wang Juanqing, "Moreover, your current pretense of not looking over there is overly conspicuous. In such a moment, you should observe with poise. If a companion approaches a woman, how could it go unnoticed?" From the moment he sensed that ZH's pain perception diverged from his own, Pin devised numerous plans. These public test players seemed to genuinely embody the role of players. It might also suggest that they would not face death. Had Pin known that the two-dimensional dove had informed all public test players about the consequences of death, he might have been even more audacious. Furthermore, with Wang Juanqing's capabilities as a safety net, he felt no anxiety over ZH's safety. He could simply pursue his flirtations without concern. As a reclusive university student, ZH had never flirted with women. He had certainly charmed many men. At that moment, the myriad films and dramas he had consumed over the past 2 decades flickered wildly in his mind, yet none offered particularly useful scenes. Instead, it was his friends, who typically frequented bars, that inspired some thoughts. Holding a prepared glass, he approached Zhao Ranhua and extended the drink, saying, "My friend wagered with me that if I could procure your contact information, he would owe me 200 yuan. Would you kindly assist? Upon receiving the money, we could split it 50-50. Using truth or dare as an excuse has long been one of the most effective means of initiating conversations at a drinking table. Of course, if one could flash a wad of cash and declare, 'Tonight's drinks are on young Master H,' the effect might be even more pronounced." Pei Nan let out a casual whistle, embodying the essence of a mischievous rogue, perfectly fitting the lively atmosphere of the bar. However, the patrons surrounding them wore peculiar smiles, as if engaging in a hushed discussion about how many blows this purple fox could withstand. Zhao Chihua wiped her mouth, casually scribbled a contact number, and handed it to the purple fox with a hint of pity in her smile, saying, "Begone. This method of flirtation is utterly outdated." The purple fox sighed in relief. At least he had obtained the contact information, which could be considered a meager success in his endeavor. "May I inquire your name?" he asked. "If a stranger approached you while you were having breakfast and asked for your name, would you share it? I must apologize, dear lady, for my forwardness. But might you permit me to sit here for a moment or two? I worry they might think I am being troublesome. Be my guest." With that, Zhao Chihua rose and departed, leaving the purple fox in a state of contemplation at the table, while the onlookers gazed at him in astonishment. Hey, 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 that's the thornflower. How could some brash young lad flirt without facing repercussions? One exclaimed. It seems he even obtained her contact information. Am I still intoxicated? Why did I get beaten up for my attempts at flirting? Perhaps because your actions resembled harassment. After all, who would perceive someone approaching with a hey, darling? Care to join me for a drink? As a respectable individual? But that's what I read in books. You only read those frivolous ones. What do they contain? Mind your own business. The purple fox returned calmly, placing the contact information on the table. Mission accomplished. Pei Nan did not even glance at the note. Instead, he remarked, No, your task remains unfulfilled. Why? I am about to obtain the contact information. Do you know the individual's name? Are you aware of her preferences? Do you comprehend what she detests? You do not. Are you even certain that this is indeed her contact information? What does it signify? A girl who is unwilling to divulge her name would certainly not share her contact details with you. Zihua, undeterred by superstition, promptly dialed the number. At that moment, the bartender at the bar answered the phone. Hello, this is the Dawn Tavern in District 4. Do you require reservation services? Haha. Even Wang Juanqing could not restrain himself and burst into laughter. Zihua, feeling disheartened, hung up the call, exclaiming, Oh, how could this be? Nevertheless, Pei Nan handed over the gun, saying, However, in recognition of your commendable courage, I shall bestow this firearm upon you. Following the battle at Xishan, such weapons were plentiful. Pei Nan had stashed several in the supply crates, free of charge. Who would ever consider having too many? Zihua immediately grasped the handgun tightly in his hand. Its weight felt like the gun of his dreams. Yet, he questioned, But my task remains incomplete, does it not? Pei Nan smiled. This is a commendation for your courage. You have revealed to me the spirit of a brave young individual. If you cannot even master the art of flirting, it would be wise to depart from the team sooner rather than later. Zihu suddenly understood, so that is how it is. However, after toying with the gun for a while, Zihu realized, Wait a moment, why is my gun devoid of bullets? Pei Nan cunningly remarked. This is the reward for the next task. What? In truth, everyone was grappling with the rules of this new world. For instance, Pei Nan surmised that his counterpart likely had no primary quests. The only endeavors were those he had self-assigned. To put it positively, this was a game of high freedom. To put it negatively, the game's guidance was rather poor. The motivation for players to engage in activities stemmed naturally from the rewards of the tasks, as well as the emotional resonance experienced during these missions. Unlike Pei Nan, Zihu did not possess a punitive mechanism for sudden tasks. While the exploration of this new world could sustain a considerable curiosity in the short term, a prolonged lack of engagement would inevitably dampen enthusiasm. So, what was required to maintain this fervor? It necessitated demand. Firearms possess an allure that transcends gender. As a weapon of the human era, they have obliterated the individualism of martial arts. Serving as instruments of oppression for violent machinery, each person yearns to possess their own unique weapon, and even the mere act of touching one ignites exhilaration. Thus, Pei Nan presented Zihu with a demand to ensure his continued enthusiasm. Bullets, in turn, constituted the reward that supplied the firearms, representing a deeper need. As consumables, bullets implied a sustained demand over time. Anyone who acquires a gun without bullets feels an insatiable itch, a gnawing discomfort. Zihu gazed at the empty magazine, gritting his teeth as he inquired, What is the next task? Didn't you say you would obtain her contact information and share the profits with her? Find her and give her the money. But isn't that number a fake? Yet the rationale is genuine. After a brief silence, Zihu scrutinized Pei Nan with suspicion. You aren't planning to use me to woo her, are you? Pei Nan did not deny it. Instead, he remarked, Indeed, it pertains to a woman. Hand her the money, and I shall provide you with 5 bullets. Are 5 not rather insufficient? After all, I am merely running an errand for you. What is there to fear? However, I am devoid of funds. I possess a solution for that as well. I can lend you 100 yuan. Yet I shall only furnish you with 3 bullets. Once you are financially stable, you may return the sum to me without interest. The dilemma was profound. A perfect score of entanglement. Zihu seemed ensnared in a particular predicament, unable to extricate himself. Without the money, the task remained unaccomplished, yet borrowing would diminish the reward. Thus, he grappled with indecision for an extended period. How long is this task expected to take? Within a day, to be precise, by this time tomorrow. I choose not to borrow money. Then how do you intend to fulfill the task? Zihu took a deep breath, dialed the previous number, and directly inquired. Do you require temporary workers here? Pei Nan and Wang Juanxing fell silent for 3 seconds, then spoke in unison. Genius. Chapter 43. The Transaction. First update. 3,000 words. Although your idea of working part-time is commendable, there is no need for us to squander our time on it, especially since this tavern does not hire outsiders. What does that mean? Pei Nan extended 2 fingers, explaining that there were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, the Dawn Tavern is owned by the Hunter Guild, which exclusively employs members of its own faction. Secondly, beyond its function as a tavern, it houses a mysterious second floor where information is sold, value assessments are conducted, and even the trade of slaves takes place. Such significant activities are beyond the reach of outsiders. Zihu pondered, is there truly no legitimate means for the guild to earn money? Indeed, there are alternative paths, such as opening a small shop, akin to the modest restaurant you previously visited, or pursuing a profession as a doctor, mechanic, or hacker, which would afford you a degree of safety and exemption here. However, all these require a certain amount of capital, otherwise, one must resort to factory work. Even the Hunter Guild necessitates its own factories, which demand contracts of at least 1 year with no days off throughout that period. The professions within the guild have always adhered to an elite principle, wherein those possessing special skills become the second-class citizens of this metropolis, forming its backbone. Lower-tier individuals, even if they join the guild, are still obligated to work in factories. They merely need not fear troubles from others. The guild affiliation only offers a modicum of holidays, allowing for leave during guild activities. Zihu mused. What a devilish system this is, no days off throughout the year. How can the spirits of the workers endure such a regime? Is it even possible to recruit individuals under these conditions? Pei Nan was acutely aware of the thoughts occupying Zihu's mind. Those who ventured here were hardly ordinary. They were all individuals bearing guilt or harboring ulterior motives. The Hunters Guild had provided them with employment, and yet they ought to express gratitude for the immense benevolence of the guild. Furthermore, Pei Nan harbored suspicions that the guild's actions were deliberate. In any setting, high-intensity work inevitably breeds a sense of rebellion, which would ultimately lead to a repressed backlash. Zihu felt a sense of despair. Did this imply that his mission was unattainable? Or perhaps, one could become a wilderness hunter, accepting bounties issued by the major cities, as well as certain commissions involving exotic beasts. In essence, this was akin to becoming a mercenary, with the distinction that wilderness hunters possess only a name without any official title compared to the hunters from the major cities. As long as one is alive, brandishing a wooden stick and confronting the wilds, one may rightfully declare oneself a wilderness hunter. Zihu could not help but glance at Wang Juanxing. So, he is not an official city hunter after all. Wang Juanxing nostalgically reminisced about the past and explained, city hunters must annually seek certification from the Hunters Guild, undergoing ratings and receiving monthly stipends, along with the opportunity to partake in confidential missions. It has been several years since I last visited the city. My hunter status has likely lapsed, so it is fair to say that I am indeed a wilderness hunter. Then how am I to undertake this mission? Pei Nan handed Wang Juanxing a 100 yuan note, and the latter instantly grasped the unspoken understanding, tucking it away into his pocket. Pei Nan delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Who on earth permitted you to take that? Hand it over." Reluctantly, Wang Juanxing passed the money, muttering, "I thought you were going to pay me my wages. You mentioned that merely meals would suffice. See, my friend, I am a man of my word. Who among the good-hearted enjoys a breakfast of sandwiches accompanied by beer? Just tell me whether you have indeed provided for the meals." Zihu contemplated the money in his hand, a question brewing in his mind. Pei Nan sat up and inquired, "Speak your mind. Even if I were to acquire the money now, how would I go about locating that woman? By chance, of course." By chance? The hunters engage in the trade of human trafficking. For instance, the owners of factories require robust laborers to bolster their enterprises. Or they may seek female slaves to satiate their carnal desires. The purposes of slavery are manifold, and it is difficult to fathom that in this era. Such inhumane commercial practices still exist, an abhorrent industry born of the wilderness. Pei Nan and his companions borrowed Zhao Zongheng's mount and, after enjoying a hearty breakfast, set forth from the city with intentions of plundering. Along the peripheries of the major cities, bands of brigands often lurk, lying in wait near crucial routes to ambush solitary merchants. Each month, there is a designated time for the nefarious trade of slaves. Hunters from the principal cities receive missions aimed at rescuing the unfortunate victims, typically numbering between 10 to 20. Zhao Qihua, as a member of the Zhao family, has been discreetly engaged in thwarting the illicit human trafficking operations. Suddenly, Zihu overheard a significant revelation. So, you were already aware of that woman's intel? Why then did you instruct me to approach her? The youth was informed. That was a test for you. We are orchestrating a grand scheme, necessitating a comprehensive assessment of your capabilities. Your current performance is commendable. Maintain this momentum. Within, Zihu mused. Could it be that they intend to eliminate Zhao Qihua? After all, the title of this principal quest is Eliminate That Individual. May I inquire about the nature of this undertaking? It's a secret. However, should you succeed in this task and meet the requisite physical standards, I shall present you with a surprise. What sort of surprise? Transcendence. Not only Zihu, but even Wang Juanxing, who stood nearby, became intrigued and turned to Pei Nan with a question. To become extraordinary, one must either undergo surgery, evolve through mutation, or possess a unique inheritance. Are you not an ability user? Do you perhaps harbor some extraordinary legacy? Pei Nan pondered over his words and said, to court death. Wang Juanxing, Zihu. Pei Nan rolled his eyes at the two individuals and remarked, would I divulge such crucial information to you without reason? Get to work. Although Zihu was uncertain about how to attain the extraordinary, merely hearing those two words sent a jolt of excitement through him. Instantly, two words sprang to mind, class change. In the pinned announcement on the forum, the administrator had mentioned that aside from the mainstream 7 professions, there were numerous hidden classes awaiting discovery. So, which class did Pei Nan belong to? It was difficult to discern. However, Wang Juanxing referred to him as an ability user. Could that imply supernatural power? Zihu immediately perked up. Regardless of whom they would ultimately need to confront, all he needed to do was complete the task at hand. He was willing to go to any lengths for the sake of class change. I, Zihu, am devoid of emotions. All matters of love and relationships, and the trivialities that accompany them, shall perish. I will do whatever the light commands me to do. Perhaps he could become one of the earliest individuals to undergo a class change. Thus, are we to embark on a mission to rescue those captured refugees? Pei Nan shook his head. No, we shall embark on a robbery. The purple fox inquired, what? Wang Juanxing exclaimed, no. You certainly do not appear to be a virtuous person. You may have unwittingly allied with a notorious villain. Wang Juanxing rubbed his hands together. It has been quite some time since I engaged in such activities. You indeed possess the potential for mischief. Pei Nan let out a disdainful snort, gazing at him with contempt. We are merely robbers targeting other thieves. Those refugees cannot be transported back to the main city by the 3 of us. The subsequent matters will naturally be handled by others. Who then? Of course, it's some long-forgotten pawn. At that moment, Su Chun, who was driving, suddenly sneezed, inexplicably feeling a chill run down her spine. Who is speaking of me? The mere thought of the young master unexpectedly calling her, insisting that she transport some refugees home, filled her with resentment. Yet, as a worker, she had to comply with her employer's demands. Hence, she drove at breakneck speed, hoping to reach the hunter's city before noon. A daunting distance of over 200 kilometers lay ahead. It felt like a death sentence. What? Robbers? These human trafficking scoundrels are hardly lucrative. Otherwise, why would they resort to kidnapping for trade? It's merely because it's cost-effective. Zihu, not fully comprehending, chose silence. At this moment, he envisioned his future career path and could not help but ponder whether this might be his only opportunity in life. Regardless of Pei Nan's intentions, he resolved to follow the established procedure without question. Are you really going to contemplate moral dilemmas in a game? Even the banks in Los Santos are robbed daily. Moreover, they are currently targeting robbers. In terms of morality and position, he stood at an unassailable pinnacle, utterly beyond reproach. Pei Nan's index finger gently prodded the top of his head. Have you all forgotten something? What was our initial objective? Wang Juanxing replied, to pursue women. Zihua echoed, to pursue women. Pei Nan lamented the unfulfilled potential. What a coincidence. A vast expanse of wilderness lies 40 kilometers from the hunting capital, adorned with stunning azure lakes, a rare natural marvel. Yet, in this seemingly desolate place, a factory has been erected, its industrial smoke visible from afar. Zhao Qihua's red pickup truck came to a halt, observing the factory bustling with various autonomous machines, yet human presence was scarce. As noon approached, a sharp bell echoed from within the factory, and a throng of workers in uniforms, their eyes devoid of life, poured out like a school of fish crossing a stream. This was the Blue Mirror Lake Prosthetics Factory, established a year ago, primarily employing 900 individuals resembling slaves. Upon receiving intelligence about this place, Zhao Qihua commenced her investigation. If the reports proved accurate, she could issue a bounty, enabling hunters to eradicate the operation. Yet, the presence of any capable individuals here remained uncertain. The autonomous machines were formidable, but the factory owner, relying on slave labor, likely could not afford high-quality machines. If he could recognize a firearm, he might possess some discernment. These robots appeared more suited for supervising employees than for combat. At that moment, a truck emerged from the factory, and after a brief wait, Zhao Qiwa pursued it. Approximately half an hour later, they had distanced themselves considerably from Blue Mirror Lake. Suddenly, a black pickup truck approached from the opposite direction, stopping as the two vehicles drew near. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiwa stealthily advanced from behind. Just then, a series of strange shrieks pierced the air, catching everyone off guard. Out of nowhere, 3 land beasts charged toward the vehicles at 80 km/h, with riders on their backs emitting bizarre howls. Oh, is that not a vehicle for trade? The black pickup, covered in black cloth, undoubtedly this one. What should we do now? Draw your weapons and take them down. But I don't have a gun. Pei Nan casually tossed a weapon to the other party, reminding them, remember to engage the safety. Precision is not paramount when we commence firing shortly. Just follow suit and discharge a few rounds. Shooting into the sky is perfectly acceptable. Zihu, bewildered, inquired, where did you procure this weapon? Pei Nan chambered his firearm, donned his sunglasses, grasped the leash with his left hand, and raised his gun with his right, exuding an air of defiance as he declared, did I ever mention that I am a wielder of spatial abilities? Huh? Wang Juanxing also readied his weapon and then put on his sunglasses, saying, young man, welcome to the wilderness. Pei Nan exerted a firm grip with his thighs, prompting the lucid beast to leap forth. Now, shout with me. Oh, 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 oh. Wait, how can you be even more of a rogue than a rogue? This was the first time Wang Juanxing encountered someone like Pei Nan. So he decided to abandon all rational thought, joining in with the peculiar cries. Oh, 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 oh. The purple fox, in dire need of a box of 6 walnuts, was swept up in their enthusiasm and let out a howl. Oh, 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 oh. The exchange personnel were taken aback by the 2 resounding cries, pondering where these 3 peculiar creatures had emerged from. Pei Nan's shooting range extends to 450 meters. However, his accuracy is confined to a mere 300 meters, a level he can only achieve due to his proficiency in firearms. The accuracy of those bandits is likely to be even lower. Thus, he acts with impunity. Hurry, hurry, get in the car. They are armed. Did you not consider whether you were being followed when you approached? No. What about those 3 individuals? How should I know? Those brazen enough to advance so openly are either hunters or fools. The traders do not perceive these 3 as fools. Although it is perplexing why they are not driving a hunter's vehicle, they are unwilling to take any chances. Just as a few were preparing to enter the vehicle, Pei Nan decisively fired 2 shots at the target. With 2 resounding bangs, the car tires exploded, effectively eliminating any possibility of escape for the 2 individuals. Damn it, we'll fight them. Once the factory personnel boarded the vehicle, they opened the rear compartment, from which 3 autonomous robots emerged, equipped with lightweight rifles and portable missiles. These represented the most cost-effective robots the factory could procure. Ordinary bullets would struggle to penetrate their alloy armor, while bullets can harm all carbon-based life forms. Unless confronted by a specialized unit, these robots provide the utmost security. However, given that they are merely trading a dozen individuals, there is no need to deploy a professional army. The hunters have recently been preoccupied with other matters. Who would concern themselves with the population trade of a modest prosthetics factory? Furthermore, their schedules were arranged hastily, making it unlikely anyone would be aware. The transaction involved 4 individuals in total, with the factory staff bringing along 3 autonomous devices and a mounted automatic machine gun, adequately equipped to handle most threats encountered in the wilderness. Pei Nan pointed to the cannon and inquired whether there was a way to neutralize it. Wang Juanxing responded effortlessly. A piece of cake. He then produced a pebble, selecting one with a pleasing weight, and, after gathering his strength, hurled it forth. Go. The stone created ripples in the air, signifying it had surpassed a velocity of 340 meters per second in an instant. In less than a second, it reached the vicinity of the cannon, followed by a powerful kick that sent both the cannon and its mount tumbling beneath the vehicle. Upon completing the task, he threw another pebble, which materialized on the back of the chocobo. Goodness, phase shifting. It's the replacement of all things. Is there a difference? Would you like to experience it? Absolutely. Here we go. Wang Juanxing gave a tap on the neck of the purple fox, and then hurled another pebble, causing the purple fox to appear amidst 3 robots. Wait, I didn't mean at this moment. Now nearing the objective, Pei Nan leaped from the chocobo, activating his speedster talent, instantly surpassing the creature's velocity. The cost was a depletion of energy at a rate of 100 points per minute, traded for a speed comparable to that of exceeding limits, and such velocity brought with it tremendous kinetic energy. As the purple fox materialized, Pei Nan arrived just in time, delivering a kick that sent one robot flying. In the next moment, sensing danger, he deftly evaded an incoming barrage, striking precisely to shatter the robot's camera. The disoriented automaton began to fire wildly, prompting everyone to take evasive action. Taking advantage of the moment, Pei Nan seized the machine gun from the ground and unleashed a hail of sparks upon the three robots. The 12.7mm bullets could very well be described as cannon fire. At that instant, the trading personnel realized they had encountered formidable opponents, three bona fide ability users. The purple fox, still shaken, found the scene overwhelmingly intense. He had narrowly escaped a brush with death. Surrender! Surrender! The two bandits harbored no thoughts of resistance, eager only to return to their hideout. It was no wonder their leader provided them with such fine provisions. The dangers they faced were indeed real. They had never encountered a situation like this before. What business did these three ability users have in their affairs? Pei Nan had just destroyed a robot and cast a glance at the young man who was pleading for mercy. The lad appeared to be no older than 18. Yet his face bore several deep scars. Well, young man, which stronghold do you belong to? The young man swallowed hard, and his companion, a fellow cyborg, dared not utter a word. Revealing the location of their hideout would be a capital offense. Pei Nan pondered. Ah yes. I recall you have a rule about not revealing the location of your camp. If that is the case, you are of no use to us. It would be better to dispose of you. The youth suddenly shouted, Lianshan. Lianshan. Where is Lianshan? Never mind. I'll make a note of it to send to Suchin later. What is your name, young man? Stone. I am called Stone. Your father bestowed upon you a fine name, well suited to nature. Stone scratched his head. I have no surname. It was given to me by the leader. You have betrayed the village. The leader will not spare you. Wang Junshin kicked out. Did I allow you to speak? Haven't you made yourself foolish? The transformed individual, with a fierce resolve, shouted, I, Lianshan, am no coward. I would rather die in battle than live as a slave. I shall fight you. Instantly, a red light began to flicker from his chest, and Stone cried out, he has a bomb inside him. If it detonates, anyone within a 10-meter radius will perish. It's too late. Come with me to hell. Wang Junshin casually tossed a stone into the distance and patted the transformed individual. To Stone's astonishment, his companion appeared over 200 meters away, subsequently exploding in a dazzling display of fireworks. Quite ostentatious, Wang Junshin remarked. The purple fox suddenly grew curious about Wang Junshin's abilities. Can I learn that? That is a personal skill. You cannot replicate it. I suggest you refrain from plotting against me. It would not benefit you. Oh. However, Pei Nan also appeared formidable. Though his class remained unclear, his speed was indeed admirable. Is he a martial artist? Yet, is the marksmanship of martial artists truly that exceptional? Pei Nan listened as the vehicles behind him began to rev their engines, seemingly preparing to flee. He promptly aimed his cannon at the cockpit, asserting, I advise you to pull over obediently. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. However, the factory workers appeared oblivious to his words, continuing to drive recklessly. With a sigh, Pei Nan proceeded to puncture each of the 6 tires with his cannon. After all, it was not an airship, and that sufficed. The next moment, 2 sharp sounds echoed from the cockpit, prompting Hu to investigate. Upon seeing a flurry of pixels, he furrowed his brow and remarked, they've committed suicide. Could it be that the factory workers possessed such fierce dispositions? Is this the standard of conduct one expects from employees? Which employee would go to such lengths for their employer? Perhaps Wu Xingtong could, but that was an entirely different matter. Yet, those individuals had personal ties. Could it be that these two shared a bond with the factory's owner as well? What a perplexing thought. Stone could not help but swallow hard, attempting to ease his tension. Esteemed sirs, is there anything I can do moving forward? Pei Nan inquired with curiosity. Aren't you afraid that we might kill you? The trembling Stone stammered. I am here for the first time to conduct a transaction, my lord. I implore you to spare me. I am merely a victim of circumstance. Pei Nan nodded, acknowledging the grim reality. Indeed, those bandits would brainwash and train the captives, assimilating them into their ranks. There are many pitiable souls like that. Shirtu lowered his head, feeling on the verge of tears. Pei Nan pressed the barrel of his gun against Shirtu's forehead. However, Matters such as the transportation of slaves are never entrusted to these individuals. Rather, they are assigned to their most trusted confidants, even to the second in command. So, who might you be in this scenario? I am merely an underage child. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Pei Nan gestured to Wang Juanxing, and gradually the two of them cornered the stone. To their surprise, the other party suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, I don't want to, but they are forcing me. They are compelling me. A sound akin to that of a weeping cat emanated from the stone's mouth, accompanied by faint purring noises. Pei Nan did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Yet the opponent unexpectedly seized the barrel, causing the trajectory to deviate. When they met again, the figure had transformed into a sorrowful feline visage, their bodies slightly hunched. Pei Nan suddenly contemplated a profession, beast gene warrior, which piqued his interest. Wang Juanxing furrowed his brow and discreetly retreated behind the two, while the purple fox hurriedly aimed with her gun, inquiring, what is this thing? Pei Nan inquired, the beast gene warriors, an invention of the Imperial Organization, right? At or above level 6. Stone glared menacingly at Pei Nan. Why must you force me? I truly despise this grotesque form. Though your appearance may be unappealing, your words possess a remarkable honesty, Pei Nan replied. Stone's mind paused for 2 seconds as he processed Pei Nan's statement. Since my escape from that place, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Well, now you've encountered the first. Are you moved? Oh, exceedingly so. Therefore, perish. Chapter 45, Combined Techniques. Third update, 3K words, totaling 9K words, a considerable limit, I suppose. Once transformed, Stone's agility became extraordinary. A single leap propelled him to heights of 3 or 4 meters, endowed with the dynamic vision of a feline. Pei Nan's usual speed appeared to be in slow motion during their confrontation. A subtle pang of pain pierced his chest, prompting Pei Nan to instinctively evade. However, to his astonishment, he sustained a deep scratch, pondering, this is illogical. My agility is at least 15 points. How could I have failed to escape? Stone, mimicking Pei Nan's method of dismantling the robots, began to circle him. Aren't you swift? Let us see who truly possesses speed. Pei Nan gazed at his nearly full health bar and murmured to himself, would it be too unwise to activate the overlimit now? It seemed that all his abilities were passive. The only active skill he possessed was a blood-burning one, consuming approximately 10 energy points to gain a single point of agility, which equated to about 10 milliseconds. He had already expended a considerable amount of energy in his recent dash, and now, facing a foe that appeared to be barely on par with him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had made an unwise trade. Pei Nan addressed the purple fox, saying, you must find a way to restrain him. I can hardly touch him, came the hesitant reply. Provide some support, I shall cover you. The stone seemed to mock Pei Nan, scratching him and leaving a mark. You are utterly powerless against me. Next time, it will be your neck. I am merely contemplating the most efficient method to eliminate you. You are at the end of your strength. Had it not been for this bulletproof vest, you would have perished long ago. Fool, can't you simply grasp my legs? I do not require your instruction. In the next moment, the purple fox was sent sprawling, bewildered as it gazed at its significantly diminished health. Wait, he was mocking you. Why did you collide with me? Silence. The stone had pushed its genetic enhancement to the limit, sprouting grayish-white fur. All of you shall perish here. Pei Nan observed the trajectory of the stone with a calm demeanor, noting that the opponent's speed had surged once more. According to Pei Nan's estimation, it was likely within the range of agility values between 20 and 25. In this interval, he could match their pace if he exerted himself. Though it would deplete his energy reserves, he had not forgotten the ultimate objective of this endeavor. The true prize had yet to reveal itself. Wang Juanxing, are you there? Execute the combo technique. All right. Suddenly, Wang Juanxing snapped back to reality. Wait a moment. What exactly is our combo technique? Pei Nan took a deep breath and, in a sudden burst of energy, delivered a swift kick towards the stone hurtling through the air. The stone, moving at high speed, was caught off guard and was sent soaring away, ascending into the sky. Wang Juanxing immediately grasped the situation and swiftly repositioned himself next to the airborne stone, gently tapping it. Mark successful. As the stone landed, it braced itself with its hands, executing several somersaults to create distance between itself and the two. It was perplexed, unable to comprehend how that kick had been anticipated. After all, wasn't Pei Nan's speed lagging behind its own? It felt a sharp pain in its leg from a distance. Realizing that the threat was indeed real, Wang Juanxing urged, get up there. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he recalled his companion's prior predicament. When the stone was displaced into the air, it saw Pei Nan below, raising his firearm, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Let us make a wager. You won't perform a double jump. Bang, 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 bang. Abilities users, gene warriors, beast warriors, and martial artists before breaking through the formidable ranks. Bullets remain the most effective weapon of destruction. Even conventional firearms can prove fatal if they strike the chest. The challenge lies in hitting the target. Thus, abilities users are not insurmountable foes in the present. This is especially true for those with dual abilities, who often exhibit flamboyant traits. Wang Juanqing paid no mind to the fallen stone. Instead, he circled Pei Nan, declaring, "Something is amiss with you." "What do you mean?" Modern extraordinary individuals tend to exhibit particular inclinations, while abilities users focus on the enhancement of their powers. You seem to possess spatial abilities yet present yourself as a physically enhanced individual, not quite resembling a martial artist. I sense a dissonance within you. Especially as I observe this predictive data manifesting dynamic changes, it is utterly bizarre. How can someone be like this? Pei Nan retrieved a protein bar and began to chew thoughtfully, stating, "Do not attempt to speculate on my prowess, if you must guess. Let it be stronger when faced with strength. The extent of my abilities remains ambiguous. What manner of inheritance do you possess? It bears a resemblance to the extreme gate. Could it be that Wu Xingtong has imparted his techniques to you?" He continued to invite conjecture, though without offering any reward. As technology ascends to a certain pinnacle, the myriad abilities of the capable will invariably serve the advancement of science. For instance, should one possess the capacity to eliminate an adversary with a single shot, the focus shifts to devising a means to deliver that shot, ultimately aimed at extinguishing life rather than merely measuring the magnitude of strength. This leads us to ponder why Zhao Zongheng persistently harbors disdain for those endowed with physical enhancement abilities, for no matter how formidable an ability wielder may be, they would never dare confront a bullet head-on. While enduring conventional ammunition might be feasible, electromagnetic weaponry presents an insurmountable challenge, not to mention the myriad specially crafted projectiles. The approach to countering such threats is exceedingly straightforward. At that moment, the purple fox approached, rubbing her chest, and inquired, "Why, with such remarkable speed, does he not flee?" Pei Nan shook the gun in his hand and remarked, "Of course, it is because he cannot escape. If he were to create distance, even an ordinary soldier could eliminate him, thus he must find a way to eliminate me instead. But isn't he remarkably swift? Wouldn't it be perilous for him to attempt a quick strike to my throat? Naturally, that is because he is incapable of doing so. Striking the throat is an exceedingly dangerous maneuver. Prior to Pei Nan demonstrating his exceptional speed, Shi dared only to probe cautiously, fearing that getting too close would result in being restrained, and to be restrained signifies death. Allow me to impart some practical wisdom in modern warfare. Whether in a military confrontation or a contest of abilities, distance signifies life or death. Engaging in close quarters is never the optimal choice in contemporary conflict. A firearm is both precise and rapid within 7 paces. This is no mere jest. I have learned much, reflecting on the events at Qishan. Had Pei Nan chosen to recklessly advance into the range of the enemy's fire, he would have been turned into a sieve by the hail of bullets. The trio ceased to concern themselves with Shi. These robbers deserved their fate. However, Pei Nan had assigned a task to Zihu, to deliver a final shot to the corpse, preventing any chance of resurrection. Zihu promptly accepted the mission, stating, "Finishing off the wounded? That is my specialty." Observing the calm demeanor of the adversaries, Pei Nan suspected that these images had been sanitized in their eyes. The grotesque scenes of blood and flesh would undoubtedly deliver a psychological shock to any ordinary individual, yet they remained unervingly tranquil. Thus, it is more likely that the system had obscured the reality from their view. Subsequently, Pei Nan encountered another conundrum. His own perspective had not been sanitized. Why then did he exhibit no reaction? Was it apathy or perhaps cold-bloodedness? The refugees had all succumbed, presumably due to some administered sedative, which explained why such a commotion had failed to stir them. Pei Nan beckoned to the 2 individuals, saying, "These refugees will be attended to. Let us inspect the spoils of today." The train arriving from the factory carried goods for trade, which may or may not include currency. After all, for the bandits, cash is often impractical, making the exchange of goods a more suitable option. As they surveyed the supplies that filled nearly half of the train, they noted an assortment of ammunition, firearms, and even a few grenades. Though these items were outdated relics, they still held considerable value. Pei Nan cautiously opened the compartment and, after a thorough inspection revealed no dangers, he climbed aboard. Oh my, this could arm an entire battalion. What a tremendous windfall. Pei Nan entered the carriage, and then, amid the astonished gazes of the two onlookers, he drew the entire rear compartment into his spatial realm. The long-standing occupancy rate of 25 finally surged to an impressive 35. Goodness, can this truly fit inside? Do you understand the intrinsic value of a spatial ability user? Coach, I wish to learn this. Well, that depends on one's fate. Pei Nan pondered that the purple fox might also possess the capability, yet it could only place a solitary item within its satchel. If confronted with a carriage, it would evidently struggle to accommodate. At this moment, he felt a yearning to become an extraordinary being, as it appeared quite exhilarating. However, one must not forget our primary objective. What objective? Naturally, it is the serendipitous encounter. In the distance, Zhao Qihua had concluded her observation of the entire combat scene. Initially intending to depart, she spotted a familiar face within the trio, the young man who had flirted with her in the morning. The three individuals promptly took flight, bounding towards one another. Friend, after watching for so long, why haven't you come over to lend a hand? Zhao Qihua brandished her firearm, discharging a shot before the trio. The trained Lu Xing beast could withstand the fear induced by the gunshot, yet it still trembled slightly. Do not approach other hunters lightly. This is one of the wilderness's unwritten rules. Pei Nan reassured the beast of burden and replied, but are we not acquainted? To clarify, what transpired this morning can be regarded as your intrusion. Pei Nan immediately turned to the purple fox and scolded. Did you not claim to be enjoying a delightful conversation with them? The purple fox's mind began to overload, bewildered by this unexpected impromptu performance. Zhao Qihua could roughly deduce the current situation. The three had wagered in the morning, seeking their teammates' contact information. That young man, in a bid to save face, had uttered some statements that were far from the truth. Pei Nan immediately dismounted, apologetically stating, I am truly sorry, it was our oversight. We shall take our leave now. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Qihua inquired, from where did you acquire the intelligence regarding the transaction? Pei Nan remarked, although this is a peculiar time, there remains no shortage of those who hunt for human trafficking and intelligence merchants, merely seeking to make a small profit. Zhao Qihua inquired with curiosity. What about the refugees? Will you not address their plight? Naturally, that falls to the client. We are solely responsible for cleaning up the scene, he replied. So, you are wilderness hunters? She asked. Indeed, wherever there is money to be made, we shall engage, he affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qihua stated, I have a commission for you. Will you accept it? Pei Nan was somewhat taken aback, but soon donned a cunning smile reminiscent of a shrewd merchant. Proceed. But the remuneration shall not be trifling. The limits were thus established. Achieving a daily target was indeed a considerable challenge, primarily due to a lack of motivation. Tomorrow, one must confront the trials of life. She expressed her gratitude for the audience's attention with affectionate gestures. A sequence of enigmatic numbers followed. 67853408. Chapter 46. The sixth, I require you to locate the factory owner of Blue Mirror Lake, Lan Xiangdong, eliminate him, and the reward is 500,000. Lure him to an open area, and an additional 100,000 awaits. Is there any issue with that? Zhao Qihua's demands were straightforward. The evidence she had gathered was sufficient to demonstrate the exploitation of slave labor, including the present circumstances that could serve as further proof. However, the factory owner had certain connections and was employed by the hunting capital. A large-scale mobilization would inevitably prompt his escape. The self-regulating robots posed a considerable challenge. But he recognized Wang Juanqing, the infamous bounty hunter of the wasteland, who had been implicated in numerous fraudulent bounty cases. It was noteworthy that he too was on the wanted list. With him involved, breaching the factory would not prove overly difficult. As for Pei Nan, she noted that the adversary had disguised their facial features, and she had been unable to retrieve any information about them. Their abilities seemed to align with physical enhancement, particularly in terms of speed, thus temporarily categorizing them as a suspect. Zihua, this little-known hunter, had only approached her for a casual conversation that morning, indicating he was likely a novice. Simple and to the point. Do you possess a photograph of that factory owner? Upon concluding the transaction, I shall send it to you. The hunters conducted their dealings through a well-known website, requiring two essentials, a website account and a remittance account. Wang Juanqing had already registered and was classified as a B-grade hunter. The rating of a hunter is determined by two aspects, capability and task completion rate. B-grade represents the pinnacle achievable by powerful individuals, yet a sufficiently high score may elevate one to A-grade standards. The distinctions lie primarily in the website's commission and the scope of task acceptance. The higher the rating, the lower the commission. After accepting the task, as the three prepared to depart, Zihua pondered briefly before producing a $100 bill and handing it over. Although that phone was a ruse, I keep my word. Here's $100 for you. Zhao Qiuhua shook her head. I cannot accept money from someone like you. Zihua, slightly embarrassed, yet resolutely pressed the money into her hand. I am leaving. The atmosphere was devoid of any whimsical balloons. It was merely a means to fulfill a task, and the exchange of money sufficed. Zhao Qiuhua had not encountered such a bashful boy in ages. Such youth should not dwell in the wasteland, but rather in the main city. She scrutinized the $100 bill repeatedly, her good mood for the day dissipated. Gradually, she tore the bill into long, slender strips, letting the fragments dance away in the breeze. Yet, the heart remains impure. For many years, Wang Juanqing's abilities had been thoroughly understood by others. Although this bill bore no recognizable markings, retaining it represented a potential hazard. Hence her decision to destroy it. I warned you that this plan would surely fail. That woman has indeed torn the money. Pei Nan had not originally intended this. But after hearing about the wager from the Zihu, he was momentarily inspired. If he could retain the 100 yuan, it would serve as a movable anchor point. However, considering that the other party was also an information broker, it was improbable that he was unfamiliar with Wang Juanqing. Thus, failure was to be expected. It was of little consequence. It was merely an experiment. Success would be delightful, yet failure would not be regrettable. The three rode leisurely on their chocobos, contemplating the factory owner's ease of resolution. The real question was, what could they leverage from this factory owner? You certainly have a bold heart. After all, that is 100 yuan. Pei Nan looked at Wang Juanqing with confusion. Aren't you a wilderness hunter? Why does it seem that you are in dire need of money? Wang Juanqing wore a troubled expression, clearly distressed. Indeed, I am in great need of funds. I heard you swindled several tens of millions in bounty. It seems illogical for you to be short on cash, Pei Nan remarked. Only a few tens of millions, just barely enough to sustain my basic needs, Wang Juanqing replied. Goodness, only someone from Sword Emperor City could speak in such a manner. One might think a glutton has arrived. I am merely stating the truth. Have you incurred debts? One might say that. How much do you still owe? Approximately 200 to 300 million. Goodness gracious. If you don't take on more ventures, by the time your worth reaches that of Wu Xingtong, we could orchestrate a grand scheme. It was evident that Wang Juanqing had not abandoned his pursuit of bounty hunting. Then why don't you seek out Wu Xingtong? I fear he might strike me. Aren't you afraid I would strike you? You cannot defeat me. Excellent. Truly excellent. Meanwhile, Zihu, timidly refrained from interjecting, softly inquired. Could you perhaps send me some ammunition first? Pei Nan retrieved 5 bullets from the past, admonishing himself to use them sparingly, for they could mean the difference between life and death. With these 5 precious rounds secured, the weight that had hung heavily upon his heart was instantly lifted. Although he bore a more powerful rifle upon his back, that weapon was to be returned. He eagerly loaded the bullets, finding solace in the reassuring heft of the firearm. What shall we do next? Inquired Zihua, idly twirling a handgun as she sought clarity on their forthcoming strategy. After all, having accepted a task of occupation, they could not simply charge in recklessly. Pei Nan nodded, stating, our strategy is as follows. First, we infiltrate. Then, we locate our target, swiftly eliminate them, and finally, make our escape. This hardly constitutes a plan, does it? Pei Nan gently patted Zihua's shoulder and said, this matter will be undertaken by Wang Juanqing and myself. You have a more pressing responsibility, which is to oversee the strategic retreat and the transport vehicle's monitoring. Only you are capable of executing this task. Zihua glanced at the riding beasts beneath the 3 of them and remarked, isn't that merely birdwatching? This is referred to as the strategic retreat transport vehicle. It is still just birdwatching. Pei Nan conceded, very well, it is indeed birdwatching. Additionally, keep a vigilant eye for any potential oversights. Report back to us once we emerge. And the reward for this task will be 10 bullets, essentially a full magazine, so it would be easier to simply replenish it. The entrance of the Blue Mirror Lake factory was heavily guarded by numerous autonomous robots, making a frontal assault implausible. However, with Wang Juanqing's presence, gaining entry would not pose a significant challenge, just a matter of 2 swaps. That said, handling the internal surveillance cameras was another matter entirely, leading Pei Nan to contemplate an alternative strategy, climbing the building. Lan Xiangdong typically occupied his office on the 6th floor of the office building. While this might prove difficult for others, for Pei Nan, it was scarcely even a warm-up. Wang Juanqing inquired, do you intend to eliminate Lan Xiangdong? Pei Nan discerned an alternative undertone. What have you deduced? Your aim in approaching Zhao Qihua is to locate Zhao Zongke. The commission provided two options, and the other leads to an open area, suggesting that Zhao Zongke is likely nearby. Hence, you surmise that I would choose to let Lan Changdong go in order to draw her out? After all, your thirst for money is not particularly insatiable. I have indeed contemplated this matter. However, what good would it do to lure her out? The adversary is a marksman, and at a distance of 1 kilometer. She is an invincible presence. Rather than engaging in such a reckless endeavor, it would be wiser to eliminate Lan Changdong first. The information from the second-hand source revealed that Zhao Zongke arrived in the hunting capital a day ago and is currently conducting a cleanup operation of gray market trades while investigating the movements of the Seven Sins alongside Zhao Qihua. Therefore, Pei Nan acquired relevant intelligence from Sui. Information brokers often intersect, allowing for casual inquiries regarding whether Zhao Qihua is probing into related trades, thus facilitating an accidental encounter. There is no need for deep ties with Zhao Qihua. Merely ensuring a presence in her vicinity would suffice, as eventually one would encounter Zhao Zongke. Once his location is confirmed, it becomes a straightforward matter of rallying forces and engaging in combat. This is far less daunting than the situation at Qi Mountain. Wang Junxing shook his head. The struggle for the family headship? Just hearing about it makes me reluctant to involve myself. I have heard tales that the previous head of Fugui City eliminated all his contemporaries to ascend. Is this true? Indeed, it is quite notorious. Such occurrences had not transpired in the Zhao family of Fugui City for centuries, yet with this precedent. The current contest for the family headship is poised to be exceedingly perilous. Have you not already eliminated one? Did Zhao Zongheng not mention this to you? He did, but I wish to understand the intricacies. Heed my advice, stay clear of the Zhao family's affairs. None of them are benign. Your victory at Qi Mountain was merely a stroke of luck. The Zhao family's elite comprises mechanized military forces and a contingent of special troops equipped with nuclear-powered exoskeletons, each possessing strength at least equivalent to yours. Even with Wu Xingtong's abilities, he may not secure an advantage. Furthermore, all are compelled by circumstance. Zhao Zongheng is a decent fellow. It would be unthinkable to witness his demise. He has chosen a path shrouded in darkness, where a moment's inattention could lead to death. One step at a time. My goal is the shooting competition at Iron Wall City, and for now, I am merely preparing for the event. That competition, I participated as well, but I lasted only 4 days before being eliminated. How dismal. There were too many competitors. In my youthful ignorance, I compared my shooting skills against those reclusive aficionados. Had it not been for my slippery abilities, I would have been eliminated that very day. Frankly speaking, aside from your prowess, I cannot discern your strength. That is because I have lost my sword. The sword? The Wang family of Sword Emperor City is renowned for its wielder's swords. I committed a grave error and was expelled from Sword Emperor City, losing my sword in the process. I am saving money to reclaim it. What kind of sword costs 300 to 400 million? Is it truly that exorbitant? Wang Junxing paused for a moment before responding. It is the 8th generation airborne single-person armed battleship chassis. So Zhao Zongheng's claims were indeed true. The extraordinary beings of Sword Emperor City are all ship cultivators. Having seen so much, prepare yourself. It is time to infiltrate. The two arrived at the edge of a perimeter wall, where Wang Junxing first teleported himself inside, waiting until he sensed safety before swapping Pei Nan in. This method resembles the act of stepping on one's own foot to ascend. However, it proved effective, ensuring high security. Naturally, they had a backup plan. Inside the factory, patrol robots roamed, devoid of electromagnetic weaponry. Those are the domain of the main city's military. All externally circulating electromagnetic weapons are outdated models and are smuggled. If detected, a bounty would be placed on them. The purple fox, languidly guarding the beast outside with a firearm, felt a twinge of excitement, reflecting on the recent heist. He found it quite exhilarating. Yet, being new to this place, he did not wish to squander his life. So he resolved to complete his task first, and then explore the nature of the transfer job. Upon fulfilling the conditions, he intended to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness, having heard that it could yield monetary rewards. How dreadfully dull. Suddenly, the purple fox felt a prick in his arm, furrowing his brows in confusion. What was that? In under 2 seconds, he felt a wave of lethargy wash over him, succumbing to unconsciousness. Damn it, there is an ambush. Chapter 47. Range is the lifeline of modern warfare. After evading the surveillance cameras, Pei Nan and his companion effortlessly reached the office building, which stood at a height of less than 20 meters, taking barely 30 seconds for Pei Nan. Wang Junxing gazed at Pei Nan, who resembled a spider in his agility, and couldn't help but exclaim, This kid is undoubtedly cut out for a life of mischief. With such remarkable skills, his ability to scale walls and traverse rooftops is truly essential for a life of thievery. Upon reaching the designated position, Pei Nan signaled to Wang Juanxing below. Then, in a manner reminiscent of a squadron of airborne troops breaching a stronghold, he delivered a powerful kick that shattered the window and stormed into the office of Lan Qiangdong. At that moment, their eyes met. Lan Qiangdong and his female secretary stood frozen, clearly taken aback by Pei Nan's audacious intrusion. It was the first time in many years that someone had dared to invade this space in such a manner. It is worth noting that, for the sake of security, he had drawn the curtains during the day, ensuring that even snipers could not find an opportunity to strike. Now, however, someone had managed to evade the frontal assault and executed a surprise entry from the rear. Pei Nan casually tossed a stone aside and raised his pistol, firing a shot at the dazed head of Lan Qiangdong. The task was accomplished. At that moment, the office building was filled with a deafening alarm, and suddenly, a violent banging echoed at the door. However, the door that Lan Qiangdong had set up was a specially reinforced one, preventing anyone from entering for the time being, which allowed Pei Nan to maintain a sense of ease. The instant Wang Juanxing heard the gunshot, he teleported to the scene before he could touch the ground. The chilling scream of the female secretary pierced the air. Pei Nan once again directed the muzzle of his gun towards the head of the female secretary, threatening, "Speak another word, and I shall end your life." The secretary, battling her fear, covered her mouth with her hand. Yet the tears glistening in the corners of her eyes and the tremors of her body betrayed her genuine terror. Wang Juanxing was perplexed. Had it not been agreed that the two would act together? How was it that he arrived only to find the mission already accomplished? Pei Nan addressed his female secretary, instructing her to shift the position slightly as they were about to take a photograph. However, she, feeling utterly weak, lacked the strength to comply. Pei Nan then fired a shot towards the ceiling and swiftly moved aside, covering himself with his clothing. After the photograph was taken, Pei Nan extended his left hand towards Wang Juanxing, signaling, "Withdraw." Never had he imagined that an assassination mission could be executed in such a manner. Truly, one experiences everything in life. At the instant the door swung open, the self-regulating robots and security personnel surged in with their weapons drawn, seemingly oblivious to the possibility of an ambush. The death of Lan Qiangdong left all factory personnel in a state of disquiet. Upon witnessing the desolate office, their faces turned ashen. Only the female secretary, cowering in the corner, appeared pallid and trembled uncontrollably as a pale yellow liquid seeped across the floor. The fragrance of the heath flowers wafted through the open window, permeating the air and invading the nostrils of everyone present. It was a scene both absurd and terrifying. Pei Nan and his companion left a mark with the purple fox, making their return an uncomplicated matter. As the two prepared to share in the joy of their completed task, they were met with the sight of the fallen purple fox. Pei Nan stepped forward to examine the situation and discovered a syringe on his neck, an anesthetic needle of the explosive type. This indicated that the enemy had employed a firearm, yet why had they not eliminated Zihu, if the intent was to target them? Reducing their numbers would have been the optimal strategy, yet the adversary chose otherwise. Furthermore, they did not even conceal Zihu's corpse. What, then, was the purpose behind this shot? Pei Nan sensed a slight prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, reminiscent of the moments when he was targeted by a sniper on Qishan. It was not the effect of specially designed ammunition. A mere tilt of his head would suffice to evade it. Wang Juanxing and Pei Nan promptly took refuge behind the beast of burden, for the vicinity of the factory unfolded into a vast plain, bereft of sufficient cover. With trees being exceedingly sparse, Pei Nan uneasily remarked, "It is a sniper, positioned approximately 1,200 meters away from us." Wang Juanxing shared the same sentiment. No one could maintain composure in the presence of a marksman at such a distance. This is certainly not a favorable situation, for even within the military, this distance qualifies as the domain of an exceptional sharpshooter. Although Pei Nan is proficient in firearms combat, this skill primarily emphasizes shooting at close to medium distances, often bordering on the ostentatious. When the engagement distance extends beyond 300 meters, he loses the inherent advantages of his technique, unless he exceeds his limits. However, why the use of tranquilizer darts? Could it possibly be for the sake of a bounty? For a bounty? Certainly not for me, considering my modest 20,000. Who would bother deploying a sniper for such a trivial sum? It most assuredly is not I. For those who seek me out typically do so with the intent to defraud insurance, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The two then turned their gaze towards the purple fox and simultaneously declared, "Let us exclude him as a priority." Pei Nan still could not comprehend the circumstances surrounding the sniper. It is essential to understand that a sniper represents an elite class of soldiers. Not just anyone wielding a sniper rifle can claim to be one. Otherwise, Pei Nan would have long ago asked Zhao Zongheng for a sniper rifle to engage in long-range combat and play the part of a schemer. Stop pretending. It must be that your previous actions have drawn the wrath of the heavens, and now someone has come seeking vengeance, he asserted. Wang Juanxing countered vehemently, impossible. I have always upheld fairness and justice. In my dealings, even insurance fraud is split 50-50, equity is paramount here. Soon after, he fired again, taking down a land beast. The other two could no longer endure the situation. Despite having undergone training at the rental station, they were not inherently combat-ready creatures. The fact that they were fleeing now could be considered a testament to their training. There were ways to retrieve their situation later. But the immediate concern was how to address the sniper in the distance. Pei Nan could discern the origin of the opponent's bullets. There were few elevated terrains in the vicinity, with only a small hill along the distant path he had traversed, which, albeit scarcely, could be deemed a vantage point for sniping. Pei Nan made a resolute decision. We would simultaneously advance towards our target location, striving to close the distance to within 300 meters before she could decipher our patterns of movement. We could not remain mere targets for her. Calm down, brother. This is an open plain, he exclaimed. Charging forward like this would render us sitting ducks. Enough of the chatter, she retorted. You activate your flash, and I will use my sprint. I refuse to believe that with just one gun, he can simultaneously take down two of us. No sooner had she spoken than Pei Nan surged ahead, closely followed by Wang Juanxing, who, with even greater speed, darted towards the factory behind them. Pei Nan instinctively sensed Wang Juanxing's sudden retreat. How dare you betray me? In a flash, Wang Juanxing reappeared, scooping up the fallen purple fox before vanishing once more. Apologies. My brother, it's not that I don't want to assist you, but I simply cannot. The casting time is too lengthy. After all, Wang Juanxing's teleportation was not a genuine instant move. Even when utilizing a stone for displacement, there remained a conspicuous delay. The act of throwing the stone alone would provide the unfamiliar marksman ample opportunity to eliminate him numerous times over. Even if he could hurl a stone a distance of 200 meters, it would still grant his adversary the chance to fire 6 shots at him. Pei Nan now finds himself in a state of imminent action, akin to an arrow poised on the bowstring, perhaps a consequence of his inflated ego since becoming an empowered individual. In such a circumstance, the most prudent course of action would undoubtedly be retreat. However, he chooses to advance relentlessly. The innate talent of the speedster activates. Instantly, his energy level diminishes by 100 points, propelling his speed to a staggering 28 points. This implies that in a mere 86 seconds, he will reach the target's shooting range. The interval between the opponent's shots is approximately 2 seconds, ample time to discharge 13 bullets. Yet, the sniper's rifle does not contain 13 rounds, and a tranquilizer dart will certainly not fill an entire magazine. Thus, the opponent retains the opportunity to reload, assuming he has sufficient ammunition, and the loading time will not exceed 4 seconds. Upon concluding his contemplation, Pei Nan realizes it is insufficient. The adversary is a competent sniper, unlikely to grant him the luxury of missing with both magazines. Therefore, he must accelerate. Without hesitation, he unleashes his limits, causing his speed to surge to 30 points. Logically, his agility should reach 36. However, at this moment, he halts at 30 because it represents the maximum his body can endure. According to the advancement criteria, each breakthrough of 10 in 3-dimensional attributes allows for progression. Thus, 31 marks his theoretical third advancement opportunity. Consequently, he cannot surpass the limit of 31. His speed has now reached 108 km/h, equivalent to 30 meters per second. He requires merely 40 seconds to arrive at the target location. Yet, he enters the range of the opponent's fire in just 23 seconds. This distance qualifies him to retaliate. The opponent clearly perceives Pei Nan's intentions. After a brief 5 seconds, the first shot resonates across the plane. It is evident that this shot will miss. For a sniper, 30 meters per second translates to a mere slight adjustment in angle within the scope, and as the distance decreases, their vision becomes increasingly clear. Pei Nan's acute sense of danger rendered every sniper he encountered a formidable challenge, and it was evident that this particular adversary was no exception. With swift movements and precise control, he evaded nearly every bullet, making effective interception virtually impossible, let alone assassination. However, his opponent was no ordinary foe. After merely 3 shots, Pei Nan was compelled to come to an abrupt halt. Furrowing his brow, he pondered. So soon? The sniper from Qishan had failed to predict his trajectory until the very end, yet this marksman had managed to do so with only 3 shots. What on earth? Zhao Zongheng would feel a shiver run down his spine at the sight of this individual, let alone Pei Nan. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Pei Nan had to seize the moment. The enemy had granted an opportunity of 18 seconds, and with just 5 seconds remaining, they could reach an equally competitive arena. No longer would Pei Nan be constrained by distance. This was the ruthless reality of modern dueling. Distance dictated life and death. Within range, one lives. Beyond it, one perishes. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Upon arriving at the shooting range, Pei Nan promptly drew his electromagnetic rifle. Firing a gunpowder rifle at such a distance would be a mere gamble, but only an electromagnetic weapon could transcend this limitation. Although the target appeared merely as a distant speck, he had the capability to unleash a barrage of shots. Pei Nan felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a sudden awareness of danger. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the reason behind the extraordinary swiftness of the gunshot, an electromagnetic sniper rifle. The brilliant blue beam of particles gradually dissipated in the air as Pei Nan collapsed to the ground, ultimately unable to conquer the velocity of electricity. This was a game beyond his reach. Pei Nan was perplexed as to why anyone would equip such a weapon with paralyzing ammunition. The Dominator had granted him the ability to avoid instant demise, yet he could not withstand the crowd control of an ultimate ability from the opposing side. As time inexorably ticked away, Pei Nan lay on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle engine reached his ears, and before him appeared a pair of black tactical boots. The sniper covered his eyes with a piece of black cloth and then effortlessly lifted him, tossing him into the rear seat of the vehicle. Pei Nan was enveloped by a delicate floral fragrance, reminiscent of jasmine. A woman? At this moment, Pei Nan comprehended the identity of the woman they had been searching for all along, Zhao Zonka. Indeed, where could so many sharpshooters possibly come from? It was remarkable to encounter even one in such desolate terrain. How could it be such a coincidence? The motorcycle carried Pei Nan into the distance, the destination shrouded in uncertainty. Pei Nan reflected inwardly, never anticipating that in the end, he would become the very captive of the trap he had devised. His initial plan to leverage Zhao Qihua in order to locate Zhao Zongku had been progressing smoothly. All that remained was to wait for the moment Zhao Qihua encountered Zhao Zongku, at which point he could execute a sweeping teleportation to eliminate both her and her remains. The two-dimensional dove had betrayed me. The next time we meet, I must give him a piece of my mind. The original intelligence was as follows. Zhao Zongku was armed with a lightweight sniper rifle, an electromagnetic sniper rifle, a Desert Eagle, and a short submachine gun. For close combat, he carried a tactical dagger and shoe blades, donned a nanoprotective suit, and wore an intelligent tactical helmet designed for target acquisition. He had arrived in the Hunter's City 2 days prior. To locate her, one would need to start with the opposing supply personnel. The ammunition employed was conventional, including tranquilizer rounds. However, the electromagnetic weapons utilized specialized ammunition that could not be loaded with functional bullets. This was the extent of the intelligence gathered. Moreover, she was a third-generation biosoldier, possessing combat capabilities that slightly surpassed his own. Thus, a question arose. What precisely are these tranquilizer rounds? The disparity in information led Pei Nan to make erroneous judgments. Of course, the primary reason was that he had not initially considered Zhao Zongku, as this woman had no motive to engage them. Wang Junxing was a notorious wild hunter, appearing to seek vengeance against him. As for the purple fox, a foolish player, Zhao Zongku did not even recognize her. Pei Nan considered himself a mere pawn in the grand scheme of things. Regardless of how astonishing the battle at Qishan had been, it was ultimately the remarkable prowess of Wu Xingtong that had captured attention. He had barely managed to eliminate a handful of soldiers. Surely, it could not be that his reckless crossing of the road had drawn her notice? The thought eluded him entirely. The fact that she had not employed actual ammunition indicated a reluctance to take his life. Yet, if she spared him, what purpose lay in binding him? Moreover, Pei Nan felt nauseous. After Zhao Zonka had restrained him, he was now precariously perched on a shock absorber, causing a dizzying sensation to overwhelm him. His body was already convulsing, and the dizziness compounded his discomfort. What a malicious woman to resort to magical assaults. The journey felt interminable. Wang Junxing had waited patiently, and upon realizing the gunfire had ceased, he dialed Zhao Zongheng. We have been ambushed. Pei Nan has been taken. Chapter 48. Let us harm each other. Pei Nan had been abducted? Zhao Zongheng had not anticipated anyone would dare to capture Pei Nan. What could they possibly gain? This inconspicuous lad carried a mere bounty of 20,000. Even if they knew of his affiliation with him, it would hardly justify such a drastic action. Furthermore, this was perplexing. Although the number of ability users was limited, he was merely a secondary-level ability user, and yet a sniper had been dispatched. Snipers were cultivated under entirely different circumstances than ordinary soldiers. Their training required both investment and innate talent. Each sniper was a prized warrior, excelling in assassination, frontline engagement, and infiltration. Organizations in the wilderness seldom had the means to nurture snipers. Their emergence relied solely on divine fortune. Yet, the hunters had no snipers. Even if they did, they would not target Pei Nan. Suddenly, Zhao Zongheng pondered, weren't you investigating Zhao Zonka? How did you end up at the Blue Mirror Lake factory? Wang Juanqing recounted the events of the day. It unfolded as such. Zhao Zongheng felt as though his head might explode. Where did this boy acquire such intelligence? I was unaware of Zhao Zonka's entourage. How could he possibly know? Wang Juanqing hesitated, as he had intended to inquire about this himself. But considering his role was merely supportive, he deemed it unnecessary to voice his thoughts. That remains unclear. They had yet to initiate any offensive action. Yet one of their own had already been captured, and the crux of the matter was that they were oblivious to who had taken Pei Nan. To seek out Zhao Zonka through his associates was a commendable strategy, yet was it not rather reckless to do so under their very noses? Does he take them for fools? Wang Juanqing recalled Pei Nan's words. After all, they don't know who I am, even if they did. They wouldn't comprehend our plan. To locate someone, monitor them, and then leverage that connection, I deem it efficient. Such a brilliant notion indeed. Yet, Zhao Qihua had not discerned their identities. She had even dispatched a hunter on a mission, which, in some regard, could be considered a successful engagement. Why not directly issue a bounty on Zhao Zonka? Well, isn't that bounty perpetually posted on the dark web? 50 million, multiplied by 10. Is that what you're referring to? Zhao Zongheng had never relished dealings with that woman. From his childhood memories, he had always found her peculiar. What kind of little girl was fascinated by firearms? Whether shooting, brawling, or honing skills for murder, was that the norm? From their early encounters, he had sensed her scrutinizing his physical form. He vaguely recalled a family gathering when he visited his grandfather, where Zhao Zonka had inexplicably touched his body and remarked, I have ascertained your physical structure. That chilling tone had been akin to that of a butcher eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. What child would not be terrified? Henceforth, Zhao Zongheng had avoided Zhao Zonka like the plague. To this day, he harbored suspicions that she had discerned something from their youth, prompting her to practice early on. It was from that moment that Zhao Zongheng developed a desire for strength. Even after discovering her indifference towards all, he still felt that she bore a particular grudge against him. In her eyes, Zhao Zonka represented the most formidable adversary, as her demeanor was devoid of emotion, leaving only pure rationality. This was especially pronounced after undergoing 3 surgical procedures, resulting in an absolute calmness. Coupled with the sniper's profession, it was the perfect combination. Wait a minute, Zhao Zonka. Zhao Zongheng reviewed all the information at hand, and it seemed he had deduced the identity of the sniper. Surely, she wouldn't act so swiftly? Wang Juanqing, intrigued by Zhao Zongheng's murmurs, inquired, have you deduced who the sniper is? Zhao Zongheng affirmed, who else could it be? The hunters possess no sharpshooters. Only Zhao Zonka fits the criteria for a 1,200-meter sniper range. Her? But why would Zhao Zonka target Pei Nan? Zhao Zongheng found this utterly incomprehensible. With his grandfather maneuvering within the city, it was illogical for her to focus on Pei Nan unless someone had divulged that he had ascended to secondary level within a mere 5 days. The robot in the prison had been formatted, and even the Qishan Tiger armor had been devastated by virtual bombs. Not even the activation logs remained. So, what could be her motive for capturing Pei Nan? Contemplating this, the most plausible explanation seemed to be that he was taken as a hostage. However, if that were the case, it would imply that Pei Nan's connection to him had been exposed, as publicly available records depicted Pei Nan merely as a hapless fool lured by Su Chun. He was utterly baffled. At this moment, he needed to locate Zhao Zonka and ascertain Pei Nan's whereabouts, yet they were still searching for each other's positions, effectively blocking any avenue of inquiry. Where was Zhao Qihua? Uncertain, but since they had accepted her commission, they could approach her for an update, locate her, and then restrain her. It mattered not if Zhao Zonka was elusive. Did he not still have an associate? Come, let us exchange hostages. Within the Red Maple Villa in Fuguang City, the 4th elder, Zhao Dizong, continued his chess match against A. He had lost more often than not. With today's tally standing at 9 losses and 1 draw after 10 games. Why do you persist in playing? Losing continuously yet remaining so cheerful? Well, I have no one else to play with. You do not comprehend Go. Isn't there that online platform for matches? Why not seek opponents there? I consistently defeat them. It becomes tedious. Playing against A is far more engaging. When I win, it's an experience you won't replicate. Old age brings peculiarities. Hence the moniker of ancient monsters. Spend less time reading martial arts novels. You enjoy chess, and I relish novels. Are these not both refined hobbies? Were you to delve into military philosophy or similar subjects, I might regard you with greater esteem. If nothing else, perhaps pick up a couple of high school physics books. Staring at storybooks does not constitute sophistication. That is none of your concern. It is not yet mealtime. Why not step outside and practice your skills? I merely came to report recent developments. What news? Recently, there have been reports of peculiar individuals appearing across various locales. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say they are not quite human. Zhao Dizong set aside his chess pieces, intrigued by this topic. Elaborate further. This group of individuals exhibits peculiar behavior, devoid of common sense. However, upon examination of the data, it is evident that each possesses an underlying connection. Strangely, there are no corpses. No corpses? According to the intelligence gathered from various scouts, these enigmatic individuals harbor an intense inclination to assist others, relentlessly seeking those in need. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarated they become. Yet, upon encountering danger and meeting their demise, they leave behind not a trace of their remains. The elder's palm formed a loose fist, which he then opened with a thoughtful sound, akin to shattering fragments. With a resounding pop, they vanished without a trace. Chapter 49. Alas, I have become a slave after a tumultuous journey. Pei Nan lost track of time. It felt as though he might soon expel his very bile from the relentless jostling. Despite enduring numerous enhancements, he found himself unable to withstand such torment. Even those endowed with abilities are human. Exhausted and famished, he was primarily plagued by hunger. The restoration of energy relies chiefly on rest. A gradual process wherein the organic matter within is converted into vitality. The existence of the speedster talent enabled him to expend energy at an alarming rate. Yet the deficit must be compensated. Without replenishment, he would be left starving. Fortunately, the sun shone overhead, and he had regained nearly half of his energy. If he wished to accelerate once more, it was indeed possible. However, he had not anticipated that his limit would be a mere 30 points. He had presumed that the 10 points of agility gained from 100 points of energy, combined with an additional 8 from exceeding limits, would allow him to reach a velocity of 36 meters per second, sufficient for a fervent exchange of fire at mid-range within a mere 20 seconds. Coupled with the reaction enhancement from exceeding limits, he could effectively suppress his opponent within range, and with a stroke of luck, a single shot could secure victory. Yet, who could have foreseen the blatant disregard for martial ethics from the opposing side? Who possesses 2 sniper rifles simultaneously? 2 would be excessive. But to additionally wield an electromagnetic sniper rifle? The inclusion of an electromagnetic sniper rifle is one thing, but to equip it with tranquilizer rounds? This was beyond his means to contend with. The electromagnetic sniper rifle is inherently not a conventional firearm. Its kinetic energy cannot be compared to that propelled by gunpowder. Therefore, even with tranquilizer rounds, a single shot could prove fatal. If they were capable of killing their opponent, what need was there for functional ammunition? It was entirely unnecessary, an egregious waste, unless, of course, the adversary had come prepared. This was the conclusion Pei Nan reached. Zhao Zong was not targeting Wang Juanqing. Her focus was solely on him. Moreover, she was aware of her immunity to death, thus custom tailoring these rounds. This suggested that every move he made was under her scrutiny. Delving deeper into his thoughts, Zhao Qihua's actions were decidedly suspicious. In the wilderness, an unwritten rule dictates that hunters refrain from approaching unless they are acquainted. Otherwise, the encounter is generally fraught with hostility. Each hunter bears the means to slay their counterpart, and one can never ascertain whether the other possesses benevolent intentions. Therefore, the optimal choice is to maintain distance and avoid contact. Pei Nan and his associates approached with a distinct purpose. Zhao Qihua's most prudent course of action would have been to depart immediately or perhaps to confront them with a decisive retort. Yet, she found herself entrusting them with a proposition. The rationale for this endeavor was undeniably sound, as they had indeed come to investigate the matter at hand. It was her own audacity that led her to present this opportunity to them. In retrospect, she realized she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. What had emboldened her to revel so brazenly beneath their very gaze? Did she truly believe them to be fools? They were acutely aware of Zhao Qihua's identity as an information hunter, meaning they could not possibly be uninformed about her. Sui's ignorance stemmed solely from her presence in the hunting capital rather than in Radiant City. However, Zhao Qihua and Zhao Zong were different. Should any disturbance occur in Radiant City, these two would surely obtain intelligence, down to the minutest detail. The crux of this operation could be summarized as betting on the assumption that the adversary was a fool. Pei Nan was engulfed in a profound sense of regret. Ever since he became aware of the invulnerable effect bestowed by the Master of Fate, he had indeed indulged himself with reckless abandon, convinced that nothing could easily extinguish his life. Yet, scarcely had he reveled in his audacity for a day when he faced retribution from Zhao Zonka. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that after ascending to the ranks of the extraordinary, he harbored an unspoken pride, a belief that he was second only to the heavens themselves. Although he did not overtly display this arrogance, it lingered in his subconscious. Surviving an army of 200, evading the snipers, and even conquering the sheer cliffs of nature, was it not justifiable for him to feel proud? Pei Nan's new book has garnered considerable attention, with over 2,000 pre-orders, prompting him to share it across various author groups. Had it not been for the extraordinary nature of the events surrounding the ability users, he might have considered live streaming. After all, how else could the moniker Chanhua Lightning Man have emerged? Ultimately, it is the inflated vanity that has wrought such calamity, serving as a cautionary tale for Pei Nan. In a scenario where a sniper holds absolute advantage, the wisest course of action is to flee. If one escapes the sniper's range, safety is assured. After all, the opponent is not using cheats. So what rationale exists for them to hit their target beyond the effective range? Thus, Pei Nan does not fault Wang Juanxing for abandoning him, for the latter's choice was indeed the correct one. Approximately 96 minutes elapsed, during which Pei Nan's energy levels restored to 114, a benefit derived from the sun above. Relying solely on his body's energy conversion would have yielded a mere 18 points. Approximately 1 point every 5 minutes, an improvement over certain mobile games that replenish 1 point every 8 minutes. At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt. Pei Nan felt a cool, metallic object encircle his neck, akin to a collar. Subsequently, the handcuffs were removed, and upon the removal of his blindfold, he instinctively squinted against the sunlight, which still felt somewhat blinding. As his eyes adjusted, he discerned the figure before him. Short, neatly trimmed hair, cold, unfeeling eyes, an exquisitely beautiful face, and clad in a sleek, black nano chest armor, high-density combat attire, and specially crafted leather boots. 2 sniper rifles were secured to the tactical backpack strapped to her back, their black and gray stocks captivating to behold. Particularly striking was the tactical helmet, which bore no resemblance to the myriad of camera-laden accessories found in reality. It appeared to be an ordinary alloy helmet. Yet the half-mask at the front possessed holographic projection capabilities. Such advanced technology was mesmerizing. Pei Nan found himself envious of her equipment. Reflecting on it, he realized that should he engage her in close combat, his chances of victory would be minimal, not due to a lack of ability, but rather a deficiency in resources. It was no wonder she remained unfazed as he advanced. With such formidable gear, even 4 or 5 shots hitting him would likely pose no threat. I have implanted a miniature bomb on your neck, equipped with a sensor connected to my pulse. If my heartbeat ceases, it will detonate. What a revelation! Was this not the notorious slave collar of legend? Pei Nan recalled that some novels depicted such scenes where slave owners, in a bid to prevent rebellion, equipped their slaves with neck bombs. Although the destructive power of these explosives was not immense, their strategic placement rendered them formidable. For all carbon-based life forms, the loss of the head unequivocally signified death. Even zombies adhered to this grim reality. Pei Nan's mind was momentarily clouded, prompting him to inquire, Zhao Zonka? However, Zhao Zonka did not respond to his question. Instead, he produced a controller and continued, should you engage in any actions that raise my suspicions, I will detonate the bomb without hesitation. Pei Nan felt utterly despondent. Whether you chose to kill or torture me, I would not utter a word. Yet, your relentless torment is truly excessive. What purpose do you have in capturing me? Zhao Zong, however, offered no response to Pei Nan's inquiry. Instead, he coldly declared, from this moment forth, you shall address me as master. Chapter 50. The deal is struck. Revised. Are you all right? If so, indulge in some dried plums. Pei Nan's mind was thrown into disarray by Zhao Zonka's words. Without delving into other matters, how did I suddenly become your slave? Just because you put a collar on me? Am I dreaming? Go on, if you dare, kill me. Zhao Zonka merely pressed another button on the controller. And in an instant, Pei Nan's body was enveloped in tension, his hair standing on end as he convulsed on the ground, emitting tremulous sounds. Ah, ah, ah. This collar possesses an additional function, capable of discharging a voltage of 1000 volts, usable at least 10 times within a single day, and it can absorb radiation energy to gradually recover, sustaining its effects for a duration of 10 seconds at a time. Pei Nan lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, utterly devoid of hope. Just shoot me already. Why torment me like this? Zhao Zonka remained expressionless as she pressed the button once more. However, the expected scream never came. Pei Nan's hand had somehow found its way to his neck, and the collar vanished without a trace in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zonka raised her gun and took aim, only for Pei Nan to produce an electromagnetic rifle of his own, now pointed directly at her head. In that fleeting moment, their roles reversed once again, both hunter and hunted, predator and prey. Pei Nan maintained a smile. Although he lay on the ground, he appeared utterly composed, even leisurely propping his head up with one idle hand. His reflexes were swift, yet not swift enough. Zhao Zong recalled the intelligence he had previously acquired. Spatial abilities? Is it truly possible to accomplish such feats? Pei Nan laughed lightly, saying, in truth, I was initially unaware of this matter. Yet an unseen force subtly conveyed to me that spatial abilities could be utilized in such a manner. Both parties were targeted by firearms, each wielding electromagnetic rifles with formidable penetrating power, making neither side dare to act recklessly. Zhao Zonka suggested, your immortality should be temporarily unavailable, correct? Perhaps we could each take a step back and stow our weapons for the time being. Pei Nan shook his head, saying, that is not feasible. Both of us harbor ill intentions, and thus we cannot establish trust. Only the doctrine of deterrence can serve as a guarantee for further discourse. You are conspiring to kill me, so it is entirely reasonable for me to act first, is it not? Reasonable, indeed. However, I am curious as to why it must be me. After all, as the focal point of the plan, Zhao Zongheng is evidently more significant than myself and, moreover, weaker. Zhao Zong straightforwardly replied, I cannot contend with Wu Xingtong, and with such a formidable ability user by Zhao Zongheng's side, I have no chance, especially considering you are isolated. Pei Nan lightly touched his nose, realizing that after obtaining information about Zhao Zonka, his intention had been to lure her out, only to discover that she had similar thoughts. It was indeed a mutual pursuit. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable lounging about, Pei Nan decided to stand. Zhao Zonka instinctively took a step back. In that case, since we have both taken a step back, why not retreat further? Let us go our separate ways as if nothing had transpired. However, Zhao Zonka had different plans. Your ability to evade death has vanished, while I possess armor and you do not. In truth, the advantage lies with me. TSK, then let us gamble. We are no longer a kilometer apart, Miss Zhao. If you have done your research on me, you should know that in close combat, I might not be at a disadvantage, especially when armed. The atmosphere grew tense, and Zhao Zonka contemplated the potential alternatives for resolution between them. As Pei Nan had indicated, in close quarters, he could very well be her equal, evidenced by his ability to maneuver through an assault of over 60 adversaries with apparent ease. Pei Nan remained unhurried, wearing an air of indifference, yet his eyes were fixated on every subtle movement of Zhao Zonka, lest he be caught off guard. At this distance, being struck while he was still unprepared would spell certain death. He could not afford to gamble with his own life. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, Zhao Zonka proposed, let us strike a bargain. Assist me with a task, and I shall help you erase the identity of the criminals in Floating Light City. Pei Nan found it somewhat surprising. Why do you believe this identity holds such significance for me? Zhao Zonka replied, I have conducted an investigation into your background. Prior to your incarceration, you had almost no interactions with Zhao Zongheng, indicating that your involvement in the prison break and the assault on the military of Fuguang City was merely a forced response. I can assist you in resolving the residual issues arising from these events and restore your status as a legitimate resident of Fuguang City. To be frank, this proposition was quite alluring. Possessing such an identity would greatly facilitate his access to the major cities, including participation in the forthcoming shooting competition, where a fundamental requirement is to be of unblemished character. Originally, this matter was to be addressed by Su Qin, but truth be told, Pei Nan had more faith in Zhao Zonka than in her. That woman rarely spoke the truth. However, Pei Nan felt compelled to clarify one matter. Why did you not choose to eliminate me at the first opportunity? It appeared that Zhao Zonka's thought process was devoid of concealment. Or perhaps she believed that candor was the most effective approach in their current situation. I require you as leverage against Zhao Zongheng, at the very least. I need to instill a sense of caution in him regarding any actions he might take against me. The threat posed by an elite-level ability user is considerable. Additionally, the next destination I intend to visit necessitates a partner with whom I can collaborate, if I can gain control over you. Your physical prowess would be immensely advantageous to me. Though this sentiment may seem unpalatable, Pei Nan appreciated such a pragmatic mode of interaction, addressing matters directly and articulating needs plainly. From your perspective, there is no issue with this arrangement. If I lacked spatial abilities, you would have indeed succeeded in your endeavor. Yet, from my personal standpoint, I find it difficult to accept this outcome. No one enjoys being treated as a hostage, even in the context of enmity. Zhao Zonka tightened her grip on the firearm, her demeanor shifting towards danger. Then it seems we shall have to see whose capabilities prevail. Pei Nan hurriedly remarked, "Why the haste? I have not declined your offer. Your previous words conveyed a clear intention of refusal, and I do not believe you would acquiesce to my terms. Can you not discern that I was merely expressing a complaint? Do you not comprehend the nuances of human interactions? I merely wish to negotiate a higher price. Yet you seem intent on overturning the table. I fear you may demand an exorbitant sum. Will you not engage in a fair negotiation? This is quite troublesome. It does not align with my approach to matters." Very well, very well. Pei Nan finally comprehended this woman's modus operandi, direct confrontation, as any circumvention would only bring unnecessary complications. "First, tell me what you intend to do next." Zhao Zonka responded, "I must proceed to the Azure Passage to investigate anomalies there. As a precautionary measure, I require you to serve as bait." "Bait again? Why do you Zhao family members so relish using me as bait?" Pei Nan retorted with restrained irritation. "And if I may inquire, what was that master nonsense earlier? Some peculiar fetish of yours? It's part of the plan." Zhao Zonka, perhaps sensing Pei Nan's discomfort, offered a brief explanation. "The destination we're heading to may present certain extraordinary circumstances. I need to implant a deeply ingrained psychological anchor within you. Research indicates that humiliation, rage, and suffering are the most effective means of rapid conditioning provided one possesses dignity. The experience will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark." Pei Nan couldn't help but roll her eyes, exclaiming, "You truly are a little genius." Zhao Zong pondered for a moment and replied, "The more you resist, the more pronounced the effect of the imprint will become. Hold on. If we continue down this path, there will be nothing left to discuss." Zhao Zong remained indifferent, stating, "I have clarified the reasons behind the conditions. What is your response?" Pei Nan pondered for a moment and concluded, "Serving as a bodyguard while doubling as bait." He would exchange this role for the mess created by his previous reckless actions. Upholding the principle of equivalent exchange, Pei Nan deemed this condition acceptable. For after enduring a prison break in the battle at Chi Mountain, he did not believe he could easily reclaim his civilian status. "I require you to agree to two matters, both of which are rather straightforward. Firstly, assist me in restoring my civilian identity. Secondly, remove my name from the wanted list." After contemplating for a while, Zhao Zonka replied, "Agreed. I will count to 3, and on the third count, we shall lower our weapons simultaneously." Before Pei Nan could begin counting, Zhao Zonka had already stowed his gun behind his back, leaving Pei Nan momentarily suspicious of his intentions. Once the weapons were sheathed, Pei Nan surveyed his surroundings and realized they were in a dusty yellow canyon. "Where is this?" Zhao Zonka handed Pei Nan a bottle of water, which he accepted after a brief moment of surprise. "This is Silverbank Canyon. Beyond it lies the misty marsh forest, our intended destination." Upon hearing this, Pei Nan was filled with questions. Where exactly is this place? Why has no one mentioned it on the forum? Furthermore, what is the connection between this ochre-hued circular canyon and Silver Shore? How far is it from the capital of the hunters? Zhao Zong, comfortably seated on the motorcycle, leisurely replied, "Departing from the capital, one travels eastward for a total of 168 kilometers. By land beast, it would take at least 3 hours or so. Is that Azure Passageway located here?" Pei Nan inquired, as Zhao Zong gestured toward the lush, mist-shrouded forest ahead, saying, "It lies within the misty marsh forest." Since their relationship had transitioned from adversaries to allies, their interactions had become significantly more comfortable. Pei Nan's sociable nature began to radiate once again, and he naturally leaned against the empty side of the motorcycle. What is inside that warrants such a substantial investment for investigation? Zhao Zong shifted slightly to the left in mild disdain before responding. Hordes of monsters, along with missing researchers. Those individuals within those circular white structures over there. Pei Nan appeared pensive, observing the semicircular research facilities on the distant high slope. Zhao Zonka had numerous tasks to undertake in the city of hunters, including investigating human trafficking. tracking criminals, and searching for Zhao Zongheng. However, the predominant objective was to uncover the true intentions of the hunters' leaders. In recent days, hunters had executed several smokescreens, notably elevating the prices of human trafficking, blocking crucial thoroughfares to the main city, and bolstering city defenses. Such ostentatious actions, culminating in the discovery of mere young beasts, did not align with the hunters' customary methods. It was evident to any discerning individual that there were ulterior motives at play, yet they proceeded nonetheless. This was, of course, inevitable. The city of hunters was a gray area, a compromise forged by the 8 major cities to serve as a buffer. It was rife with spies, rendering secrets a rarity. If one sought clandestine information, the major cities could acquire it within mere minutes. Given that covert operations were unfeasible, the strategy was to thoroughly muddle the waters. Hence the recent substantial activities of hunters that drew the attention of all 8 major cities. Consequently, whatever actions hunters undertook would prompt the city rulers to investigate even the most trivial matters, thereby successfully diverting attention. Dubbed the City of Sin, hunters also boasted its own elite personnel. In the absence of their leader, the affiliated members of the 7 Sins became the focal point of scrutiny. Naturally, there were more specialized individuals to oversee these cadres, leaving Zhao Zonka to address the movements of hunters beyond the 7 Sins. For instance, an anomaly concerning the Misty Marsh Forest. Zhao Zonka elaborated. The Misty Marsh Forest lies further east of the Silver Coast Canyon, connected to it, originally a natural scenic spot. Its remoteness and lack of rich mineral resources relegated it primarily to ecological research. The Silver Coast Canyon is home to 4 research stations, each affiliated with one of the 4 major cities. However, just a week prior, all 4 stations went silent, and upon dispatching personnel, it was discovered that the stations were deserted, with all traces leading back to the Misty Marsh Forest. It was only natural for the 4 major cities to send investigators. Yet the agents uncovered that hunters had also dispatched personnel there, who had vanished without a trace, akin to the missing researchers. The primary focus of this investigation was the disappeared research station staff, and to ascertain the role hunters played in this affair. At this point, Pei Nan grasped the entire sequence of events and inquired curiously, "Does your family not provide you with more specialized personnel? Are you truly left to manage this alone?" Zhao Zonka replied, "They do, but I declined. Are you not curious as to why? Why should I ask? Such matters are inconsequential. When you wish to divulge, you will naturally explain. Everyone has their own private affairs, and there is no need to pry." Zhao Zonka appeared somewhat surprised, based on his prior assessments. Pei Nan seemed the type to pursue inquiries relentlessly. At that moment, Pei Nan, intrigued, asked, "Now that the collar is gone, what do you intend to do to deepen that anchor point you mentioned?" Upon mentioning this matter, Zhao Zonka's eyes brightened. Though her expression remained impassive, one could sense her inner excitement, humiliation, rage, pain, and sorrow. Currently, only one condition sufficed, as the collar primarily served to enhance the feelings of humiliation and pain. However, if one were to exclude humiliation and merely intensify the pain, it was, in fact, quite simple. As she spoke, Zhao Zonka's gaze shifted downward, prompting Pei Nan to follow her line of sight, instantly transforming into the master of the Wudong sect. Hey, that's a bit excessive." Zhao Zonka replied earnestly. "It is said that the pain of male genital mutilation is 200 times greater than that of female childbirth. Such agony would undoubtedly be indelible." Pei Nan furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "What false information have you gleaned from some marketing account? Do you actually believe this? 3,200 times? Wouldn't that simply be fatal?" Subsequently, Zhao Zonka proposed another compromise. A less intense alternative could involve utilizing the flesh around the waist. Through manipulation, it could evoke a pain that is profoundly memorable, particularly effective among couples. Pei Nan's throat tightened, and he instinctively covered his waist, pondering aloud. Neither of these options seems particularly favorable, does it? Zhao Zonka spread his hands in a gesture of indifference, replying, "Choose between a broken egg and a sore waist. Do not forget, this is a trade. People often gravitate towards compromise. If you wish to open a window, you must suggest removing the roof. If you intend to grasp Pei Nan's waist, then propose the breaking of his egg." Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, Pei Nan contemplated various forms of pain that would not impair his combat abilities, yet remained indelibly etched in his memory. Strangely, apart from the ache in his heart, only the discomfort in his lower back seemed to resonate. It was certainly preferable to the agony of a more intimate nature. Thus, he resigned himself to the notion of enduring back pain. Chapter 51. The goddess of fortune takes a brief respite, revised, accompanied by a piercing scream. Pei Nan grasped his lower back and began to dance amidst the mountains, the excruciating pain contorting his features. If I discover you have deceived me, you shall meet your demise, he groaned. Oh, it hurts. Zhao Zonka appeared to be reminiscing. She had once wondered why other girls so relished pinching the flesh at the waist of their male counterparts. After all, if the intent was to inflict fatal harm, a swift stab would suffice. However, when the objective of killing was set aside, the simple yet addictive sensation of pinching emerged. Especially as she observed Pei Nan's frantic yelps and leaps, her fingers began to itch with anticipation. Suppressing a smile that threatened to break free, Zhao Zonka coldly declared, "In the time to come, I shall intermittently pinch your flesh. I trust you shall not be adequately prepared." Pei Nan, oh no, I feel like I've lost out. Since your ability allows for the storage of collars, there must be a way to store this vehicle as well, right? Indeed, there is. Pei Nan maneuvered the carriage out and subsequently placed the locomotive inside. Zhao Zonka gazed in surprise at the supplies within. There was a considerable amount, though regrettably, all of it was obsolete. Pei Nan casually retrieved a handgun, pathetically lamenting, "Such items are merely trinkets for petty thieves. How could they possibly compare to the esteemed daughters of Floating Light City? Perhaps you could procure a few electromagnetic weapons for me? To be honest, I have long coveted an electromagnetic sniper rifle. I would be most grateful for one." Zhao Zong, however, paid no heed to Pei Nan's entreaties. After stowing away the compartment, he tossed a backpack in Pei Nan's direction, stating, "This contains a flying squirrel suit and a parachute. Prepare for an airborne descent." What? A flying squirrel suit? Pei Nan recalled that one of the 8 challenges in the extreme thief competition pertained to this particular activity. Upon returning, he specifically researched the matter, only to discover that it was all related to extreme sports. However, he had never engaged in such pursuits. "I have no experience with wingsuit flying." Zhao Zonka shook the pulse indicator in his hand. "If we do not opt for airdrop, the time wasted would be excessive. Although you lack experience, there is no time left for you to learn. Nevertheless, I have reviewed your profile prior to your ascent of the Chishan Cliff. You possess no prior knowledge of rock climbing. Perhaps you have an innate yearning for such activities buried deep within you?" Just as Pei Nan was about to retort, an unexpected mission arose: high cliff soaring. Mission requirements: glide a distance exceeding 1 kilometer. Mission penalty: all attributes halved. Life is replete with countless firsts. The extreme adventurer should not shy away from challenges, but rather conquer the skies. Why is a mission surfacing at such a moment? This is strange. Wasn't the previous mission penalty lifted? How can it reappear now? Even with full attributes, contending with Zhao Zonka is no trivial matter. Having them would render the endeavor futile. Thus, with a serious expression, he declared, "Indeed, I have a passion for extreme sports." Zhao Zonka casually tossed a stone, and approximately 14 seconds later, the sound of it hitting the ground echoed. "You have only 14 seconds. Either keep up with me or perish in the skies." This is the first time Pei Nan has encountered such matters, yet the system has long since instilled the pertinent knowledge into his mind. Now, all that remains is to put it into practice. Rest assured, should I fail, it merely signifies my limitations. Pei Nan donned her windproof goggles, safety helmet, and the exorbitantly priced flying squirrel suit, yet she could not help but inquire, "Did you not bring a personal flying device?" Zhao Zonka replied, "The target is too large and would attract attention. Moreover, you would not be able to board a personal flying device, so let us proceed with a conventional flight together." In Pei Nan's mind, the knowledge of wingsuit flying flooded in, akin to the first time one ascends to the 5th floor. The theory was plentiful, yet the body had yet to experience it. Zhao Zonka, already attired and prepared, imparted a final admonition. The winds of the mountains serve as the very essence of flight. You must master their currents, for if you fail, you shall be at their mercy, plummeting into the abyss in an instant. Pei Nan donned the flying squirrel suit and stood at the precipice alongside Zhao Zonka, gazing down at the sheer drop that rivaled the cliffs of Chishan. A wave of trepidation washing over him. Where lies our destination? Zhao Zonka gestured towards a distant river that wound through the ringed cliffs. That is the entrance. It appears quite distant. Zhao Zonka inhaled deeply, donned his goggles, and turned to Pei Nan, urging, "Do not lag behind." With that, he leaped into the abyss, commencing a rapid descent. Pei Nan hesitated not a moment. The instant Zhao Zonka leapt, he secured his goggles and followed suit. There was no room for indecision. Having dared to glance back at the summit of Chishan, clad in his wingsuit, he knew that if necessary, he could deploy his parachute midair and preserve his life. Yet, The thrill was far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. In mere moments, the cliff transformed into a mere line in his field of vision. Both Xiao Zonka and Pei Nan streamlined their bodies, akin to falcons plummeting at great speed, commencing their aerial dive. At an altitude of approximately 800 meters, they possessed less than 12 seconds to adjust. If it were indeed 12 seconds, it would signify a fall. Thus, the actual time was likely even shorter. Xiao Zonka unfurled his gliding wings, soaring gracefully through the air like a swallow. Pei Nan, witnessing this, similarly spread his arms wide, the wings positioned at his sides and rear billowing in the wind, as the two glided gracefully through the air, harmonizing with the breeze. The flying squirrel, a diminutive rodent belonging to the family Sciuridae, possesses a membranous wing-like structure along its flanks that can unfurl, enabling it to glide away in the face of danger. The flying suit is an ingenious imitation of this creature's natural abilities. This mode of flight, when compared to parachuting, presents a greater degree of difficulty as the descent progresses. The speed of the flyer escalates, leaving increasingly limited time for judgment and adjustment. Therefore, it necessitates that both mental acuity and physical stamina be in optimal condition for successful execution. Pei Nan's three-dimensional metrics still fall short of the required standards. Thus, he cannot embark on the 8 challenges. Furthermore, he harbors a sense of foreboding that his altitude is insufficient. Xiao Zonka leads the way ahead, with Pei Nan closely following her path, yet refraining from encroaching upon her line. Each extreme athlete possesses a unique journey. Success attained by traversing another's path does not truly belong to oneself. In the heart of Silver Shore Canyon lies a vast clearing, encircled by a continuous ring of river, with surrounding mountains exhibiting protruding rock formations. A mere abrasion to one's equipment could result in a plummet. Moreover, the velocity of wingsuit flying typically reaches 200 km/h, which is twice the speed that Pei Nan has exceeded, yet this remains below the ultimate speed of wingsuit flight. As Pei Nan perceives the acceleration intensifying, he must concentrate even more intently, ensuring that Xiao Zonka remains within his line of sight while also safeguarding his flight apparatus from the obstacles along the way. Upon navigating through the rocky expanse to reach the river's surface, it signifies that he is nearing the entrance. However, the waters of this era are perilously treacherous. Pei Nan's sense of danger suddenly surged, causing him to execute a somersault in midair. In the next moment, a massive fish head leaped past him, prompting him to swiftly adjust his posture, barely avoiding a plunge into the water, with less than an inch separating him from the surface. What on earth is this? Ahead, Xiao Zonka faced the same peril posed by these aquatic monsters, yet her responses were more instinctual compared to Pei Nan's acute awareness. In 4 words, it could be described as calm and unflappable. As the two approached their destination, the parachute behind Xiao Zonka deployed, drastically reducing her speed as she began to descend gently. Pei Nan let out a sigh of relief, seemingly on the verge of safety, and opened his parachute. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. It hadn't deployed. The parachute's backpack was missing a control toggle, rendering it inoperative. The water below, as he plummeted rapidly, Pei Nan had no choice but to adjust his posture, diving towards the surface like a soaring eagle. At this velocity, the water was not a gentle cushion, but rather a hard, unforgiving concrete slab. All he could do was pray that the helmet provided by Xiao Zonka was sufficiently sturdy. Xiao Zonka, witnessing Pei Nan's descent into the depths, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He hastily removed his flight suit and leaped into the water. Chapter 52. The eerie legends of the New World. Recently, strange supernatural tales have emerged in the Hunter City, where a peculiar group has begun to stir up chaos. Hey, buddy, need a hand? You seem in quite a hurry. I'm sure there is something I can assist you with. Miss, it's dangerous to walk alone at night. Let us escort you home. Put down that box. Allow me. Where can I change jobs? I'm offering a handsome reward for any information. While investigating the happenings in Hunter City, Xiao Zongheng stumbled upon this unusual crowd. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that these individuals exhibited a peculiar linguistic barrier, often providing vague responses to critical questions. For instance, when asked about their identities, they would inexplicably utter illogical statements. Yet, their everyday communication remained intact. Moreover, these oddities seemed utterly devoid of fear and donned bizarre attire, with some even frolicking in costume on the streets. This thing has enhancements, they would say. If that were all, it might have been tolerable. However, their bodies presented a striking anomaly, as though their undergarments were permanently affixed to their forms, utterly irretrievable. Yet, this could merely indicate they were modified beings, as modern technology can indeed achieve such feats. The origins of these eerie legends stem from a hunter who, After angering a peculiar individual and subsequently slaying them, found that no corpse remained. It vanished in a burst like shattered glass. It was from that day forth that people began to take notice of these extraordinary beings, which perhaps could not even be classified as humans. A considerable number of investigators from the main city commenced their inquiries into these beings, designating them as boneless entities. As the name suggests, these entities lack any skeletal remains. However, they closely resemble humans in appearance and behavior, even sharing similar desires, which instilled fear in those privy to their existence. No information could be found regarding the boneless entities, nor was there any clarity as to their emergence. Investigators frantically searched for them, as if driven mad. Characteristics of boneless entities. 1. They exhibit a profound interest in any events described with the term mission. 2. They demonstrate remarkable enthusiasm towards anyone in need of assistance, a fervor that surpasses mere interest in task rewards. 3. They show no fear of pain and are generally of low strength, mostly ordinary individuals. 4. They possess bodies resembling humans, capable of modification, yet lacking any data regarding their nature, only yielding final results. 5. Upon death, their bodies dissipate like shards of glass, leaving no trace behind. In reflecting upon this, Zhao Zongheng could not help but grow curious about the identity of the purple fox. Why did Pei Nan choose to involve such an outsider in the operation? The effects of this individual's paralysis bomb have already waned, and information regarding the undead has only just begun to circulate. In fact, many remain oblivious to it. Capitalists regard them as mere cheap labor, hunters utilize them as bait, and researchers are intent on dissecting their bodies as thoroughly as possible. There are even considerations to classify the undead among the aberrant beasts, for humanity seems incapable of accommodating them. This is merely the initial phase. Perhaps after a few more days of research, further secrets of the undead will be unveiled. Information about the undead is, in truth, exceedingly scarce. The population of the New World totals 6.5 billion, with the number of new players merely reaching 10,000. If dispersed across various major cities, it is akin to casting a handful of sand into the ocean. Yet, the major cities have nonetheless taken note of these groups, primarily due to their erratic behavior. Their eccentric attire is of little consequence. However, they are eager to engage in various tasks, regardless of one's skill. As long as there is a need, they express a willingness to learn. Rewards are inconsequential. Whatever is offered, they are keen to accept, whether in excess or deficiency. From rescuing damsels in distress, aiding elderly individuals across streets, rummaging through trash bins, scaling iconic structures, to teasing passers-by and disrupting businesses, they encompass all manners of activity, both commendable and questionable. Yet, they remained unnoticed by the major cities until the recent announcement from the Emperor's organization, as well as the first report of an undead's demise within a city. From that moment forth, an air of vigilance enveloped everyone. The New World had encountered various crises, yet never before had it faced a creature like the undead. What instilled fear was their uncanny resemblance to humans. Following the demise of a number of undead, they began to conceal their identities, becoming increasingly cautious, refraining from exposing even the slightest flaw. The appearance of the purple fox aroused Zhao Zongheng's suspicion. A stranger, newly arrived in the hunter's capital, exhibiting behaviors that could be deemed peculiar. According to Wang Juanxing, this fellow is nothing more than an ordinary person. Pei Nan would not seek out an ordinary individual to partake in the task. That young man possesses an inner pride that would exclude common folk from his circle. In truth, verifying the identity of another is rather simple. One might merely deliver a swift strike. If they disintegrate into fragments, they are indeed a wraith. Otherwise, they are not. Whether or not Zihu is a wraith is inconsequential. What truly matters is the role Pei Nan ascribes to this individual within the scheme. Is it possible that their presence is merely to fulfill a numerical requirement? Zihu finds herself quite perplexed. The mission was proceeding smoothly until the sudden loss of her N.C. leaves her uncertain about the subsequent steps. She was anticipating a career transition. Has Zhao Qihua been located? That young woman has fled, and the mission was designed to be executed through platform transactions, rendering her physical presence unnecessary. Zhao Zongheng rarely displays a frown, yet now finds himself at a standstill, with the sole investigative lead having been extinguished, leaving him incapable of negotiating for the hostage. At this juncture, we must ponder a crucial question. What is Zhao Zong's motive for abducting Pei Nan? Why would this woman choose to capture him? Given the already insufficient conditions, it is evident that a correct conclusion eludes them. No matter how hard they strain their minds, they cannot discern Zhao Zong's intentions. Su Yi suddenly interjects. Pei Nan previously inquired whether I knew of anyone investigating the human trafficking in the Hunter City. Could this serve as a breakthrough? Zhao Zongheng contemplates this and responds, perhaps, but it bears little significance. Pei Nan has disclosed his plans to Wang Junxing, which only allows us to infer the channel through which Pei Nan acquired intelligence about Zhao Zong. What we truly need to ascertain is where Zhao Zong intends to take Pei Nan. Pei Wenyu pondered for a moment and then remarked, Zhao Zong's objective is to investigate the movements of the Hunter's capital, which aligns closely with our mission. Recently, an alarm was raised from the Silver Shore Gorge, where the personnel from 4 research institutes have completely vanished. Although this incident is unrelated to the Hunter's capital, it falls within the purview of an investigator's duties. Zhao Zonka is likely to head there, as that location harbors some of the last remaining mythical beasts in this world. She cannot handle it alone. If she intends to take Pei Nan along, it seems that is the only destination. But what if she concludes her investigation? There will be supply stations along the route to Silver Shore Gorge. We merely need to gather some information. Chapter 53, Misty Marsh Forest, revised. Pei Nan abruptly awakened. Beset by an uncontrollable cough, his lungs and stomach awash with water, leading him to momentarily believe he had succumbed to death. When he realized that his parachute had failed to deploy, he perceived the imminent end of his life. Plunging into the depths was an unavoidable choice. The instant he plunged into the water, it felt as though he had collided with a solid concrete surface. The immense potential energy transformed into kinetic energy, propelling him forcefully beneath the surface. The interaction caused the water's surface to erupt in a violent splash, rendering Pei Nan momentarily dizzy, his consciousness slipping away. Yet, the greatest peril was not the impact, but the pressure that accompanied his rapid descent. The intangible water filled every conceivable void. This pressure acted upon his body through his mouth, ear canals, and nostrils, as torrents of water surged into him, invading his lungs and stomach. The moment he lost consciousness, he experienced a suffocating sensation, followed by an overwhelming darkness and desolation. Eventually, he was again gripped by the feeling of asphyxiation and nausea, the primal instincts of his body compelling him to awaken once more, expelling the contents of his stomach onto the ground. This mere episode of drowning had merely taken him to the gates of the underworld for a fleeting moment. He was still very much alive. Zhao Zonka wiped the corner of his mouth and addressed Pei Nan, inquiring, "Can you move?" "Yes," he replied. Pei Nan's time submerged was brief. Even an ordinary person might not succumb to death under such circumstances. The crucial factor lies in whether he can survive the moment of immersion. The truth reveals that physical enhancers, while perhaps not particularly remarkable among abilities, exhibit an extraordinary resilience when it comes to preserving life. As evidenced by both Wu Xingtong and Pei Nan, they resemble tenacious insects, seemingly indestructible. Given a sliver of opportunity, their bodily functions enable their revival. Navigating the delicate boundary between life and extremity, one can either perish or transcend. Upon hearing Pei Nan's response, Zhao Zong instructed him to retrieve his weapon in preparation for entering the forest. "Change your clothes. Damp garments can alter body temperature. It is now evening, and after the daytime mist, the moisture in the Wuza forest will be significant at night. Maintaining dryness in your attire is crucial to effectively ward off colds, fevers, and extreme chills." Pei Nan indeed wished for a change. However, he found himself devoid of options. There was but a single piece to his name. It was not a lack of funds that hindered him, but rather a scarcity of opportunities to procure new items. The only occasion had been at the rental station, where acquiring essential supplies took precedence over trivial matters such as clothing. Zhao Zong pressed a square device onto Pei Nan's body, and in the next instant, the device unfurled, transforming into a matching combat uniform for men, a cutting-edge outdoor combat suit equipped with a comprehensive self-circulation system, capable of regulating body temperature and drying his current garments. Pei Nan gazed curiously at the attire, feeling considerably lighter. Yet, one could not help but ponder if it was an extravagance merely for drying clothes. Zhao Zong replied with a chilling demeanor, "The dangers of the Wuza forest at night are exceedingly perilous. Beyond the need to remain vigilant against the phantasmal beasts, one must also be wary of threats posed by others. Preserving our utmost combat readiness is the foremost priority upon entering this realm." Pei Nan gazed upon his battle attire, immediately noticing a transformation in his three-dimensional attributes. Precision, 15.3, Strength, 18.8, Agility, 18.5. This ensemble conferred an enhancement of 5 to both strength and agility, leaving him to ponder whether this boon could help him transcend the limit of 30. This implies that, under normal circumstances, He had already achieved a velocity of 23 meters per second, bolstered by the innate talent of a speedster. He could even reach the pinnacle of agility without resorting to any extraordinary measures. Mission accomplished. Aerial flight distance leaped. 1850 meters mission reward. New skill. Wind sprite. Beginner. Wind sprite. You can perceive the subtle currents of air. The secrets of the wind shall no longer remain enigmatic, allowing you to master and conquer it with greater ease. A new skill has been acquired. After experiencing the sensation, Pei Nan discovered that a gentle breeze had indeed caressed his skin, distinct from the ordinary touch. His body was capable of perceiving the wind's direction. Should he take to the skies again with a wingsuit, this innate talent would enable him to achieve flawless control. Perhaps such claims are grandiose, yet compared to this flight, he would maneuver with far greater ease, and the peculiar fish would certainly not dare to take a single bite from him. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly devise a way to capture that fish and prepare it in a stew. Without it, his flight should have been nothing short of perfect. Alas, it seems that not only has his flight fallen short of perfection, but so has his physical state. The faint scent of jasmine lingering on his lips speaks volumes about what has transpired. The methods for first aid are quite limited. There are no others here, nor any professional tools. Aside from mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, there seems to be no alternative. Pei Nan harbored a sense of gratitude towards Zhao Zonka, although their relationship was purely contractual. With the expectation that he should be the one to shield her, the roles had now inexplicably reversed, leaving him with a lingering unease about the legitimacy of his compensation. "Thank you," he expressed. Zhao Zonka accepted the firearm handed to him by Pei Nan. Seemingly unfazed by their recent entanglement, an ambiguous encounter that had dissipated like the pink bubbles of a fleeting dream. Here, in the wilderness, all that mattered was the primal instinct to survive. Rescuing Pei Nan served a strategic purpose for their forthcoming endeavors, and thus, he had acted decisively. They needed to press onward, ideally before the night fog thickened into an impenetrable shroud. Zhao Zonka's demeanor remained composed. The notion of embarrassment was utterly foreign to her countenance. Save for perhaps a hint of mischief, for this woman was indeed formidable when provoked. However, the commotion they had just created would surely rouse the attention of numerous onlookers. Given the magnitude of the noise, anyone nearby would undoubtedly uncover the truth of their actions. Many had entered this place, and regardless of any disturbances, their presence could not escape scrutiny. Their immediate task was to conceal themselves before being discovered. But how shall we hide? Pei Nan inquired. The fog of the Wuza forest manifested during daylight, yet the night still held its own veil of mist. If they wish to remain undetected, they must proceed with utmost caution. Typically, fog does not form at night, does it? Zhao Zonka chuckled softly. The nighttime mist is not the same as the white fog of day. It transforms into a dense shroud of blackness. When the fog turns dark, it becomes akin to smog. Pei Nan recalled the previously mentioned phantasmal beasts. Were they those creatures? Suddenly, he exclaimed, clutching his waist once more. "Are you pinching me at this moment?" Zhao Zonka, appearing utterly unfazed, calmly replied, "Keep up." The dense fog enveloped the forest, a boundless sorrow that brought only agonizing wails to anyone who ventured within. In this damp environment, the predominant flora consisted of shade-loving vines, their presence visible upon the walls and ground. Amidst the trees, shadowy figures concealed themselves, terrified that a mere slip would lead to their consumption by monsters from beyond or to being shot down by other hunters lurking in the shadows. Someone had entered. Which faction do they belong to? Does it truly matter? Perhaps it does. The misty marsh forest is rife with such agents, or perhaps deranged scientists. Each with their own missions, yet all united by a singular objective, to remain hidden from others. Chapter 54, The Mist Beast's Misty Marsh Forest. The crimson sunlight illuminated the rocky walls, transforming the already yellowed earth into a semblance of stone bricks, while the sturdy vines overhead intertwined like a spider's web, creating a complex tapestry in the air. Upon witnessing the arrangement, Pei Nan was instantly engulfed by a sense of unease. The vines resembled the aerial passages of the main city. For the creatures inhabiting this forest, the skies represented an alternate pathway. The vitality of the vines here is truly remarkable. Pei Nan had encountered plant vines before, typically clinging to walls, rocky surfaces, or nearby flora, barely managing to establish a connection. However, this was the first time she had witnessed vines suspended overhead, resembling a zip line. The vegetation of the Wuza forest was an artifact from the era of aberrant beasts. It had endured mutations, bombings, and rampant exploitation. Presently, these were harmless species. Having been selected through a process of elimination, albeit they had grown considerably and posed no threat to humans, Zhao Zonka served as a guide over the communication channel, leaving Pei Nan somewhat astonished by her willingness to provide such thorough explanations. Had the mutation levels of previous flora been this extreme? How had humanity survived? Nuclear. The devastation wrought by nuclear fusion strikes. Nearly 50 nuclear warheads were launched worldwide, resulting in the obliteration of most disaster zones and the emergence of the king beasts, nuclear weapons. As the foremost invention of modern peace, did not merely signify the annihilation of countless life forms. Rather, their advent instilled a pervasive fear that deterred any reckless acts of defiance. When might became a deterrent, peace naturally followed. Yet, Pei Nan had not anticipated that nuclear weapons were the very harbingers of the king beasts. Qianbai had previously mentioned that the reason no one dared to consume the king beasts was due to the immense radiation within them. Consuming such creatures was tantamount to ingesting a nuclear bomb. In light of this, he certainly had not erred. Consequently, Pei Nan was even more intrigued. How had the king beasts been vanquished? It was rumored that they had been slain by superweapons. Could Zhao Zonka elaborate on this? However, Zhao Zonka declined to answer Pei Nan's inquiry. Although this was not a closely guarded secret, it pertained to the confidential matters of the major cities. No comment. Pei Nan remained undeterred and decided to inquire further. Is it truly impossible to reveal even the name? No, came the curt reply. How stingy. During the previous conversation with Zhao Zonghong, he had refrained from probing deeper, as they were not amidst a life or death escape, but rather engaged in devising various plans, and thus only skimmed the surface of the topic. The intelligence currently at hand was limited to the nuclear strike on Floating Light City and the Golden Crow Sword Radiance from Sword Emperor City. While it would not be overly challenging to seek out a name, acquiring more specific information would likely necessitate consulting more specialized individuals. However, these experts generally had some ties to the main city, rendering the pursuit nearly futile. Reflecting on this, it seemed that his only recourse would be to extract a bit of advantage from Zhao Zonghang. After traversing a distance of 6 kilometers, they finally discerned some anomalies. Zhao Zong picked up an object from the ground and examined it closely before stating, "It is a communicator." The communicator was damaged, its shattered casing appearing to have been severed by the sharp teeth of some creature. This was a device typically employed by official agents, and if all went as expected, there might be more items to uncover nearby. Pei Nan was indifferent. Zhao Zong could say whatever he wished, and he would act accordingly. The forest was not a realm with which he was familiar, and any reckless advice would only exacerbate the danger. Oh my, look what I've stumbled upon, a corpse. Pei Nan wandered nearby and discovered 2 bodies approximately 300 meters away. You should take a look. Performing an autopsy is not my area of expertise. Zhao Zong conducted an examination. The 2 agents were clad in identical combat uniforms, which, although not the nano-armor she wore, were protective suits crafted from high-strength fibers designed to withstand bites and the impact of solid projectiles effectively. Their identities remained uncertain, as all their equipment originated from the Hunters Guild, lacking any distinctive characteristics of the main city. The time of death exceeded 12 hours, there were no evident wounds, and the corpses exhibited a purplish-black hue, suggesting asphyxiation. Pei Nan quietly absorbed knowledge while observing the circumstances of the 2 individuals. Naturally, the agents from the major cities would take this into account, thus their equipment generally bore no overt distinguishing features, lest they become targets. However, the scene before him was decidedly unsettling. The corpse's face exhibited a purplish hue, devoid of any discernible wounds, and its expression conveyed a sense of panic. No, it was more accurately one of terror. Pei Nan always felt that these 2 individuals had succumbed to fright. However, shouldn't a face struck by terror appear pale? Why does it have a hue reminiscent of liver? After Zhao Zong completed his investigation, he turned to Pei Nan and remarked, "One clue has been clarified, and we can proceed further." Do you know how they met their demise? Pei Nan inquired. I have some conjectures, but they remain insufficient. Pei Nan deftly relieved the 2 of their supplies, and Zhao Zonka made no attempt to intervene, for the other party possessed spatial abilities, allowing them to carry ample provisions. However, Zhao Zonka did not relinquish all of his belongings to Pei Nan. Ultimately, it stemmed from a lingering distrust. Thus, aside from the initial motorcycle, all supplies remained securely within his own backpack. Pei Nan relished the tranquility, free from the burden of fetching items for herself. As they delved deeper, the weather grew increasingly cool, with ominous clouds gathering overhead. Rain was imminent. Zhao Zonka glanced at a flash of lightning on the horizon, the misty marsh forest was perpetually shrouded in rain, and further ahead, they would encounter numerous pools of stagnant water. Aside from the large aberrant beasts, the vines above them served as the thoroughfare for all creatures in this realm. A thoroughfare? Did that imply that soon the sky would be teeming with countless malevolent monsters? Though Pei Nan was unaware of the peculiar beasts that lurked here, and had never even seen a phantom beast, the mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down her spine. If they continued for another 5 kilometers, they would reach the transportation passage of the old era, which had been repurposed into a safe haven, inaccessible to the aberrant beasts. A transportation passage? What was it used for? In the bygone days, these passages were utilized to transport high-energy gases, leading across the misty marsh forest to the sea, where oil, methane, and various marine resources were transited. Yet, she noticed no structures above ground. Zhao Zonka pointed to the ground beneath them. This passage was constructed underground, stretching a full 38 kilometers, serving as a conduit for marine specimens, and once renowned as a prominent trade station, now regrettably abandoned. Abandoned? Such a grand endeavor, even at a loss, would surely be maintained. How could it fall into neglect? Moreover, given its connection to energy, there should be even less reason to cease operations. After all the disasters that had been averted, Pei Nan found it perplexing to fathom why this place was closed. Zhao Zonka gestured towards the vines above. Because of the mist beasts. Mist beasts were merely a type of aberrant creature, unlikely to disrupt operations here. Yet they were insubstantial and immortal. Chapter 55, The Whalon Energy Transportation Project Passage, revised, insubstantial, immortal. Is this the kind of phenomenon one would expect in a science fiction realm? It sounded more akin to a plot from certain fantasy novels. Did such beings truly exist? The two hastened their pace, for the signs indicated that rain would soon fall. And with night approaching, anything in their vicinity could pose a threat requiring vigilance. Furthermore, they were unaware of how many other agents lurked within the forest. One could never predict when a ghost might strike unexpectedly. Strictly speaking, mist beasts were not classified as organisms. According to years of research by scientists, they were defined as energy entities. Ordinary bullets could only cause a mere dissipation of their physical form, which would soon regenerate. Moreover, they were omnipresent. The gates of the passage could not restrain them, and the long-term defenses here had resulted in substantial losses, ultimately leading to the abandonment of this passage. The human and material resources expended on such an extensive underground passage were unimaginable, and to see it fall into disuse for such reasons left Pei Nan somewhat melancholic. Over the years, had scientists not devised a solution for the mist beasts? They could be harmed but not eradicated. Unless the area was completely obliterated, the mist beasts would persist. The unique environment of this forest had fostered the emergence of energy entities, which, according to detection reports, were said to be linked to the original abilities of the first generation of empowered individuals. Supernatural elements had been detected in the mist beasts, which could also be described as phantoms. Pei Nan furrowed his brow. Ghosts? If we encounter such entities, do we stand a chance? Zhao Zong had long been prepared for this. We just need to eliminate them. The corporeal form of the fog beast resembles a creature shrouded in black smoke. In this state, as long as we have sufficient ammunition, dispersing it should suffice. Are we not discussing ghosts? The term merely denotes a phenomenon. Although they cannot be vanquished entirely, they are indeed classified as aberrant beasts. Due to their unique properties, they have been distinctly categorized as phantasmic beasts. If that is the case, it seems unnecessary to abandon the transportation route, does it not? The truth is, the fog beasts are beyond our capacity to handle. Their average strength exceeds the paper level, and the more we eliminate, the more they exhibit fusion phenomena, with their strength having reached formidable levels at times. Given this, it is not surprising at all. Even within human civilization, formidable beings are considered the backbone of power. Should there exist a collective of indomitable beings of such strength, they could indeed instigate a significant upheaval. Thus, relinquishing a single route may not be an unacceptable decision. However, could it be that the fog beasts had not manifested when this route was established? This passage was constructed during the era of superpowers, while the calamity of aberrant beasts emerged 2 centuries later. Destroying this location would entail the obliteration of the route as well. Consequently, it was decided to leave this area undisturbed, establishing a research station at the Silver Coast Institute on the periphery, awaiting the complete analysis of the fog beast before reclaiming this territory, at which point the passage could be reopened. The fog beasts are unable to depart from the misty forest, thus this area has been designated as a forbidden zone, accessible only with permits from the major city-states. Naturally, there are always the reckless speculators. Much of what could be harvested from the misty forest was already extracted in earlier years, leaving only the biological resources that remain here. And now, two unfortunate souls have appeared. Pei Nan gazed upon the two deceased figures before him, sighing deeply. While Zhao Zong examined the scene, it was evident that a violent confrontation had transpired here. The two of them surveyed their surroundings, yet no suspicious individuals were in sight. However, that did not imply the area was devoid of danger. We must depart swiftly, he urged, as the impending rain will not be to our advantage. Pei Nan harbored no intentions of plundering. The surrounding silence evoked memories of the final chase at Qishan. He could not guarantee that his adversary was devoid of an electromagnetic sniper rifle. Here, every hunter wielded their most formidable weapon, with no notion of restraint. Raindrops tapped against the leaves, while the soles of his shoes struck the ground, producing only the rhythmic sounds of pattering and thudding in his ears. Such ambient noise could cloud one's judgment of the environment, and although it posed a potential threat, it simultaneously enhanced the element of concealment. Pei Nan found himself somewhat curious as to why he had yet to encounter the fog beast after such a long time. In response, Zhao Zong naturally replied, "It's because it's currently raining." Pei Nan, the fog beast, as a manifestation of energy, indeed resembles a mass of impenetrable darkness, being fog. It certainly does not exist on rainy days. It appears that this fog beast lacks any semblance of mimicry, embodying a literal interpretation of its name. Having arrived, Zhao Zonka stood upon a precipice, gazing down at a colossal steel structure several dozen meters below. Surrounding a central ring were four towering spikes, each reaching a height of 100 meters, while the center of the ring revealed an expanse strewn with remnants of shattered freight cars. The entrance lay just beneath, beckoning to be approached. Is there no concern for the other agents? Perhaps there should be. Zhao Zonka lifted his gaze to the torrential downpour, water cascading from his shoulders like a leaky faucet. Without his nanofiber protective suit, he would soon succumb to a cold and fever. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, entering the passageway remains the most pressing priority. After all, are we not here to investigate the disappearance incident at the Silver Coast Research Institute? Indeed. This objective does not conflict with our current course of action. If those researchers have any place left to flee, it can only be here. Pei Nan did not perceive this as good news. It implied that the ultimate destination for all agents would be here. Prepare yourself, for upon entering the passage, one may encounter the fog beasts. Pei Nan could only prepare for battle, helplessly stating, "You are the boss. Your word is final." The transportation passage, officially known as the Weian Energy Transport Engineering Corridor, spans the Weihai, connecting the Wuza Forest to the Yigan Gorge. Initially intended to be developed into an energy trading hub, the emergence of the fog beast halted this endeavor entirely. Now, it also serves a supplementary role as a supply station. The fog beasts do not consume human corpses, rather, they feed on human spirits. Groups of fog beasts possess the capability to create collective dreamscapes, albeit limited to the confines of the Wuza Forest. However, tangible fog beasts are unable to invade a psychologically intact human. Their usual tactic is to corner their prey, waiting patiently for the opportune moment to strike. As the two approached the entrance, they found the grand door firmly shut. Due to the perpetual lack of energy, the entrance had been modified to function manually, with a massive gear lock securing the closed alloy door. After Zhao Zong twisted the mechanism, the door slowly creaked open, and he gestured to Pei Nan, indicating, "You may enter first." Pei Nan rolled his eyes inside the helmet, for this was a duty he was obliged to fulfill, to remember to observe my signal. Pei Nan switched on the searchlight, yet before he could fully assess his surroundings, a stranger's excited voice suddenly pierced the air. "Oh my, finally, someone has arrived." Chapter 56. Discovery of two new players. As the unfamiliar voice echoed, Zhao Zonka swiftly aimed his gun at the source, his reflexes astonishingly quicker than Pei Nan's. Pei Nan felt that Zhao Zonka was even faster than the beast warriors among the robbers. What kind of surgeries had Zhao Zonka undergone? Both were augmented individuals. Yet the disparity was striking. Upon careful consideration, Pei Nan surmised that in close combat, his chances against Zhao Zonka would be nearly 50-50. In an overlimit state, he would undoubtedly prevail. Who was there? Step forward. Under Zhao Zonka's menacing threat, the strangers fell silent for a couple of seconds, seemingly intimidated by her presence. They remained hidden for an extended period. Zhao Zonka shot Pei Nan a glance, prompting him to reluctantly raise his gun and advance. After all, even those endowed with abilities are still human. A bullet could still bring about their demise. Even the formidable Wu Xingtong would sustain significant injuries if struck by a bullet. The greatest advantage of an augmented individual over a soldier lies in their superior physical prowess and unpredictable abilities, which can mitigate the threats posed by enemy fire. However, they are not invincible, even they cannot bathe in a nuclear explosion. If you two bear no ill intent, please reveal yourselves. Otherwise, I will be compelled to resort to force. Hearing Pei Nan's footsteps, the two figures could no longer remain seated. Why are they so furious? They have guns. What can we do? We must go out. Those people want to take us with them. We have to leave. But if we show ourselves, what if we get shot? If we don't, we'll surely be shot anyway. After deliberating, they concluded that since they had little to lose, it was better to take a chance. Consequently, they stood up together, raising their hands above their heads, though upon seeing the two gun barrels, they couldn't help but swallow hard. We're coming out. Don't shoot. From the shadows of the cover ahead emerged two men, their attire bizarre and eclectic. One resembled a character from a heated anime with striking yellow hair, while the other bore a resemblance to Leon. Even their clothing was strikingly similar. Coupled with their distinctive accents, Pei Nan immediately recognized them as players. What are you two doing here? We were looking for someone to take us out. We encountered a couple of tough characters but didn't dare to engage. Tough characters? The two men were evidently from the northeast of China. Zhao Zonka had never heard such an accent. Most residents of the New World spoke Mandarin. Having recently acquired some intelligence, she surmised their identity, the undead. What do you mean, undead? We are Asiahoy, as they declared their identity as players. It seemed they stumbled over their words. Eventually, they conceded, saying, yes, we are indeed the undead. Pei Nan surmised that this must be some form of protective mechanism for the players. His intelligence reports had yet to specify the players' exact nomenclature. But given the mischievous nature of the players, it was likely they had caught the attention of the indigenous inhabitants of the New World. Thus, he inquired of Zhao Zonka, what are the Wuhai? This was not particularly secretive. So Zhao Zonka elucidated. Wuhai refers to life forms that have perished without leaving behind a corpse. As for whether they are truly life forms, there is no definitive conclusion. It is merely a designation based on certain characteristics they exhibit. Now it made sense. This implied that when players die, it is akin to the demise of characters within a game, dissolving into a mere collection of fragments in the eyes of N.C. The term Wuhai indeed resonated with the specific circumstances of the players. Do you have names? Asked one yellow-haired man. I am called Lei Jun, he replied. Another, named Li Songguang, chimed in. Goodness. Such representative names. Zhao Zonka couldn't shake the feeling that these two were not disclosing their true identities, only to be proven wrong when they presented their identification cards, revealing their claims to be genuine. However, their dubiousness was also palpable. Zhao Zonka decided to probe for intelligence, assessing whether they posed any threat. If not, they could certainly serve as cannon fodder. How many groups have come before us? Li Songguang hesitated, his hand poised to drop, but under Pei Nan's scrutinizing gaze. He raised it again, trembling as he said, for groups, totaling 14 individuals. What distinguishing features did they possess? The first group had 4 members, clad in heavy attire, their faces obscured by black mist, resembling a special forces unit. The second group comprised 3, burdened with a large crate on their backs and equipped with 2 massive nozzles, reminiscent of rocket troops. The third group appeared robotic, consisting of 5 members. We did not dare provoke them and kept our distance. The fourth group had only 2 individuals, dressed relatively normally, yet they exuded an aura of menace. One bore a scar on his face, while the other was shrouded in darkness. It seemed they had noticed us, yet they paid us no mind. Pei Nan observed Zhao Zonka's contemplative expression and inquired, which factions do these several batches belong to? Zhao Zonka, having arrived at a conclusion, noted that although the characteristics were limited, the research institutes in this area were few and identifiable. The first batch likely comprised individuals from Lamao City, whose external forces were primarily composed of black biosoldiers, adept in tactical infiltration and small-scale skirmishes. The second batch belonged to the Angel Squad from Yulai City. The large container was equipped with jetpacks and energy supply units, offering exceptional mobility and proficiency in assault operations within complex terrains. The third batch consisted of the mechanized infantry from Mechanical City, typically organized in groups of 5, possessing transformative capabilities, half human and half machine, sufficiently equipped to handle intricate field missions, undeterred by ambushes. As for the fourth batch, I suspect it is related to the Hunter City. The scars on their faces and the dark complexion are not particularly distinctive, as such desperate individuals are ubiquitous in the Hunter City, only revealing their true identities upon direct encounter. Lamao City, Yunlai City, Mechanical City, and Hunter City. Pei Nan had never anticipated encountering so many visitors from other cities in the seemingly insignificant misty forest. Now, with the addition of Floating Light City, he had gleaned significant insights into the technological characteristics of these four major cities through the intelligence provided by Zhao Zonka. This was certainly a considerable gain. The next inquiry was why they were waiting here instead of venturing out themselves. Upon hearing this, Li Songwang promptly responded, "The outside is teeming with monsters. Venturing out would be perilous." "What kind of monsters?" "Those that resemble phantoms, appearing suddenly." This description confirmed that the creatures they referred to were indeed mist beasts. Zhao Zonka remained steadfast with his firearm, and Pei Nan felt compelled to maintain his vigilance. Although he recognized that the two individuals before him posed no real threat, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. "There are mist beasts present here as well. How have you managed to survive?" Lei Jun felt a tremor of apprehension and replied softly, "We haven't been here long and haven't encountered the mist beast you mentioned." Zhao Zonka furrowed his brow, questioning, "You two are merely ordinary individuals. What are you doing here?" "I don't know. We just woke up here." "Woke up here?" "Yes, we found ourselves here upon awakening." Zhao Zonka pondered for a brief moment before asking, "So, does this imply that there is a settlement here?" Li Songwang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, weren't you aware?" Chapter 57, The Descent of the Divine Village, revised. Pei Nan inquired softly, "Shouldn't the tunnel be deserted?" Zhao Zonka also felt perplexed. Ever since the passage was abandoned, all personnel should have evacuated. This tunnel would not be reopened unless absolutely necessary. How could there be a settlement here? However, the demeanor of these two individuals did not suggest deceit, coupled with the information on their identification cards, which indicated their affiliation with Lanzhou City. It seemed nearly impossible for them to have traversed this distance on foot without any equipment, without a vehicle or supplies. The journey of nearly 350 kilometers would leave them incapable of even capturing a solitary rabbit in the wild. Unless, of course, someone had brought them here. "Who brought you here?" Li Songwang scratched his head, but as Pei Nan's gun wavered, he raised his hands high. "I don't know, no one brought us. We just woke up here." Pei Nan understood that these unfortunate children had inadvertently revived in this place, and now they found themselves unable to escape. However, under normal circumstances, if there were a settlement here, they should have been diligently exploring rather than contemplating an escape so soon. Technically, this should be considered their first day, as the players had only logged in during the evening of the New World. Given that limited time, merely traversing the main city seemed insufficient. Pei Nan himself had only managed to reach Rank Street just as night fell. On the following day, while still navigating Rank Street, they were abruptly imprisoned, indicating they were compelled to advance with no opportunity for exploration. If a settlement did exist, why did they not remain there? This question rendered the two of them speechless. It would be unreasonable to inform them that their mission was to escape. Indeed, upon their revival, their initial task was simply to escape the Azure Tunnel. The use of the term escape was warranted, as the inhabitants here exhibited unsettling behaviors, seemingly intent on capturing and dismembering them. Had it not been for the subsequent chaos caused by others, they would have had no chance to flee. After a silent exchange of glances, it was Li Songwang who broke the silence first. "The people in the settlement are too strange. We couldn't stay there. When those special forces arrived, we seized the opportunity amidst the confusion to escape. However, we encountered monsters immediately upon exiting and had to retreat. They oscillated between the brink of life and death." The two players were also uncertain about the motivations of those who arrived later, but Pei Nan and Zhao Zonka appeared to be the only ones who seemed somewhat benign. Otherwise, the two might have contemplated remaining there. Zhao Zonka found the reasoning somewhat fabricated, yet the sincerity reflected in their eyes suggested otherwise. Pei Nan had gathered sufficient understanding and thus inquired, "Alas, what shall be done with these two individuals?" Zhao Zonka unexpectedly reached for Pei Nan's waist and proceeded to grip it forcefully, infused with a hint of personal vendetta. Beneath Pei Nan's twisted expression, the other two shared a profound sense of empathy. Perhaps it would be best to refrain at this moment, considering the presence of others. Zhao Zonka simply remarked, "This is my right." Li Songwang and Lei Jun struggled to comprehend the nature of the relationship between these two. They must be a couple, after all. As the man offered no resistance, it was perplexing, yet profoundly shocking. Pei Nan seemed to have developed a certain resilience towards this level of pain. No longer in the throes of despair as before, as though his very essence had been fortified. However, having endured such torment, it implied that he would not face it again soon. This peculiar method had unexpectedly turned into a psychological anchor, a truly absurd situation. having endured. The question arose on how to manage these two individuals. Zhao Zonka recalled that the lifeless entities were seemingly eager to assist others, so she inquired. We require someone to guide us to the settlement. Would you two lead the way? The pair stared vacantly at the air for a moment before their expressions solidified with determination, akin to fervent party members, immediately responding, we would be most delighted. Zhao Zonka probed further. Is that so? Did you not just escape from there? Currently, there are no mist beasts outside. It would be an opportune moment to leave. Li Songguang, with righteous fervor, asserted, you are clearly a person of great significance. It would be our honor to guide you. We only ask that you take us with you when you depart. Leon concurred, indeed. Even if we manage to escape, traversing this vast forest is beyond our capability. Thus, it would be you who would lead us out. It was evident that these two regarded Zhao Zonka as their pillar of support, as they did not dare to contradict even when witnessing the man being throttled. Pei Nan was rather surprised to discover that Zhao Zonka shared his thoughts. He had speculated that requests might transform into tasks, a notion validated by Zihu. However, Zhao Zonka exhibited remarkable audacity by relying solely on scan information to employ players. Thus, they would proceed together. The two completely disregarded Pei Nan, as she was clearly the leader, while Pei Nan was merely perceived as a subordinate. His words not taken seriously. Along the way, the two guided the route while discussing the circumstances of the settlement. The inhabitants referred to this place as Xinjiang Village, home to approximately 200 residents. Each evening, they would gather in their homes to offer prayers, venerating a clay effigy known as the Black God, reciting incantations that would extend throughout the night. The Black God resembled a grotesque amalgamation, adorned with antlers and a bovine snout, bearing little resemblance to a conventional deity. Additionally, the village boasted a grand cathedral, centrally located, where a priest clad in a black robe presided, his face concealed by cloth, leaving only a singular crimson eye exposed. An unsettling sight indeed. Pei Nan was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of deja vu. What manner of place was this village? In an era dominated by laser cannons soaring through the skies, was it truly engaged in theological pursuits? Did they not fear the righteous retribution of the 762? It seems they have already faced such consequences. Well, that settles it. The village of Divine Descent is situated a full 20 kilometers from the tunnel, indicating it lies almost at the tunnel's midpoint. This tunnel was indeed constructed for the purpose of transporting goods, with iron tracks laid upon the ground and well-maintained roads flanking either side, all designed for the facilitation of freight. However, after years of neglect, these tunnels have fallen into disrepair. If it were only Pei Nan and Zhao Zonka, they could have simply ridden their motorcycles, but with the addition of two burdensome companions, they opted to walk. According to the accounts of Li Songguang and Lei Jun, it had only been 4 hours since the people from Lanzhou City arrived at the village. This time was certainly sufficient for a leisurely exploration of the village. Yet, should there be an investigative task at hand, 4 hours would evidently fall short. They might even find the others still wandering about inside. The entire journey would take approximately 4 hours, a feat devoid of difficulty for Pei Nan and Zhao Zonka. In fact, should Pei Nan wish, this duration could be condensed to under an hour. However, the physical capabilities of the two additional companions were not so commendable. As they ambled along, pausing intermittently, they discerned traces left by other investigators from major cities, alongside the imprints of vehicle tires. It was evident that this group possessed transportation. While there were indeed vehicles along the roadside of the tunnel, they were all abandoned and could only serve as mere ornaments, lacking any practical utility. As the group finally beheld the village of Divine Descent, a pungent aroma of blood wafted towards them, carried by the wind, infiltrating their nostrils. Pei Nan's ears twitched as the wind whispered ominously of the dangers that lay ahead. An internal alarm rang out. Many had perished within. Chapter 58. The sound of the bell, revised. The wind, of course, bore no tidings of the deceased, yet the mingled scent of blood permeated the air. Unmistakable and potent, a mere trickle of blood could not manifest such an aroma. It required a substantial quantity to be discernible. As several individuals entered, a few corpses lay at the village entrance. Li Songguang cast a glance and felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. The perspective of players diverged significantly from that of NPCs. Players, endowed with a harmonious system, perceived not the visceral reality of flesh and blood, but rather a sanitized portrayal. Nonetheless, witnessing the NPC who had previously welcomed him now lifeless before him invoked a profound psychological unease. This represented the concealed peril inherent in all stealth games. The strikingly authentic experience blurred the lines between reality and the virtual realm. While most could delineate the two, a minority experienced a more visceral impact. Li Songwang remarked, "These are the villagers of Xinjiang. They are armed. Thus, when we initially sought to depart, we would be forced back. The mere existence of a settlement in such a location was anomalous, and the presence of villagers guarding the entrance only fortified their resolve to escape. However, the primary impetus remained the main quest. In the early stages of exploring this new world, scant information circulated on forums, merely foundational guides to the worldview and introductions to relevant professions. The content shared by beta testers tended to be trivial, yet no one criticized it, as the greater concern lay in the nature of the game experience itself. Upon genuine immersion, the reality proved less than delightful. A true experience meant the sacrifice of much of the game's inherent enjoyment. Apart from the quest system, players felt as though they had traversed into an alternate reality. Before the novelty faded, they maintained considerable enthusiasm, but after encountering setbacks and obstacles, a significant wave of player attrition was anticipated. Li Songwang and Lei Jun remained in an excited phase. If they were to remain trapped here indefinitely, they might opt for self-destruction, subsequently abandoning the game in frustration. The villagers on the ground had been gunned down, and it remained uncertain which faction was responsible. As they ventured deeper, the number of corpses multiplied. The structures were crafted from bricks and tiles, rather than modern 3D printing. They appeared to be painstakingly assembled by the villagers themselves. Establishing a settlement was no simple feat. It necessitated resources for sustenance, water supply, and waste management. Any deficiency would thwart its formation. Yet, it was evident that this place boasted well-developed facilities. And even from the distribution of resources within the houses, food was in abundance. The abandoned passages could not provide such necessities. They relied on external transportation, indicating that this locale was intentionally constructed by outsiders, though the purpose remained unclear. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, suggesting that the conflict here had long since concluded. Pei Nan meticulously gathered the intelligence he had collected, estimating that approximately 230 individuals had perished, primarily through violent encounters on the road, with a smaller fraction meeting their demise within their homes. This indicates that the village maintained a hostile demeanor towards outsiders upon their arrival. According to the investigative protocols, settlements of this nature typically undergo a process of contact, risk assessment, and subsequent judgment. In other words, the earlier investigators deemed the villagers as a potential threat, concluding that their elimination was necessary to mitigate the risk. At this moment, several individuals found themselves within a residential dwelling. Aside from the grand cathedral at the center, they had explored a significant portion of the surrounding houses. They were currently consolidating information while taking a much-needed respite after 4 exhaustive hours of work. Zhao Zonka turned to Li Songwang, inquiring about the villagers' initial disposition. "Are you aware of how these villagers came to be here?" Li Songwang, while uncertain of the villagers' origins, was cognizant of his own arrival. "I'm not entirely sure, but we know how we ended up here. It is said that the organization brought us here. Once we established ourselves, the organization would periodically transport residents to this location. As for their purpose, I cannot say. The scope of the organization is exceedingly broad. Gangs can be deemed organizations, as can imperial entities. However, at this juncture, Pei Nan recalled a pertinent thought. Do you know if any of these villagers possess features that are somewhat inhuman? Inhuman? Li Songwang reflected. As far as I can recall, these villagers appear to be quite ordinary, lacking any distinctly unhuman traits. At this point, Lei Jun interjected, the villagers do not. Yet that black deity bears a semblance of humanity, albeit in a grotesque manner, like the clay figure behind you. This entity, characterized by antlers, a bovine nose, a sheep's visage, an ape's body, and the claws of a bear, possessed no human attributes, yet it sat cross-legged like a colossal Buddha, encircled by a ring of sacred drums. Merely gazing upon it induced a sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, the modern individual, having been inundated by various fantastical narratives, finds no strangeness in the appearance of deities. Ultimately, the imagination shapes the visage of the divine. Interestingly, deities indeed exist within this realm. The original deity has long since fallen, succumbing to the torrents of the technological era. Thus, for Zhao Zonka, the concept of a deity serves merely as a unit of measurement. How many nuclear warheads can your deity withstand? Immune to nuclear weapons. There are also several other superweapons, surely one of them will suffice. Upon observing the characteristics of the black deity, Pei Nan posed a question to Zhao Zonka. What traits does this entity exhibit that align with those of other aberrant creatures? Zhao Zonka examined it and replied, it does not resemble an aberrant beast, Rather, it is a rather mundane amalgamation of animals, crafted by someone who has merely assembled unevolved domesticated creatures into a clay figure. Noticing Pei Nan's contemplative expression, Zhao Zonka inquired, "What thoughts have crossed your mind?" Pei Nan did not conceal the truth. Previously, while dealing with robbers, he encountered a unique warrior capable of beastly transformation, merely a fleeting association. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zong couldn't help but recall an organization that had emerged suddenly in recent years, the Emperor Organization. What is the purpose of this organization? It is dedicated to the study of ancient mythical beasts. Ever since the demise of the first-generation abilities user, no one has emerged who could be deemed a deity among abilities users. Confronted with technological limitations, society has shifted its focus towards biotechnology. The Emperor Organization strives to uncover the potential for humanity to transcend divine genetics through ancient mythical beasts. There are also reports suggesting that the organization aims to recreate the calamity of mythical beasts. In any case, it is not a well-regarded entity. Li Songwang was conversing quietly with Lei Jun. This game has even drawn inspiration from films. Lei Jun replied, "Do you think Godzilla might make an appearance?" Pei Nan suddenly recalled that the elements of the New World seemed to bear a striking resemblance to reality, or perhaps one might argue that art inherently possesses such qualities. The distinction lies in the fact that many artistic components here genuinely exist. A resonant chime echoed within the Grand Cathedral, causing Li Songwang and Lei Jun to momentarily lose their focus. The smiles on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a numbing stillness. What has befallen these two? Li Songwang and Lei Jun disregarded Pei Nan and Zhao Zonka, serenely and steadily advancing towards the cathedral. Does this chime have the power to manipulate the human heart? Pei Nan could not help but inquire, "Why do you think we are safe? Could it be due to our ability to avoid confrontation?" Zhao Zonka merely winked at him. Unfortunately, that is not the case. The true efficacy of our situation can only be discerned in another context. What context? Pei Nan asked. If luck runs out, we may encounter it very soon, came the reply. Pei Nan glanced at the clock. It was 9 in the evening. Regardless of the church, there were no regulations concerning prayer at this hour. As the second bell tolled, Zhao Zonka suggested, "Let us follow and observe." Chapter 59, Praise the Dark God, revised. The village of Xinjiang had been virtually annihilated. The investigators who arrived first spared no villagers, leaving behind a trail of explosives and spent cartridges. It could be inferred that the weaponry included rocket launchers, assault rifles, and grenades, along with signs of a weapon capable of vaporizing human beings. This indicated that the investigators were equipped with the standard arsenal expected in the New World. Unlike the ill-equipped forces of Qishan led by Zhao Zoming, who had been deliberately chosen for their inadequacy in the selection of the clan leader. If Pei Nan attempted to employ Qishan's tactics here, the Master of Fate could not save him. Fortunately, he was clad in advanced gear, ensuring he would not be easily dispatched by a single gunshot. The high mobility of those with abilities would afford him unprecedented advantages. Someone posed a question about the existence of such individuals in society. Would they engage in battles of abilities as depicted in films and novels? The answer was a resounding no. In the New World, the first act of any ability bearer upon meeting was to draw their weapon. All abilities served firearms. Long-range lethality prevailed, and few possessed such extraordinary powers, but bullets could accomplish this, unless they expended their ammunition. Ability bearers would never resort to using their powers in a life-or-death struggle. Even martial artists, adept in close combat, would not recklessly engage in such a scenario when firearms were present, regardless of their prowess. Neither Zhao Zonka, who had undergone transformation, nor Pei Nan, now a master thief, had ever contemplated determining outcomes through their abilities. The firearms in their hands were their lifeline, and the distance they provided was the boundary between life and death. They followed Li Songguang and Lei Jun, remaining vigilant of the other surviving villagers. It was at this moment that they realized the villagers described by Li Songguang were peculiar. Each villager's skin was unnaturally pale, resembling that of someone preserved in formaldehyde, as they walked towards the church with their hands clasped in prayer, reminiscent of pilgrims. The bell tolled every 30 seconds, echoing through the long tunnel. No matter how the people on the ground speculated, they could hardly anticipate that a settlement would arise here in a few years. Whether this place was established by the Emperor Organization remained to be seen. After all, the organization had no need to construct a village here. They could simply issue commissions for hunting exotic beasts as they usually did. The investment of significant time and resources to create a tribe that was essentially a dead end would be a fruitless endeavor for the Emperor Organization. Zhao Zonka was skeptical that this could be a settlement established by the Emperor Organization, primarily due to conflicting interests. Another point of doubt arose. The initial abandonment of the tunnel was attributed to the fog beasts, those pervasive creatures that had turned the entire tunnel into a haven for exotic beasts. How had Xinjiang village addressed this issue and managed to establish civilization here? If they could resolve this dilemma, the Wei'an tunnel might have a chance of reopening. The church was modest, enclosed by brick walls and iron railings. The main entrance was pitch black, devoid of any ornate designs, featuring a simple lattice that bore no apparent characteristics of the dark god. Even the church behind them mirrored this simplicity. It stood around 10 meters tall. A quintessential example of Western architecture, with silver-gray walls that appeared to be constructed from bluestone. This heightened Pei Nan and Zhao Zongke's vigilance, not towards the church itself, but towards the identity of those who had built it. Given the absence of large machinery, if any remnants existed, they were but relics. The manner of its construction was indeed intriguing. Whether through human effort or some ability, the existence of such a structure was unsettling. The scant number of villagers made it implausible that they all possessed construction skills. Perhaps a particularly troublesome ability bearer was involved. Entering the church was the simplest part of the endeavor. The iron door swung open, and people began to converge from all directions. These were the last remnants of the population. The rest had been slaughtered by the newly arrived investigators. You lead the way while I seek a vantage point, Zhao Zongke commanded Pei Nan, who complied while she scouted for a suitable sniping position. For a sniper, exposing oneself on the front lines was unequivocally a grave error. The church covered an area of no more than 20,000 square meters. Yet it was still considered a sizable structure within the village. Just then, a sharp pain shot through Zhao Zongke's waist, and she cautioned, this should be the last time. Pei Nan couldn't help but inquire, what constitutes success? Zhao Zong pondered for a moment and replied, when you see me, you will experience a phantom pain in your lower back. That will signify success. Pei Nan rolled her eyes and remarked, congratulations, you have succeeded. Seemingly accustomed to this manner of interaction, she rubbed her lower back and began her walk towards the church. Meanwhile, Zhao Zongke headed towards a dormitory-like complex located on the western side of the church. Although it was only 2 stories high, it offered a comprehensive view of all vantage points surrounding the church. She meticulously examined the church's structure, noting that the glass-like areas did not provide any position suitable for weaponry. If there were to be a threat from the uppermost level, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Thus, she needed to remain vigilant of both the sniper points on the top level and the entrances and exits of the church. In order to avoid standing out from the crowd, Pei Nan mimicked the gesture of prayer along with the others. Strangely enough, upon entering the church, he was engulfed by a sense of discomfort. Whether it was tension or unease, he could not tell. However, after partaking in the act of prayer, that feeling dissipated entirely. Pei Nan felt an inexplicable force at play, yet he had no choice but to follow the crowd into the interior of the church. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an astonishingly bright light. How to describe it? It was as though an impeccably uniform 23-faceted polyhedron was casting an intensely radiant white glow. Once his eyes adjusted, he realized it was merely an ordinary crystal chandelier, albeit in abundant quantity and of immense power. At the forefront of the church stood the altar for the priest's prayers, where they typically offered their supplications, accompanied by a platform designated for the choir. However, the sole element that seemed utterly out of place was the immense black oil painting at the rear, measuring a staggering 8 meters in height and 5 meters in width. It appeared as if a portrait of Satan had been set amidst the hallowed sanctity of the church. Pei Nan instinctively sensed something amiss, yet after a brief glance, an inexplicable sense of harmony washed over him. It was as though this distorted reality was precisely how things ought to be. His rationality was being steadily eroded, his mind gradually accepting the grotesque occurrences within the church, while his vision grew increasingly unfocused. In the final fleeting moment before his consciousness slipped away entirely, his gaze fell upon the chandelier overhead, now transformed into a macabre cluster of countless corpses. Their features bore an uncanny resemblance to the investigators described by Li Songguang and Lei Jun. At that very instant, the priest at the pulpit turned, clutching a black-bound tome. His human visage began to warp, antlers sprouted, a bovine nose emerged, a goat's face took shape, an ape-like body contorted, and bear-like claws manifested. Praise the Dark God. Chapter 60, The Wedding, revised. As the priest's chant of devotion to the Dark God echoed through the hall, Pei Nan's consciousness surrendered to oblivion. When he awoke, the church was gone. Where was this? His bleary eyes took in the sight of a wooden cabin. An antiquated television sat in one corner, while an old-fashioned stove crackled at the room's center, its flames licking at a pot of boiling water that hissed softly. Then, A frantic knocking erupted at the door. Li Songguang stood outside, his face alight with excitement, flanked by Lei Jun brother Nan. He exclaimed, barely containing his exhilaration. Today is a day of great celebration. Pei Nan had just awakened, his consciousness still somewhat hazy, as the memories of the church gradually faded away, replaced by thoughts of another Pei Nan, a villager from the village of divine descent. Once his mind cleared a bit, Pei Nan inquired, "What joyous occasion is at hand?" Li Songguang handed him an invitation. "Lord Black God is getting married today. The entire village must go to offer their congratulations." The Lord Black God is the guardian deity of divine descent village, shielding it from the encroaching mists that loom beyond, allowing the village to flourish in this perilous realm. The villagers are all the unfortunate souls whom the Lord Black God rescued from the fog, and they regard him as a figure deserving of lifelong servitude. Any good fortune or delightful offering is promptly delivered to the church, for when the Lord Black God is pleased, he bestows upon the delicacies they have never tasted before. Yet, the Lord Black God never demands anything in return for his benevolence, often returning their offerings, yet the villagers remain undeterred in their devotion. For while they can forego the deity's gifts, they cannot forsake their duty to present offerings. Anyone who dares to breach this sacred custom is deemed an outcast by the entire village, and may even find themselves subjected to the flames of a pyre. The marriage of the Lord Black God is a momentous event for the villagers of divine descent, akin to a grand celebration for the entire community. Regardless of their individual tasks, they would abandon them to rush to the church to lend their assistance. Indeed, those with daughters at home might even lament that their daughters were not chosen to be the bride of the Lord Black God. Li Songguang and Lei Jun urged Pei Nan, "Let us hasten. If we delay, we shall miss the procession of the Lord Black God in the sight of the bride." Upon hearing this, Pei Nan felt it was indeed unwise to squander time, so he hastily followed the two without even locking the door. However, along the way, he observed numerous wooden houses that had collapsed, and remnants of burnt paper money scattered on the path. An inexplicable sense of disquiet surged within him, prompting him to inquire about the situation from the two. Lei Jun spoke first. "The fog has invaded the village, toppling many houses. Over 200 villagers perished in the catastrophe. Lord Black God believes he failed to safeguard everyone, which is why he has resolved to leave behind his descendants to fortify the village's defenses against the encroaching fog." Li Songguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is said that the bride was brought back from the fog by the Black God himself. She possesses the authority to harness the power of the Black God. Who would have thought that the divine strength could still be passed down? This is an unparalleled honor for the village. Pei Nan felt a peculiar sense of unease. Why, amidst the devastation of the village, would the Black God choose to marry? While the entire village mourned, this deity opted for a celebration of joy. Was this an attempt to counteract the misfortune? Even hedge funds would not be so audacious. Pei Nan scratched his head, pondering the nature of hedge funds and how such a term had entered his mind. On the day of the Black God's wedding, the residents engaged in mourning dutifully tucked away their white papers, their attire, which should have been somber in black or white, replaced instead with jubilant red garments. It was then that Pei Nan realized he too had unknowingly donned a festive red cotton jacket, adorned with a Chinese knot. Having just traversed the desolate streets to the church, he beheld the gray-white edifice, now ablaze with decorations, its neon lights shimmering in resplendent reds and oranges, illuminating the night as if it were day. With red columns, bridal palanquins, and fire basins, all the props for the wedding were splendidly in place. And the faces of the attendees radiated excitement and joy, entirely devoid of any trace of having endured a calamity. Pei Nan gazed upon the inky sky. Ordinarily, this would be a time when most would be ensconced in slumber. Yet, here they were, gathered to witness the divine nuptials of a deity. He felt no sense of discord in this gathering. The dark god, as the name suggests, was indeed a being that emerged amidst the shadows of the night. At the banquet table lay a sumptuous array of delicacies, crafted with utmost devotion by the villagers, while animated discussions about the dark god's wedding filled the air. What do you suppose the bride looks like? Surely, she must possess a beauty that matches the dark god's gallant stature. But the dark god is nothing like us. Silence. The dark god is incomparable. It is precisely this uniqueness that defines him. In my view, the bride must have cascading, silken tresses, eyes that shimmer like celestial bodies, a cherubic mouth, an elegant nose, gracefully arched brows, a delicate waist, and a figure that is both full and refined, exuding an elegance that is neither gaudy nor pretentious. Only such a lady would be worthy of our dark god. As the villagers envisioned this, they found themselves in agreement. You have quite the way with words. No wonder you've spent some time in schooling. "Ah, where did you study? Perhaps you could teach me sometime." "I can hardly recall. Ever since the dark god rescued me, I resolved to live out my days in the village. Alas, if it weren't for those mists, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. The village, painstakingly established by the dark god, has lost over half its populace. How lamentable. Now, with the dark god intending to pass on his powers, if our generation can witness the birth of his offspring, the next shall thrive in comfort. Here comes the bride." The sounds of swona and gongs heralded the arrival of the procession even before its shadow was visible. The towering figure of the dark god, standing 3 meters tall, rode upon a magnificent beast of fog. This creature, resembling a wolf yet distinctly different, had served the dark god as a guardian of the village for many years, becoming a symbol of protection. With horns like a bull, a face akin to a goat, the body of an ape, and claws like a bear, the dark god exuded an aura of unparalleled majesty. With a mighty roar directed skyward, the villagers understood his intent. "Hail!" they cried, to the divine bride. Amidst the throngs, the bridal palanquin came to a halt before the fire pit at the church. As the curtain was drawn aside, the bride, adorned with a crimson veil, descended gracefully. Li Songwang rushed forward, eager to behold her beauty. The bride, as the learned villager had described, possessed an exquisite figure and a striking presence. The dark god held her hand delicately, as if cradling a cherished doll. As she crossed over the fire pit, a gust of wind lifted the edge of her veil, revealing a visage so stunning that it left all in awe. For reasons unknown, Pei Nan felt a chill sweep over him at the sight of her face, followed by a subtle pain at his waist. Yet, he dared not voice his discomfort, instead joining the chorus of admiration around him. "So beautiful! My heavens, she is breathtaking." The dark god spoke softly to the bride. "Careful, my dear." Chapter 61. The night of the wedding revised. Pei Nan, disregarding the peculiarities of his own body, convinced himself that he could not possibly be connected to the bride. He then joined the throng, reveling in the festivities as the black god led the bride toward the church. The wedding procession was accompanied by the lively sounds of swona and the rhythmic beating of gongs, enhanced further by dancers who added to the celebratory atmosphere. The grandeur of the black god's wedding surpassed all others in the village, although there were fewer than 100 attendees. The ambience felt as if it were 300 strong. Inside the church, vibrant decorations adorned the space, with red satin draping and even the imposing portrait of the black god framed in striking colors. The priest, serving as the master of ceremonies, had been a beneficiary of the black god's grace, acting as his representative in the village. His physique, too, bore the mark of the black god's divine influence, rendering him indistinguishable from his master. Yet, his frail form also signified that he would forever remain the black god's servant, incapable of defection. The auspicious hour had arrived. In the Western-style church, the priest donned a traditional Chinese robe, while the groom and bride wore festive red wedding attire, surrounded by a fervent assembly of devotees. They were about to complete the divine marriage ceremony. With about a heaven and earth, the black god and the bride paid homage. The crowd erupted in cheers. Next came the bow to the altar, where the prayer platform, typically reserved for the pastor's speeches and the choir steps, was now laden with offerings of fruits and flowers. The black god and the bride bowed once more towards the altar, evoking tears of joy from the onlookers. Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would witness such a sacred scene? It was truly worth it, despite my unworthiness to serve at the side of the black god. Oh, black god, may you find happiness on this ordinary night, amidst the majestic deity, the beautiful bride. In the absurdity of the wedding, the couple exchanged bows. The scene before us, beast and beauty, was infused with the strict yet classical beauty of the East. The black god and the bride bowed to each other, inciting an uncontrollable cheer from the crowd. They rejoiced in the completion of the ceremony, in the newlywed night, and in the divine wedding. As they were led to the bridal chamber, the villagers surged forward, akin to a throng of dwarfs surrounding a giant, clearing a path with their bodies toward the wedding suite. Ultimately, they passed through the church and arrived at the backyard, the loyal sanctuary of the black god.